Chapter 1 Goddess Rebate System, Semi-Parallel World, Mountain City. In an elegantly environment cafe within Southwest University. Yi-dong, let's break up. Lu Weiwei looked across at her boyfriend Yi-dong, who she had been talking to for 3 years, and spoke faintly. There was even some look of dislike in her eyes. Yi-dong was instantly stunned by Lu Weiwei's sudden breakup words, and was even a little confused. He was even fantasizing just now about the bright future of the two of them after graduating from university in another 2 months. Weiwei, are you kidding? I can't afford to be shocked. Yi-dong's face was filled with an unbelievable expression as he asked numbly. Lu Weiwei, however, was unimpressed and instead spoke faintly. Yi-dong, you know that I can't possibly go back to the small county with you. Of course, if you let your parents buy a house in Mountain City at full price, with the real estate license written in my name alone, and buy a car worth $500,000, as well as the fact that after the two of us get married your parents are not allowed to live with us. You can take what I just said as a joke. My parents only have me as a son. How could I possibly abandon them? And it's not like you don't know my family situation. My parents are just an ordinary laborer. How could they possibly afford to buy a house in Mountain City? Looking at this woman whom he had loved deeply for 3 years and also paid for 3 years, he said such harsh conditions with a casual face. Yi-dong immediately felt that the other party was an incomparable stranger. Over the past 3 years, Yi-dong's meals at school were basically steamed buns with cabbage, and it was not easy to save up a little bit of living expenses. Together with his own part-time temporary job at the school, the money he saved was basically spent on Lu Weiwei. And although Yi-dong has long gotten Lu Weiwei's body, but the thought of his 3 years of licking dog-like life, but in exchange for a simple breakup, Yi-dong then couldn't help but hiss and roar. Lu Weiwei, why? You know very well that the conditions you put forward, I simply can't even finish. In the face of Yi-dong's hissing roar, Lu Weiwei was simply unimpressed. She said in a cold tone, why? Your family is renting the house in the county you put up. You wouldn't expect me to follow you back to the countryside to live with you after graduating from university. It's not easy for me to come out from the countryside. I am never wanting to go back to live in that kind of small place again. Well said. People go to high places. Water flows to low places. Weiwei, your choice is the most correct. At this time a voice came from behind Yi-dong. A man with an extraordinary temperament slowly walked to Lu Weiwei's side. Brother Gang. After Lu Weiwei saw this man arrive, she hurriedly got up and came to the other party's side. With a bird-like appearance, that dainty look made Yi-dong look like he was on fire. Zhang Jigang and Yi-dong, Lu Weiwei are university classmates. I heard that the family opened a restaurant in the Mountain City. Assets should have a few tens of millions. In the class is also regarded as a little famous rich second generation, usually on campus driving a 4 or 500,000 BMW. Do not know how many adoring vain girls. Looking at Lu Weiwei's appearance, Yi-dong even suspected that the two are not already together. Angrily reprimanded, Lu Weiwei, so you have long been with Zhang Jigang, then you just raised those conditions to me, what do you mean? Hearing this, Zhang Jigang looked at Lu Weiwei in confusion. Weiwei, what conditions did you just mention? Lu Weiwei glared hatefully at Yi-dong, then this time she pouted like Zhang Jigang. Jigang, I know what conditions his family has. I just mentioned a condition that he absolutely cannot fulfill. You must not misunderstand anything. Right now you are the only one in my heart. After saying this, she even slowly leaned her body towards Zhang Jigang. Zhang Jigang's heart is also very pleased. Lu Weiwei and the women he played also belongs to the upper class goods, although it is not the original goods, but he does not mind at all. Previously has been in the way of Lu Weiwei has been and Yi-dong talk about friends, but also are a class, which has not been started. A few days ago at a friend's party, found that Lu Weiwei was there, and persuaded the wine to let Lu Weiwei drink more than 2 cups, sent Lu Weiwei back to school. Just a little show of financial strength, half push, half under. The two went to the hotel together to roll the sheets. Although Zhang Jigang was not as handsome as Yi-dong, he made Lu Weiwei, a young girl from a small county, discover the wonders of another world. The amount of money Zhang Jigang had spent on her in the past 2 days was comparable to the amount of money Yi-dong had spent on her in the past 3 years. It was only when the two were compared that Lu Weiwei felt that this was the life she wanted to live. Hence today's scene. Yi-dong, we are all classmates. Falling in love is also a matter of your feelings and my wishes. Since Lu Weiwei is willing to follow me, you should not be too concerned. Zhang Jigang looked at Yi-dong smugly, not forgetting to sprinkle a little salt on the wound. In the face of Zhang Jigang's mockery, Yi-dong did not feel much. In his heart, he just felt disheartened, and Lu Weiwei had talked about his feelings for several years, and said it was gone. I don't know what else is real in this world. Is it true that only money is real? Ding! Detected a suitable host. Super Goddess Rebate System binding in. 30%, 70%, 100% binding success. Ding! Please ask the host if he wants to activate the system. This series of voices in his mind immediately confused Yidong, who was being disheartened. After the shock, what followed was the ecstasy in his heart. System. A beggar's absolute magic weapon to turn the tide against the wind. As a 21st century literature lover, of course he knew what kind of existence the system was. I did not expect that I also have this day. Inside, he hurriedly recited. Activate. Ding. Before the system is activated to test the host's strong heart, please host the two nasty people in front of you. One person to reward a slap, and then splash the coffee on the table to the green tea horse face. Yidong did not have any hesitation at all when he heard the system's task and struck out without any hesitation. Not to mention that it was related to something as big as activating the system. The matter itself was totally what he wanted to do the most right now. Zhang Jigang saw that Yidong did not return the favor at all, and was still feeling smug in his heart. Suddenly, snapped, he received a hard slap from Yidong. The two had been standing very close to each other, plus simply did not expect Yidong to dare to strike, and wanted to hide but could not hide. Yidong, you dare to hit me. Zhang Jigang spat out a mouthful of blood froth, before he looked at Yidong in disbelief and complained. Zhang Jigang, you dug me out and flaunted in front of me. Do you think I wouldn't dare to hit you? Yidong coldly snorted and said back. Lu Weiwei, who was on the side, then reacted and screamed. Ah, Jigang, are you alright? Your mouth is bleeding. She then looked at Yidong with a resentful face. Yidong, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. These 3 years I was really blind and misjudged you. Yidong sneered in his heart. He did not forget that the activation task arranged by the system was to reward one person with a slap. Chapter 2, Hand-tearing green tea bitch. Snap. Lu Weiwei held her cheek with one hand and looked at Yidong with an incredulous expression. This super lickspill who had been shushing her for 3 years now, without a care in the world, had just fiercely flung a slap at her. Ah, murdering people. Call the police. A loud and frightened scream ensued. This on-campus cafe was originally not big, and the conversation between a few people just now was clearly heard by other students. With a casual association, the relationship between them became clear. Yidong, this kind of big happy approach, are the heart of the cool. Who will go to the police? When Yidong heard Lu Weiwei scream, the sulky mouth in his heart was finally cleared quite a bit. However, he hadn't forgotten the final task stated by the system and casually picked up the coffee on the table and threw it at Lu Weiwei's face. Ah, Yidong, I will kill you. After a scream, Lu Weiwei, who was already close to the edge of collapse, pounced on Yidong with her hands flailing about. Pounce. Where did the current Yidong still have his previous gentle appearance towards Lu Weiwei? Without hesitation, he kicked her to the ground. Yidong's ferocious appearance scared Zhang Jigang, who was covering his face next to him. He even forgot about the pain and hurriedly took several steps back in a row. This scene happened to be in Lu Weiwei's eyes as well and hissed. Jigang, quickly call the police. I'm going to arrest this bastard and put him in jail. Only then did Zhang Jigang tremblingly take out his cell phone and dialed 110. Yidong did not stop Zhang Jigang from calling the police. This small injury was simply not enough to constitute a crime. The worst that could happen was a few days of detention plus compensation. Ding! Congratulations to the host to activate the system. This system is a super goddess rebate system. The host can spend money on any girl with an overall rating of 8 points or more. For beauties with a score of 8 to 8, 9. No matter how much money the host spends on them, the host can double the money back to the host. At the goddess level with a score of 9 to 9, 5. No matter how much money the host spends on them, the host can return 10 times the amount to the host. Super goddess level with a combined score of more than 9, 5. No matter how much money the host spends on them, it can be returned to the host 100-fold. Yidong listened to the system's explanation, and in his heart, he instantly did understand. This super goddess rebate system, to put it bluntly, was a dog-licking system. If you want to earn more money, you have to spend money on beautiful women first. System, are there any restrictions or anything like that? And is the source of funds safe? Yidong had also read similar godly hero novels. What source of funds a safe and reliable sentence to bring over? That is not nonsense. An ordinary person. If you suddenly have millions, tens of millions, or even a few 100 million, you can say that you got lucky and won some super jackpot or something like that. But you, an ordinary person, suddenly have billions, tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. The authorities do not investigate you strange. By the time the source of funds is unclear, you won't be able to enjoy even more money. Ding! Host primary stage. The daily rebate amount cannot spend more than $1 million. More than will not have any rebate. When the host completes the designated task, he will get a super reward or amount of money to raise the amount. As for the safety of funds, the host, please rest assured that the host of any rebate funds will be by the system and the international financial market. For the host of the safe operation of the proceeds of all sources are legal and compliant. There will not be any problem. This answer from the system made Yidong very satisfied. He himself was studying finance now, and this explanation of the source of funds was most appropriate. As for the fact that he could only have a daily quota of $1 million at this stage, Yi Dong did not care at all. He didn't have more than 1,000 yuan on him right now anyway, so even if he was given more quota, it would be useless. Ding! The host has rewarded the host with a triple chop due to the fact that he has just completed a system task and slapped 2 people one by one. Note, after receiving the reward, the host's stature and strength is equivalent to the sum of 3 ordinary soldiers. Ding! Do you want to receive the reward? Yi Dong did not expect that there would be this kind of benefit for such a cool behavior just now. What else was there to consider? Claim. A hot current suddenly burrowed inside Yi Dong's body. He felt that his strength was suddenly 4 or 5 times greater. The reach was also many times more agile than before. System, isn't it triple strength? Ding! The strength here is not viewed according to the average value of the host's body. It is the strength that is directly instilled into the host. For the sum of the strength of 3 ordinary soldiers, Yi Dong instantly understood, and looked at his strong body, which was still replaced by his taller stature. Glancing at Zhang Jigang, if he were to switch to Zhang Jigang's kind of small plate stature, he would at least have to raise his own strength by more than 10 times. Zhang Jigang had just helped Lu Weiwei up when he happened to see Yi Dong aiming over that glance. He was so scared that he let go of his hand, and Lu Weiwei, who did not stand steadily, sat on the ground with her butt again. Agu! After exclaiming in shock, Lu Weiwei also gave Zhang Jigang a somewhat dissatisfied look. Even if this man did not help when she was bullied just now, he even took several steps backward. Now, he was even scared and shivered by a single look from Yi Dong. She was now a little skeptical if her choice was really the right one. Seeing Lu Weiwei's eyes, Zhang Jigang was also embarrassed. He was really scared by Yi Dong's slap just now, and standing so close, he was really afraid of receiving another slap at some point. Seeing that Yi Dong did not pay attention to himself at all, then Nana helped Lu Weiwei up. Just at this time, 2 civilian police with the school security personnel walked in. The school security personnel also only realized that a fight had occurred here after the police came. The heart is also a little angry. This kind of fighting on campus, not dealt with properly, they also have to take a little responsibility. It is generally through them to mediate. Really no way to choose the police. Yi Dong looked at the 2 police officers who walked in. His heart was more or less a little disappointed. Generally in the movie this kind of bridge is not a beautiful police flower appearance. How just 2 middle-aged uncle. The 2 police officers came in and swept a glance, and knew that Yi Dong's 3 people should be the parties involved. Which one of you reported to the police? What's going on? Before Lu Weiwei could say anything, she was preempted by Yi Dong. Police uncle, it is the 2 of them reported to the police. Just now the 2 of them deliberately provoked me, did not hold back and gently out a hand. Hearing Yi Dong say that he had only lightly struck out, Lu Weiwei's lungs exploded with anger. Up to now, her left cheek was still feeling hot and flaming. Then she hissed and said, "He is talking nonsense. Just now that ferocious look wanted to kill me." Lu Weiwei's tone of voice made the questioning police very upset. In front of this young man, although tall and big, speak in a gentle manner, where there is what ferocious look, glared at her and said, "Is not nonsense. We have our own judgment." One by one to speak clearly. Wait a moment to ask you again. Lu Weiwei was suddenly aggrieved. In the end, who was the victim? Chapter 3. Buy a cup of milk tea to celebrate being single. Zhang Jigang regretted in his heart since the moment the police came in with the security personnel. He thought in his heart that choosing to call the police when he was beaten was a cowardly behavior. It must be where you fall down, where you have to get up. This is the real man. With a generous hand, Zhang Jigang more or less know a few small gangsters inside and outside the campus. Their own one person is not enough to fight Yi Dong. Called on a few small gangsters together, is still not able to fight it. Thinking of this, did not wait for Yi Dong to continue to speak. On the first step to the police questioning said, "I'm sorry, I reported to the police. We are in the same class. Just now there is just a little misunderstanding. We can solve it on their own?" Hearing this, Lu Weiwei looked at Zhang Jigang with her mouth wide open in disbelief. Just when he wanted to make a sound, Zhang Jigang glared at him fiercely. His relationship with Lu Weiwei, in Zhang Jigang's heart thought, it was just a relationship between money and flesh, far from reaching the step of talking about marriage. Zhang Jigang do fierce eyes. Hard to Lu Weiwei want to say words back. The kind of aggression in her heart, I'm afraid only her heart itself can experience. Are you sure you can mediate this kind of small disputes? Of course, the police hope that the parties can mediate themselves, so as not to waste public resources. Zhang Jigang affirmed, "Yes, we can mediate on our own. I apologize for my impulse to call the police just now." The 2 police officers nodded to each other after looking at each other. You college students, you should cherish your current status. Don't be impulsive in doing anything first. Think more about your parents. Afterwards, the police officers made a brief criticism before leaving the cafe. The school security personnel then breathed a sigh of relief. Dissatisfied with a few people said, "Ding ding, big thing, but also what to report to the police." After saying this, he also left the cafe with a black face. Yi Dong was all a bit confused about Zhang Jigang's operation. He thought that he might have to face a few more days of detention, but he did not expect that Zhang Jigang himself had offered a settlement. After Lu Weiwei saw the police and security personnel leave, she then asked in dissatisfaction, "Jigang, why did you say that just now? Isn't it good to take this bastard to jail?" Perhaps it was because the civilian police had just gone out. Zhang Jigang was not worried that Yi Dong would still dare to do anything to himself. He glared fiercely at Yi Dong. Caracal laughed and said, "Beat me up, which is so easy to want to go to the police station to be locked up for 2 days and want to get rid of the matter. Yi Dong, see if I don't find someone to beat you to death. I won't be surnamed Zhang." Hearing Zhang Jigang's words, Yi Dong instantly understood in his heart. No wonder he said that kind of words with the police just now. It turned out that he wanted to hit himself physically. Yi Dong was also looking to try out how good his body hands were now, and couldn't wait to find a few small gangsters to practice on. Laughing coldly, he said, "Zhang Jigang, you son of a, if you don't find someone to cut me, you are not a son of a." Hearing Yi Dong's arrogant words, Zhang Jigang's lungs were about to explode. He also knew that there was no use in showing off his verbal courage here anymore. "Good, I hope you will still be this arrogant when the time comes. You wait, Weiwei, let's go." Lu Weiwei now also more or less knows a little bit of Zhang Jigang's intention. Hatefully glanced at Yi Dong. The two of them only left the cafe. After seeing the two of them leave, some of the surrounding students who were watching were the first to applaud. A few girls even looked at Yi Dong with little stars in their eyes. Yi Dong was originally a 1.8 figure. Looks although not talk about very handsome, but also belongs to the kind of sunshine durable type. Although from the conversation of a few people just now, know that Yi Dong family conditions are very poor, but does not hinder their hearts to the other half of the fantasy. Hearing that someone even applauded for himself, Yi Dong also smiled and responded to the 10 or so people around him. He had wanted to see if there were any suitable girls to verify the authenticity of the system rebate. It was just a pity that although there were 5 or 6 girls in this cafe, their looks all belonged to the average, and they definitely did not have the standard of 8 points or more that the system recognized. Afterwards, glancing at the coffee all over the floor, he apologized to the boss when checking out and left after paying an extra 100 renminbi. After leaving the cafe, Yi Dong's mood was now incomparably excited. After taking a look at the few $100s of balance inside his cell phone, he now wants to verify the authenticity of the system's rebate. If it is true, he can go to the peak of his life in a minute. Wandering around the campus, although he saw a lot of beauty level, but they are not familiar. Although Yi Dong does not have any social phobia, but suddenly accosted a less familiar beauty, expressed willingness to spend money for each other. Think about it, is quite embarrassing. If you can't find a suitable candidate, Yi Dong is planning to go to the Jitterbug live broadcasting room to try it out. Yi Dong also do not know when the internet reward beauty will not be the same effect. Just as he was thinking, at the entrance of a milk tea store on campus, in a long line of people, 2 familiar figures came into Yi Dong's eyes. Yi Dong's recognized class flower Ni Kursen, and her best friend Wang Xiaoqian. Wang Xiaoqian's looks were average and need not be considered. Ni Kursen's looks definitely belonged to the level of beauty. In the Department of Finance of Southwest University, also belongs to the Department of Flowers that level of beauty. More than Yi Dong's ex-girlfriend Lu Weiwei on the beauty of a point. Thinking that he was about to witness a miracle, Yi Dong was also excited and walked up quickly. Ni Kursen, Wang Xiaoqian, you guys also came here to line up to buy milk tea ah? Ni Kursen sniffed and saw that it was Yi Dong, smiled and said back, "Yi Dong, it's you. Have you come to help Lu Weiwei buy milk tea?" Yi Dong's dog licking around Lu Weiwei for the past few years had long been no secret in the class. The milk tea here is not cheap. The cheapest cup is more than 20 yuan. In Ni Kursen thought, Yi Dong's usual habits. Surely it is not possible to come here to buy milk tea for himself to drink. Yi Dong sighed, and said half jokingly, "Don't mention it. I have just been dumped by Lu Weiwei, and I am considered to be free. So I came here to buy a cup of better milk tea to celebrate." Yi Dong's words caused both Ni Koxian and Wang Xiaoqian to stare blankly. In their hearts, although they somewhat looked down on Yi Dong for this kind of dog-licking behavior, it was undeniable that what Yi Dong had done over the past few years was definitely considered to be the best boyfriend. It is very difficult to understand how Lu Weiwei would suddenly want to break up with Yi Dong on the occasion of her graduation from university. And look at Yi Dong's expression now. Not the slightest hint of the kind of licking dog's pain after being broken up. Wang Xiaoqian jokingly said, "Yi Dong, you wouldn't have just been broken up with by Lu Weiwei and come to hit on our Ni Kursen again." Her words made Ni Kursen blush. Although she admitted that Yi Dong was an unrivaled candidate for a good boyfriend as far as romance was concerned, she really did not have that kind of idea. At least Yi Dong's family conditions couldn't pass muster with her. Chapter 4 Moving Beauty Fortune. Yi Dong couldn't help but resurvey An Ikerson after hearing Wang Xiaoqian's flirtation. In these few years, his mind had been on Lu Weiwei, and for the other class flower in the class. Although he knew that the appearance was still above Lu Weiwei, he had not really taken a closer look. Due to Wang Xiaoqian's flirting just now, her face was a bit slightly red, a good body of slender and slim, snow even like soft jade arms, beautiful round slender jade legs. The word pavilion jade standing used in An Ikerson is simply too appropriate. Of course, just after the incident of Lu Weiwei, coupled with having the system such a big killer in the body, Yi Dong temporarily has no idea about talking about girlfriends anymore. However, Yi Dong's measuring eyes caused An Ikersen's heart to tighten, and the shy expression on her face became even redder. Yi Dong, where are your eyes glancing at? Just now I said it as a joke. You wouldn't really want to hit on my family's An Ikerson, right? Wang Xiaoqian fainted on the side. Seeing Wang Xiaoqian still talking nonsense here, An Ikerson hurriedly and shyly said, Xiaoqian, you don't talk nonsense, people are just buying a cup of milk tea by the way, which is not hitting what idea? Wang Xiaoqian said with a smile, I'm just kidding. In Wang Xiaoqian's heart, she did not think that Yi Dong had any qualifications to pursue An Ikersen. Of course, if Yi Dong wanted to have some feelings with himself, she would not care too much. As they were talking, it was the turn of the three of them. Yi Dong's eyes lit up. To be on the safe side, he had just asked the system in his mind about Li Kerson's score. Sure enough, it was similar to what he thought. 5 points. It belonged to the middle level of the beauty level. Hurriedly, he said, An Ikersen, Wang Xiaoqian, we are all classmates for a time. There are still more than 2 months before graduation. Why don't I treat you to a cup of milk tea today? An Ikerson had not yet had time to say anything. Wang Xiaoqian hurriedly returned. Good Yi Dong, this is what you said yourself. It's rare that you are so generous for once. Then wait a moment, I can point out the more expensive ones. Yi Dong only wanted to try out the system's rebate situation earlier. Where would he still care about how much money he spent? Laughing, he said, I can still afford to pay for a cup of milk tea. Then he said to the clerk of the milk tea store, please give me 3 cups of the best milk tea in your store. Seeing Yi Dong being so brash, An Ikersen and Wang Xiaoqian could not help but be stunned again. Since they had been classmates for more than 3 years, it seemed like it was only today that they had reacquainted themselves with Yi Dong a bit. Was this still the licking dog they knew? Usually, in addition to Lu Weiwei, do not say is to invite classmates so expensive milk tea, even a bottle of mineral water, are very rare. It was also because of this that for more than 3 years in the university, Yi Dong's popularity in the class was not particularly good, and was mostly a nodding acquaintance. Not long after, the clerk made 3 cups of milk tea. A total of 120 yuan. Yi Dong could not wait to pay the money. Ding! The host has obtained a doubled fund of 80 yuan. Listening to the response coming from his mind, Yi Dong really wanted to yell 3 times to the sky. In his heart, he silently said, System, can you transfer the funds directly to your cell phone? Ding! It can be transferred to a cell phone or a bank card, or it can even be exchanged for cash to appear inside the host's garment bag. After handing the milk tea to An Ikersen and Wang Xiaoqian respectively, Yi Dong checked his cell phone balance and there was really a transfer of 80 renminbi. Looking up at An Ikersen, Yi Dong could not help but have both eyes glowing, feeling that An Ikersen was a moving treasure. An Ikersen's heart was marveling at Yi Dong's changes when she happened to look up and see Yi Dong's gaze towards her. Her cheeks could not help but blush again. This guy wouldn't really want to hit on himself, but today's Yi Dong still really feels especially handsome. An Ikersen had also had a boyfriend during her university days, and although her external conditions were not as good as Yi Dong's, her family's conditions were much better than Yi Dong's. She was in the same position as Zhang Jigang's family, but her family's conditions were about the same. It was similar to the conditions of Zhang Jigang's family, but this condition of the man, relatively speaking, it is easy to philandering a little bit. In the discovery of another woman to intervene, An Ikersen is also a choice of fast and furious. Looking at the sunny and handsome Yi Dong in front of her, An Ikersen suddenly felt that the other half of the family conditions, perhaps really may not be so important. Wang Xiaoqian inadvertently discovered that the two were locking eyes, couldn't help but joke. Kuxin, what kind of eyes are you looking at? How come Yi Dong's cup of milk tea captured your heart? Rarely An Ikersen did not retort, she just lowered her head and shyly drank the milk tea. Noticing An Ikersen's expression was off, Wang Xiaoqian could not help but stare. In fact, even if An Ikersen and Yi Dong looked at each other, it was nothing to her. It was just that this scene today was already too fantastical. Yi Dong did not have a little bit of this idea. He was just calculating in his mind. How can he spend a little more money on An Ikersen? This is the spot 100% interest. Rare to meet a so familiar beauty. How to make a fortune. Then he gathered enough courage and said, An Ikersen, can I invite you to go shopping? Wang Xiaoqian looked at this scene with her mouth wide open. Originally thought that Ni Kurson would refuse. Who knew that Ni Kuxian would gently nod her head in agreement? This is good on. Wang Xiaoqian's inner shock could no longer be described in words. Immediately afterward, she firmly said, Yi Dong, why did you only invite Ni Kuxian alone? I want to go too. Faced with this kind of request from Wang Xiaoqian, Yi Dong was also in a daze. Wang Xiaoqian's looks did not even reach the system's standards, and to put it bluntly, the money spent on her was money with no return. If he had a choice, he certainly did not want to bring Wang Xiaoqian along, but people have said, if they really do not agree, Ni Kurson will not think that he started what color. After all, a lone man and a woman is certainly not as safe as a three-person pair. Thinking of this, Yi Dong also had no choice but to reluctantly smile. Where? I was about to invite you as well. Faced with this explanation from Yi Dong, Wang Xiaoqian was also non-committal. She certainly knew that Yi Dong had no intention of inviting himself at all. Today happened to be Sunday. There were no classes anyway. Several people stopped a cab at the school gate and went to the city center. In a short while, a few people came to the prosperous trade street. Yi Dong looked at the balance of the cell phone inside the more than 500 yuan. The heart is also in the calculation of the beginning to buy what good it. Just as he was thinking about it, two little girls carrying flower baskets came over. Big brother, buy a flower for your girlfriend. Yi Dong's eyes lit up. Truly a sleepy head. Smiling, he asked, little sister, how much do you pay for this flower? The two little girls heard Yi Dong ask this, and their hearts were also happy. Usually when someone asks for a price, 9 times out of 10, this business is a success. Chapter 5 Crazy Shopping. One of the wittier little girls smiled and said, Big brother, we pay $10 a rose here. Yi Dong heard this and did not care about the price. Laughing, he said, you two little girls are together, right? Help me wrap up a bunch of roses for $500 and give it to this beautiful sister next to me. Ni Kurson did not expect that just after arriving at the commercial street, Yi Dong was going to send her roses. What's more, she did not expect to be so generous, buying 500 renminbi roses in one breath. Although she had agreed to accompany Yi Dong out shopping together, she had not thought about whether or not she wanted to talk to Yi Dong as a boyfriend or girlfriend. This would have a different meaning if she took the roses. Wang Xiaoqian, who was next to her, was likewise looking at Yi Dong incredulously. She did not expect Yi Dong to spend money so generously. 500 yuan. Almost 10 days of living expenses, so casually buy roses. The two little girls were very happy to hear that the cost of the roses was only $1 or $2. Usually cannot sell a few a day. Did not expect today just opened a super big customer. Almost emptied their baskets. Soon they wrapped up a large bouquet of roses. One of the girls thanked, Big brother, thank you for taking care of us. We also counted 10 more roses for you. Yi Dong pointed towards the side and pointed at Ni Kurson. Smiling, he said, give the flowers to this beautiful big sister, and your mission will be accomplished. Seeing this, Ni Kurson said with a somewhat difficult expression, Yi Dong, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Yi Dong smiled at his words. He said, Ni Xin, don't misunderstand. It's nothing to give a small gift between classmates. You don't want these two little sisters to suffer in the crowd. For the first half of Yi Dong's sentence, both Ni Xin and Wang Xiaoqian definitely did not believe it. They had never heard that there were roses sent between classmates, and they were also sent in such a large bunch. Ni Xin glanced at the two little girls in front of her with an expectant look on their faces, and after hesitating for a while, she still took the roses over. Seeing this, Yi Dong was overjoyed and directly paid 500 renminbi with his cell phone. With a thought, when he looked at the balance again, it had already turned into 1,000 renminbi. With this feeling, Yi Dong did not even know how to describe his mood. In his heart, he could not wait to think about what he would buy for Ni Xin with the 1,000 renminbi. Ni Kurson held the bouquet of flowers in her hand, and in her heart, she had basically thought it through. Although Yi Dong's family condition is not good, but he is generous and romantic in treating his girlfriend, and his looks are so sunny and handsome, so what's the harm in getting along? Subsequently, the three of them chose a large shopping center. Due to Ni Kurson holding a bouquet of flowers, always not very convenient, chose a counter at a counter, sent to put a little. Yi Dong looked at the variety of stores in front of him, and immediately had a feeling of not being able to start. Giving Ni Xin a gift by himself was also a delicate task. Not only do you have to choose the right price, but also the other party likes it. Thinking about it is a burst of headache. Fortunately, the time is still early. Yi Dong do not believe that he has the money still cannot spend out. Shopping is of course a girl's favorite thing to do. Ni Kurson and Wang Xiaoqian has not been to the city center for a long time. Just entering the mall, the smiles on their faces were obviously much more. When strolling to a jewelry store, Yi Dong also looked at the various price tags, which are quite fair. mostly between tens and hundreds of dollars. Yi Dong directly chose two sorts of jewelry with a value that added up to exactly 1,000 yuan. Walking over to Anikoxian's side, he lightly smiled and said, "These two pieces of jewelry are quite beautiful. I would like to buy them for you, can I?" Yi Dong's words stunned both Anikoxian and Wang Xiaoqian. Normally when a man and a woman went shopping, it was the woman who asked the man to buy a gift in a pampered manner. Even when Anikoxian and her ex-boyfriend used to go shopping, they rarely took the initiative to buy gifts for her. When it came to Yi Dong, he took the initiative to buy flowers, and now he wanted to send jewelry. To know that Anikoxian now and Yi Dong cannot be official announcement. Seeing that Yi Dong did not look like he was joking, Anikoxian hesitated a little and softly nodded her head and gave After paying the 1,000 yuan, not more than 2 seconds later, the balance on Yi Dong's cell phone became 2,000. Subsequently, 4,000 of clothes, 8,000 of cosmetics. When Yi Dong wanted to send a luxury bag worth more than 15,000 to Anikoxian, it really shocked Anikoxian. In the past, even when Yi Dong sent his girlfriend Lu Weiwei a gift, the most expensive one was only worth thousands of dollars, now out to more than 10,000 yuan. And look at Yi Dong's demeanor. Do not see a trace of pain expression. It seems that the 10,000 or so that he spent is just a sprinkle of water. Anikoxian and Wang Xiaoqian, in their hearts, both coincidentally came up with a bold idea. Yi Dong will not be a rich man's son. Right. During the university deliberately pretend to be poor to find true love. The results of Lu Xinxin have eyes but no pearls, will soon be the occasion of the graduation of the university to give up Yi Dong. This kind of idea is uncontrollable once it comes out, and the more I think about it, the more likely it is. When out of the luxury bag store, Anikoxian and Wang Xiaoqian, heart more sure of this idea. After buying a bag worth more than $15,000, Yi Dong did not say anything, backhandedly bought another limited edition luxury bag worth $30,000, and it was forced to Anikoxian, saying that it was for her to change her back if she had nothing else to do. This kind of operation simply stunned Anikoxian and Wang Xiaoqian. Wang Xiaoqian has even become deeply envious of Anikoxian. It was important to know that when she first started, she still felt that Yi Dong was not worthy of Anikoxian. Yi Dong, why don't we just shop here today? You bought me too many things. I'm a little afraid to accept them. After leaving this bag store, seeing Yi Dong still looking like he was not finished, Anikoxian could not help but advise in a small voice. She was really a bit scared. Yi Dong sent her so many expensive gifts at once. Could it be that he wanted to get himself right away? Although Anikoxian was no longer a virgin, she was not the kind of girl who was casual. If Yi Dong really asked for that later, she wouldn't even know how to refuse. Yi Dong was now shopping vigorously, and the balance inside his cell phone had already come to more than $60,000. Suddenly heard Anikoxian actually do not want to shop. Heart is also stunned. Suddenly felt that his abnormal behavior today was indeed a little difficult to understand. But although this $60,000 or so was already quite a lot, it was still far from his $1 million limit for today. Still, he advised, Anikoxian, you must not think that I have any ideas, and you should not have any psychological burden. I just want to give you a gift like crazy to vent out my feelings of being dumped by my girlfriend today. Yi Dong's half-truth made Anikoxian hesitate again. Chapter 6, Kicking a short and frustrated man in the face. Anikoxian was the kind of girl who wanted both bread and love. Perhaps the desire for bread would take up a large proportion, but it did not prevent her from longing for a good love. Yi Dong's current strength and sunny and handsome appearance were both completely Anikoxian's other half in her fantasies. Next to her, Wang Xiaoqian's heart was sour, but for the sake of her best friend's happiness, she also advised, Xin, Yi Dong is willing to buy you a gift, so just let him buy it. It's also a token of his appreciation. Under Wang Xiaoqian's perfect assist, Anikoxian also half-heartedly agreed. Yi Dong did not expect Wang Xiaoqian to have this kind of role and gave the other party a look of gratitude. This look, in Wang Xiaoqian's heart was automatically translated into, you are a good redneck. Yi Dong didn't care what the two girls thought in their hearts. What he wanted most right now was to spend money on Anikoxian and then make double the money. After looking at the balance of more than 60,000 inside his cell phone, Yi Dong directly looked for the most extravagant jewelry store inside a mall, intending to make a big purchase here. Since this jewelry store's main focus is an expensive word, there really aren't many people shopping, but the service attitude really cannot be said. Basically the guests go in as a one-on-one service. Since he came in, Yi Dong was not in a hurry to get down. The beautiful service staff to support away, but randomly in Anikoxian two people shopped up. Prices can really afford the word luxury. Most of the jewelry price tag, the amount of basically almost reached 5 figures. Yi Dong even saw several pieces of jewelry with large 5-digit amounts. Of course, this was the price that Yi Dong wanted to see the most. At this time, two more guests walked in. and the service staff rushed to welcome them. The man looks like a rich man, although his body is short and frustrated, but the thick gold necklace on his neck, coupled with several jeweled rings on his hands, afraid that others do not know that he is rich, and he accompanied the female companion is more dazzling, although it is made up, but with Yi-Don's eyesight, this woman even if the makeup is removed, at least is also with N-I-Q-X-I-N a level. In terms of body shape, she was even better than N-I-Kursen. Although this beauty and the short and frustrated man together looks very incongruous, but in today's society, it is also the most normal phenomenon. In the past, it was a beautiful woman with a hero, but now it's only the rich who can be the hero. A man came in and said with a big grin, "Baby, 100,000 yuan below what fancy pick. Today let you see what is luxury." The woman heard, very happy in the short frustrated male face kiss. "Thank you hubby," N-I-Kursen and Wang Xiaoqian, who were next to her, of course, also took the scene in their eyes. Yi-Don's figure became even taller in their hearts. It did not take long for the short frustrated man and his female companion to stroll into an area with the three of Yi-Don. It was not known if Yi-Don's sunny and handsome appearance had caused the short and frustrated man's dissatisfaction. A look at Yi-Don's entire body is stall goods, adding up to absolutely no more than 500 yuan. Beside the N-I-Kursen this level of beauty, the short and frustrated man then felt that this was the biggest provocation to his wealth. Turning to the service staff next to him, he coldly grunted, "Aren't you a luxury jewelry store? How come you can come in and shop with all the trash?" These obviously insinuating words caused Yi-Don several people to be stunned in their hearts. "I'm afraid this bastard is not sick, right?" Yi-Don would not spoil him, and angrily rebuked at the short frustrated man. "Who did you short fat guy call trash?" The short frustrated man's biggest taboo in his life was the fear of someone saying he was short and fat. Yi-Don's sentence of short and fat instantly caused the short and frustrated man to storm out. More so, he felt that it made him lose face in front of his beautiful female companion. "You little yakuza." Cursing out of his mouth, he then attacked Yi-Don with a punch without the slightest warning. One thing was for sure, this short frustrated man was quite agile despite his short stature. Otherwise he would not have dared to make a sudden move in the face of Yi-Don who was 2 heads taller than him. If the Yi-Don before today were to be replaced, he would not necessarily be the opponent of this short and frustrated man. Now Yi-Don's body and strength had already reached the 3-man chopper. At the moment the short frustrated man struck out, he had already made a backhanded move, clasping the short frustrated man's arm, followed by a kick that sent him flying to the ground. "Ah!" The few women around basically screamed at the same time. The fight between the two was actually only 2 to 3 seconds. Yi-Don had still collected most of his force, or else the short frustrated man would not simply be lying on the ground. The store's manager and security personnel had already heard the news and rushed to ask the clerk what had just happened. The short and frustrated man who had already been helped up by his female companion saw the situation and pointed at Yi-Don and yelled loudly, "What else is there to ask? I was beaten up by him. Hurry up and call the police." Yi-Don coldly grunted, "Call the police. Just now but you firsthand. I just self-defense, but there is a monitor on the head." When the short and frustrated man heard this, he immediately wilted, and didn't ask the manager to call the police about it anymore. The manager of course did not want to call the police. Once this kind of thing was reported to the police, it would have a great impact on their business. After asking the clerk what happened, although Yi-Don was in the right, the manager's heart was still clearly in favor of the short and frustrated man, but he just didn't show it. Nowadays, in this internet era, especially in a big store like this one, if it is really exposed that there is any different treatment, this manager of his is also at the end of his days. After advising each other for a few sentences, seeing that both of them were not fighting, they left the place with the security personnel, next to N-I-Kursen and Wang Xiaoqian, who had now been numbed by the shock of Yi-Dong's skill. Just now, the flowing hands Yi-Dong had shown was just like an action movie, which had simply opened their eyes. They could not have imagined that their classmate who had been with them for more than 3 years would have so many secrets in his body. In one day, not only did he show them his wealth, but he also had such a great body. They even thought that those experts inside the taekwondo club inside the university might not be Yi-Dong's opponent. Although the short frustrated man ate a little loss, hands he certainly did not dare, mouth really did not stop, said to the beautiful female companion next to him, "Handsome, good hands have no use. Girls looking for a boyfriend must polish their eyes. The external conditions which is not as real as this," said stretching out his right hand, shook the hand of those gold rings. These words were obviously said to N-I-Q-X-I-N. Yi-Dong listened and laughed speechlessly. "Short fatty, aren't you just trying to say that money is everything? Why don't we bet today and see who is more luxurious? You can buy whatever I buy in this store. Let's see if you really have that strength." Yi-Dong basically saw that the other party was a swollen-faced character from the moment the short frustrated man entered the store. The sentence under $100,000 to choose whatever he wanted. Where would a truly rich person put so much effort on the surface? Generally, Those who liked to bring thick necklaces and gold rings were not really rich. Chapter 7, a character who plays the pig and eats the tiger. The short and frustrated man heard Yi Dong, who was covered in ground goods, even proposed to compete with himself in terms of financial strength. He could not help but laugh contemptuously. Kid, I admit that you are more handsome than me, and your hands are better than mine, but what qualifications do you have to compare your financial strength with me? Yi Dong heard this and did not bother with nonsense. Directly said, nonsense so much, you directly say dare or not, whoever wants to lose is. Short frustrated man saw Yi Dong's so confident look. The heart is also a little hesitant. In his heart, he was a bit skeptical that Yi Dong's body of ground goods was not meant to be a pig in a poke. However, when he looked up and saw Yi Dong's contemptuous eyes, a fire immediately rose upwards. Said, good, since you want to make a fool of yourself, I will fulfill you. I would like to see if you are really as powerful as your mouth says. Yi Dong was delighted in his heart when he heard this. He was really afraid that the short and frustrated man would not compete with him. Today's cashback amount was still early from 1 million. Yi Dong was worried that he could not find a reason to make a big purchase. And then he looked at the short and frustrated man in front of him, but he was a little bit more obedient. Miss, help me wrap this pair of earrings. Since he had an excuse, Yi Dong was not polite and directly looked for a diamond earring with a price tag of 50,000 RMB as the first appetizer. In response to Yi Dong's maneuver, several expressions immediately appeared on the faces of the several people beside him. Animerecap and Wang Xiaoqian both had shocked expressions on their faces. The gifts that Yi Dong had bought for Animerecap just now were many, but they only added up to about $60,000, while this diamond earring alone was $50,000. And looking at Yi Dong's expression, this was just the beginning. Although Animerecap and Wang Xiaoqian were both from the mountain city, their family situations were average, and their monthly expenses at school usually did not exceed 3,000 yuan. Yi Dong's 20,000 to 30,000 yuan bag just now had scared them a bit. Now a shot is another 50,000 yuan diamond earrings. Small heart were shocked to flutter. The female companion next to the short and frustrated man and the beautiful store clerk all had a look of surprise. The short and frustrated man was a bit ugly. He brought his mistress here today to show his financial strength, but the budget was within $100,000. This Nima is $50,000 in one shot. How can ye follow behind? Yi Dong took the wrapped up diamond earrings and directly handed them to Animerecap, who was still in a state of confusion. Turning to the beautiful store clerk, he said, bring your collection codes over here. I'll buy one and pay for the other, lest someone say I can't afford it. It didn't take long. Yi Dong simply paid the $50,000. Then he looked up at the short frustrated man with a smile. This 50,000 yuan diamond earrings, but it is not difficult to short frustrated man. Originally also in his 100,000 yuan budget, it was also very quick, bought it and handed it over to his female companion. Yi Dong saw the situation, without saying anything, and pointed to a diamond necklace worth 98,888 yuan. Smiling faintly at the beautiful sales clerk, he said, Miss, help me wrap this diamond necklace. The price of this diamond necklace was basically the most expensive piece of jewelry in their store. The beautiful clerk was also elated to hear this. Her commission today was definitely a sizable number. It wasn't long before Animerecap already had 2 exquisite jewelry boxes in her hands. After paying over the sum of nearly $100,000, Yi Dong raised his head and looked at the short frustrated man with contempt. The short frustrated man's face was now also green and white. Yi Dong's outburst of bravado was completely out of his expectation. Looking at the eyes of the surrounding crowd staring at him, coupled with the face of the beautiful female companion next to him with an expectant expression, clenched his teeth and still bought this diamond necklace, then stared fiercely at Yi Dong. The expression was like saying, are you not great? Have the ability to buy again? Ah. Yi Dong laughed. He now had a balance of over $200,000. Laughing, he said, it's too much effort to buy one by one. Why don't you just buy 2 this time? Turning around, he walked to another counter and pointed to the 2 gemstone necklaces and said to the beautiful clerk, wrap these 2 gemstone necklaces together for me. This flirty maneuver of Yi Dong made the crowd shocked again. These 2 gemstone necklaces and the diamond necklace just now were basically one price, adding up to almost infinitely close to $200,000. It was hard to imagine that Yi Dong, who was covered in ground floor goods, bought it without even blinking an eye. After quickly paying the money, Yi Dong was again looking at the short frustrated man with the same expression as earlier. The female companion next to the short and frustrated man was now surprised and jealous in her heart. The surprise was that today's harvest far exceeded the prediction in her heart. And the jealousy was of course Animerecap next to Yi Dong. In addition to being slightly younger than herself, her looks were just about the same as her own, and her figure was even worse than her own in some aspects. Why can he only be a junior? while the other party can be a real girlfriend. And then look at Yi Dong's sunny and handsome appearance. Shopping for a good time? The heart of jealousy are almost condensed into a substance. Glancing at his short and frustrated male companion beside him, his face still had a hesitant expression. Although the heart is a little disgusted, but still took out their own must-have skills. It is rare to stumble upon someone to help. They do not try to be a little sorry for this body looks, petulantly said. Hubby, come on, you're the best. While saying, also took out his own absolute murder weapon. To the short fat man body rubbed. The short and fat man was rubbed by this. Immediately was a stream of spermatozoa. Without the slightest hesitation the same bought 2 gemstone necklaces, just in the payment of the bill. That face muscle trembling expression, present who can see his heart of meat pain intention. After paying the sum of nearly $200,000, the short and fat man looked at Yi Dong's eyes again, and there was no longer the slightest bit of arrogance and provocation in his eyes. There was even a flavor of softening and begging for forgiveness in his eyes, where he now does not know. Today encountered is definitely a pig in disguise to eat a tiger's ruthless character. Yi Dong didn't seem to see it. He was now spending money with vigor. How could he stop? Walked to another counter. Although there is no longer so high-value jewelry here, but there are still many 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. This time out directly is 7 pieces of jewelry, adding up to exactly 400,000 yuan. The competition between the two men's financial strength had long attracted the guests who were loitering in this jewelry store. For Yi Dong's bravado, their hearts were all shocked as well. Now is the time of economic recession. This kind of money is not money spending method, usually only appear in the novel. In reality, where have they seen this kind of heart shocked at the same time as also feel eye-opening? Yi Dong then packaged 7 pieces of jewelry. A brain to an eye person is still in a state of confusion, and then looked up with the same eyes at the short frustrated man. Looking at Yi Dong's contemptuous eyes, the short and frustrated man instantly wimped out. He was just a big demolition compensation holder. Most of his assets were real estate, and paying that 200,000 just now was very painful. Blame yourself for being a spermatozoa, and now you're already regretting it. Crying and wailing, he said, Big brother, I'm wrong, I'm dog-eyed, I'm just a swollen face, I admit that it is, said also ignored the surrounding crowd's ridicule, pulled next to the beautiful woman companion, Lo had to go out. Before that gorgeous woman left, she also turned back to Yi Dong and threw an eyebrow. Fortunately, the short and frustrated man did not see it, otherwise he really lost both his face and face. Chapter 8, The Perfect Prince Charming. Yi Dong saw this, but he did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Glancing at the beautiful sales clerk, he pointed at the counter and said, this, and that are all wrapped up for me. In the crowd's shocked gazes, Yi Dong chose 3 more sorts of jewelry that were worth 150,000 to 160,000 dollars in total. Mentally calculating silently, the items purchased today were not much closer to 1 million. Wang Xiaoqian looked at An Kerson's hand with a large bag carrying a large pile. The heart is also envious swallowed saliva. Today Yi Dong's operation simply overturned her 3 views. Shopping down the street, shopping down the goods can also be ho into this way. And An Kerson really was Yi Dong this crazy move scared. An ex-boyfriend talked about almost half a year of friends, to An Kerson to buy gifts, a total of add up to 2 or 3 million. Even then, An Xin also paid what she should pay. And Yi Dong had spent almost $1 million on An Xin in one day, saying that he didn't want to get anything from her. Who would believe it? Until Yi Dong put the last 3 boxes of jewelry packaged, sent to An Kerson's hands. Only then did she say somewhat incoherently, Yi Dong, this, so much jewelry, I can't use it. It doesn't matter, you just take it, you really can't use it. You can give it to Wang Xiaoqian next to you. Yi Dong, however, said indifferently. At the moment An Xin received the jewelry box, the system had already shown that the final return amount of 300,000 had arrived. Even if An Xin gave all the gifts in her hand to Wang Xiaoqian, it didn't matter to Yi Dong. But An Kerson and Wang Xiaoqian heard Yi Dong's words, but immediately a little confused. An Kerson hand-carry jewelry box cannot be a cheap goods. The cheapest are 50,000 yuan. Even if the relationship is good girlfriends, so expensive items, but also cannot say send it. But with Yi Dong's words, An Kerson could only bite her tongue and chose 2 jewelry boxes of the lowest value and handed them to Wang Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, here are a pair of earrings and a necklace. Take them, I can't use so many anyway. Although Wang Xiaoqian wanted it in her heart, she also felt that it was too expensive. Nervously, she said, Ku Xin, this is not too appropriate. This is a gift that Yi Dong bought especially for you. Yi Dong heard, very generous said, Wang Xiaoqian, An Kerson willing to give you on it. Maybe I really buy too much. An Kerson heard Yi Dong said so, although there was a little reluctance in her heart. but she still stuffed the 2 jewelry boxes more to Wang Xiaoqian, then looked at the hands of so many big bags and small bags, and then the value of 15,000 bags also stuffed to Wang Xiaoqian. Anyway, so expensive jewelry are sent, so it is generous again. Let Yi Dong know that he is not a too material girl. For this point, Yi Dong did not care too much at all. Took a look at the balance inside the display of nearly 980,000 yuan. The heart has been cool, although the beauty level rebate is buy one return two, but still have to pay the capital. Yi Dong today is also equivalent to empty gloves, less than half a day, with 500 yuan of capital into nearly 1 million. I thought that if I met a super goddess level above 5 points, if I gave him $1 million to spend, it would not be 100 million. With this kind of system in place, the future life is not the peak of life in minutes. Yi Dong, who was in a good mood, casually said, "I'm tired of shopping for so long. I'll treat you two to something to eat." Subsequently, the 3 of them were sent out of the entrance of this store under the manager's very enthusiastic attitude. Yi Dong saw that the bags in Nico Xian's hands were simply too many. He suggested, "Why don't you take these shopping bags to the counter and store them first, and we'll look for another restaurant." Nico Xin, however, shook her head in a hurry. "No need. It doesn't weigh much. It's better for me to hold it in my hand. If there were dozens or hundreds of items, Nico Xin might be willing to store them. However, the items in her hand added up to almost 1 million, so how could she be assured that she would be able to save them at the counter? If she lost it, she would have no place to cry." Yi Dong saw the situation, also lazy to persuade again. Anyway, he will not go to the hands to mention. He originally had no idea about Nico, and after determining the system's counterintuitive rebate situation, he would have even less of an idea. For Yi Dong not taking the initiative to help her carry the bags, Nico did not have the slightest complaint in her heart. For a girl who favored materialism, there was a handsome man who was willing to spend $1 million on a gift for her. What else did she have to complain about? Several people then looked for a seafood restaurant. Yi Dong also ordered several kinds of seafood that he had never eaten before. With money on him, he would definitely not treat his stomach poorly. Not long after, king crab, big lobster, big abalone and the like were served on a large table. Not to mention Yi Dong, even Nico and Wang Xiaoqian had not seen so much delicious food at the same time. Several people were indeed a little hungry, and they were not polite. Plus the flavor was really delicious. They all chose their favorite food and ate it. Half an hour later, looking at the desktop, there is still so much seafood left. Wang Xiaoqian said with a little embarrassment, "Yi Dong, can I pack these leftovers back to eat?" Yi Dong laughed. "Of course you can. Saving food is everyone's responsibility." He grew up so big. It was also the first time he came to eat in such a high-grade seafood restaurant, and when he was excited, he accidentally ordered too much. Now Wang Xiaoqian is willing to pack just what Yi Dong wants. When he went downstairs and met a boutique men's clothing store, Yi Dong took a look at the ground floor goods he was wearing. To the 2 girls, he said, "You guys wait for me, I'll go in and buy a set of clothes and come out right away." He didn't want to commit himself when he had so much money on him, and he didn't want to go into any role of pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. Without waiting for Nico and Wang Xiaoqian to respond, Yi Dong entered this men's clothing store. Nico and Wang Xiaoqian looked at the hands of the big bag. Very sensible did not follow in. Not a few minutes, the whole body has changed. A set of brand new Yi Dong came out. Hands also carried a set of brand new. As for that set of old clothes, directly called the clerk to throw away. Although it is not a big change, but in front of Yi Dong, more let Nico and Wang Xiaoqian eyes bright. The saying that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles is by no means an empty claim. Looking at the handsome Yi Dong in front of him, Nico's heart is now nervous and expectant. Today, Yi Dong spent so much money on her. She even a little bit expect Yi Dong to put forward what not to think. It is not strange for her to have this kind of mentality. Yi Dong's extraordinary purchasing power, coupled with his sunny and handsome appearance, is the perfect Prince Charming image in the center of many girls. Chapter 9, The Class Flower Wants to Chase Backward. It was a pity that Yi Dong's mind was now filled with calculations on how to spend tomorrow's quota. He didn't even notice Nico Xian's little girl-like expression. "It's not too early. Why don't I send you back to school?" Yi Dong suddenly opened his mouth. When Nico Xian and Wang Xiaoqian heard this, they both looked at Yi Dong with a bit of surprise. Wang Xiaoqian had thought in her heart that Yi Dong would immediately detach himself. She was not stupid. Yi Dong's crazy shopping today was given to Nico, and in Wang Xiaoqian's thought, the 2 of them would most likely go and roll in bed tonight, which had thought that Yi Dong did not have that kind of idea at all. Nico Xian even had a feeling of loss in her heart. After picking up the roses, a few people then stopped a cab, and by the time they arrived at the school, it was already getting dark. A few people walked to the dormitory area, and when they were about to separate, Nico Xian then said with a desire to speak, "Yi Dong, don't you want to add my WeChat? NICOXIN? I said that I just want to go crazy today. I really don't have any ideas. These gifts are even your reward for accompanying me to go crazy. You must not have any psychological burden. Yi Dong's mind was now full of how to find, above 9 points, a goddess-level character. Where else would he want to add any WeChat? Annie Kerson's face was full of incredulity when she heard Yi Dong's words. The heart is a little skeptical of life. First, he sent roses, then madly bought gifts, and now he even said that he really did not have any thoughts about himself. But immediately a firm thought was revealed in her heart. This kind of man, no matter if he has no idea about himself, if he misses it, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Then in Wang Xiaoqian's incredulous eyes, NICOXIN said in the equivalent of a petulant tone, Yi Dong, do you think I am not beautiful? Yi Dong did not expect Annie Kerson to ask this, and replied back in a nebulous manner, how could it be? You are the famous department flower of our finance department. NICOXIN heard this and smiled charmingly. Placing the items in her hands on the ground temporarily, she took out her cell phone and handed it to Yi Dong. Put your cell phone number in. I'll go back later to add you on WeChat. Yi Dong was also a little confused by NICOXIN's maneuver. In his heart, he sighed. This was the magic of money. He now did not doubt for a second that as long as he nodded his head, he could get the delicate class flower in front of him at any time. But knowing that after he had the super system, his life in the future would definitely stand at the very top of this world, and his eyesight had definitely become higher. Even if he wanted to find a girlfriend, he should at least look for a super goddess with a score of 9.5 or above. Although Annie Kerson was the flower of the class, she was also the top-ranked flower in the finance department. But among the school flowers of the entire Southwest University, NICOXIN simply couldn't rank. To say that the quality of the beauty is high, but also to count the art department girls, the entire school ranked the top 10 school flowers. The art department girls accounted for 9. However, looking at the front of the choo-choo moving Annie Kerson, people have handed over the cell phone. If you refuse, Yi Dong feel a little cruel. After entering his own number, he returned the cell phone to Annie Kerson. Afterwards, he smiled and said goodbye. It's not early, you guys also go back to rest earlier. Looking at Yi Dong's departing back, Wang Xiaoqian then shockingly said, today was really crazy. Who would have thought that the most famous lickspittle level character in our class has another identity that is little known? Not only are his hands so good, the generosity of his hand is simply subverting my imagination. Even Principal Wang is nothing more than that. QXIN. You said that Yi Dong wouldn't be the eldest son of some top mansion, right? Why is Yi Dong not surnamed Ma? NICOXIN was acting like she didn't hear Wang Xiaoqian's words clearly. Melancholy said, Xiaoqian, why do you think Yi Dong would send me so many gifts and even gave me roses? What exactly is he after? Wang Xiaoqian was also quite able to understand NICOXIN's mood. With the abilities Yi Dong had demonstrated today, which girl could stand up to it? But she was also confused. How could she know what exactly Yi Dong was trying to do? She could only comfort her by saying, QXIN. Perhaps Yi Dong is using his desire to catch you, and is using a long line to catch a big fish. NICOXIN smiled to herself as she listened. Xiaoqian, you say this out loud. You don't believe it yourself, but also put a long line to catch a big fish. If I didn't hand him the cell phone, he didn't even want to tell me the number. Annie Kerson is not stupid. Yi Dong spends so much money, still need to use the trick of desire. It's not an exaggeration to say that today Yi Dong spends this $1 million. It's entirely possible to chase after more than 10 beautiful women of her caliber in the university, or the kind of complete chase to the hand. Seeing Annie Kerson stuck in it, Wang Xiaoqian could only say, Kerson, you don't need to think too much. Yi Dong has broken up with Lu Weiwei anyway, and there are still more than 2 months to go before he graduates from college. You can completely use the advantage of being in the same class to chase Yi Dong backwards. You have to believe in yourself. You are a more beautiful woman than Lu Weiwei. NICOXIN heard Wang Xiaoqian's words. Her melancholic eyes also emitted a bright light all of a sudden. Regardless of whether it is possible to chase or not, how can one be willing without trying? Yi Dong returned to the dormitory that had accompanied him for several years, and several of his dormitory mates were playing with their cell phones. Upon seeing Yi Dong's return, several people's eyes lit up. This outfit on Yi Dong was also considered to be a bird's eye view, although it was not about any luxury clothing, but it was more than 10 times better than the original ground floor goods. One of them who had a better relationship with Yi Dong was called Wang Jinchuan. Taking the lead, he asked, Dongzi, you won the lottery. When did you go and buy the new clothes? Yi Dong smiled and replied, sort of won a small prize. Jinchuan, Wu Xi Bin, Lu Ku, don't play with your cell phone. Go outside the school for a late night snack. My treat. Yi Dong's 3 roommates, in addition to Wang Jinchuan, The remaining two feelings are just average. Living in the same dormitory for more than 3 years, also basically did not have any conflicts. In comparison, they were also a little better than ordinary classmates. Hearing that Yi Dong wants to treat, several people are excited and a little surprised. Yi Dong usually had a bit of money. Basically it was all spent on Lu Weiwei. Anyway, it was very difficult to see Yi Dong treating guests. Dongzi, the sun has come out from the west today. It seems like your kid has really won the lottery. Luca laughed and teased. Of course, several people did not pursue Yi Dong to ask how much he had actually won. The news also did not broadcast any news about where in the neighborhood he had won a double color ball, lotto jackpot or anything like that. In their hearts, they all guessed that Yi Dong should have won a lottery ticket such as a scratch-off. Not long, a few people came to the barbecue square outside the campus. Yi Dong chose a barbecue store with the best business, and after doing a good job on the dam outside the store door, he handed the menu to a few people. Smiling, he said, "Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Don't ever be polite." Chapter 10, The Barbecue Booth Encounter. Although Yi Dong told several people to order whatever they wanted to eat, the three of them didn't have much of a death wish. Each person also only ordered $20 or $30. No matter what the dishes or a few skewers of several skewers of points. Yi Dong saw a few people grumbling and said to the service staff next to him, "Erase all the ones ordered by them just now. I'll order them myself." Taking the menu from Wang Jinchuan's hand, he casually glanced at it, said, "Mutton skewers, beef skewers, squid skewers, and cashew flowers as well to 100 skewers, and then get me a plate of large portions of lobster, as well as another barbecued fish, and in addition to add another 100 yuan of vegetarian dishes to me. You see to it." Subsequently, looked at a few dumbfounded roommates, asked, "You drink or drink?" Only then did Wang Jinchuan come back to his senses, and asked a bit incoherently, "Dongzi, how did you order so much? It's too much of a waste." They had just looked at the menu, and the dishes Yi Dong ordered added up to at least 2,000 RMB. It was almost as much as their living expenses for a month. "It's fine. If you can't finish it, you can pack it back later and heat it up for tomorrow morning's breakfast," Yi Dong replied indifferently. Then he glanced at a few people and continued to ask, "Drink beer or drink? Such a good barbecue. How can I drink drinks on the beer?" Seeing that Yi Dong, who was treating the guests, was indifferent, Wang Jinchuan also said in a bold manner. Wu Zhibin and Lu Ke were both nodding excitedly. Their family situation was just a little bit better than Yi Dong's. Where would they normally have the opportunity to eat such a refreshing barbecue? While the several people were excited, they were also surprised that Yi Dong was suddenly so generous. Even if Yi Dong had won the lottery, he would not be generous enough to treat them to such a good barbecue. Wang Jinchuan was a little more casual in his questioning due to his better relationship with Yi Dong. "Dongzi, did you really win the lottery?" Yi Dong definitely could not tell the truth, and even if he did, they definitely would not believe it. Half-truths and half-falsehoods, he said back, "I didn't win the lottery, but I made a bit of money from buying stocks in the past few days." According to the explanation given by the system, the nearly $1 million earned today is well documented in the stock market, and there is no fear of others suspecting anything. The system has even given him several major financial markets around the world, all opened accounts respectively. Of course, now this small amount of money certainly will not enter the eyes of others. Wait until the future funds billions of tens of billions of dollars. If there is no reasonable explanation, surely someone has to come to check their own source of funds. Several people are financial department. For Yi Dong said the stock, this kind of thing is too familiar. They usually also in the small play. Loss cannot lose anything. Earn is to earn 2 packs of cigarettes money only. And Yi Dong please a barbecue have spent more than 2,000 yuan. That earn money at least are tens of thousands of it. How much capital does it take to earn so much money? The heart is very curious. Yi Dong, where did he get the capital? Of course, everyone has their own little secrets, and there is no one who is stupid enough to break the pot to the end. In a short while, various kinds of barbecues were brought up one after another, and soon filled up a large table. Looking at the colorful and fragrant barbecued meat skewers in front of him, Wang Jinchuan and several people swallowed their saliva. Seeing this, Yi Dong said with a smile, "You guys can eat whatever you want. First use your stomach to pad some bottom and drinking beer." With so many meat skewers in front of them, several people were not polite. Each of them took their favorite barbecue skewers and jerked them off, because Yi Dong ordered too much. After the crayfish and grilled fish were set up, they could not be put down, and a new table was added. Yi Dong's stomach is not hungry at all. Casually eat a little bit, accompanied by a few people drink and chat. The topic of conversation of college boys is only which girl is how good looking within. After chatting, they chatted about Yi Dong's girlfriend, Lu Weiwei. "Dongzi, after graduating from college, did Lu Weiwei go to your hometown to find a job?" Wang Jinchuan asked while peeling a spicy crawfish. "Jinchuan, don't mention that woman. I no longer have any relationship with her. When the three of them heard this, they all looked at Yi Dong with a shocked expression. Yi Dong's impeccable care for Lu Weiwei over the past few years was evident to several people. They had thought that this pair of golden children would be cultivated, but who knew that when they were almost at the time of graduation, they had heard this news from Yi Dong's mouth. Dongzi, are you alright? Wang Jingchuan asked a bit uneasily. Yi Dong laughed. Do you see me like something is wrong? I just a little regret that I have been blind for these years. Forget it, don't mention that. I am now also considered to be out of the sea of bitterness. Let's have a toast. A few people see Yi Dong also does not look like sadness, although there are many questions in the heart, but then the topic of conversation, but also consciously or unconsciously avoid the topic of women. A few people were chatting about the ballgame when suddenly, a loud laugh came from the side. Ha ha ha, Yi Dong, it's really you asshole. I was worried about how to get you off campus. I didn't think that you would dare to come out for a barbecue. Yi Dong looked up and saw that 5 or 6 people had come next to him at some point. The one who let out a maniacal laugh was none other than Zhang Jigang, who had a conflict only in the afternoon, and the few people next to him were obviously social punks, with their hair in a whole mess and tattoos on their arms, fearing that others would not know that they were social gangsters. Speaking of coincidence, Zhang Jigang today was Yi Dong threw a slap. The heart is more and more thinking the more angry. Can't wait for this revenge to be a little earlier. Found a school gangster in the next class. Let him introduce a few social gangsters. Discuss how to take revenge on the matter. Of course, outside to find someone is certainly to pay the price. Tonight is ready to invite these several jerks one-stop service. First eat barbecue, then go to sing, and then is the sauna massage. Where do you want to not even start the first service? Met Yi Dong. Gongzi, is this the guy who cut you down this afternoon? A yellow hair arrogantly asked. Brother Jin Mao, this is the guy. You guys help me fix him up? I'll pay for the 2 days of one-stop service. Wang Jinchuan's man had no idea what was going on. Seeing that the golden hair several people did not look like good people, they did not understand why Zhang Jigang had to call this kind of gangster to deal with Yi Dong. Hurriedly stood up and advised. Jigang, what's going on with you and Dongzi? We are all classmates. Is there a need to make such a mess? Although they were all in the same class, Zhang Jigang and Wang Jinchuan's few people were not at all friendly. See, Wang Jinchuan stood up to persuade, but instead more arrogantly said, Wang Jinchuan, and you too. I know you are all a dormitory. Wait a moment to do it to advise you not to meddle in the affairs of others, or I will let the golden hair brother to you a piece of clean up. When Wu Zhibin and Lu Ku both heard this, they involuntarily stood up and took 2 steps back. It was obvious that they did not want to get involved in Yi Dong and Zhang Jigang's matter. Wang Jinchuan on the other hand did not back down. Holding his cell phone, he said, if you guys dare to make a move, I will immediately call the police. There is surveillance here. Chapter 11, Single European Group of Punks. From the attitude of Wang Jinchuan's trio, one could see how close or distant Yi Dong's relationship with a few people was. Of course, this regressive behavior of Wu Zhibin and Lu Ke was too normal in Yi Dong's opinion, and there was not a little bit of disappointment or anger. Although they had been in a dormitory for several years, the several people had always had a lukewarm relationship. It was impossible to make people fight with you for you just because they had invited a barbecue. Besides, the several people who are called Golden Hair Brother, obviously is the social gangster. A fierce and vicious look. Ordinary students generally see all to go around the character, or still dare to get involved in this matter, even with their own better relations Wang Jinchuan, and they backed off. Yi Dong are very understandable. However, Wang Jinchuan not only did not back off, but instead threatened to call the police, making Yi Dong also very moved. Zhang Jigang and Golden Hair, a few people heard Wang Jinchuan's words, although still a fierce look, but really did not dare to casually move. What Wang Jinchuan said was really right. Even if he did not call the police, fighting and brawling in this kind of place with surveillance, there is a possibility that he will be in the bureau tomorrow, but rarely have this opportunity. Zhang Jigang and do not want to give up. With a provocative tone, he said, Yi Dong, weren't you so draggy this afternoon? If you really have the guts to be a real man, go with us to the back alley. The golden hair several people also looked at Yi Dong with a provocative face. Yi Dong laughed when he heard this. He did not have a concrete measure of how powerful his own hands were. It was just the right time to let these few small punks in front of him, to test the specific strength of his own three-man chop. Laughing coldly, he said, whether it's a real man or not, you guys will know in a moment. Saying that, he turned around and said to Wang Jinchuan several people, Jinchuan, several of you wait for me here for a while, I'll go and come out. You mustn't call the police. When Wang Jinchuan heard this, his expression was also a little anxious, although Yi Dong is taller, but the other side also has 2 people who are not losing Yi Dong's stature. Both sides of the battle strength are not a level at all. Zhang Jigang do obvious agitation. Yi Dong surprisingly also want to go to the single knife. Hurriedly persuaded, Dongzi, do not try to be strong. here they do not dare to put us how. For Wang Jinchuan's good intentions, Yi Dong could only accept it, although he was not a good brave and ruthless person, but suddenly knew that he had a good body. In the face of other people's provocations, the heart's blood was inevitably also stupid. This afternoon in the jewelry store the fat man cut a simple sparring, can be completely said to be the feeling of unfulfilled, gave Wang Jinchuan a reassuring look, then turned his head to look at the golden hair few people contemptuously and took the lead towards the alley. Zhang Jigang was dumbfounded by Yi Dong's maneuver. He was so obviously provoked. Yi Dong did not see it. Then, he was also overjoyed in his heart, and in his mind, he had already imagined the picture of Yi Dong being knocked to his knees in a moment, and golden hair a few people then followed. Before leaving also did not forget to threaten Wang Jinchuan a few people, never call the police and so on. Looking at the back of the crowd's departure, Wang Jinchuan, Wu Jibin and Luca, three people are you look at me, I look at you. A face difficult to understand the expression. A thought came up in their hearts unanimously. Could Yi Dong be overly skilled? Otherwise it was really difficult to understand this unwise move. Wang Jinchuan also resisted the urge to follow him over. His relationship with Yi Dong could do what he did just now, and it was already considered to be benevolent and righteous. Looking at the time and the cell phone, if after 10 minutes, Yi Dong is not out, he still has to choose to call the police. Yi Dong and Zhang Jigang's crowd went into the back alley back and forth. Golden Hair and the others did not forget to raise their heads and survey the surrounding area for any surveillance. This place is also lighted, but it belongs to the kind of dead end, and it is too suitable as an occasion to strike. Golden Hair for Yi Dong's courage is also quite admirable. Of course, the other side can pick 5 or 6 that kind of idea. He simply did not think about it. This is not a TV drama. How can that kind of fantasy thing happen? Took the lead and arrogantly said, this kid is quite big courage. I still see you for the first time this kind of fear of death rash. Give you a chance, kneel down and apologize, give $10,000 even. Zhang Jigang heard, hurriedly said, Golden Hair brother, this is too cheap for him, I have to slap him twice to get out of this breath. Hearing Zhang Jigang's words, Golden Hair didn't get angry, they are all lesser punks, their favorite thing is to deal with Zhang Jigang's kind, who has a little bit of money at home, and continue to arrogantly said to Yi Dong, hear me, wait a moment to face obediently come up, give just 2 slaps. In the promise of the conditions I just said, or my brother's fist is not vegetarian. Yi Dong just now actually also in the survey around there is no surveillance. Their own this kind of fight behavior does not belong to self-defense, regardless of their own is not the weak side, was found out may enter the bureau. Seeing that there is no surveillance around is also relieved. See the other side is still grinding, very impatient said, you want to do it hurry up, I have to go out to eat barbecue later. Hearing Yi Dong's words, Zhang Jigang and Golden Hair and the rest of the crowd had their lungs blown up. Nima, this sentence was completely not putting them in their eyes. Eat barbecue, I'll eat Ma's wall. Golden Hair, this violent temper, took the lead and rushed up. His sandbag-sized fist was 10 centimeters away from Yi Dong's face when it was firmly held by Yi Dong. Then directly came a sweeping leg. Agu. Along with this cry, Golden Hair's body also heavily smashed on the ground. The action just now was too fast. When the crowd didn't react, Golden Hair was already lying on the ground, and see lying on the ground. Agu even the sky shouting, obviously is already lost combat power. This is still Yi Dong left a residual force. Really if you use all your strength, that a sweeping leg ribs can give him broken. Back to a god is another small punk. No Yi Dong reach powerful, then swarmed up. Yi Dong saw the situation, after a cold smile, but took the lead and rushed over. In addition to the 2 stronger gangsters, hard to carry a few times before collapsing. The other 2 gangsters basically a punch on the loss of combat power. Although Yi Dong had also received a few blows on his body, with his current physical quality, it was basically similar to scratching an itch. To be able to take on a few with such a large advantage, the main thing was that these people were all ordinary punks, and they didn't have much fighting power at all. The tattoo embroidered on the arm is also a thing to scare ordinary people. At this time lying on the ground Aguilian scene, can be behind the Zhang Jigang has long been scared. Although the Golden Hair several people are not any real triad fighters, but in the off-campus gangsters are also considered a little famous. Belonging to Zhang Jigang recognized the ceiling characters in the gangsters. How could they have thought that they would be knocked down by Yi Dong in 3 strokes? Chapter 12 Luxury Suite Monthly Subscription. Yi Dong patted the dust on his body before he slowly walked towards Zhang Jigang. For this Zhang classmate who had dug his own corners and was still looking for someone to deal with him, Yi Dong would definitely not easily spare him. Zhang Jigang at this time had long been scared to the point that his legs and stomach were soft, and he could not run away even if he wanted to. Seeing Yi Dong sneering and approaching himself, before Yi Dong could make a move, he even shamelessly knelt down first. Brother Dong, spare me, I no longer dare to go against you. I will immediately break up with Lu Weiwei and return her to you. Had he known that Yi Dong was so powerful, Even if Zhang Jigang borrowed 10 guts, he would not dare to hit Lu Weiwei's idea. Yi Dong heard, but coldly laughed. Humph, you break up or not break up off my ass. Lu Weiwei that, do you think I will still have any idea about her? Zhang Jigang kneeling on the ground is also hastily said. Yes, Brother Dong is so powerful. Lu Weiwei that how to be worthy of Brother Dong. Listening to Zhang Jigang's shameless pandering words, Yi Dong also lost interest in making a move. In a cold voice, he said, our matter is even too clear, and I don't want to find you trouble, but if you still dare to come to find me trouble in the future, I'm really afraid that I will break your legs at that time. Hearing this, Zhang Jigang waved his hands and said, Brother Dong, you are my own brother. I won't dare to do it again, just let me go as a fart. Seeing that Zhang Jigang was really scared by himself, he should not dare to play any more tricks. Only then did Yi Dong turn around and walk towards the few punks lying on the ground. When Yellow Hair and the others saw this, their mouths did not ouch anymore. They also hurriedly begged for mercy. Big brother, we also listen to the encouragement of this asshole Gungzi. We will never dare again. Spare us. Yi Dong gently slapped Yellow Hair's face. Laughing coldly, he said, you group of social scum, you really have to be thankful for this rule of law society. Otherwise today I would have let you all spend your next life in a wheelchair. Yes, Big Brother's lesson is right. We will definitely clean up our act and be good people in the future. The several small gangsters were all scrambling to be the first to say. Yi Dong of course scoffed at the words of the several small gangsters. He was not obligated to educate the little punks to be good or not, as long as they did not come to mess with him. Afterwards, he surveyed the crowd again. There should not be too much damage. At most, his body would only hurt for a few days, and only then did he slowly walk out of the alley. When it was too late, it was too soon. Yi Dong from entering the alley. In fact, not more than 5 minutes time, Wang Jinchuan several people were staring nervously at the mouth of the alleyway all the time. Seeing Yi Dong walked out safely and unharmed, their hearts were also greatly relieved. At the same time, they were also very curious about the current situation of Zhang Jigang's men. Just now, those few people were fierce and vicious. It was not possible that they just called Yi Dong to go in and chat for a few moments, without Yi Dong's own explanation. The several people who followed him out later were supporting each other with one limb at a time. They even intentionally avoided Yi Dong's direction. A few people were not clear. Yi Dong really is the same as they guessed, has a very good body. Surprised at the same time the heart is also very shocked. Where would they have thought that their roommate, who had stayed in the same dormitory for more than 3 years, would be such a ruthless person? Surprisingly, he is still such a ruthless person. In his mind even appeared Donnie Yen shooting at man that image. I want to fight 10. Dong. Dong Z. No, Brother Dong, you really surprised me too much today. Wang Jinchuan even stammered a bit incoherently. Wu Zhibin and Lu Ke were also looking at Yi Dong with a face of adoration. Lu Ke asked numbly, Brother Dong, you are not some kind of martial arts master, are you? Looking at the trio's expressions, Yi Dong could only smile helplessly. Fortunately, he had never fought with others during his college years, or else he had suddenly become so powerful. It was really hard to explain. Then he smiled and said, you guys still call me Dong Z is more accustomed to a little bit. I just know a little bit of self-defense, just to deal with a few ordinary punks, single-handedly taking on 5 or 6 punks. This was also called simple self-defense techniques. This was clearly Yi Dong's humble words. Wu Zhibin and Lu Ke had just gotten up and stepped back, and were now more or less embarrassed. Lu Ke first a little embarrassed to say, Brother East, just now really sorry. I am an ordinary person. The family is only my son. Fighting this kind of thing I really do not dare to get involved. Wu Zhibin also interjected, Brother Dong, Lu Ke and I are in a similar situation. I hope you can understand us. Yi Dong, however, smiled indifferently, saying, the kind of choice you guys just made is of course the most correct. I don't blame you guys at all. Then he pointed at the barbecue and said, there is no need to say anything to apologize. Hurry up and eat the barbecue. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Seeing that Yi Dong really did not have anything to do with them, the two of them then let go of their minds and resumed dealing with the barbecue food in front of them. During this time, Wang Jinchuan inquired about how Yi Dong and Zhang Jigang started the conflict. Yi Dong also briefly described what happened in the afternoon. After hearing this, several people cursed Zhang Jigang and Lu Weiwei for this pair of dogs. Afterwards, seeing that Yi Dong did not really want to talk about this matter, they then changed the topic to Yi Dong's physical skills. Brother Dong, did you specialize in Shaolin Temple from a young age to learn this stance? No, today, I suddenly encountered a system, and it directly passed all of my kung fu to me. Yi Dong half joked back, Brother Dong, you're really good at joking, and a system that passes on kung fu. You can't be thinking that we're living inside a novel. A few people of course 100% thought that this was a joke. Even if Yi Dong said that he was the son of a hidden mansion, it was still much more believable than this, right? Seeing that Yi Dong didn't really want to talk about his great skill, the crowd then changed the topic to the previous game. After an hour or two of barbecuing, there was still at least half left. Looking for the barbecue store owner asked for a few packing boxes, all packaged. Only then did Yi Dong say, "This barbecue, you guys can take it back tomorrow and eat it for breakfast. I won't go back to the dormitory today." For Yi Dong to say this, although several people had doubts, they did not pursue too much. The feeling Yi Dong gave them today could only be described as mysterious. And now that he was not returning to the dormitory, it did not feel strange. After watching a few people leave, Yi Dong then looked for a better star-rated hotel outside the school gates. To the service desk opened a luxury suite. A night is nearly 3,000 yuan, and Yi Dong directly packaged it for a month. This can be the front desk that is responsible for the room record of the beautiful young lady shocked. And then look at Yi Dong's eyes, are full of little stars. It was almost like asking for a phone number directly. Unfortunately, this beautiful young lady to catch up with animerecap are still far from being able to reach the system's 8-point standard is still very much to say. Yi Dong also directly ignored the ambiguous eyes thrown over by the other party. Chapter 13, The System's Mission. This Phoenix hotel could only be considered a 4-star hotel. Next to the university town, it was still considered relatively famous, and the guests it served were also mainly students, especially those who came here to stay as a young couple. Basically every day, the price was quite fair, usually between 300 and 3,000, and Yi Dong's luxury suite of nearly $3,000 a night was basically considered the ceiling of this hotel. He was also one of those super generous monthly subscription VIPs, and when the lobby manager, Jo Han-yoon, got the news, she personally rushed to the lobby. When she saw that Yi Dong was just a handsome young man, she guessed in her heart that the other party should just be a student. Being able to be so generous with the monthly luxury suite, she also knew that Yi Dong's identity was definitely not ordinary. Then she also immediately smiled and said, "You are Mr. Yi, right? Thank you for staying in our Phoenix hotel. I am the lobby manager of this hotel. My name is Jo Han-yoon. Now it is up to me to personally take you to the luxury suite." Upon seeing this lobby manager, Yi Dong's eyes also lit up. Jo Han-yoon's appearance was definitely still above animerecap, and her body was even better than animerecap. Under that set of professional clothing, the peaks were even more erect. This was perhaps the advantage brought by a mature working woman. System, how many points does this Jo Han-yoon in front of me score? Ding! Jo Han-yoon's comprehensive score, 8 points. As expected, the system's scoring was definitely the fairest of them all. 3 points higher than animerecap. Where did Jo Han-yoon know that just in this twinkling of an eye, her own beauty score had already been scored? For Jo Han-yoon's score, Yi Dong was more or less a little disappointed. Such a beautiful woman could not even reach the standard of a goddess. The system's requirements were really uncommonly high. When he thought of the super goddess that returned more than 100 times the return, he really didn't know what he had to look like to meet the system's requirements. Does it really have to be hot? Beyond power that kind of level? Yi Dong, after today's twofold rebate, no longer had much excitement for the 8 to 9 point beauty level. After learning that Jo Han-yoon in front of him only had 8 points, the glowing eyes from earlier had slowly returned to normal. Smiling faintly, he said, "Manager Zhou, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Yi, over there please, we'll take the elevator up first." Jo Han-yoon also smiled politely. Soon, under Jo Han-yoon's leadership, the two of them arrived at the luxurious suite that Yi Dong had chartered. Yi Dong was immediately shocked by this luxurious room in front of him. Previously, not to mention this kind of 3,000 yuan a night luxury suite, even a 300 yuan room had never been lived in. Even if Yi Dong and Lu Weiwei went off campus to get a room, they mostly chose ordinary hotels, and the room rate never exceeded 200 renminbi. Yi Dong's expression did not escape Jo Han-yoon's eyes. In her heart, she was also very strange and asked, "Is this the first time Mr. Yi is staying in a hotel?" Yi Dong was also a little embarrassed. He was also considered a rich man with a huge amount of money. How could he still act like he had never seen the world before? At the moment this 3,000 yuan a night luxury suite is nothing, when later on they really stand on top of the world. Even if it is hundreds of thousands of dollars a night top presidential suite, they can also be a whole year for the whole year package. Manager Zhou, I'm just a college student, don't address me as Mr. Yi, it sounds too awkward, call me Yi Dong or Dongzi can be. Yi Dong answered to dissolve that bit of embarrassment. Then I'll call you by your name Yi Dong, then you don't need to call me Manager Zhou. I should be 1 or 2 years older than you, just call me Sister Rhyme. Jo Han-yoon was worthy of being the lobby manager, and in the space of one sentence, she had drawn close to Yi Dong, then asked, "Yi Dong, you are still satisfied with this luxury suite in our hotel, right?" Yi Dong was definitely quite satisfied in his heart, but on his lips, he casually replied, "Not bad, as long as you are satisfied. This is my business card. There is my phone number on it. Anything 24 hours a day at any time for you. Saying this, Jo Han-yoon handed Yi-dong a business card. Yi-dong casually received the business card, looking at the proud figure of Jo Han-yoon, then opened a small ambiguous joke. Sister Rhyme, is it really any service? Jo Han-yoon was stunned when she heard Yi-dong's words. She did not expect that this sunny and handsome big boy in front of her. His mind was quite complicated. Then she lightly smiled. As long as it is a normal service within the regulations, of course any service is allowed. This answer completely showed the sociability of Jo Han-yoon's lobby manager. Not only did it completely answer the guest's question, it also didn't make the guest feel dissatisfied. Afterward, she said goodnight and exited the room. Yi-dong looked at this luxurious luxury suite of his own, and his heart immediately had a feeling of dreaming. Viciously pinching himself, the pain fully showed that it was definitely not a daydream right now. He still felt that what happened today was too mysterious. Plots that only existed in novels and books had really happened to him. He had just asked the system about it, and he was definitely the only person on this planet who was bound by the system. As for the reason, the system had only vaguely said that the karma of previous lives was repaired in this life. It seemed that he had done too many good deeds in his previous lifetimes and had accumulated them to pay back in this world. Subsequently, Yi-dong also enjoyed for the first time in his life what it was like to soak in a super large bathtub. Jo Han-yoon's face suddenly appeared in his mind, and thinking about the scene if the two of them were to soak in it together, there was a rush of hot air upwards. Ding! Detected that the host is having second thoughts about Jo Han-yoon. Please conquer the other party within 1 month, and the daily rebate of $1 million will be doubled to $2 million. The sudden release of this task by the system had Yi-dong in a daze. He was just casually thinking about it. Could he not even fantasize about it? System, is there any punishment for failure? Ding! There are no penalties for this kind of temporary mission. After hearing such a humanized answer from the system, Yi-dong was also greatly relieved. He was really afraid of failing and having all $1 million deducted, so how else could he walk to the pinnacle of his life? When he thought that if he took Jo Han-yoon down for a month, the daily rebate would reach $2 million by then, Yi-dong, who originally didn't have too many thoughts about Jo Han-yoon, was inevitably bursting at the seams with ideas. Afterwards, Yi-dong lay on the soft big bed and looked at the balance inside his cell phone. Even after deducting nearly $90,000 of room charges, $880,000 inside the cell phone, the amount that was used on NICOXIN today should still be short by 1 or 2 million to reach 1 million. Yi-dong then planned to try out the reward function inside the Jitterbug live broadcast now, to see if the same cashback was possible. Chapter 14 Flying Fish and Mermaids. Yi-dong then opened the Dobo broadcasting room, and first of all, he directly charged his account, Flying Fish, with $20,000, whether or not he can cash back. Now the 20,000 yuan for Yi-dong, completely worthless. He then went into reward mode, and whenever he saw a good-looking one, he casually rewarded a Porsche. A Porsche is 1,200 jitterbugs on Jitterbug, which is only $120 in cash. But even so, the rewarded anchor is excited. Will be very excited in the live room said, thank you Flying Fish reward Porsche. And the popularity is not too prosperous live room. Yi-dong also because of the reward of a Porsche, instantly ranked on the list of the first Big Brother position. It could be imagined that there were only a very small number of anchors who could earn a lot of money in this line of work. A series of bounty 4 or 5 looks good female anchor. Yi-dong did not receive the rebate information. The heart is also can't help but cool. This if the reward can't return the profit. Is it necessary to continue to lick an person tomorrow? Of course, Yi-dong also knows that the live beauty function is powerful. Although he looks good in the video, who knows what it really looks like. 3 more Porsches were rewarded in a row. The system still did not have the slightest reaction. Yi-dong rewarded these 8 female anchors, but among the dozens of female anchors, to choose the most good-looking posture, it is impossible that one did not reach more than 8 points. System, is there no rebate for live streaming rewards? Ding! Live broadcast? What live broadcast? The system's answer immediately blindsided Yi-dong. The system unexpectedly did not know about live streaming. Yi-dong just wanted to give the system a good explanation in his heart about what is a live broadcast. Ding! Live streaming reward rebate opening. Immediately, the heart was overjoyed. This system's ability to learn and adapt could really only be described as awesome. Ding! Live streaming reward rebate has been opened. Note, the host wants to rebate in the live streaming reward. Must have a private communication with the anchor of the reward in real life, at least to be familiar with each other. Seeing the conditions at the back, Yi-dong instantly wilted. This was obviously to let himself use his capital to smash out this familiarity, basically equivalent to a kind of investment. It is possible that even if you smash out hundreds of thousands of dollars, even face cannot see aside. Talk about how to come to the familiar. But Yi-dong does not want to give up this reward rebate opportunity. casually cultivate a familiar beauty. They do not have to rack their brains to spend money on beauty. Then find the same city live search. Directly chose to search for beauty anchor. After entering 7 or 8 live broadcast rooms in a row, he finally saw a girl with better posture. System, can you give this female anchor a score? Ding. The live broadcast beauty effect is too powerful. The system can't do anything about it. The system's reply made Ji-dong want to curse. If he spent a lot of money and the one who came out was a dinosaur, he would not be depressed to death. To be on the safe side, he must see the super pretty. Even if he removes the beauty, at least it is a beauty level anchor woman. Yi-dong will only start. A series of a dozen more anchor rooms did not let Yi-dong feel particularly safe. When he felt that he might return tonight without any success, the girl who appeared in the next anchor room made Ji-dong's eyes light up and feel very familiar. Take a closer look. This is not their own Southwest University. Many boys' heart dream of goddess-level characters when Rushue. Southwest University top 10 school flower ranked 3rd of the goddess-level characters. Seems to be the art department dance major. Yi-dong in the campus has seen the number of real people, is also a few times, although it is only ranked 3rd, but Yi-dong thought in his heart, when Rushue is not worse than the 1st and 2nd ranked school flower. It was because when Rushue was only a freshman now, and was slightly behind in popularity, and only slightly behind the first 2 when it came to selecting the school flower. What interested Ji-dong the most was that when Rushue was also the only goddess among the top 5 school flowers who had not yet had a boyfriend. After looking at when Rushue's screen name, Yi-dong was unconsciously smiling. When Rushue was even called mermaid. In looking at the current popularity of this live broadcast, it is also general. The live broadcast room is only 500 or 600 people, and many of the horse cannot catch up with when Rushue looks of the anchor woman. Some rooms even reached several thousand people, so that in the bucket broadcast live room when female anchor looks, although there is an advantage, but not completely. A lot of fire female anchor, which will not love cute and pampered. Dress simply let many big brother look at the eyes are falling off. And when Rushue every live broadcast, clothing are very conservative, is to jump a few simple dance talent. In the beginning, with the advantage of looks, there are also big brother characters, continuous reward gift list, are almost rewarded tens of thousands of gifts. But when Rushue all just responded with a simple thank you, simply did not want to add big brother friend's mind. No matter whose money, is not a gale of wind, spend tens of thousands of money, friends cannot be added, who is still willing to support her. So now there are very few big brother characters, appeared in one Ruoshue's live room. Without the driving force of the big brother characters, the background will not give too much traffic. One Ruoshue so beautiful goddess level characters, alive down, more often than not a few $100, and sometimes even income is not even 100. But her family conditions are not a rich family, even if the income is not high, usually as long as there is time. We'll come back to broadcast a game. Today was about to finish the last dance and go off the air. Suddenly, a carnival appeared in the live broadcast. This is the most expensive gift inside the Do broadcast. Usually many famous big anchors broadcast a game. It is difficult to receive this kind of gift. A carnival of 30,000 jitterbugs was equivalent to $3,000 in cash, which was almost worth the monthly salary of an ordinary worker. Yi-dong's jitterbug number also instantly went to the top 1 in seconds, and driven by the carnival, sent a station-wide notice. The popularity was also instantly added 100 people. The number of people in the live room reached 700 people. When Rushue is also a little excited. She live broadcast half a year since, or the first time to receive carnival this level of gifts. In the past, although there were big brother level characters who sent her tens of thousands of gifts, they were all hundreds and hundreds added up to that much. When Ruoshue, since she hadn't joined any guilds, she could have gotten at least 1,500 for this one carnival today. Thank you will fly fish this big brother sent carnival. I was about to get off the air soon. In a dance, specially for will fly fish, the old Iron Men in the pop-up area also left messages. Holy, I'm not blinking. A level 23 villain number has rewarded a carnival. It can't be which one of the wage earners, who has taken a liking to our mermaid, and rewarded a month's salary. Yi-dong had never rewarded before, and had just rewarded 8 Porsches, and his level had instantly climbed from level 0 to level 23. Chapter 15 The Charm of Carnival. Because he had rewarded another carnival, the level of this jitterbug number, the flying fish, had instantly risen to level 28 again. Yi-dong had never experienced the joy of leveling up at all despite the live broadcasts that he had watched before, and this gave him a very painful feeling as well. Taking a look at those comments in the pop-up area, he also found it very interesting. After looking at the Douyin balance, which still had 16,000, Yi-dong came with a carnival 5 in a row without any weakness. When Rushue was dancing her specialty with all her heart because she had received one of Yi-dong's carnivals. Suddenly, another carnival with a splendid effect appeared in the screen. The flying fish, giving Anchor Mermaid Carnival X1. Wonrushue was so happy that she didn't have time to say thank you. Instantly. Flying Fish, for Anchor Mermaid Carnival X2. Flying Fish for Anchor Mermaid Carnival X3. A series of 5 carnival hits, instantly leaving Wonrushue surprised and dumbfounded. Holy, this is the legendary new Big Brother. Plus that carnival just now. A total of 6 carnivals sent it. Who was it that said the Flying Fish was just a wage earner? What did I say? 6 carnivals is only 18,000. Even a wage earner can afford it. Forget it, you think you're writing a novel. Which wage earner would take all the money they've earned over half a year of hard work and put it all here for a reward? That's right. I bet this fish called Flight can't get the goddess's microsignal even if he rewards 6 carnivals. It was only then that Wonrushue came back to her senses from her shocked expression. Thank you very much to my flying fish, this Big Brother. I don't know what to say. I still received so many gifts for the first time. Big Brother wanna see what dance? Hit on the screen. I just will jump. Try to meet you. At this time, Wonrushue, the live broadcast room, because of Yidong's Carnival 5 consecutive strikes, the popularity was also skyrocketing. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. 3 or more carnivals could basically achieve a tidal effect at the same time period. Many ordinary people watching live broadcasts don't necessarily want to see beautiful men and women. The scene of Big Brother rewarding gifts is even more attractive to them. In an instant of time, the number of people in this live broadcast room of Wonrushue was almost 3,000 people. It basically reached the peak number of people since Wonrushue's live broadcast. As soon as many old iron came in and saw Wonrushue's looks, they also wailed in the pop-up area. Such a beautiful anchor woman. How did I brush so long did not brush to? Wow, this is definitely a goddess-level character. No wonder there is a Big Brother out. After hearing Wonrushue ask the Flying Fish to arrange a dance, there were various messages in the pop-up area. Anchor to do a section of Young Beauty. Flying Fish asked the anchor to dance Pretty Dancer. Yidong simply ignored all these pop-ups and casually typed a paragraph and sent it out. Beauty Snow. Just watch and arrange it yourself. Don't worry about it. When Wonrushue saw this message from Yidong, her heart was surprised and shocked. How does he know that I have snow in my name? Could it be someone who knows me? Although she was a bit surprised, Wonrushue did not think much about it. Opening a live broadcast in Douyin, the probability of being swiped by someone who knew them, or someone who adored them, was not unheard of. Then I'll arrange a duo dance. The partner is also my roommate, and is also a big beautiful woman. Oh. With that, another girl appeared in the screen, and although her looks weren't as moving as Wonrushue's, she was at least a beauty-level character, although it was not easy to evaluate through the screen. In Yidong's heart, he guessed that this girl should not be worse than An Ikerson. Subsequently, the two danced a very eye-catching dance, and many small rewards unexpectedly appeared in the live broadcast room. And there was even a situation where one person sent several romantic sparks. A romantic flower flame was 599 jitterbucks, almost $60 in cash. Although it was not as exaggerated as Yidong's several consecutive carnivals, it was very rare for a small, unknown anchor like Wonrushue to see this kind of reward. Seeing someone rewarding her, Wonrushue must have also thanked her while jumping, basically saying the same thing. This made Yidong unable to help but feel a little annoyed, feeling like he hadn't made much of a difference either. Casually, he opened the recharge area and recharged another 100,000 yuan at once. This is no rebate, completely is equivalent to investment. Blood money certainly also have the possibility of that. Yidong certainly cannot be treated like An Ikerson is casually spend. Open the gift area. Other gifts do not even need to consider. To choose the most expensive carnival, 3,000 yuan apiece. 100,000 yuan can be sent 33 in a row. Wonrushue mood is also very happy. Today's live bounty is nearly 20,000 yuan. Even if it is divided in half, she can also share 10,000 yuan. While dancing, her heart is still guessing who the Flying Fish really is. Suddenly, a splendid carnival appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. The Flying Fish gave the Anchor Mermaid Carnival X1. This carnival stunned Wonrushue, who was dancing again. Before she had time to say thank you, one carnival after another kept appearing on the screen. Flying Fish, give the Anchor a Mermaid Carnival X2. Flying Fish, for Anchor Mermaid Carnival X3. Flying Fish for Anchor Mermaid Carnival X33. Yidong also leveled up to level 41 in a flash because he swiped out almost 120,000 tonight. As long as one leveled up to level 40 or above, in the eyes of a Douyin anchor, one could basically be called a true Big Brother. Wonrushue's expression had gone from the initial shock of surprise to numbness, and because of Yidong's continuous sending of carnivals, several network-wide announcements had been sent out in the live broadcast room. In these few short minutes, the popularity had skyrocketed by another 10 times. And the number of people in this live broadcast room of manhwa had already reached more than 30,000. One had to know that 10 minutes ago, there were only 500 or 600 people. And many anchors also saw the whole network notice, flocked to manhwa's live room. Want to see which big brother is so luxurious? Yi-dong just started to reward the Porsche's several beautiful female anchors, is also into the manhwa's live room, seeing the big brother who was rewarding the big brother. It is the one who just gave them a reward for the Porsche. The heart is envious and jealous, hate how they just did not come up with a great job. Keep this big brother. Maybe now this luxury reward is their own. The pop-up area of the old iron is even more crazy. Chapter 16, the goddess has added her friend. I've been watching live for so long, but this is the first time I've seen someone give away so many carnivals. It's been confirmed that this tycoon must have his eye on the mermaid. This anchor is so beautiful. If I had the money of this big brother of the flying fish, I would definitely do the same. Manhwa had now come back to her senses, and this live broadcast today had truly allowed her to see what a real big brother was. Compared to the stingy big brothers she met when she first started live broadcasting, this big brother's reward could completely kill them. Thanks again to the flying fish for rewarding so many gifts. Due to the time being too late, I'm also going to get off the air. Wait a moment for you to receive a message. I'll add you. After saying that, before he could wait for the old iron in the live room to sigh, he closed the live broadcast. Southwest University Art Department Girls Dormitory Room 406. Schwerer, do you really want to add flying fish as a friend? The beautiful girl who was dancing with her asked. I'm just curious about who the hell he is and how he knows my name. It can't be one of our male classmates on campus who has a crush on you. If it really is, then it's really shedding a lot of money too. Manhwa ignored her roommate's flirting, took out her cell phone and directly searched for the flying fish microsignal and clicked on the friend request. If Yi-dong hadn't sent that one sentence of Snow Beauty, Manhwa really wouldn't have had the urge to add her friend. From the moment she joined the live broadcast industry, she never wanted to rely on her looks to catch any big brother. Manhwa this kind of looks, in the university chasing her boys, willing to spend 100,000 or so for her, definitely not one or two. Yi-dong was also a bit confused from the moment when Manhwa was willing to add him as a friend, although he also wanted to meet Manhwa privately earlier so that he could complete the familiarity level earlier. He also did not expect it to go so smoothly, but no matter what, this was definitely his most desired effect. Rushing to open WeChat, he realized that NIQXIN had already sent him several messages. Ever since he and Ni Kurson had exchanged WeChat messages, Yi-dong had ignored them and had not paid attention to them at all. Brother Dong, the roses you bought for me, I've already arranged them. They're so beautiful. I'll take a picture for you. Brother Dong, you spent so much money on gifts for me today. How can I repay you? Brother Tung, why don't you reply to my messages? Brother Tung, are you sleeping? Good night. Brother Dong. Looking at these self-talking messages from Ni Kurson, Yi-dong also had a headache. He had thought about how to spend the money in the afternoon, and had not even bothered about NIQXIN's thoughts. This misunderstanding was really a big deal. Yi-dong did not doubt for a second that as long as a message was sent out now, NIQXIN would definitely rush to his room without any hesitation. Yi-dong also sighed inwardly. This is the magic of money. Although it is not said that every girl will be like this, but the vast majority of girls will not be able to resist its temptation. A class flower level girl, in one afternoon, was in turn reduced to being her own licking dog. After considering it for a while, Yi-dong still didn't reply to her message for the time being, just pretend he didn't see it. Not long after, a mermaid ID friend request message was sent over. Yi-dong is also a little strange. It is reasonable to say that like when Rushu is such a goddess level schoolgirl, it should not be just 100,000 or so can take off. Just as soon as he passed, when Rushu sent a message over. Thank you for rewarding me with so many gifts today. I want to ask who you are. How do you know my name? Seeing this message, Yi-dong instantly realized why the other party wanted to add himself as a friend. It seemed that the phrase Snow Beauty had worked. Of course, the nearly 40 carnivals must have contributed to it as well. Yi-dong also did not intend to beat around the bush with Manhwa. The sooner he could meet privately, the more he would be rewarded. Without a doubt, Manhwa was definitely a goddess level girl, and the thought of that tenfold rebate made Yi-dong's heart burst with excitement. Immediately editing a message, he sent it over. Manhwa, right? You are the third-ranked goddess in our school. How could I not know you? You probably don't recognize me. I'm Yi-dong from class 402 of the finance department. Manhwa had just sent the message out not long before she received a second reply from Yi-dong. Next to her roommate plus friend Li Xiaowei, she also curiously put her head over. Wow, Schwerer, it was really guessed by me. This flying fish is really from our school. Just don't know if it's handsome or not. Xiaowei, I feel that this student called Yi-dong. I have no impression at all. How could he swipe so many gifts for me? Hearing this, Li Xiaowei laughed. Schwerer, What's so hard to guess? You're so beautiful. I don't know how many people have crushes on you, and this Li Dong student is just one of them. After a pause, he continued, but Schwerer, this one called Yi Dong, can brush so many gifts at once? His identity is definitely not ordinary. If his looks are still passable, you can consider it. Wen Rushue couldn't help but laugh chirpily when she heard this. Li Xiaowei, what are you talking nonsense about? I think you're the one who's looking at the other party. Alas, if this classmate really had his eyes on me, I would definitely offer myself without any difficulty, but it's just a pity that the falling flowers are intentional, but the flowing water is heartless. Hearing Li Xiaowei's words, Wen Rushue laughed straight away. You girl, others don't know what they look like, you're all springy. Li Xiaowei heard but did not think that said, what is the use of a man handsome? The most important thing is to have the ability. Of course, handsome and capable of the man must be more attractive. Hearing Li Xiaowei's serious words, Wen Rushue didn't know how to answer. Although she also wanted a love that was not mixed with any secular flavor, she also knew that what Li Xiaowei said was not wrong. Wen Rushue had been at Southwest University for almost a year now, and the love letters she had received were at the very least in double digits. There is no lack of handsome-looking boys. There are also driving a luxury car to show off the rich second generation. But when Rushue did not feel moved, she also didn't know when her true love would appear. Shall we? Do you think I should treat this classmate to a meal? After all, he swiped so many gifts in my live broadcast, and now it's confirmed that he's an alumnus. Hearing this, Li Xiaowei replied without hesitation. That's not even a question. With people brushing so many gifts and telling you that they are alumni, aren't they just waiting to meet with you in private? Schwerer, I can tell you, like this kind of generous person you know how rare, don't know how many girls want to jump on. He's definitely not on the same level as the rich kids who usually hit on you on campus. You have to seize this opportunity. As long as your looks aren't too ugly, you can try to develop them. Chapter 17 The Suffocating Lu Weiwei. Yi Dong saw that he had sent the message out for a long time and did not receive a reply from the other party, so he ignored it. Anyway, in a school, want to meet in private, or quite easy, with Jo Han Yun's business card. Added the other party as a friend on WeChat. Perhaps the other party has fallen asleep, and waited for a while did not pass. Looked at the time, already 11 o'clock at night, lying in the soft big bed, just a little sleep. I don't know whether it is too excited, or afraid that it will be another dream after waking up. Yi Dong is in such a daze, and I don't know when he fell asleep. When the day just dawned, Yi Dong woke up, looked at the luxurious surroundings, and knew that his godly life had truly begun. Opening WeChat and looking at it, Jo Hanyun's message had already passed, and also sent a message over. Yi Dong, I was already asleep last night. You added me to WeChat. What are your orders? Yi Dong also hurriedly sent a message back over. Sister Rhyme, you're joking. How dare I command you anything? It's just purely adding a friend. After sending the message out, Jo Hanyun returned a smiley face over in seconds. Subsequently, after getting up and rinsing, Yi Dong thought about the situation at home again. He had wanted to call back last night, but he did not know how to say this matter. Yi Dong's hometown in the countryside. Mom and dad used to be ordinary workers. A few years ago, his sister Yi Xiaoyu got into the county first high school. Only in the small county of the family rented a house, rented a small market outside the first middle school, opened a breakfast store. Due to the prices fair, business can be, and so stabilized in the county. Yi Dong now has a super system. Certainly do not want a mom and dad to suffer again, but now call back is really not good to explain. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to go back in person in a few days. Coming downstairs to the second floor restaurant, there were not many guests at all now as it was still too early. Yi Dong definitely did not forget about the system's task and pulled out his cell phone to send a message to Jo Hanyun. Sister Rhyme, right now I am in the second floor restaurant. Can I invite you to have breakfast together? Jo Hanyun happened to be on the second floor right now, and after receiving the message, she didn't reply and directly came to the restaurant. Meeting with her, she laughed. Yi Dong, you also got up quite early. Today's breakfast I invite you. Yi Dong hurriedly laughed. Sister Rhyme, I'm the one who called you here. How can I let you please? Saying that, he handed the menu to Jo Hanyun. Whatever you want to eat, just order. Don't be polite. Seeing that Yi Dong had said so, Jo Hanyun did not push any further, so she casually ordered a bowl of lean meat porridge. Seeing this, Yi Dong did not persuade anything else. After all, the two were just getting to know each other. The time stipulated by the system is still early. Even if you really can't take down Jo Hanyun, you won't lose anything. After having breakfast, Yi Dong still had to rush to the school to see if there was a chance to meet with Wen Rushue once. Then he said to Jo Hanyun, Sister Rhyme, I still have to go to school, so I will go back to school first. See you tonight. Jo Hanyun also got up and sent Yi Dong to the door of the hotel. As the lobby manager, this was also considered her due diligence. After saying goodbye to Jo Hanyun, Yi Dong then strolled to the school. Lu Weiwei even got up today and dressed up carefully, as one of the 2 class flowers in her class. Although it could not be said that she was anything like a beauty, she was still considered a great beauty. After completely breaking up with Yi Dong yesterday, she also had to appear in front of Zhang Jigang today in a bright and honorable manner. As soon as she entered the classroom, she saw Zhang Jigang sitting absent-mindedly in his seat. Lu Weiwei thought that Zhang Jigang was thinking about revenge against Yi Dong. Ignoring the gaze of other students, she strolled to Zhang Jigang. "Jigang, let's not go to class today. Why don't you take me out to play?" Senior year was basically a free review, and the teacher did not care at all about whether the students came to class or not. Although Zhang Jigang was not beaten up by Yi Dong yesterday, Jin Mao and the others were definitely angry at him. Not only did he receive a physical pain, but he was also ruthlessly slaughtered. Maybe these 2 months have to strangle the waist of the pants to live. The heart would have been depressed to the extreme. As soon as she heard Lu Weiwei say to take her out to play, the nameless fire in her heart immediately flared up. Loudly yelled, "Lu Weiwei, it's all because of you. I have no relationship with you anymore. Get yourself out of here." Lu Weiwei was confused by this inexplicable roar from Zhang Jigang. This was still in front of most of the class, and her heart was suddenly aggrieved. But as one of the 2 class flowers, Lu Weiwei's self-esteem was also quite strong. Also said loudly, "Zhang Jigang, you are sick early in the morning. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You think still old lady still rare you are." The other students all looked at this scene with shock. Although there were also a few people who knew the relationship, but most of them were unaware of it. It was very hard to understand if Lu Weiwei was not talking to Yi Dong as a friend. How did she get involved with Zhang Jigang again? And listening to the tone just now, the 2 of them were also not much of a drama. Lu Weiwei huffed and puffed and returned to her seat, and there was no great loss in her heart. She herself is also considered to be a beauty of 8 points. Really want to open up, want to find a rich boyfriend, is not a difficult thing. It was just very difficult to understand that Zhang Jigang suddenly treated himself like this. Even after the 2 were slapped by Yi Dong yesterday, when they came out, they also coaxed themselves a few sentences, and today they inexplicably said mush. Just when he was in a very upset mood and wanted to return to the dormitory, Yi Dong entered the classroom. Yi Dong body wearing, it is yesterday purchased brand new clothing. The whole person than before temperament more. Let many female students or bright eyes. When he passed by Zhang Jigang's seat, Zhang Jigang even stood up and nodded his head, saying, "Brother Dong, you're here." That scene left Lu Weiwei dumbfounded. Yesterday, he had come out and said furiously that he would definitely look for punks to fix Yi Dong. But today, he was a harpy dog image, making Lu Weiwei simply a bit unable to accept it. It is not just by Yi Dong threw a slap, has been thrown out of the shadow to come. As for the brand new clothes on Yi Dong, Lu Weiwei was also very surprised. Nima, only 1 day after breaking up with herself, she changed her gun for a cannon. First thing in the morning heart is also feel very suffocating. The man who was dumped by himself, did not look sad at all, but more and more spiritual. I am thinking of not seeing the heart. Hurry back to the dormitory. Suddenly outside the classroom door came another big beautiful woman. It is the class of the first class flower Anai Kurson, holding a love breakfast, walked straight to the front of Yi Dong. In the gentlest tone, she said, "Brother Dong, I brought you breakfast. Have some." Chapter 18, Schoolgirl Invites to Dinner. Anai Koxin did not sleep well all night. Yi Dong has not returned her messages. She also did not know whether Yi Dong is asleep, or deliberately not return her message. Has been in a loss, do not know how to fall asleep. Early in the morning to get up to take the jewelry box home to go. So valuable items in the dormitory. She is not assured. After arriving at the school, it also reinforced the idea of yesterday. Did not care about the eyes of other students in the same class, which led to that scene just now. Seeing this, Yi Dong also glanced at the dumbfounded Lu Weiwei not far away, and his heart was also very pleased. He did not expect Anai Kurson to put down her face like this and come to please herself in front of so many classmates. However, Yi Dong really did not have that kind of meaning towards Anai Kurson. He then laughed and said, "I'm sorry, Anai Kurson, I've already had breakfast just now." Anai Koxin was a little disappointed to hear this, but she still smiled gently and said, "It's alright, Brother Dong, then I'll go back to my seat first." Faced with this scene, not only was Lu Weiwei hard to understand, the other students in the class all looked like they had seen a ghost. Even Yi Dong's few roommates, Wang Jinchuan and the rest of them also had a shocked expression. Nima, only yesterday he was dumped by a class flower, and today another class flower is rushing to be a licking dog. Although the other students were hard to understand, they didn't have much of an idea. After all, will soon be graduated from the university, are worrying about their own future, which have the heart to worry about other people's hearts. Lu Weiwei could have a hard time. She felt like she was not dreaming. How could she wake up and everything changed? Zhang Jigang's angry roar at himself, but instead, He pandered to Yi-dong. Now coupled with Nikuxian's obvious dog-licking behavior towards Yi-dong, it had simply subverted Lu Weiwei's three views. It was difficult for her to accept that the man she had only just dumped had all of a sudden become the meat and potatoes in the eyes of other girls. While she was wondering how she could not understand, another pretty girl appeared at the door of the classroom. After carefully looking at the door number of this classroom, she walked into the classroom. Turning towards a female student in the front row, she asked, "Sister, may I ask, is Senior Yi-dong in your class?" Inside the classroom, a strange pretty girl suddenly walked in, and it was already much quieter. This pretty girl's question was basically heard by all, and coincidentally, they all looked at Yi-dong. In their hearts, they were surprised and shocked. In terms of looks, although Yi-dong belonged to the class grass level in this class, due to the long-term dog-licking behavior on Lu Weiwei, the students did not think Yi-dong was that good in their hearts. Just now Nikuxian's behavior of licking backwards on Yi-dong's body, everyone hadn't digested it much yet. How come there was another pretty girl coming to find him here? Yi-dong was also a little strange. This pretty girl felt like there was so much familiarity, but couldn't recall where he had seen her before. Out of politeness still walked up and said, "Hello, I am Yi-dong. What are you looking for me?" Li Shelwei sized up the mysterious tycoon in front of her. Her heart was also thumping, much more handsome than she had imagined. After calming down for a while, then she smiled sweetly and said, "Senior, my name is Li Shelwei, but it's not me who's looking for you. It's Wenrushui who's looking for you." Saying this, he pointed outside the classroom door. Next to the flower bed was standing a stunningly beautiful woman who was pouring out of the country. Yi-dong was thinking about how to meet up with Wenrushui in private so that he could fulfill the conditions stipulated by the system. He did not expect the other party to come to his door and was overjoyed in his heart. With that, he and Li Shelwei walked out. As soon as the two went out, the classroom exploded. The conversation between the two just now was heard clearly by everyone. Although Wenrushui was only a freshman, she could be considered a big name in the entire school. Not only was it the goddess that many boys dreamed of in their hearts, many girls also heard the name Wenrushui. In terms of appearance, Nikuxian and Lu Weiwei class flowers, and Wenrushui compared to, simply not in a level. In the front, there is Nikuxian's class flower as a licking dog, and in the back, there is the school flower goddess to date. This morning, one thing was more outrageous than the other, all related to Yi-dong, making the crowd think out of the box. As for Nikuxian and Lu Weiwei, the two class beauties, their expressions were more complicated than one another. Nikuxian was a little better. From the strength Yi-dong had shown yesterday, she really didn't have much of a chance. The scene that happened just now was only to try and get a chance for herself. Even if she couldn't chase herself, she wouldn't suffer. As for Lu Weiwei, her three views were now completely shattered. She didn't understand how the licking dog that had licked herself for 3 years could all of a sudden become so fragrant. Even the school flower level goddess had to personally come to the class to find him. Outside the classroom door at the entrance of the flower bed, Yi-dong and Li Shelwei arrived in front of Wenrushui one after the other. Looking at Wenrushui from a close distance, she was even more beautiful than looking inside the live broadcast yesterday. The heart unexpectedly and uncontrollably jumped a few times quickly. Wenrushui was wearing a set of ordinary black and white sportswear today, but under the backdrop of her stunning face, she also looked so elegant, indescribably beautiful. In Yi-dong's opinion, Wenrushui looks no worse than the popular star. Hotba, beyond, ding, detected the host's heartbeat, bound to the number one goddess Wenrushui. Name, Wenrushui. Age, 19 years old. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kg. Face value, 9. 3 points. Current favorability to host, 60 points. When goddess no. One's favoritism towards the host reaches 100 points. This system will reward a super gift package. Yi-dong was not surprised by the sudden binding of the system. He was indeed moved by the beautiful schoolgirl in front of him. Even if there was no super gift pack, Yi-dong still wanted to have a kiss. For 60 points of favorability, Yi-dong was already satisfied, thinking that his sunny and handsome appearance had added a lot of points. Wenrushui knows, in that split second just now, she has already bound into Yi-dong's number one goddess. Looking at the handsome college president in front of her, her heart was still more or less a little nervous. Glanced at the 402 classmates who were lying by the window and were looking this way. It was only then that he asked somewhat implicitly, "You really are a flying fish. He, is it different from what you imagined?" Mermaid. Yi-dong laughed and directly gave out Wenrushui's doing name. With such a reply, the answer was of course obvious. Of course Wenrushui would not say that Yi-dong was much more handsome than she had imagined. Stroking her hair, she faintly smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior, for rewarding me with so many gifts yesterday. In order to show my gratitude, I will treat Senior to a meal at the school cafeteria's small restaurant at noon today, and I also hope that Senior will show me some appreciation." A goddess inviting herself to dinner. This kind of rare opportunity, Yi Dong must have agreed without hesitation. After making an appointment, Wen Rushue and Li Xiaowei then turned around and left. Chapter 19, My Fair Lady, Gentleman's Marty. Yi Dong then returned inside the classroom as well, ignoring the shocked gazes of his classmates and returned to his seat. Wang Jinchuan and Yi Dong also then gave a seat and put their heads together. Smilingly, he asked, Dongzi, what did schoolgirl Wen find you for just now? Yi Dong casually replied, nothing much, it's just that she wanted to treat me to a meal at noon. Oh Nima, this is still called nothing. Wang Jinchuan was immediately struck by Yi Dong's invisible pretense. If this kind of mysterious thing were to be done before, he would never believe it. But after that scene just now, with the facts right in front of him, it was hard for him to disbelieve. In just one day's time, this roommate of his who had lived together for several years, it was like a light had suddenly opened up on his body, and the whole person was shining brightly. Lu Weiwei in the front row was also turning her head to look at Yi Dong from time to time, with an expression of incomprehension on her face, and Yi Dong completely ignored the gaze that Lu Weiwei looked over, feeling that the other party was a non-existent object. This also made Lu Weiwei's heart inexplicably ache. No matter what changes Yi Dong had made, it could never go back to the old days. Not a moment later, the teacher also walked into the classroom with review materials. Yi Dong, for what the teacher said, simply did not listen to it. The heart has been looking forward to hurrying to the lunch point. Just before 11:30, Wen Rushue sent a message over. Senior, Li Xiaowei and I have already arrived at the cafeteria. When are you coming over? Yi Dong had actually already walked to the entrance of the restaurant, so he did not reply to the message, and his footsteps accelerated by a few points. In a short while, he arrived at the small private room that he had discussed. When Rushue and Li Xiaowei were waiting for him inside, Yi Dong apologized as soon as he entered the room. Sorry, I didn't expect you guys to arrive so soon. It's alright, senior, we're the ones who found it. Rushue was busy smiling back. Afterwards, she handed Yi Dong the menu. Senior, we haven't ordered anything yet. See what you like to eat? Order it yourself. Yi Dong, however, returned the menu to Wen Rushue and laughed. I am not squeamish. I will eat whatever you guys order. Seeing this, Wen Rushue did not push, and tried her best to order a few of this restaurant's signature dishes. This kind of university cafeteria small restaurant is definitely not the same as the cafeteria. Belongs to the operating profit, and outside the restaurant price difference is not much. Family is not too rich, students really cannot afford to eat these. Usually 3 people eat, spending hundreds or even thousands of dollars, are very normal. When Rushue did not know what Yi Dong like appetite dishes, so ordered are all the signature dishes, are almost on 2,000 yuan. Of course, this small amount of money was not worth mentioning compared to the gifts Yi Dong had rewarded her with in the live broadcast yesterday. After giving the menu to the waiter, a few people also chatted casually. When Rushue asked about a topic that she was most interested in. Senior, is your hometown from Mountain City or from outside the country? Regarding his family situation, Yi Dong definitely did not want to hide anything. Smiling, he replied, sort of a suburb of Mountain City, Falling Rain County. Have you guys heard of it? Ah, Senior Yi Dong, are you also from Lakyu County? My family is also from Lakyu County. Before Wen Rushue could say anything, Li Xiaowei on the side was surprised. Yi Dong glanced at Li Xiaowei and in his heart, he also felt that it was very coincidental. He did not expect that by casually chatting, he had chatted out a real hometown. After Li Xiaowei's surprise, she was also very puzzled by Yi Dong's family. Rainfall County, that small place is not really rich, can be on the tens of millions of dollars are a phoenix. Like Yi Dong, this kind of hand on the reward 100,000, even if the family assets over 100 million, but also cannot be so right. Then asked, Senior, what does your family do? Oh, my family did not do anything, is an ordinary family. My hometown is still in the countryside. Ah, not to mention that it was Li Xiaowei who didn't understand. Wen Rushue's expression was also hard to comprehend. Wen Rushue good sense, minus 10 points. Wen Rushue good sense, minus 5 points. Listening to the system prompts coming from his mind, Yi Dong was also stunned. In a moment's time, Wen Rushue's favorability towards herself had come from 60 points to 45 points. Yi Dong's heart was also cold at once. The goddess that he had just been moved by would not be so realistic. Just now, he also said that his family is from the countryside, and in one sentence, he lost 15 points. Subsequently, on second thought, he also felt that it was quite normal. Do not say is like Wen Rushue this level of goddess, even if it is a very average-looking girls. Now there are not many yearning for the countryside, and he and Wen Rushue had only just gotten to know each other, so he couldn't talk about any feelings at all. It was good that they didn't drop their favorability score to a negative number. Subsequently, a few people also chatted without moving the conversation towards awkward family issues. Li Xiaowei smiled and asked in a joking manner, Senior, Are you often rewarding female anchors in the live broadcast room? No, before I just watched the live broadcast. Yesterday was the first time I rewarded. Yi Dong's answer the two obviously did not believe. Senior, lying is not a good habit. If you don't believe me, you can check the level of my number. It's definitely not a lie. What Yi Dong said was really right. Basically all of the money that was charged yesterday was rewarded to Wenru, and the account level comparison. It was also clear at a glance. Seeing this, the two of them also knew that Yi Dong could not possibly joke around with this kind of lie that could be immediately uncovered. And in their hearts, they believed 8 or 9 points. Li Shelwei blinked her eyes and asked again. Senior suddenly rewarded so many carnivals in the live broadcast yesterday. It can't be that he has any intentions, right? Yi Dong did not expect Li Shelwei to ask this and froze in his heart. Glancing at Wenru, he hesitated for a moment before saying seriously, "My fair lady, a gentleman's good quiz. Does this count as an attempt?" Yi Dong's answer caused Wenru's fair face to instantly turn red. She also did not expect Yi Dong to admit it so dryly. Li Shelwei laughed. "Then you have to cheer up, senior. There are quite a few outstanding boys chasing after our Schwer." Wenru heard Li Shelwei still poking fun at herself and gently pushed her. Pouting, she said, "Li Shelwei, don't talk nonsense." The ensuing atmosphere was slightly awkward, but luckily the dishes were brought up by the waiter. Several people then also ate and chatted, and after a meal, they understood each other a few more points. After the meal, Wenru once again thanked. "Senior, thank you again for your reward yesterday. We will go back first." Upon hearing this, Yi Dong hurriedly asked, "Wenru, do you still want to broadcast live today?" "Senior, I usually live stream a bit more on Saturdays and Sundays, and I don't live stream much on weekdays because I have to attend classes," Wenru replied with a smile. When Yi Dong heard this, his heart was half-cooled. It was hard to complete the system's requirements for private meetings, and the degree of familiarity between himself and Wenru was definitely up to par. Thinking about coming up with a tenfold rebate tonight, undyingly asked again, "Can you broadcast a show tonight?" "Not too long, an hour is enough." Although he did not understand why Yi Dong had such a request, Wenru hesitated for a moment and still nodded her head in agreement. Chapter 20, Entering the Goddess live streaming room again. Thinking about the 10 times windfall at night, Yi Dong was not in much of a mood to attend classes in the afternoon. After separating from Wenru, Li Shelwei, he directly left the campus and returned to the hotel. Last night, due to too much excitement, did not sleep well at all. In the soft big bed to make up a few hours of sleep. Once I woke up, it was almost dark. After looking at the time, there were still 2 hours before the agreed live broadcast time. After thinking for a while, this sent a message to Jo Han-yoon. "Sister Rhyme, do you have time? Please have dinner with me." When Jo Han-yoon received the message, it just so happened to be the time when she was transferred to her own shift. Regarding the invitation from this magnificent guest staying at her hotel, Jo Han-yoon was also a bit unable to understand the other party's thoughts. It was reasonable to say that like Yi Dong's kind of young and golden son, there shouldn't be any shortage of beautiful women around. So how come he was still so attached to himself? In just 1 day's time, he had invited himself to dinner twice. After a slight hesitation, Jo Han-yoon returned a simple and clear message. Yes. Not long after, the two met at the restaurant. Yi Dong first arranged a seat for Jo Han-yoon in a very gentlemanly manner, and then asked enthusiastically, "Sister Rhyme, I've already ordered the dishes. Do you want something to drink?" Jo Han-yoon smiled sweetly and said back, "Thank you. You see to the arrangement." Seeing this, Yi Dong greeted the waiter and asked for a bottle of the finest red wine. After pouring the cups for the two of them respectively, he handed a cup to Jo Han-yoon. Laughing, he said, "Sister Rhyme, drink a little to moisten your mouth first." Jo Han-yoon took the glass and took a small sip. Only then did she say with a smile, "It's the first time I've drank such a good red wine. The flavor is really much better than ordinary red wine. Sister Rhyme, if you think it tastes good, I can treat you to it every day." Hearing Yi Dong's words, Jo Han-yoon gave Yi Dong a serious look. Then she said with a smirk, "Yi Dong, tell me, are you having any crooked ideas about me in your heart?" Seeing Jo Han-yoon speak so bluntly, Yi Dong instead became a little embarrassed. Scratching his head with his hand, he returned with a bit of embarrassment. "Sister Rhyme, there is a little bit of an idea. My fair lady, gentleman Marty." The way Yi Dong acted, he did not look like any love scene veteran at all. That constrained look amused Won Han-yoon. You are quite straightforward in what you say, so go for it." As soon as Yi Dong heard Jo Han-yoon say this, his eyes also instantly lit up. This was obviously a play. Come to think of it, a young, golden and very sunny and handsome looking man. How many girls can top that? Subsequently, a top-notch delicacy was placed on the table, and Jo Han-yoon was staggered as she watched. As the lobby manager of this hotel, she still knew the prices of the dishes in front of her. Basically all of them were signature dishes, and the dishes on the table were at least a few thousand. Yi Dong, it's just the two of us, there's no need to order so many delicious dishes. Sister Rhyme, money to find is used to spend, life is short dozens of years, not in time to enjoy is not waiting for the next life. Faced with Jo Hanyun's question, Yi Dong gave a philosophical answer. Jo Hanyun also seemed to understand, nodded. The rich man's world is indeed difficult for ordinary people to understand. After the meal, Yi Dong looked at the time and said with a smile, Sister Rhyme, thank you for coming to eat with me. I'll go back to my room first. Something WeChat contact. Yi Dong's words caused Jo Hanyun to freeze, then she also spread a smile. Yi Dong, you treated me to such a delicious meal. It should be me who thanks you. It's my honor to invite Sister Rhyme to eat with me. Then I'll withdraw first. Now away from Wenrushue's live broadcast, the time was about to arrive. Yi Dong said goodbye to Jo Hanyun and returned to his room and couldn't wait to open the Douyin live broadcast. Wenrushue really has been on the air, due to yesterday added a lot of powder. Today just opened broadcast close to small 1,000 people. Yi Dong's account ID as soon as he came in. Wenrushue saw it. Well, Fly Fish level number has reached 41 level, although in 50 level above the kind of real big brother. Still a big difference in the data, but in the eyes of many beautiful female anchors, also belongs to the characters who are welcome. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yesterday's mysterious hero is here again. This hero won't be here today to swipe the carnival again, right? I don't think so. He swiped over $100,000 yesterday, and he's still doing it today. You think he's Mr. Wang? What are you talking about again? I've just entered this live room today and I'm confused. Flying Fish, this account came in. More than 90% of the live room family members all recognized Yi Dong. Although the level had only reached level 41, there was still a big gap with the real big brothers who were over level 50 or above. However, yesterday, the impression Yi Dong had left on them in the live broadcast room was too deep. The vast majority of them had watched the live broadcast for so long and had not seen such a magnificent rewarding scene. Of course, there are even crazier records of bounties in Douyin's live broadcast. When an anti-fraud anchor PK, a simple brother even sent a record 333 carnivals in a row. The equivalent of 1 million renminbi was sent out in less than an hour with the click of a finger. That kind of boldness is completely treating money as paper. Of course, which kind of scene, no matter in which live broadcast software inside is rare. In the worldview of ordinary people, a one-time reward of more than 10,000 is considered to be quite luxurious. Wenryu of course also saw Yi Dong enter the scene, although she was already familiar with Yi Dong. In order to pull in popularity, she still sweetly shouted, "Welcome our brother Flying Fish to the live broadcast room." At once, there were also other quasi-big brother characters whose levels had reached around level 40, and their hearts soured. My level is almost the same. When entering the scene, also did not see the anchor's sandwich welcome. Cut. You try to reward the anchor 39 carnivals in a row. Don't be sour if you don't have the strength. Right, why don't you PK with Flying Fish and show us what you're made of? This prospective big brother had just spat out a sentence, and it instantly drew a frantic response. He instantly wilted. Last night he was also pulled into the live broadcast by Yi Dong's wave of carnival. There was no doubt that Yi Dong's strength could be completely said to have hung onto him, although he also relied on the total bounty record. The level almost climbed to the 40 level, this bit of quasi-big brother position, but this is the accumulation of several years down. Usually watch the live broadcast, even if the reward more than 4 digits, are few and far between. Where to dare to go and Yi Dong, this kind of God's hero, to play PK? Yi Dong simply did not pay attention to these pop-ups. Just in the background has been charged 500,000 cash into it. Thinking about waiting for the 10 times rebate, the heart of the kind of excitement is already indescribable. Chapter 21, Brother Rocket's Provocation. When Rushua was already starting her own dance performance, even if she was dressed more conservatively, her delicate body plus her stunning face was indescribably pleasing to the eyes. Yi Dong also clicked a carnival without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the doubled funds of $30,000. The heavenly voice coming from the system made Yi Dong's body tremble for a moment. After determining the reward, Yi Dong then charged all of his remaining 20-something thousand balance. When Rushua saw that Yi Dong had rewarded another carnival, and her heart was also a little excited, it also followed the usual practice and thanked. "Thank you, brother Flying Fish, for the carnival." Seeing this, Yi Dong was about to make a big splash in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, a brilliant blue firework appeared in the live broadcast room. This was the special effect of a true big brother with a level of 50 or above. Entering the live broadcast room, ********. It's divine hero Brother Rocket who's here. Who's Brother Rocket? Can someone who knows popularize him? ********. Rocket brother, you do not know. Nearly a year in the Do broadcast, the most active tycoon. Less than a year. In the Do broadcast at least rewarded 5 million cash real tycoon. A real beauty anchor woman heart of the god Big Brother. Oh Nemas. What's wrong with this society? I only earn a few tens of thousands of dollars a year through hard work. Why can others casually reward 5 million out? Yi Dong, who was preparing to play the United Continued Reward Carnival, also pressed the pause button. Taking a look at this Brother Rocket's level, he had already reached level 55. It meant that the sum of his bounties in Do podcast had reached at least 5 million or more. This figure would have been absolutely unimaginable if it were his previous self. But now Yi Dong seemed to be nothing more than that. If he were to reward without counting the rewards, he would be able to surpass this Brother Rocket tonight. Of course, Yi Dong wasn't so stupid, although his own money came easily, but after all, he had only just started, and hadn't yet reached the point where he could do whatever he wanted. When Rushue of course also saw Brother Rocket enter the scene, this was still the first highest ranked Big Brother to come in her live room after she had been live for so long. Welcome Brother Rocket to my live room. She wasn't stupid. This level of Big Brother is completely self-traffic. Their own fans are also quite a lot. Just walk into any live room, are self-traffic a group of people. Although when Rushue couldn't yet do the kind of petulant welcome that other anchors did, a simple welcoming tone was still something to say. Otherwise it would only leave an impression of being too noble. The live broadcast industry is like this. No matter how beautiful the girl, even if you are more noble, this level of Big Brother into the scene, you are indifferent. Basically in this line also do not need to mix. Brother Rocket was probably moved by when Rushue's looks, and without saying a word, he came up with a series of rockets. Brother Rocket, this is for the Anchor Mermaid. Super Rocket X1. Rocket, this is for the Anchor Mermaid. Super Rocket X2. Rocket, a Super Rocket for the Anchor Mermaid X20. Although a Super Rocket is not as expensive as a Carnival, it still costs more than $600 to $700. 20 rounds of Super Rockets was already more than 13,000 yuan. And for when Rushue, not counting Yi Dong's reward, it was already considered to be at the top of her reward record. Also with a smile on her face, she said, "Thank you Brother Rocket for the Super Rocket reward. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Flying Fish Brother hasn't even made a move yet. Rocket Brother is coming across the table. We're in for a treat today. The two new godly heroes of Douyin may stage a PK. Nanchuan Province, Nandu City. Inside a set of luxury rooms, a middle-aged man in his 30s, on the sofa with his legs crossed, holding a cell phone in his hand, was staring at the pop-ups on the screen. He is the legendary Rocket Brother, Gao Jianqiang. In the past few years because of the Western development, contracted a few projects also made a lot of money. Inadvertently also came into contact with the Douyin live broadcast, and then it was out of control. As long as it is to see their own heart girls, a go and at least 10 rockets, relying on the crazy bounty, but also broke down the Rocket Brothers' name. In a year's time, although the reward out of the money more than 5 million or more, but caught the girl at least double digit, which there are several superb beauty. Of course, this kind of thing is all you love me. There is no one who forced who. Beautiful women love money, he loves color. Said it is also all fair trade. Today just entered when Ruashue this live room. Instantly were when Ruashue this appearance impressed. Gao Jianxiang privately sees so many beautiful female anchors. For the anchor added how much beauty features, is also quite eye-catching. He instantly decided that when Rushue definitely didn't add much beauty features, and that her looks even surpassed those extremely beautiful women. Following the usual practice, he also sent out 20 rounds of Super Rockets without any hesitation. This little bit of money was completely all sprinkles to him. Who knew that inside the pop-up area? Someone said that there was another Big Brother who had his eyes on this mermaid. Looking at the ID number they were talking about, he realized that it was just a level 41 junior Big Brother. And then he laughed contemptuously. The self-contained Iron fans who entered the live room along with him were also in the same mood. That you guys are talking about, Brother Flying Fish, is only a level 41 junior? What qualifications do you have to PK with our Brother Rocket? Brother Rocket, this mermaid is too beautiful. Hurry up and let this old iron who hasn't seen the world during the live broadcast see your Super Rocket reign. You've never seen Flying Fish's Carnival 33 strike before. That's right, if you have the guts, PK with Brother Flying Fish for one game of Carnival. Looking at these pop-ups, Gao Jianxiang was also a bit fired up. Nima, Carnival 33 consecutive strikes is only 100,000 yuan. He casually in the project to get some kickbacks, are more than this number, directly sent a pop-up screen out. Flying Fish, are you going out by yourself, or let me PK you out? Gao Jianxiang sent this pop-up, instantly exploded in this live broadcast room of Rushue. Holy, our Rocket Brother is angry. What do you guys call Flying Fish Boy? Still don't hurry up and get out of the room. Oh Nima, this Rocket Brother is also too bullying. Right, not yet PK, who loses and who wins is still not sure. When Ruoshua now dance also did not dance. Looking at the pop-up area of the various messages, just wanted to say a few words, do not start a fight words and so on. Suddenly, a carnival hit appeared on the screen. Flying fish, give the anchor mermaid carnival X1, flying fish, for anchor mermaid carnival X2, flying fish, for anchor mermaids carnival X10, 10 carnivals in a row, and that's when it stopped. Chapter 22 Crazy Carnival Reign. Yi Dong originally did not want to pay attention to this rocket brother, thinking that this was at least a real big brother at level 55. After all, it also brought a lot of traffic to Ruoshua. Who knew that this rocket brother was so arrogant that he even told himself to quit this live room? Since you want to PK, then come on. Also did not answer, directly sent 10 carnivals to make their meaning clear. Yi Dong these 10 carnivals, instantly also exploded in the live room, and also sent a notice of the whole network, at least pulled in thousands of onlookers. Gao Jianxiang looked at the 10 carnivals that Yi Dong had sent out, and his head was almost smoking with anger. In the past year, he had been in the limelight at Do Podcast. Whenever he went to any live room, people would have to call him Brother Rocket. It wasn't uncommon for some of the beautiful female anchors to be jealous over him. In addition to those few top-level 60 big brothers, who does not give him face, now a junior big brother who had only rewarded him with $100,000 was actually giving him so little face. He thought that what he just said was considered polite, just letting the other party walk out, not even bringing the word roll. Who knows that the other party then he is still arrogant. Words are lazy to ignore him, directly on the war. Flying fish brother, too handsome, go for it. Rocket, the other side is too arrogant. Hurry up and kill his momentum. The fans of both sides were also fighting a pop-up war. Of course, compared to the fans, Yi Dong was definitely at a clear disadvantage. He also relied on that wave of 33 consecutive strikes yesterday and sucked in a very small number of Iron fans. On the other hand, Gao Jianxiang's Iron fans had already reached several tens of thousands, and even if not many of them followed up on this live broadcast, they still had a clear advantage. Looking at the messages in the pop-up area, Gao Jianxiang smiled arrogantly, casually sent 20 hair carnival out. Brother Rocket, send the anchor mermaid carnival X1. Brother Rocket, send the anchor mermaid carnival X2. Brother Rocket, give the anchor mermaid carnival X20. Looking at this arrogant carnival reign, the old Iron Men in the live broadcast room went even crazier. Most of them were neutralists, and watching others spreading money here felt like they were rewarding themselves, and their hearts were aching. Nima, this is the rich man's world. Just a few minutes, 2 people together are spread out 90,000 yuan. Right, more than the old man's salary for a year. Mermaid anchor too happy, just sit there, nothing to do. A few minutes to earn more than 40,000 it. When Ruoshua, now there is also a little bit blindsided. If not Yi Dong's request, she was not even intended to come live today. Previously did not even appreciate what the flavor of the carnival. And these 2 days, the carnival of their own live broadcast, completely are all over the place. Yi Dong also laughed. He just couldn't believe that there was someone in reality who was even more hoity-toity than himself. Without hesitation, he came with a 30 consecutive carnival. Flying fish, give the anchor mermaid carnival X1, the flying fish, for anchor mermaid carnival X2, flying fish, give the anchor mermaid carnival X30. Holy, brother fish is too generous. He's already rewarded more than 100,000 people today. Brother Rocket, don't be a wimp, we're behind you. Some of the old Iron onlookers were not too big to be his Iron fans, but they also said this kind of cheering words, obviously wanting to watch the fun. Other people are talking like this. His Iron fans are even more crazy. Brother Rocket, directly add up to 50 carnivals. Brother flying fish to death. Gao Jianxiang sat on the sofa, looking at these pop-ups. In his heart he wanted to vomit blood. Although his money came easily, it wasn't scraped by the wind. 50 carnivals, easy to say, that was 150,000 cash. All the female anchors he had previously rewarded, basically not more than 50,000, can ask for contact information. If he really didn't get it, he wouldn't continue to reward. Gao Jianxiang just want to find a fun, fighting broadcast beauty thousands of millions, will not hang in a tree. But looking at the screen inside when Rushua's moving posture, or decided to go crazy again, directly in accordance with the Iron Powder said, a 50 hair carnival. Brother Rocket, give the anchor mermaid carnival X1. Brother Rocket, give the anchor mermaid carnival X2. Rocket, give the anchor a mermaid fiesta X50. Everyone in the live room was shocked by this wave of carnival. The news that when Rushua, the live room, had 2 big brothers engaging in infighting had instantly spread across the entire network. Coupled with the occasional network-wide announcements, the popularity soared dramatically at a rate visible to the naked eye. By the time Brother Rocket finished posting these 50 carnivals, The number of people watching the live broadcast had reached a terrifying 100,000 plus. Many female anchors came in and saw this scene, their whole bodies tightening with envy. Nima, wasn't this kind of scene only found when anchors piked each other? Instead, here in Wenrushue, it was a big brother infighting, and no matter who lost or won, the only winner was bound to be the anchors themselves. After Gao Jianxiang sent out 50 carnivals, he arrogantly typed in the pop-up area, "Flying fish boy, are you going to go out on your own? Or are you going to keep coming?" Yi Dong did not respond to him at all and directly came with an even more terrifying carnival 100 in a row. "Flying fish, give the anchor mermaid carnival X1, the flying fish, to the anchor mermaid carnival X2, flying fish, to anchor mermaid carnival X100. With these 100 carnivals from Yi Dong, the live broadcast room went even crazier. The so-called rocket brother Gao Jianxiang immediately wilted. He knew that he had run into a ruthless person this time. The other party's strength was definitely stronger than him, although the level is still far from his level. But from the other person's ruthless expression, afraid of 1,000 carnival can be thrown out. If he fought on, he would most likely get nothing, not even a single hair. But he has now rewarded more than $200,000. Looking at Wenrushue's stunningly beautiful body, the heart is again very reluctant. After thinking for a while, he casually sent out another pop-up. "Flying fish brother, today I have insufficient funds to prepare. This PK I'm willing to bow to the wind. Mermaid, background add a friend. I go first," he thought, this PK even if he lost, but he has already rewarded so much. The performance has been bold enough. The other party, as long as not stupid, should be privately contacted. In the world of beauty live streaming, it wasn't uncommon for a beautiful female anchor to hang on to several big brothers at the same time. After posting this pop-up, Gao Jianxiang then dusted himself off and exited the room. No way. Brother Rocket actually lost the PK. Oh my god. Brother Flying Fish is definitely a superhero. Even Mr. One's reward is not this crazy. Brother Flying Fish, from today onwards, I'm your biggest fan. Flying Fish, are you married? I want to give you a child. Chapter 23. Answer the right reward. Wenrushue today this live broadcast, but also the opening of a small dance. Looking at the live room, more than 100,000 people, the heart is also excited. A glance at the reward gift has been more than 3 million bucks, equivalent to 630,000 cash, and the platform half of the points also have 300,000 out. It was much more than her live streaming income for nearly a year. After seeing Brother Rocket come out of the live room, she just wanted to say a few words of thanks to Yi Dong. Suddenly, another carnival storm rained down on the screen of the live room. "Flying fish, send to anchor mermaid carnival X1. Flying fish, send to anchor mermaid carnival X2. Flying fish for the anchor mermaid carnival X193. This time the carnival, until it was sent to 193, which stopped. Yi Dong just now and from the rebate funds, just filled up 1 million whole. This is 10 times the rebate. Of course he does not want to miss a little bit. I don't want to miss a little bit of it. Brother Flying Fish, Brother Rocket has been beaten away by you. You still send out so many carnivals. Do you really have more money than you have room to spend? Did you guys do the math? With the carnivals just now, Brother Flying Fish sent out a total of 333 carnivals. That's $1 million. Nima, is Brother Flying Fish the trumpet of Mr. Wang? Who's got his eye on this mermaid? If I were you, I wouldn't think Mr. Wang would be so generous with this kind of reward. Brother Flying Fish, do you still need a maid to warm your bed? Che, this kind of luxury sun will cut the maid. People even want to warm the bed, but also is a mermaid this level. Wenrushue was now numb with shock. Yi Dong's family is not from the countryside. Where did he get so much money to make a crazy reward? Seeing that the comments in the pop-up area were getting more and more outrageous. Then, after incoherently saying a few words of thanks, she turned off the live broadcast. Li Xiaowei, who had been sitting next to her, had a shocked expression on her face that wasn't less than Wenrushue's at all. After seeing Wenrushue exit the live broadcast, it took a long time for her to come back to her senses. Nervously, she asked, "Schwerer, how many reward gifts did you collect in total today?" It seems like it's almost 3 million. Wenrushue was also a bit incoherent as she replied. She was a freshman, and this number was already a bit beyond her imagination. Wow, isn't that you earned more than $600,000 in just over an hour? Li Xiaowei said with a somewhat exaggerated expression as well. The two girls, as you looked at me and I looked at you, were both shocked by this exaggerated figure. It was only after a while that Li Xiaowei leisurely said, "What exactly does Senior Yi Dong do? Such a crazy reward. Surely it can't be the family's money. Wow, so young, so capable. Schwerer, you have to grasp it. The rich generation is definitely more than 100 times stronger than the rich second generation. When Rushue heard this and did not retort as usual. Instead, she leisurely returned, Xiao Hui, what do you think this senior Yi Dong is trying to do? If he really wants to pursue me, he doesn't need to reward me so crazily in the live broadcast room. Li Xiaowei was also puzzled by this point. This $1 million that Yi Dong rewarded today, but it was going to be half of it siphoned off by the platform. She had never really heard of any boy chasing a girl who would use such crazy methods. While the two girls were puzzled here, Yi Dong was staring at the balance of almost $10 million and giggling. Although he had long known that he would never worry about money in the future, this feeling of a sudden skyrocketing balance was really too good. With that, he sent another message to Rushue. Rushue, when are you going live tomorrow? Rushue was instantly confused when she received this message. Listening to the tone of this message from Yi Dong, did he still want to frantically swipe gifts for himself? She just wanted to be quiet right now. After Yi Dong sent this message out, he waited for a long time without receiving a reply. Suddenly, he also realized that he was afraid that this crazy move would scare the other party a little. Alas, wanting to spend some money is so difficult, and glanced at Jo Hanyun's micro signal. A little consideration. Sent a message over. Sister Rhyme, asleep? Inside the hotel staff dormitory, Jo Hanyun also had an independent dormitory due to being a mid-level leader. Although it was only a tiny 10 or so square feet, it was far too comfortable compared to a large room with several people in it. Jo Hanyun is also a poor person. The situation is similar to Fan Shangmei in Ode to Joy. In addition to being a few years younger than Fan Shangmei, her family's situation can be said to be quite different. Just now she received a call from her mom, saying that her younger brother Jo Lei is now talking about his girlfriend, and the family is in dire need of money, so she told Jo Han-yun to find a way to send some back. You know, although Jo Han-yun is a 4-star hotel lobby manager, but the salary plus all the bonuses, every month is just a little over 10,000. Basically, every month, payroll, have to transfer more than half of the money back. Even so, her parents think it's still less. What Jo Han-yun in the hotel package food and accommodation, a girl and cannot spend what money, stay so much money in the side what to do. Whenever she thought of this, Jo Han-yun felt very aggrieved. Do you have no socialization in addition to work? Do not need to spend money. The younger brother himself did not study well, did not graduate from high school or out to fight. So many years is also nothing. I don't know how many times I've asked for money behind my parents' backs. Jo Han-yun previously talked about that boyfriend. The two feelings are also quite good, is to know their family situation. The other's parents do not agree. Her boyfriend after repeated consideration, and ultimately listened to the words of his parents. For this matter Jo Han-yun sat for several months. She still remembers what her boyfriend said. If Jo Han-yun does not correct the relationship with her family, the future will certainly not be happy. But what can she do? Mom and dad raised her so, how can not leave the family alone? Thinking of his brother Jo Lei is a headache. Now even talk about a girlfriend. Also have the nerve to find themselves to ask for money. Looking at the balance of the cell phone inside the poor thousands of dollars, is hesitant, then received Yi Dong's message. For this big boy who wants to hit his own idea, Jo Han-yun also do not know each other, just want to play, or really like themselves. After a slight hesitation, she returned a message. I'm still awake. What's up with you, Sister Rhyme? I can't sleep anyway. Why don't we make a game? Yi Dong also returned a message in seconds. Seeing this message, Jo Han-yun was also stunned in her heart. What game? Let's play a question and answer game. I'll ask and you answer. There's a reward for a correct answer. Chapter 24 The Game of Sending Red Envelopes. Seeing this message from Yi Dong, Jo Han-yun did not think much of it and assumed that Yi Dong was joking. Fine. You ask. Sister Rhyme, how old are you this year? Jo Han-yun did not expect Yi Dong's first question to ask this. 25 years old. Ding. You have a transfer of 1,000 yuan pending. Jo Han-yun looked at the transfer of 1,000 renminbi on WeChat, and her head was a bit clouded. Yi Dong, what do you mean by this 1,000 yuan? Sister Rhyme, didn't you just say play the game? You answered correctly. Of course there is a reward. Do you still want to play? Looking at Yi Dong returning this message, Jo Han-yun bit her lip. In her heart, she thought, is this the pastime of the rich? She even had the urge to delete Yi Dong's micro signal, but then thinking of her family's situation, she gritted her teeth and accepted the $1,000. Anyway, answering a few questions would give her a few $1,000, so what was her dignity worth? Then immediately returned a message. Play, why not? Ask whatever you want. Where is your hometown? Juanha Road, Tianma County, Shichong City, Nanchuan Province. Looking at Jo Han-yun answering so carefully, Yi Dong was also stunned. However, he did not think much about it and casually sent a transfer of 5,000 RMB over. Ding. you have a transfer fund of 5,000 renminbi pending. Jo Han-yoon was startled by this message. Wasn't it 1,000 yuan? How did it go up to 5,000 all of a sudden? The feeling of being dispossessed in her heart was instantly reduced by a lot. 5,000 yuan was almost worth half a month's salary. Even if he was a great beauty, it was not worth spending so much money to amuse her. Since Yi Dong dared to send it, she also dared to receive it. Sister Rhyme, how many boyfriends have you had? This question Jo Han-yoon considered for a while. She wanted to lie and say that she hadn't talked about it, but after thinking for a while, she decided to answer truthfully. 1. Ding. You have a sum of $20,000 pending. Jo Han-yoon was dumbfounded as he looked at the 20,000 yuan transfer, a bit not daring to receive it. It was almost 2 months of his salary. What is this called answering a question? Yi Dong didn't even ask if it was real or fake. Isn't this giving her money for nothing? Could it be that Yi Dong wants to bag himself? Yi Dong, transferring so much money to me? What exactly do you mean? Sister Rhyme, didn't you say just now? It's just a small game. Do you still want to play? Fine. You rich people don't care anyway. Keep asking. After accepting the $20,000, Yi Dong immediately asked another question. Sister Rhyme, what do you think of me? Jo Han-yoon considered for a moment and replied, young, and so handsome. What's there to say? Ding. You have a sum of $100,000 pending. As she watched the amount grow larger and larger, Jo Han-yoon even had the feeling of dreaming. This wasn't 10,000 times simpler than one stop to the bottom. Simple questions, super high returns. This time she didn't ask anything and directly clicked to receive it. Immediately Yi Dong's next question came. Sister Rhyme, if I invite you to my room now, will you come? After seeing the message, Jo Han-yoon even had a feeling of blushing, strangely not having the same kind of evil feeling that she had just had. After careful consideration, she simply replied with a few words. Will. Ding. You have a fund of 500,000 yuan pending. Looking at the number in the screen of her cell phone, which was considered a huge sum of money for her, Jo Han-yoon even had a feeling that it was hard to breathe. If she clicked to receive it herself, together with the 100,000 or so dollars just now, a lot of things at home could be solved. In her hometown small county, can even down payment for a better house, plus decoration are no problem. Jo Han-yoon bit her lip before clicking to accept it. Suddenly all have a feeling of mental relaxation. Yi Dong in this moment is also become the only backbone of her heart. Yi Dong was lying on the sofa, watching Jo Han-yoon take the 500,000 RMB. A smile also appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completely conquering Jo Han-yoon. The daily rebate amount is raised to $2 million. Hearing the system response in his mind, Yi Dong was instantly baffled. What has he done? Nothing has been done. This completely conquered Jo Han-yoon. System, what is the meaning of this complete conquest? Ding! That is, the host can now do anything you want to do with Jo Han-yoon. The other side will be 100% obedient. Hearing this reply from the system, Yi Dong was also a bit puzzled. A message that was originally edited. He undid it again. Since the mission was completed and he had completely conquered the other party, that kind of thing could not be rushed. After all, it was only one day full of acquaintances. System, then do I still have 1 million counter credit today? Ding. Yes. Jo Han-yoon, on the other end, was holding her cell phone and staring nervously at the message. She was now 100% certain that Yi Dong's next message was definitely telling her to go to the luxurious suite. Although her own heart was already certain, her heart was more or less inevitably still a little nervous. Sister Rhyme, are you nervous now? Surprisingly, Yi Dong returned another somewhat ambiguous message. Yes. Won Han-yoon then simply replied back with a single word. Ding. You have a transfer of 1,000,000 yuan pending. When Han-yoon looked at the long string of zeros, and her head got a little dizzy. At that moment, it felt like her soul was trembling. A huge sum of money that she had dreamed of was right in front of her eyes, and at their fingertips. Just now their own kind of answer. The other side cannot read. Completely is the meaning of complete compromise. Why the other side also turned such a large sum of money to themselves. Jo Han-yoon even had the urge to ask Yi Dong in front of her face, although she knew that she was also considered a great beauty, but she definitely did not reach the point of letting a man spend so much money to pursue. After hesitating for a while, she directly dialed Yi Dong's phone. After picking up, she asked a bit shyly, Yi Dong, what do you mean by the last transfer? Do you want me to personally deliver it to your door? Sister Rhyme, you're joking. I'm just giving you some pocket money. You hurry up and take it. It's too late now. Good night. After Yi Dong said this, he hung up the phone without waiting for Jo Han-yoon to say anything. Jo Han-yoon had been frozen for several seconds as she listened to the busy sound coming from the microphone of her pair of cell phones. Yi Dong's current figure was infinitely taller in her heart. Took a look at the transfer funds inside the cell phone. Anyway, The front has already received so much. Yi Dong also said it is pocket money, or clicked to receive. One moment was still for thousands of tens of thousands of dollars agonizing Jo Han-yoon. The next moment has become a veritable little rich woman. Things are so marvelous. The moment Jo Han-yoon clicked to accept it, Yi Dong sighed. Ding! Your 2 million counter credit has arrived. Chapter 25 Excellent Westlake Longjing. This feeling is too good. Easily to a very good girl soaked to the hand. Did not spend a penny, but also earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yi Dong does not doubt that he just hook hand. Like Jo Han-yoon, this kind of superb beauty will be shy to their own nest inside to warm the bed. He suppressed the impulse in his heart. It is better to wait for a little familiarity before starting. After looking at his balance, his heart is just a cool word anyway. Yesterday he was a pauper, but today he has become a multi-millionaire. The next day, Yi Dong of course slept comfortably until he woke up naturally, and for the rest of the classes, he did not intend to go to the classroom. After getting up and casually eating a little breakfast, he went outside to the mall and bought 2 boxes of the best Westlake Longjing on the market, intending to visit his counselor, Zhang Jiming. Zhang Jiming is not very old, less than 30 years old, is also Yi Dong's senior. After graduating from Southwest University, directly chose to stay in school. Perhaps Yi Dong's grades are good in all aspects. Zhang Jiming has always been quite caring for Yi Dong. Yi Dong in the school to find a temporary job, but also Zhang Jiming's relationship, usually meet in private. Yi Dong has always called each other as Zhang brother. He is now developed, should go to see brother Zhang in the sense of reason. After contacting him by phone, he went directly to his assigned teacher's dormitory. After pressing the doorbell, the one who opened the door was actually a girl with good posture. The other party directly smiled and said, "You are Yi Dong, right? Come in and sit down. Ji Ming is in the restroom." Yi Dong guessed that the girl in front of him with good posture should be old Zhang's girlfriend. Although he had a good relationship with Zhang Jiming, he rarely came to this side, and was really not too clear about whether Zhang Jiming had a girlfriend or not. Just after entering the house, Zhang Jiming came out from the bathroom. After seeing what Yi Dong was carrying in his hand, a little complained, "Yi Dong, just come, what else to buy? Brother Zhang, you take care of me so well, it is not proper to buy something. I still don't know that my sister-in-law is also here. Otherwise I would have prepared some gifts for my sister-in-law as well." Yi Dong smiled and replied politely. Zhang Jiming laughed at this. Taking the bag in Yi Dong's hand, he placed it on the coffee table, then laughed. "You kid is still so polite. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend He Xiaoxi. Like me, she is also working as a counselor in the school, and she is ready to get married during the summer vacation this year. You happen to come today. I also want to ask you for one thing. When we get married, I want to ask you and your girlfriend Lu Weiwei to come and be our best man and bridesmaid. No problem?" Yi Dong's heart froze when he heard Zhang Jiming's words. It was definitely fine for himself to be the best man, and Lu Weiwei was definitely out of the question. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Zhang, I definitely have no problem, but there is no way for the bridesmaids. I have already broken up with Lu Weiwei." Zhang Jiming's expression was clearly stunned when he heard this. Yi Dong and Lu Weiwei were also considered to be the golden couple that he was very optimistic about. So how did they suddenly break up? Then he asked, "Yi Dong, what's going on? It's almost graduation. Why don't you guys just stick it out?" "Brother Zhang, what's so hard to understand? It's obvious that I don't have any money." For Yi Dong's family situation, Zhang Jiming more or less understood a little bit. He didn't even know how to persuade. "Hey, Yi Dong, I don't know what to say. Anyway, you're in such a good condition. In the future to find a beautiful girlfriend, it must not be a problem." Hearing that Zhang Jiming was still trying to enlighten himself, Yi Dong also could not help but smile. "Brother Zhang, I don't have anything, but it's you and your sister-in-law's new marriage. Remember to notify me in advance. Although Lu Weiwei can't be a bridesmaid, but I will definitely find a more outstanding bridesmaid for you." Seeing Yi Dong express himself so confidently, Zhang Jiming's heart was not quite convinced though, but still, he thanked. "Then I will express my gratitude first." He Xiaoxi washed a bit of fruit at this time and set it on the coffee table. Smiling, she said, "Yi Dong, have some fruit." "Thank you, sister-in-law. No need to be so polite." For this He Xiaoxi in front of him, Yi Dong felt that he was also quite compatible with old Zhang, and in his heart, he was also happy that Zhang Jiming could find such a good match. After considering for a while, he added to Zhang Jiming, "Brother Zhang, I won't go for that temporary job you found for me. Please speak to that side." Zhang Jiming was not surprised to hear that. He was about to graduate from the university. Most of his classmates were preparing for their post-graduation jobs, or continuing to graduate school, so that temporary job was relatively unimportant. After nodding his head in agreement, he then asked, "Yi Dong, have you considered continuing to graduate school?" For this question, Yi Dong had not really considered it. The previous idea was definitely to marry Lu Weiwei after graduating from university, then work together to earn money to buy a house, in filial piety to both parents, and just live an uneventful life. But now with the super system, the matter of work is certainly not even need to consider. His own starting point has already killed more than 99.9% of the proud sons of heaven. He hadn't really thought about his future plans. Now that I've heard old Zhang ask this question, the idea of going to graduate school is really good. Although Yi Dong does not care about that bit of learning, but the university campus is full of beautiful women. Originally, Mountain City is the most beautiful city in the country, and he is also considered to be a fish out of water over here. He then replied to old Zhang, "Brother Zhang, we'll see when the time comes. I might choose to continue with graduate school." Hearing this answer from Yi Dong, old Zhang was obviously also very pleased. These days, college students are really not very competitive anymore, but graduate students are definitely still very popular, and he certainly still hopes that Yi Dong will be a little better in the future. Yi Dong then left after sitting for a while. Zhang Jiming was going to keep Yi Dong for lunch, but was politely refused by Yi Dong on the pretext that he had something to do. After Yi Dong left, Zhang Jiming then measured up the bag of gifts that Yi Dong brought over. Outside is an ordinary shopping bag. Just now he did not look closely. The box inside took out a look, and then also sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhang Jiming, usually the biggest hobby, is like to drink tea, but because he just joined the workforce not long ago, the salary is not particularly high. Usually the tea is usually ordinary goods. The tea that Yi Dong had bought for him was the best of the best Westlake Longjing on the market, and the value of these two boxes was already close to $50,000, although the price tag had been torn off by Yi Dong. Zhang Jiming, as a tea lover, how could he not know the price of the finest Westlake Longjing? Did Yi Dong hit the jackpot? Zhang Jiming couldn't help but have this thought pop up in his mind. Yi Dong had just gone downstairs shortly before he received another call from Zhang Jiming. "Yi Dong, why did you buy me such a good tea? It's too wasteful. Hurry up and take it back." "Brother Zhang, that tea you don't worry about drinking is. I recently invested in the stock market to earn some money. It is considered a filial piety to you." Hearing Yi Dong say so, Zhang Jiming was also considered relieved. Although his relationship with Yi Dong, this gift could not be talked about as a bribe, but without clarifying the issue of the source, he really did not dare to drink such a good tea. Chapter 26: The Clueless Reward. Yi Dong then circled around the campus. His previous center point, apart from his studies, was all placed on Lu Weiwei, so much so that he hadn't really taken a close look at the entire school scenery. Yi Dong was walking on a shady road, thinking in his mind about what to do to make when Rushue broadcast another live show today. Wang Jinchuan then came to the phone. "Dongzi, aren't you going to come to the classroom?" "Yes, the classroom is free to review anyway. It's no fun." "Dongzi, have you seen the class WeChat group? Now the group is all talking about you." Yi Dong really didn't see it. No matter if it was a college class group or a high school class group, he had set Do Not Disturb. After chatting casually with Wang Jinchuan and hanging up the phone, he opened the WeChat class group. It already showed several hundred unread messages. After looking through them, all of them were discussing why they had changed. Basically, everyone thought that Yi Dong should have won the lottery. They also specifically inquired about it, and in the past 2 days, a lottery point station around the school had really opened a first prize, and they heard that the prize money was as high as more than $5 million. Even after removing the taxes, it was still more than $4 million. Although $4 million was nothing to Yi Dong, he could earn it back by casually spending some money. But for most of the ordinary students in their class, more than $4 million was already an astronomical figure for them now. Nowadays, most of the graduates, when they first started working, were a few $1,000s, and many of them might not be able to save this much money in their whole life. Lu Weiwei was also convinced by this news that Yi Dong had won the lottery. The message showed that the time when the first prize was opened was the very same night when she and Yi Dong broke up. What made her even more depressed was that this winning ticket, the time of sale was still the day before. In other words, whether he and Yi Dong chose to break up or not that day, Yi Dong would have won this first prize. With Yi Dong's past dog-licking behavior towards her, if they had not broken up, at least most of this $4 million would have been spent on her. After thinking about all this, the kind of remorse in Lu Weiwei's heart is simply indescribable with words. Of course, no matter what Lu Weiwei thought, Yi Dong certainly did not care. After faintly looking at the group chat, he then exited the interface. Just as he was thinking of continuing forward, a red Porsche squeaked and came to a sharp stop in front of him. This scene startled Yi Dong so much that his cold sweat almost fell off. Although he had a system in place, he had not reached the point where he would be unharmed even if a sports car crashed into him. Yi Dong did not have time to get angry, but the car came down. A beautiful woman walked in front of Yi Dong, crossed his arms and said angrily, "You bastard, are you trying to touch the porcelain?" walking how not long eyes. Standing in front of himself although is a stunning beauty, Yi Dong also has little heart to appreciate. A wave of anger was also running upwards. Are you sick? You drove and almost hit me, but you are still evil. Ouyang Lina didn't expect that in a university town, there were still boys who ignored themselves and called themselves sick. She was even more furious and said angrily, "Who are you calling sick? I think you are the one who is sick. Who told you to walk in the middle of the road? Big sister, here is the campus. I even walk in the middle of the road. If not you car speed so fast, can just that thing?" When Ouyang Lina heard Yi Dong call her big sister, her anger intensified a few more points. Bastard, who is your big sister? You hurry up and die far away. Don't block my lane. If this girl had spoken nicely, seeing that the other party was so pretty, Yi Dong would not have gotten into anything with her. As soon as she came up, she was fierce, and now she even told herself to die farther away. Yi Dong was also aggravated by a few points of anger. Looking at the Porsche in front of him that had almost knocked himself off the road, he immediately slammed his fist into the front of the car. With a bang, the power of Yi Dong's triple chop was unreserved this time. The front end of the car was smashed out of a concave and convex shape. Ouyang Lina looked at Yi Dong dumbfounded. She did not expect this boy in front of her. His strength would be so great, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. Inarticulately, she said, "You, what do you want to do? My boyfriend is the president of the Taekwondo club. If you want to bully me, he won't let you go." Yi Dong had just slammed his fist down and was actually a little regretful. This was not his previous style. Could it be that after having the system, he had drifted a bit? After seeing the girl's scared appearance, the anger in his heart just now had subsided for the most part. Then he said lightly, "It was me who was impulsive just now. Let's see how to compensate for it." Ouyang Lina was baffled by Yi Dong's change in mood. One moment she was fierce and wanted to eat people, but the next moment she was soft. Then inwardly, she also laughed coldly. Another soft character must have heard herself say how powerful her boyfriend was, so she had this kind of transformation. Walked to the front of the car to check the situation. Nameless fire is out again. This favorite car has only been bought less than half a month, but like the family soft grinding for a long time, her father only loosened his mouth. Looked at that a big fist hard. To Yi Dong angrily said, "You bastard. I this car and you have a grudge. Under so big dead hand." Yi Dong saw the situation, or expressionless said, "Do not say so much nonsense. How much money I compensate you?" Ouyang Lina surveyed Yi Dong up and down a glance. Although good looking, but look at how the clothes are not like what rich people. Said a little contemptuous, "Speaking is easy. Do you know how much money my car is worth?" Porsche 911 heard of it. The full landing price of 1.76 million. You this fist at least 300,000. You can afford to pay? Ouyang Lina said the price. Yi Dong heard no waves in his heart. He only wanted to end things quickly and leave this unlucky place. "Open your WeChat. I will pay you." Yi Dong's light tone made Ouyang Lina's heart froze. Among all the students in the entire Southwest University, those who could casually afford to pay more than $300,000 would definitely not be more than a handful, and that kind of student was definitely not a nameless person. In her impression, there was simply no such person as Yi Dong, but he looked at the other party's expression, and did not seem to be joking. Will be convinced to take out his cell phone, put his own collection code open. Yi Dong faintly said, "You said at least 300,000. I now pay you 400,000. Should be able to clear it." Ouyang Lina was all surprised by Yi Dong's faint pretense. In her heart, she laughed coldly. 400,000. Even the changed person side her Ouyang Lina's cell phone did not have this much. Good you can sweep 400,000 over. You smashed my car thing will be too clear. Otherwise you will wait for me to call the police to deal with it. Not long after, Ouyang Lina was shocked to see 400,000 more inside her cell phone balance, and Yi Dong's side was even more baffled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining $4 million in rebate funds. Chapter 27 Great Uncle's Appearance. Comparatively speaking, Ouyang Lina was not as shocking as Yi Dong's heart. System, is there a reward for this kind of compensation as well? Ding! As long as it is the host's money spent to the girls, as long as it reaches the standard there are rebates. Yi Dong's eyes lit up when he heard this. Only then did he take a fresh look at the stunning woman in front of him. Taking a closer look, there was really a bit of a familiar feeling. Just couldn't think of a name. System, can you recognize the identity of the other party? Ding, a small matter. Name, Ouyang Lina. Age, 21 years old. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Face value, 9 points. Seeing the other party's name, Yi Dong knew that it seemed like the sixth of the top 10 school flowers of Southwest University, and it seemed like it was also from the art department. Generally boys pay attention to the school flower, unless there is a special situation. most of them will only pay attention to the most beautiful ones. Yi Dong of course is no exception. I can't imagine that the face value of this Ouyang Lena in front of me is also up to the standard of a girl's level. Ouyang Lena is also still in shock. Yi Dong casually transferred 400,000 to her. Among the students of the entire school, Ouyang Nana could definitely be ranked in the top 3 when it came to the level of family wealth. Even so, she couldn't do what Yi Dong did, and casually swiped 400,000 without changing her face. Looking up, she saw that Yi Dong was seriously sizing himself up. Could not help but blush, shyly said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before?" Yi Dong was not angry. He had just casually earned nearly $4 million. Looking at Ouyang Lena again, it was as if what stood in front of her was not some stunning beauty, but a big treasure. Then laughed, "You just said this car full price won 76 million. You see, I just smashed so big a mark. 400,000 is certainly not enough, or I add a little more." Ouyang Lena are doubtful whether their ears heard wrong. In front of this person is afraid to be sick. The person in front of her is sick. She compensated herself, and also offered to raise the price upwards. Is he trying to beat himself up? She did not want to guess Yi Dong's identity now, glared at Yi Dong, then got into the car, stepped on the gas and drifted away. Yi Dong also laughed bitterly. The other party looks to be the lord of not bad money. Want to take money to hit each other? This trick is certainly not good. However, when he thought of the fact that he had just earned more than $3 million, his mood was also quite comfortable. Humming a musical tune to the Department of Arts Dance Academy, looked at the time, there is still a period of time from the end of the class, and then strolled around the neighborhood. After seeing some students coming out of the classroom one after another, this is when he took out his cell phone and made a call to Wen Ruxue. As soon as the phone was connected, Yi Dong took the lead and said, "Wen Ruxue, I am at the gate of your teaching building. I would like to treat you to dinner. Can you come out now?" Wen Ruxue on the other end of the phone hesitated for 2 seconds before she answered softly, "Okay, wait a moment." Not 2 minutes after hanging up the phone, Wen Ruxue's figure appeared in Yi Dong's eyes. In this dance academy where beautiful women were like clouds, Wen Ruxue's figure was also particularly dazzling in the crowd. Elegantly walking to Yi Dong's side, she smiled and said, "Yi Dong, let's go." Looking at the beautiful person in front of him, Yi Dong immediately had an urge to embrace the other party into his arms, but he also knew that he could not eat hot tofu in a hurry. If he was really that anxious, he would definitely scare the other party. At this time, it was the peak time for classes to end, and many of the students in the dance class saw Wen Ruxue meeting with a strange man. Several of the boys came up with a bad look on their faces. A man who was even more handsome than Yi Dong pointed at Yi Dong and asked, "Wen Ruxue, who is he?" Without waiting for Wen Ruxue to answer, Yi Dong stepped forward and blocked his finger away. Indifferently, he said, "And who are you to talk to Wen Ruxue in such a tone like that?" This handsome man glared at Yi Dong, then looked at Wen Ruxue and said, "Wen Ruxue, you talk to this guy to see if I have this qualification." Seeing this, Wen Ruxue fainted. "Brother, don't make a scene. He is just treating me to a meal." Yi Dong was dumbfounded when he heard this. Nima, after making a mess, it turned out to be his future great-uncle. No wonder he was so arrogant. Then immediately smiled and said, "So you are Wen Ruxue's brother. Hello, my name is Yi Dong, from the finance college." This handsome man, however, did not give Mr. Yi any face at all. Still arrogantly said, "I don't care what college you are from. You remember well. My name is Wen Zihao, the school's martial arts club's leader. I advise you better not hit my sister's idea, or I will let you know why the flowers are so red." Hearing Wen Zihao's words, Yi Dong was also a little fired up. "Nima, even if you are for your future great-uncle, there is no need to be so arrogant." Immediately, he also said in a tit-for-tat manner, "Your name is Wen Zihao. Then I will also tell you, I don't care what kind of association you are from. The woman that I, Yi Dong, like, no matter who is in the way, it is useless." When Zihao heard this, his expression was also obviously stunned. He could not imagine that the other party was even more arrogant than him. Then he laughed coldly. "My sister has so many suitors. I still see you so arrogant for the first time. If not now is in school, I will let you know why the king of Horseyama has 3 eyes." Yi Dong ignored Wen Zihao's provocative words and turned his gaze towards Wen Ruxue. He asked, "Wen Ruxue, it's getting late. Let's go." Wen Ruxue looked at his brother, Wen Zihao, and said with difficulty, "Brother, we are just going to the cafeteria for a meal. Why don't you go back?" Upon hearing this, Wen Zihao saw that his sister insisted on going. Turning his head to look at Yi Dong, he said, "Since you really want to invite my sister for dinner, then I will fulfill you, but you won't mind inviting a few more people." After saying this, he also glanced at the few companions around him. Obviously, if Yi Dong insisted on inviting Wen Ruxue for dinner, Wen Zihao and his several companions would definitely have to go as well. Yi Dong of course did not want to accompany a few big old men for dinner. He still wanted to speak to Wen Ruxue about the live broadcast in the evening, but looking at Wen Ruxue's difficult expression there, he could only say, "It's okay, go together." Wen Zihao sniffed, but said, "You want to invite my sister for dinner. In order to show your sincerity, shouldn't you go outside the school to find a better place?" This Wen Zihao's words clearly had the intention of letting Yi Dong know what to do. Although there were better restaurants in the school, price-wise, there was still a certain distance from the most luxurious restaurants outside the campus. If the average student who did not have much money heard this kind of words, he might really know how to retreat. However, Yi Dong was not an ordinary person now. Lightly smiling, he said, "Of course there is no problem. You pick the place." Wen Zihao was instantly a bit confused. The script was not in this direction. Wen Ruxue glanced at her brother. In a low voice, she said, "Brother, Yi Dong is the flying fish brother inside my live broadcast." Chapter 28, Dining at the Gathering of Immortals. Hearing Wen Ruxue's words, Wen Zihao was instantly dumbfounded. He had just been bragging about brother flying fish with a few companions. Although their family wasn't said to be a poor family, it definitely wasn't a rich family either. Dad and mom are dance class origin. In the mountain city opened a dance training school, can earn a few $100,000 a year. Family conditions are limited. Pocket money is of course also limited. So that sister Wen Ruxue live things. Wen Zihao is also quite supportive. When the income is high, you can also borrow some pocket money from your sister to spend. Sometimes when Wen Ruxue's live broadcast popularity is low, he will also pull a few friends to the live broadcast to fill the water army. Yesterday's live broadcast, he saw from the beginning to the end, has been a big brother of the list will fly fish, the kind of super bold bounty shock to scalp numbness. To know, Wen Ruxue yesterday a live income? Almost top his parents the dance training course income for a year. Yesterday, he also posted a comment in the live broadcast room, saying that he is Flying Fish's loyal fans, and that he will follow Flying Fish wherever he goes in the future. Thinking about this, his face burned. He couldn't imagine that brother Flying Fish was standing in front of him right now, and at the same time, his heart was surprised at how Yi Dong could be so rich. Southwest University, the most famous of those rich second generation. Wen Zihao more or less know a little, but they and Yi Dong then, simply nothing. Some of their family assets may be more than 100 million. There is even a top rich second generation. The family's industry has reached billions of dollars, but that was assets, not money. The pocket money of the rich second generation in the university for a month is at most between tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. They dared to take out $1 million a night to reward, unless it was followed by eating steamed buns under squash for several months in a row. Yi Dong also did not expect Wen Zihao to be in the live broadcast room and gave him an unexpected look. Asked, "You also like to play live?" After knowing that Yi Dong was brother Flying Fish, Wen Zihao was obviously not as arrogant. Very politely, he replied, "I don't play live. I just fill up the water army in my sister's live room when I'm not doing anything." Yi Dong saw that the other party's tone was obviously much better and also smiled politely. He, today I'm treating you. You can pick any place you want. Don't be polite." Seeing that Yi Dong had spoken like this, he also knew that the other party was not a bad host anyway. Wen Zihao was also not polite, and directly led the crowd to an off-campus Gathering Immortal building. The Gathering of Immortals restaurant also belonged to the most upscale dining place in this neighborhood, and it was heard that the chef inside was a chef inside a 7-star hotel, and had been hired by the owner at a high price to come here to be the chef. Of course, relatively speaking, the average person couldn't really afford this kind of place. Even Wen Zihao, during his 3 years in college, he had only dined here a handful of times. This time, when Yi Dong asked him to choose a place at random, of course he would not be pretentious and directly led here, together with Wen Zihao's 4 companions, a line of 7 people, directly asked for a large private room. After serving a good variety of wine and food, Wen Zihao was also able to afford to put down. After pouring a little bit of wine for all of them, he stood up and said to Yi Dong, "Brother Flying Fish, let me toast to you and thank you for your support for my sister's live broadcast." After saying this, he drank it all in one go. Yi Dong's drinking capacity was also okay, so of course, he also drank it all in one go without any ambiguity. Seeing this, Wen Zihao had even more admiration for Yi Dong in his heart. As a person who practiced martial arts, he most despised the kind of man who was a mother-in-law. Although Yi Dong was quite arrogant just now, but now that he thought about it, it was also quite to his liking. As for Yi Dong's desire to pursue her sister, he was not so rebellious. In fact, Wen Ruxue in the university this year, so beautiful looks, to be able to maintain until now is still single. Wen Zihao can be said to be the credit cannot be let go. Many people who wanted to come and pursue her sister basically had to go through him first. Although Wen Zihao looks like a sunny handsome man, but the bones do have that kind of reckless flavor. in the school martial arts club. In addition to the president and vice president of a few people, Wen Zihao can basically be regarded as the bearer. The 4 partners beside him were also members of the martial arts club, and were usually quite familiar with Wen Ruxue. Of course, they were also self-aware, and none of them even thought of the idea of becoming Wen Zihao's brother-in-law or something like that. Otherwise, they might really know why the flowers are so red. Seeing Wen Zihao all toasted a cup of Yidong wine, they also got up at the same time, and one of them took the lead and said, "Brother Flying Fish, then we also toast you. Thank you for your hospitality today." After saying this, they all drank the wine in their cups in one go. Seeing this, Yidong hurriedly also took the wine that had only been poured full and drank another cup. Afterwards, the crowd sat down to enjoy the food of the immortal gathering building. Yidong tasted it, and the flavor was indeed impeccable, even more appetizing than the 4-star hotel he stayed in, which made the food. During this time, Wen Zihao asked a question that he wanted to know the most. "Brother Flying Fish, what does your family do? How do you spend money so ostentatiously?" Yidong heard this and waved his hand repeatedly. "You must not call me Brother Flying Fish anymore. Call me Yidong or Dongzi. Reasonably speaking, I should actually call you brother." When Yidong said this, it was obvious that there was something in his words. Hearing Wen Ruxue beside him blush, Yidong also did not care what the other party thought, directly opened his mouth again and continued, "Brother Hao, my family is from the countryside. The money I spend is completely earned by me." Wen Zihao did not care too much when he heard Yidong call himself Brother Hao. After hearing Yidong say that he earned the money himself, his eyes also lit up. "Brother Dong, what kind of doorway earns so much money? Can you bring a brother a hand?" Directly, he called Yidong his brother. Yidong was clearly stunned when he heard this. What kind of doorway could he have? Something like a system rebate. No one would believe it even if he said it. Of course, even if someone believed it, he would definitely not say it. He only had to find an excuse and said, "Brother Hao, I am doing financial investment. I advise you not to come in. After all, the risk is also quite big. I myself want to quit. Recently I am looking at other projects. When there is a suitable one I will definitely inform you." When Zihao smiled, although he was a little disappointed, he did not say anything else. Although he did not know how much truth there was in Yidong's words, he also knew that this kind of opportunity to earn a lot of money, where would it be easy to bring others? After eating, the crowd had just walked out of the private room when the door of the next private room also opened. A group of young people about the same age as Wen Zihao and theirs came out from the private room in a row. When the one leading the group saw Wen Zihao and the others, his expression was also visibly stunned. Then he snorted, "Wen Zihao, I didn't think that you would still be willing to come and dine here." Wen Zihao's expression was also a bit surprised when he saw the other party at first. Hearing the other party's sneer, he retorted and sent, "Lu Tian, where I come to dine, it's none of your business. It's really a salty carrot." Chapter 29, The Shock of Power. The young man that Wen Zihao called Lu Tian, heard Wen Zihao's rebuttal, and just wanted to have a fit. When he saw Wen Ruxue following out from behind, his eyes immediately lit up, and he laughed a bit badly. "Wen Zihao, why don't I give you a brother-in-law? You won't suffer. How about it?" Hearing such flirtatious words, both Wen Ruxue and Yidong who came out later had ugly faces. Wen Zihao was even more furious. Angrily, he said, "Lu Tian, do you want to die?" Lu Tian, however, laughed coldly. "Wen Zihao, you, a defeated general, are you also qualified to say such words?" The moment his words came out, a few of the other party's accomplices even laughed. Wen Zihao and a few of his companions' faces became very ugly when they heard this. This man called Lu Tian was from the school's taekwondo club. Some time ago, when the two clubs were sparring, Wen Zihao's opponent happened to be Lu Tian. Both of them belonged to the club's bearer, and their basic skills were similar, so winning or losing was actually quite normal. Wen Zihao, because of a moment of carelessness, was the other side of the sneak attack, originally because of that thing nagging. Unexpectedly, the other party was now proud to say it. Then he said angrily, "You trash, besides knowing a little sneak attack, what else would you know? If you have the ability, let's compete again." The other party also did not show weakness. Then, but dry than nothing interesting, or we add some colorful. Eyes inadvertently swept to Wen Ruxue. Then, a little lewd smile, "If I win, you let your sister kiss me on it." Lu Tian of course had self-awareness, and was only joking when he said something like brother-in-law just now. But if he could be kissed by the school's famous goddess one, it could definitely be taken as the most honorable thing in his college career. Hearing this, Wen Ruxue hurriedly pulled Wen Zihao's sleeve. In a timid voice, she said, "Brother, let's go. Ignore this asshole." She was really afraid that Wen Zihao would agree on impulse. Although even if Wen Zihao lost, she could still not honor the bet. Wen Rushue did not want his brother's reputation to be tarnished. Lu Tian on the opposite side saw Wen Ziheo's hesitation and sneered again. Wen Ziheo, I think you don't dare to do it. Or you can just admit to yourself that you're the defeated one. Wen Ziheo's lungs were about to explode when he heard this. Angrily, he said, what don't you dare? But the bet definitely can't be according to what you said. Whoever loses between the two of us will kneel down and kowtow to the other. Do you dare? Although Wen Ziheo was furious, he wouldn't be stupid enough to take his sister's kiss to make a bet. Hearing Wen Ziheo's words, Lu Tian's face expression was obviously a little disappointed, but to be able to make his opponent kneel and kowtow, it was quite refreshing to think about it. Then he laughed fiercely and said, since you want to kowtow to me, then I will fulfill you. Have the guts to come with me. After saying that, he led his companions to take the lead and left the Gathering of Immortals building. Seeing this, Wen Rushue hurriedly said, brother, forget it, don't pay attention to this asshole. Wen Ziheo, who was furious, how could he listen to his sister's words now? Turning to Yi Dong, he said, brother Dong, please send my sister back. Wen Rushue saw that her brother insisted on going, but of course she was still uneasy. No, brother, I want to go with you. Wen Ziheo saw Wen Rushue's determined gaze and knew that if he did not allow his sister to go today, this competition would definitely not be possible. He looked at Yi Dong again. Seeing this, Yi Dong laughed and said, then I will also go together. Wen Ziheo heard this and did not say anything more, also following Lu Tian's direction. It didn't take long for the crowd to arrive at a small lawn. This place was too suitable to be used for excision. Even if they fell down during the fight, they wouldn't suffer much damage. Ding! Releasing a randomized mission, replacing Wen Ziheo to beat up several opponents in a group by himself, and if all of them knock down each other, the host's 3-man beheading will be upgraded to a 10-man beheading. The host can also refuse. There is no penalty. Just after arriving at the place, Yi Dong heard the task temporarily released by the system. At once, his heart was overjoyed. This kind of thing that could win Wen Rushue's favor as well as improve his strength. Of course he accepted it without hesitation. Lu Tian and Wen Ziheo in the arena had just set up their stance. Just then, they heard Yi Dong from outside the arena yell out, stop! The aura that the two had just raised instantly wilted like a deflated balloon. Compared to Wen Ziheo's puzzled look, Lu Tian became a bit enraged. Of Wen Ziheo's group of people, it was only Yi Dong who was a new face to him. For someone who was not even from the martial arts circle to jump out and point at him, Lu Tian felt it was an insult to him. He then said angrily to Yi Dong, who are you? Are you itching for a beating? Yi Dong was already dissatisfied with this student called Lu Tian, and just now he even dared to molest Wen Rushue. Now that the system had released the mission, of course he would not be polite to him. Laughing coldly, he said, I am your grandpa, come and try punching me. Then he said to Wen Ziheo, who had a puzzled look on his face, brother Hua, where is the need for you to personally take the field for such a small character? Leave him to me. This arrogant statement from Yi Dong instantly left the crowd present dumbfounded. Wen Rushue, who was next to him, was also looking at Yi Dong with a shocked face. Although they did not know how good Yi Dong's stance was, they thought that it must not be as strong as Wen Ziheo and the others. If it were a powerful character, it would have been famous in the major associations. Lu Tian then looked at Yi Dong with the same eyes as he looked at a little cutie. He then looked at Yi Dong with eyes like a little cutie. He probably also guessed that Yi Dong was probably Wen Rushue's suitor and wanted to act like a pussy in front of a beautiful woman. Turning to Wen Ziheo, he sneered, Wen Ziheo, is he a tease that you guys invited? Do you want me to find a little brother to practice with him first? Wen Ziheo sniffed and hurriedly walked over to Yi Dong. Brother Dong, don't fool around. This is not a child's game. Yi Dong did not say much and stretched out his right hand to signal Wen Ziheo to try his hand strength. Without showing a little bit of strength, Yi Dong also knew that Wen Ziheo was definitely not at ease either. Seeing this, Wen Ziheo's expression was also visibly stunned, and then he also understood the other party's thoughts. With a bitter smile, he extended his right hand up. He just wanted to send out some force to let Yi Dong know that he would retreat, and then he felt a powerful force come over, and it felt like his hand was about to be crushed. Dong, brother Dong, close your hand. Seeing this, Yi Dong smiled and released his right hand. He had not even used 50% of his force just now, and he did not expect Wen Ziheo to be so unstressed. Seeing this scene, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air. The expression on Wen Ziheo's face just now clearly didn't look like an act. Although Wen Ziheo wasn't known for his strength, he was definitely a bit stronger compared to ordinary people. When Wen Ziheo's 4 companions looked at Yi Dong again, the expressions on their faces even carried a bit of admiration. Wen Rushue also looked at Yi Dong with a surprised expression. This man was becoming more and more mysterious. Chapter 30, I Want to Fight 100. Lu Tian and the others were also a bit shocked by Yi Dong's strength, but then they were also disdainful. The taekwondo they practiced was known for its dexterity. and someone with a lot of strength would not have a great advantage when fighting with them. Yi Dong gave the two siblings, one Ru Shue, a reassuring look before he slowly came to the field. Although Lu Tian had now put away his contempt for Yi Dong, he still did not think that he was worthy of his own hand. Glancing behind him, he said to a tall and thin young man, "Crow, come up and try this brother's hands." When Yi Dong saw this, he did not want to waste any time and accused the other 7 of being arrogant. One by one is too troublesome. You 7 come up together. Seeing Yi Dong so arrogant, Lu Tian was unable to endure it. Without greeting, he directly came with a signature move of his own, whirlwind kick. Yi Dong was now not only countless times stronger in terms of body strength, his acuity was also much higher than normal. As soon as Lu Tian launched his power, he had already realized it, but Yi Dong did not dodge. He directly grabbed Lu Tian's leg that he swept over, and then threw it vigorously, and Lu Tian felt that he had turned into a trapeze artist. Subsequently, with a thud, he fell onto the grass 2 meters away. This is still Yi Dong was merciful. Really, if that grab just now turned into a fist, it could have broken Lu Tian's bones at once. Ding! When Rushue, favorability plus 10 points. When Rushue, favorability plus 10 points. The sudden hint of additional points coming from the system made Yi Dong ecstatic. Yesterday, after rewarding 1 million in the live broadcast room, the favorability was not even increased by 1 point. Just now it was only a small test. When Rushue's favorability was increased by 20 points at once, Yi Dong's heart was a bit tempted to thank the other party. Looking at Lu Tian, who slowly climbed up, he laughed. "You are too much of a vegetable. A few of you go together." He hadn't forgotten the system's mission, which was to beat several people from the other side at the same time. Lu Tian moved his body and felt that he wasn't injured either, and thought that he had just been careless with that one, but also knew that probably he alone was not really an opponent. Angrily, he said, "Since you want to fight in a group, then as you wish, brothers, together." Hearing this, the other 6 also entered the field, forming a semicircle with Lu Tian, surrounding Yi Dong in the center. Seeing this, Wen Rushue was also a little nervous as she looked at the field, as if Yi Dong knew Wen Rushue's mood. He even turned his head to give her a reassuring look. With that, he took the lead and charged into the opponent's crowd, and the field was immediately filled with the sound of ouch. The stances and strength of these people were just a little bit stronger than Golden Hair and the others. The punches and kicks that hit Yi Dong's body, although not as exaggerated as scratching an itch, were all completely within Yi Dong's range. As long as they were hit by Yi Dong, they basically lost their fighting strength at once. Not more than a minute, including Lu Tian. 7 people are ouch, even days are lying on the ground howling. This could leave the few people outside the arena dumbfounded. The skill that Yi Dong had just displayed had completely exceeded their expectations. They even felt that Yi Dong could compete with the president of their martial arts club. Ding! Wen Rushue, favorability plus 10 points. Wen Rushue, favorability plus 10 points. Hearing 2 more extra points prompts coming from his mind, Yi Dong couldn't wait for a group of punks to pop up again from somewhere to show Wen Rushue what manly strength was. Before he had time to sigh, at once, a powerful and incomparable force surged into Yi Dong's entire body. That marvelous feeling was simply indescribable. Yi Dong even had a feeling of being possessed by Ip Man. It was so tempting to shout out loud, "I want to fight 100. When Rushue walked up and looked at the many shoe prints on Yi Dong's body and asked worriedly, "Yi Dong, are you alright?" Yi Dong smiled and said, "Do I look like I am alright?" When Rushue heard this and looked at the several people lying on the ground, and asked with a bit of worry, "Yi Dong, they are nothing wrong." "Oh, don't worry, they are all classmates. I didn't lay any deadly hands on them, but pain for 2 days is definitely unavoidable." When Zihao several people this was also surrounded up, they were all looking at Yi Dong with great admiration. When Zihao was the first to state, "Brother Dong, you are also too powerful. I am now truly convinced, if you can really be my brother-in-law in the future, I will absolutely raise my hands in favor of it." When Rushue's face instantly blushed when she heard her brother's words. However, there was no rebuttal to Wen Zihao's words, but only lowered her head in embarrassment. Yi Dong had long known from the system that when Rushue's favorability towards him had reached 85 points, this score should be a simple hand-holding and hugging, and when Rushue wouldn't have too much resistance. If not for the crowd here, he really wanted to try Wen Rushue's reaction immediately. Then he smiled and said to Wen Rushue with a smile, "Schwerer, why don't I send you back now, and leave the aftermath to your brother and the others?" Turning his head again, he said to Wen Zihao, "Brother Hao, you can handle the latter matters yourself. Schwerer and I will go back first. Brother Dong, I'll trouble you then. Brother Hao, can you stop calling me brother? Or how else am I going to be your brother-in-law?" "It's fine, Brother Dong, even if you do become my brother-in-law, we'll still talk about each other." When Rushue looked at the two of them in front of the crowd, saying brother-in-law on the left and brother-in-law on the right, and had long since been repaired with a red face, feigning anger, she said. Brother, don't you talk nonsense here. When Zihao heard, knew that his sister was shy, which did not say more. Seeing this, Yi Dong greeted all of my people before leaving this lawn with Wenrushue. When they could not see their silhouettes, Yi Dong then put his right hand, slowly reached out to Wenrushue's left hand. As soon as he touched that soft little hand, Wenrushue was like a scared little rabbit, struggling hard twice. Although Yi Dong did not exert any force, how could he let Wenrushue break free? Seeing that she was unable to break free, Wenrushue's nervousness was then slowly calmed down. She had grown up so big. In addition to her family, it was the first time that she was held by a man of the opposite sex, and her heart had been fluttering all the time. Ding! Wenrushue, good sense plus 1 point. Suddenly came the beep again. Let Yi Dong is also table a blank. Holding hands for a little bit of goodwill can also add points. Although it was only 1 point, it also allowed Yi Dong to infinitely see the hope of a full score. Immediately after that, he aimed at Wenrushue's tantalizing cherry mouth. After looking at the surrounding not many people, one hand, Wenrushue embraced over, aimed at the target and kissed down, and the hand movements did not stop. Yi Dong's sudden action really scared Wenrushuet a bit. She was really not ready to go this far. Ding! Wenrushuet, minus 5 points in favorability. The sudden tone that came made Yi Dong's lust also disappear without a trace. Chapter 31 Godly Benefits Brought by the System. Yi Dong then slowly released Wenrushuet. Looking at the other party's disheveled clothes, the corners of his eyes were clearly carrying tears, and in his heart, he also felt that he had just gone too far. Full count. Yi Dong and Wenrushuet had only known each other for 2 or 3 days. Although Wenrushuet's favorability towards Yi Dong had already reached 86 points, this kind of white paper-like girl, who was already nervous about holding hands, and then suddenly being forcefully kissed, could already be described as shocked. I'm sorry, Schwerer, it's because I was too anxious. Seeing that Yi Dong let go of himself and even apologized seriously, Wenrushuet finally slowed down. Shyly glancing at Yi Dong, she said in a small, timid voice, Yi Dong, I'm sorry, I really wasn't ready. Schwerer, it's not your fault, it's me who lacked consideration. Yi Dong looked at Wenrushuet and said sincerely. Suddenly there was another ding. Wenrushuet, favorability plus 4 points. Yi Dong's sudden apology caused Wenrushuet's favorability to return to before holding hands. Yi Dong instantly realized that Wenrushuet's favorability towards herself was absolutely unquestionable. It was just that she was too monkeyish. In his heart, he laughed bitterly. It seems that if he wants the goddess to reach a full score of favorability towards himself, he must still take his time and flow slowly. Subsequently, Yi Dong did not dare to hold Wenrushuet's small hand again, so silently walked side by side towards the school entrance. When he was about to arrive at the school, Yi Dong then opened his mouth and asked, Schwerer, will you still broadcast live tonight? This sudden question from Yi Dong caused Wenrushuet's expression to freeze. Immediately afterward, she asked in a nebulous manner, Yi Dong, will you still be madly rewarding like you did yesterday? Don't you want me to reward? Yi Dong asked in return. Wenrushuet did not even know how to answer. Of course she did live streaming in the hope that the more people rewarded her, the better, but Yi Dong's kind of crazy rewarding gave Wenrushuet a feeling of fear. There was also the fact that Wenrushuet had now developed a strong liking for Yi Dong and did not want to cheapen the platform for nothing. But this kind of words were really embarrassed to say. Her relationship with Yi Dong could not even be considered a normal passionate boyfriend or girlfriend. Yi Dong saw that Wenrushuet was silent, and in his heart, of course, he knew that he had made the other party difficult to understand with that kind of crazy reward. But other than that, he really did not know how to spend money on Wenrushuet. Directly transferring money to Wenrushuet, the other party would most likely not accept it. After thinking about it for a while, his head turned several times, but he couldn't make up any good reason, only to continue. Schwerer, if you really don't want to broadcast live, forget it, I can still reward others anyway. When Wenrushuet heard this, she immediately became a bit anxious. Hurriedly, she asked, Yi Dong, why must you reward in the live broadcast? Yi Dong couldn't say why, and could only say with a bitter face, I have unspeakable bitterness anyway, and I don't know what to say to you. Yi Dong said so. Wenrushuet thought about the reasoning of fertilizer not flowing outside the field. Rewarding others is definitely not as good as rewarding yourself. A little shyly, she said, Yi Dong, then it's still the same point in time as last night. Yi Dong was also in a good mood as he saw that his purpose had been achieved. He planned to go back to his hometown tomorrow after making another hard profit tonight, and return to Mountain City after settling down at home. After sending Wenrushuet back to school, Yi Dong returned to the hotel, just entered the lobby, and his working Jo Han-yoon met a pair of arms. Jo Han-yoon was obviously in a good mood today and even threw a wink when she saw Yi Dong. This wink immediately gave Yi Dong a feeling of burning desire. Sister Rhyme, can you take a vacation to my room now? Yi Dong's words were all very obvious. Jo Han-yoon did not refuse and gave Yi Dong a flavorful look. Smiling delicately, she said, I still have half an hour before my shift ends, so wait for me in my room. Under Yi Dong's monetary offense last night, Jo Han-yoon was completely conquered by Yi Dong. This morning, she directly called 100,000 yuan on her cell phone to her mother, which made the old lady very happy. Jo Han-yoon also felt the charm of money for the first time. Not only could it guarantee her family's happiness and joy, but it also allowed her to stop finagling for 3 meals a day. Of course, all of this was completely brought to her by Yi Dong, who she had only known for a few days. In her heart now, she had already taken Yi Dong as the person who treated her the best in this world, and had even outshone her family. In the face of Yi Dong's invitation, although she knew what was going to happen, there was actually a kind of expectation in her heart. Half an hour later, Yi Dong finally enjoyed the divine benefits that the system had brought him. Jo Han-yoon herself was much higher than his ex-girlfriend Lu Weiwei in terms of face value. In terms of body shape, not to mention, absolutely killed Lu Weiwei a few streets. The two of them in the room flirted for almost more than an hour. Jo Han-yoon only shyly out of the room door. Yi Dong will also be live streaming tonight to reward. Jo Han-yoon's stay here is always inconvenient, or else wrapped around the beautiful people sleep. The experience is better. Soon came to the agreed live time. When Rushue's live room, after these 2 days of crazy carnival bombing, popularity is almost comparable to the Big Anchor. Just as soon as the broadcast started, there were 2,000 or 3,000 people in the live room, which, before her, she could not even imagine. With Yi Dong's entrance, the number of people in the live room was even faster to reach 10,000 people. To know that the dance performance and reward had not even started yet, and to reach so many people, the official was definitely starting to recommend it. Most of the people in here had witnessed the crazy carnival last night. As soon as they saw Yi Dong come in, the pop-ups went crazy and dominated the screen. Brother Flying Fish, good evening. How many carnivals have been prepared tonight? Brother Flying Fish, can you go to my little sister's live room and swipe 2 carnivals? I'm a pretty girl too. Brother Flying Fish, you've swiped so many carnivals. Haven't you taken the mermaid down yet? There were all sorts of pop-ups, among which there were many beauty anchors leaving messages here. They added Yi Dong's friend messages in the background, and Yi Dong simply ignored them. They could only come to this live broadcast room of the mermaids to try their luck and see if they could make Yi Dong notice them. But unfortunately, Yi Dong didn't even look at the pop-ups. As soon as he came in, he started charging money, and apart from spending 400,000 on Ouyang Lina today, he charged all of the remaining 1.6 million credits. When Rushue was planning to chat briefly and was ready to dance, suddenly, a carnival shot appeared in the screen. This was just the beginning. The subsequent crazy carnival made the audience in the live broadcast room completely petrified. Flying Fish, give the anchor a Mermaid Carnival X2. Flying Fish, give the anchor Mermaid Carnival X3. Flying Fish, give the anchor Mermaid Carnival X533. Chapter 32, My Woman. After Yi Dong sent out this record-breaking 533 carnivals, he didn't even pay attention to the madness on the pop-up screens. He directly exited the live broadcast room. After when Rushue saw Yi Dong retreating and exiting the room without a word, there was also a feeling of uneasiness in her heart, and she also directly closed the live room. This kind of operation made the many viewers who were introduced by the announcement suddenly have a feeling of grasping at straws. Wanted to say a few words, but unexpectedly could not find a pop-up to send. Yi Dong looked at his balance and it had already reached 28 million. He definitely had more and more money in the future, and there was no need to go to the live broadcast room to brush gifts. The imperial feeling that he had just found in Jo Han-yoon made Yi Dong feel that that was what he wanted. I will give you money to spend. If you are willing to accept it, then accept it. If not, then find the next one. Thinking about facing when Rushue today and having to stir his brain to find an excuse. It was ridiculous to think about it now. I have a super system, but still cannot get rid of the previous face Lin Weiwei kind of licking dog mentality. Is it because when Rushue is a goddess level, he should rush to lick it? From this moment, Yi Dong's state of mind has changed drastically. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jo Han-yoon. Sister Rhyme, come to my room, I miss you again. Then he turned off his cell phone. The next day, Yi Dong hugged the yukai in his arms and slept again until he woke up naturally. Due to tossing and turning too late in the night, Jo Han-yoon even forgot to wake up. When she looked at the time, she was startled. Ah, it's 10 o'clock. Yi Dong, why didn't you wake me up? I don't have my full attendance award for this month, and I'm going to get my salary deducted. Jo Han-yoon was subconsciously still in her previous role as that front desk manager. She had forgotten that she was actually a veritable little rich girl. Yi Dong heard this and laughed. Sister Rhyme, how much is your current salary a month? Plus all the benefits 11,000 plus it. Oh, then you're still afraid of labor deductions. With that, He picked up his own cell phone, entered an amount, and sent it to Jo Han-yoon. Rhyme's sister, you with me? But also think about what to work. In the future you want to work on the work, do not want to work. I'll raise you, gave you a little pocket money, you take it to spend it. Jo Han-yoon subconsciously took her cell phone and looked at it, and was dumbfounded. Then she was surprised. Yi-dong, you transferred another $2 million to me. Hee, you've become my real woman. I'm not just saying that I want to support you. Jo Han-yoon didn't even know how to describe her excited mood right now. After only knowing Yi-dong for a few days, it could be said that her life had been completely changed. The balance inside her cell phone had already reached over $3 million. To put it mildly, Jo Han-yoon now has more cash than 99% of the people in the country. Listening to Yi-dong's tone of voice, he was completely treating 2 million yuan as a 200 yuan red packet to her, and Jo Han-yoon didn't make a fuss. After kissing Yi-dong on the face, she clicked to accept it. Ding! 4 million rebate funds have arrived. Yi-dong was in an even better mood. Not only did he win the happiness of the beauty in his arms, he had earned another $2 million by moving his own fingers. His balance had reached 30 million, a number that the vast majority of people would find it difficult to touch in their lifetime, was easily reached by Yi-dong. There was no doubt that it would only increase in the future, to the point where Yi-dong could not spend it all however he wanted to. Glancing at Jo Han-yoon, who was full of surprise, Yi-dong smiled and pinched her face. Only then did he say, Sister Rhyme, I may have to leave for a few days. Do you want to stay in my room for the time being? Jo Han-yoon did not ask Yi-dong where he was going and considered for a moment. She said, forget it, after all, I am still working here and it is not convenient for me to stay here. Yi-dong did not continue to persuade her. He did not want the two to have that kind of constraints. What they want to do with each other is what he wants the most. Yi-dong then considered for a moment, and did not know how many days he would have to go back. So he sent a location to Wang Jinchuan and asked him to come over. Not long after, Wang Jinchuan appeared inside this luxurious suite. Wang Jinchuan, who had never seen such a luxurious room before, had a shocked expression. Exaggeratedly, he said, Dongzi, all of your classmates said that you won the $5 million jackpot. It looks like it should be true. Yi-dong did not deny it. Since they all thought in this direction, he was also too lazy to explain. He just smiled noncommittally. Wang Jinchuan saw this, and did not continue to pursue the question, whether it is a jackpot, or speculation in the stock market made money. This kind of problem is too sensitive. Back to a god, enviously said, Dongzi, no wonder you do not go back to the dormitory to live. Our dormitory in here compared to say as a doghouse are considered a compliment. Yi-dong but smiled and said, you don't need to be envious, here I contracted a month. I have to go back for a period of time. This room will be for you to live. Want to live for as long as you can. At that time buddies to give you renewals. Wang Jinchuan thought that he had misheard his ears. Although he and Yi-dong had a good relationship, it was not as good as this. Dongzi, you're not kidding. How can this room cost several thousand a night? You're so generous to give me a room. Yi-dong laughed. Let you live, you can rest assured to live it. In addition, this period of time in the hotel to eat casually create. I have given you a package. Wang Jinchuan saw Yi-dong did not look like a joke. Only then did he say a little incoherently, Dong, brother Dong, in the future you will be my own brother. Then the brother will thank you. Everyone was a commoner. Who would want to go through that bitter life when they could enjoy better conditions? Yi-dong can think of Wang Jinchuan. The main thing is that night outside to eat barbecue. In the face of the provocation of the punks, the other party's performance let Yi-dong also quite touched. In the university for more than 3 years, Yi-dong's mind is on Lu Weiwei. Really did not make any friends. In addition to his mentor Zhang Jiming was good to him, Wang Jinchuan was also considered his only good friend. After that incident on that day, Yi-dong had already upgraded the other party to an iron buddy in his heart. Seeing that the other party was moved and incoherent, he was also a bit amused. Jinchuan, treating me as a brother. Don't say so many polite words. In the future still call me Dongzi. I sound more comfortable. Seeing Yi-dong said so, Wang Jinchuan also stopped being pretentious. Asked, Dongzi, you go back at this time, is there anything? Oh, nothing much, just miss my family. After the two casually chatted for a few moments, Yi-dong called Jo Han-yoon to come over again. Jo Han-yoon had also just changed her work clothes when she received Yi-dong's call. It did not take long before she appeared in Yi-dong's room. Yi-dong did not hide anything, and put his arm around Jo Han-yoon's small waist. Introducing to Wang Jinchuan, he said, Jo Han-yoon, the lobby manager here, is now my woman. Chapter 33, The Sun Makes Money. Wang Jinchuan looked dazedly at Jo Han-yoon in Yi-dong's arms. His eyes were about to fall off. Nima, this is the life of a rich man, not to mention the class flower and school flower. It's only been a few days, and after staying in a hotel for a little while, he's picked up such a highly rated superb beauty. Jo Han-yoon not only looks completely crushed Lu Weiwei, The body aspect is simply absolute. The majestic peaks, matched by the hotel uniform, were simply too much to top. Wang Jinchuan felt that he couldn't stand it just by looking at it like this, so he could imagine what kind of happy life Yidong was living. At this moment, Wang Jinchuan also felt a deep envy towards Yidong in his heart. Yidong did not care what Wang Jinchuan thought and directly introduced Zhou Hanyun again. This is my classmate and best buddy Wang Jinchuan. This room will be given to him to live for this period of time. Catering you arrange for me to have a good on, is it? Regarding Yidong's arrangement, Zhou Hanyun did not ask for anything more and smiled, saying that she would surely arrange it properly. Zhou Hanyun's well-behaved appearance led Wang Jinchuan another burst of sighs. Your sister oh! Yidong had not only taken down this extremely good girl in front of him, but had also tamed her into obedience. After this side of things are done, Yidong this called a network car, directly back to the drop county. Mountain City is only a few dozen kilometers away from Fall County, and after more than an hour, it arrived at Fall County. Yidong directly let the master drive to the entrance of the first middle school, where his own breakfast store was. Although the signboard was a breakfast store, it was also operating at noon. After getting off the bus, Yidong just happened to see his mom Qinli wiping the table outside. It should be that the guests had just finished their meal. Looking up, she saw Yidong walking over and asked in surprise, Yidong, why are you back now? Mom, the courses in school are finished. Anyway, there's nothing to do, so I came back to take a look. Oh, our store is about to close. Your father is cleaning up inside. You go in and help. Qinli was definitely not polite to her own son, and directly called out. Yidong sniffed and also entered the house with a smile on his face. This store was not too big, and while Yidong and Qinli were talking, Yi Damon already knew that Yidong had returned. Seeing Yidong enter the house, he did not let him work. Instead, he said, Yidong, you haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't I just fry some food for you in the store and just eat a little? Dad, I've eaten. You don't need to clean up. Go home early. Yi Damon had actually cleaned up pretty much. It was almost 2 o'clock now. There basically wouldn't be any guests. Simply cleaned up. The family returned to an ordinary residential building not far away. A set of only 80 square feet of small suite. A year rent 10,000 or less than. Since his sister, Yi Xiaoyu, got into the first county middle school and junior high school, Yidong's parents have also been treating this place as home. Yidong looked at this shabby environment, and thought in his heart that the first thing to do when he came back was to move his home. He was comfortably living in a big hotel in Mountain City, so he definitely couldn't condescend to his family to live in this shabby house. Yi Damon suddenly asked, Yidong, are you coming back this time for your post-graduation job? Yidong originally graduated from university, was trying to apply directly to the civil service into the financial unit to work. Qinli's cousin brother-in-law Lei Zhenghua just happened to work in it, although it can't be said that it is a powerful figure, but at least it is a bit of connections. As long as Yidong's written test results are good, think or quite hopeful. In Yi Damon and Qinli heart, is also very hopeful that Yidong embarked on this path of civil servants. Of course, this is also the result that most ordinary families want the most, unless it is in the big city to fight. Otherwise this small county, when a civil servant is absolutely the most ideal job. But where would Yidong take any civil service exams now? Even if he were to be given the director of the finance bureau, he wouldn't even care about it at all. Hearing Yi Damon's words, he then smiled and said, Dad, you don't have to worry about work. I came back this time mainly to discuss the matter of buying a house. Yidong's words caused both Yi Damon and Qinli to be stunned. Qinli, who came back to her senses, then hesitantly asked, Yidong, is it Lu Weiwei who asked you to buy a house? For Yidong's girlfriend, Lu Weiwei, Yidong's parents were quite familiar with her. During these few years, they had also come to their house in Lot County several times. Yi Damon and Qinli were not too good to Lu Weiwei in their senses, feeling that the girl was too vain. Every time you come to Yidong's house, although the mouth did not say that they disliked their family rented things, in the eyes of the expression is not deceived. He was originally a girl from the countryside, but also disliked this and that, if not to see his son sincerely like, would have spoken to dissuade. Suddenly heard Yidong said to buy a house thing. The first thought in mind is Lu Weiwei's idea. Yi Damon and Qinli earned money over the years. In fact, in the county to buy a house down payment or enough. But this kind of thing, if it was Lu Weiwei who brought it up, how to think about it is not good. Yidong's expression froze for a moment when he heard his mom mention Lu Weiwei. Then he laughed and said, Mom, Lu Weiwei and I have already broken up. The matter of buying a house was my own idea. When Yi Damon and Qinli heard this, their faces were shocked. Seeing Yidong say the breakup thing with a smile on his face, it did not look like he was sad in any way. Qinli could not help but ask worriedly, Yidong, when did you and Lu Weiwei break up? How come we don't know anything about it? Mom, it was separated a long time ago. I didn't want you to worry, so I didn't say anything. Yidong lied and said, Seeing his mother still want to continue to ask, Yi Dong quickly said, "Mom, split just split. Anyway, I know that you guys do not like Lu Weiwei too much." Hearing her son say this, Xinli and Yi Damon both sighed. These days, it wasn't too easy for families with average conditions to find a better daughter-in-law. Although she and Yi Damon didn't have good feelings about Lu Weiwei, the other party was at least a famous university student, and she was still so pretty. If she became their daughter-in-law, it would be a great honor. Suddenly heard that it is gone, but still a little regret. However, seeing that Yi Dong didn't say anything, of course they wouldn't say anything about getting back together or anything like that. Immediately, Yi Damon asked strangely, "Yi Dong, then how did you remember to come back to look at the house now? I feel that the house price in our county is going down. Or you graduate from college and then say it." Hearing his father's words, Yi Dong laughed. "Dad, this time the money to buy a house will be paid by myself, so you don't have to worry about the price of the house." Hearing his son's words, both Yi Damon and Xinli looked at Yi Dong with a shocked expression. Yi Damon asked uncertainly, "Yi Dong, you said that you paid for the house yourself. Where did you get the money?" Yi Dong smiled and explained, "I've been doing financial investment for a while. I've earned a lot of money. This time I came back because I want you guys to stop working so hard. Tomorrow I'll disclose our breakfast store. Then I'll buy a better set of house. You and mom should relax and unwind." Chapter 34, Buying a House and Meeting High School Classmates. Yi Dong's words shocked and surprised Yi Damon and Xinli. They didn't doubt what their son said at all. These days, college students start their own businesses and earn a few million or so is nothing new. Yi Dong was originally studying the Department of Finance, can earn a lot of money, that their son is also one in a million of the proud son of God. Xinli took the lead and said happily, "Yi Dong, the money you earned you save yourself first, the house thing and your father over the years also saved some money. The down payment plus renovation is certainly enough. Breakfast store we certainly will not fight out. After all, that is also a share of income. You have that filial piety. We are very pleased." In Xinli and Yi Damon heart, for Yi Dong said earned a lot of money, to the big guess is also the most hundreds of thousands. Where will let Yi Dong money to buy a house? Yi Dong saw the situation, also no longer explained, directly took out the cell phone, tapped the cash balance. "Dad, Mom, this is the money I earned during this period of time. There will definitely be more and more in the future. There's really no need for you guys to open that breakfast store anymore," Yi Dong said while handing his cell phone to his mom. Xinli took the phone and took a look at the numbers displayed on it, which gave her a feeling of vertigo when she looked at it. After carefully counting it several times, it had reached 8 digits and it still started with 3 characters. Next to her, Yi Damon saw Xinli's shocked expression and also took the cell phone over to look at it. At once, the two of them looked at me and I looked at you, both having the feeling of being in a trance and dreaming. Only after a long time, Xinli asked indistinctly, "Yi Dong, what kind of financial investment did you make? How did you earn so much money? There won't be anything wrong. Mom, don't worry, every penny here is regular and legal income. There won't be anything." Yi Dong of course knew that mom and dad were worried. For anyone else who suddenly saw such a large sum of money, worry was definitely inevitable. Returning to his senses, Yi Damon also asked worriedly, "Yi Dong, financial investment must be very risky, right? You have earned so much money anyway, can you let go now?" Yi Dong smiled and replied, "Dad, doing anything is risky. I usually just invest a few dozen million now. When I see the situation is not right, I will definitely let go in time." The matter of the system could not be said. Yi Dong only had to explain it slowly with his mom and dad. Subsequently, Yi Damon and Xinli asked a few more questions, and Yi Dong also slowly did the explanation one by one. Anyway, by relying on the expertise of learning, plus a little bit of hocus pocus, finally the matter of earning so much money was fooled. Under Yi Dong's strong persuasion, the two men also agreed to call out the breakfast store tomorrow. The son is so successful. Listen to Yi Dong's tone. Every minute can earn tens of thousands of money, and then let them both a day of hard work to earn a couple $100. Really is not that hard. Yi Dong then looked at the time. 3 o'clock in the afternoon had not yet arrived. He then said, "Dad, Mom, it's still early anyway. Why don't we go and look at the house now? And when my little sister comes back, we'll give her a surprise too." Yi Damon and Xinli looked at each other and both nodded in agreement. Then the three of them went downstairs and stopped a cab, deciding to go to the county's most luxurious property to take a look. With that condition, surely they have to buy the best. In the cab, Yi Dong joked, "Dad, Mom, you guys are still young now anyway. Why don't you all go and get a driver's license, and I'll buy you a car to drive." Yi Dong really didn't lie about this. Yi Damon and Xinli were just over 40 years old and less than 50 years old, although opened a breakfast store, but not much heavy work. Two people actually look quite young. Completely contest a driver's license. After hearing Yi Dong's opinion, both of them were quite against it. They for this kind of four-wheeled thing, always still have a sense of awe, still feel the two legs safest. Yi Dong saw the situation, did not persuade more. The big deal is that when he earns more money in the future, and then hire 2 drivers to serve mom and dad, soon came to the county's newly opened property, Star Garden. The entire neighborhood house has been roofed. As long as the decoration is good at any time you can go in to live that kind of. But the main focus of this district is a luxury. The price of housing than other neighborhoods expensive nearly half. Other new neighborhoods are also 5 or 6,000 a flat. This Star Garden is up to nearly 10,000 per square meter. This developer may be overestimating the fall of the county's rich and powerful people. The roof of the building for several months. The total number of houses have not been sold out half. This is also in the fall of the county belongs to the first. When Yi Dong and his parents arrived at the sales hall, there were actually quite a few people looking at the property, but most of them were just watching. The house price is half more expensive than other places. Relatively speaking, the sales lady is also a few points to be beautiful. A lot of people watching the people are rushing to feast their eyes. After seeing Yi Dong 3 people came in. Many sales ladies probably took a glance at the clothing of a few people. Naturally, divided Yi Dong 3 people into the crowd of people watching. Yi Damon and Chili, needless to say, or breakfast store that set of work clothes, came without changing, looked like a catering waiter. Although Yi Dong's clothing was still quite polished, it was not a very famous brand. Adding to the fact that the 3 of them came in together, many of the sales ladies just glanced at them and then automatically ignored them. After Yi Dong came in, he saw that no one greeted them, and his heart was also very upset. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't many choices in the upscale neighborhoods of Locke County, he definitely wouldn't have chosen this place. Just when he wanted to lead his mom and dad to take a casual look by themselves, a girl's voice came to his ears. Yi Dong. Yi Dong looked at the voice and instantly saw a familiar figure. Yang Yen, why are you here? Wow, Class President Yi Dong. It's really you. I was worried that I recognized the wrong person. Yi Dong also did not expect that when he came to look at the house, he ran into his former high school classmate. Looking at the dress of the other party, he should still be the sales lady here. In his heart, he asked, Yang Yen, why are you working here? Aren't you in college? Hearing Yi Dong's question, this girl called Yang Yen immediately looked at Yi Dong with a sultry look. Class President, do you think anyone can afford a key undergraduate degree like you? I just studied at junior college and graduated last year. I feel that this college is like a waste of time. Nothing is useful, even this sales lady's job, or dragging the relationship in. Yi Dong heard is also slightly embarrassed. He just said that is hasty, then changed the topic and said, you work here just right. Today just bring my parents to look at the house here. You give a good introduction. Hearing Yi Dong speak like this, Yang Yan's eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 35, do you think I'm amusing you? Due to the poor sales of Star Garden's houses, the developer had offered a very large sales commission. By selling a random ordinary suite, the salesgirl would be able to get a very large return. Although Yang Yan also felt that Yi Dong was probably just asking, she still introduced herself quite enthusiastically. The rooms here were basically all duplexes, basically nothing small, usually around 200 square meters. The largest type of household even reached more than 400 square meters. Of course, this type of household type is also the most difficult to sell. There are a total of 8 sets of this type of household type in this neighborhood, and only 2 sets have been sold so far. Because of this type of house type also give away a sky garden. The price of the house is even a little more expensive than the small house type. If calculated according to 10,000 yuan per square foot, this large family leapfrog will reach 4 million per set. After hearing this market, Yi Dong also finally understood why this neighborhood has been capped for so long, and there are still so many houses that are not sold. In this neighborhood, even if you buy a set of 200 square meters of small house, in other neighborhoods can buy 3 or 4 sets. Of course, there are also expensive reasons. They just entered the sales hall before, but also specifically to go to the community to shop a little. Whether it is the community environment or equipment, Star Garden is second to none in other neighborhoods. After listening to Yang Yan's introduction, Yi Dong turned his head to his parents and asked, Dad, Mom, why don't we just look at the large apartments? Yi Damon and Qinli of course did not have any opinions. Anyway, it was their son who earned the money, so they let him make his own decisions. Yi Dong then said to Yang Yan, we don't need to look at the smaller models. Old classmate, can you take us to look at the larger models now? Yang Yan still thought even now that Yi Dong's family just wanted to see what a mansion looked like. After all, Yi Dong and Yi Dong were both high school classmates, and although they did not know each other's family situations well, they knew pretty much everything. To say that Yi Dong's family can afford to buy a big house here, Yang Yan does not believe it at all. If it wasn't for the face of her old classmates, she really didn't want to waste the time. However, after Yi Dong had spoken like this, no matter which way she spoke, she definitely could not refuse and had to go to the supervisor to get the key. Only then did she smile at Yi Dong and the others, class president, and uncle and aunt. You guys come with me. Looking at Yang Yan who was twisting her small waist in front of her, Li was interested. Whispering to Yi Dong, she asked, Yi Dong, is this your high school classmate? I feel that the long is quite watery. You catch a chance to ask if she has a boyfriend? Hearing his mom's words, Yi Dong was speechless. Yang Yan's looks were even moderately good. Only after careful grooming, she looked a little bit pretty, but according to the system's standards, not even to the level of beauty. How could Yi Dong possibly look at her now? Only to whisper back, Mom, your son is at least a multi-millionaire now. Are you still worried that I can't find a girlfriend? Hearing Yi Dong's words, Li also probably knew that Yi Dong should have no feelings for this girl, so she did not say anything more. In fact, thinking carefully, she also knew that if her son spread out his conditions, the girl who wanted to become her daughter-in-law, it really could be from the south door to the north door. 1.8 head. Looks are also considered sunny handsome. The main thing is now the family has been in the fall of the county, this kind of small county, to reach the top of the level. Yang Yan, who was walking in front, did not hear the conversation between Yi Dong's mother and son. She has no idea about Yi Dong. For her, men are divided into two kinds. One is a man with money and ability, and another is a man with no money and no ability. As for looks, as long as they were not the kind of men who were so ugly that they were hard to eat, they were also called nothing to her. Soon, under Yang Yan's leadership, she directly looked at the only decorated model house. Yi Dong had been living in a large luxurious suite for the past few days, and did not feel much for the model house in front of him. But Yi Damon and Li, where have they seen such a luxurious room? Upper and lower 2 floors, each floor 200 square meters, and the decoration is also very luxurious. The stairway where the design is also very beautiful. Looks an ordinary villa is not much difference. Afterwards, the crowd came to the sky garden on the topmost floor. This is the exclusive garden given to this kind of large household. The garden area alone is close to 200 square meters. There was also a small swimming pool in the center, and the water inside was crystal clear, surrounded by a variety of flowers and plants. Also seems to be in the embrace of nature. Yang Yan has been working here for half a year, and this is the second time she has come to this sky garden. Inevitably, she was shocked again. In her heart, she fantasized that if she could live in such a beautiful room, even if her boyfriend was a pig, she would be willing. Then she glanced at Yi Dong, and saw that the other party did not have too much shocked look. Jokingly, he said, Old classmate, class president, how is it that you are not too satisfied with this place? Yi Dong smiled and honestly said, It's okay, the others are average. It's this garden. I like it too much. Yang Yan heard this and rolled her eyes in her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Dong was her old classmate, she would have ridiculed him. What do you mean by okay and average? Yang Yan was sure that this big house, whether it was the structure or the decoration, it would be hard to find a second set in the whole county. Yi Dong simply did not care what Yang Yan thought. Looking at the shocked expressions on his mom and dad's faces, he smiled and asked, Dad, Mom, this house is still satisfactory, right? The expressions on the two men's faces were, needless to say, a vigorous nod. They had been ordinary people for most of their lives, and had never even dared to imagine that a set of house could still be so beautiful. Seeing this, Yi Dong continued to smile. Dad, Mom, you guys might think how this place is so good now. After 2 years, I will take you to Mountain City, or even Magic City, Yanjing, to see the mansions there, and you will feel that this place is nothing more than that. Yi Damon and Li did not feel that Yi Dong was talking big words in their hearts, but Yang Yan next to her felt like she was about to vomit when she heard it. She had never imagined that the class president of her former high school classmates would be so fond of talking big, and that it was boundless. Also Mountain City, Magic City, Yanjing, why don't you say Mars? Yang Yan's expression changed. Yi Dong also saw it, but did not think much about it. Smiling, he asked, Old classmate, is this model suite of yours for sale now? Yi Dong was also quite satisfied with the decoration scheme of this suite, and he was too lazy to spend time redecorating it. Hearing Yi Dong's words, Yang Yan asked, a bit puzzled, Classmate, why are you asking this? Do you want to buy it? Yi Dong laughed, I'm not buying. What am I asking you to bring us to see? You don't think I'm amusing you? Chapter 36, His Own Mansion. Seeing that Yi Dong's expression did not look like a joke, and besides, the other party's parents were also here, it was even more unlikely that he would joke about such a thing. Yang Yan's puzzled expression instantly turned into an overwhelming shock. A bit incoherently, she said, Yi Dong, wait a moment, I'll make a call to ask. She went to work so far, but also sold out 2 or 3 sets of small clear water houses, where she knew the right to buy and sell this kind of model house. On the phone, the matter was soon made clear in 3 words. After hanging up the phone, said excitedly, Class President, this suite can be sold. just to add the renovation fee, then the clear water house to be more expensive about 1 million. This amount of money is all completely trivial to Yi-dong. Directly nodding his head, he said, then let's go sign the contract now. I want to move in tonight. After seeing this kind of elegant and luxurious room, Yi-dong never wanted to go back to the old rented house. Yang Yan's heart was overjoyed when she heard this. If this house was sold in her hands, she could get at least 50,000 commission. They're kind of sales lady. The base salary is actually not high. If there is no sales performance, even lower than the wages into the factory. Now the potential owners of this neighborhood has been saturated. The buy want to buy have bought. The other are waiting for the developer to reduce prices. During this period of time, the sales department even sometimes daily sales performance of 0 is not uncommon. It can be imagined that if Yang Yan in their hands to sell this set of large family leapfrog, not only have a high return, will also be rewarded by the leadership, even if the promotion of the team leader. It is not impossible. When I think of this, the way I look at Yi-dong is completely different. Soon return to the sales department, 3 or 2 times to draw up the contract. Yang Yan introduced, Yi-dong, your large set of leaping mansion, plus the renovation fee totaling 18 million. Our manager just said that the 0 can be erased. You pay 5 million on it. After seeing Yi-dong nodding his head without comment, only then did he continue. We have to pay a minimum of 10% down payment here. Of course you can choose other percentages. Think about it so that I can contact the bank with you. Yi-dong waved his hand and said, no need to be so troublesome. I will directly pay in full. It is best to get the real estate license right away. Yang Yan and the little girl drawing up the contract next to him both looked at Yi-dong with a shocked face when they heard this. They had sold a lot of houses here, but it was the first time they had encountered a full payment like Yi-dong. This is not hundreds of thousands of a set of houses, even hundreds of thousands of houses, at least more than 90% of the walk mortgage, and a few million of the house full payment. The body is not on tens of millions of hundreds of millions. Where dared to have this tone? Subsequently, when Yi-dong did not hesitate to swipe his card to pay 5 million in cash, Yang Yan's gaze towards Yi-dong changed once again. She even pushed her bosom up twice to make herself look even more attractive. It was just a pity that Yi-dong's gaze did not even look there. After Yi-dong paid the full amount, the other sales ladies in the sales department only then realized that they had just missed such a large sum of money. Subsequently, accompanied by Yang Yan, taking their company's special car to the real estate center, very smoothly completed the transfer procedures. After leaving the real estate center, Yang Yan saw that Yi-dong did not mean to ask for her phone number, and only then with a grudging look, she separated from Yi-dong and them. Yi-dong looked at the time. It was not yet 5 o'clock. That is to say, Yi-dong bought this $5 million mansion. All the formalities were completed and it took less than 2 hours. After thinking for a moment, he then said, Dad, Mom, let's go to the mall to buy some essentials and all move to our new home tonight. Yi-daemon and Shinli were still thinking about the scene inside their new home. And of course, they were all in favor of Yi-dong's request. Arriving at Star Garden with a big bag again, the security guard had already been notified by the system and knew the information of Yi-dong's family. Helping Yi-dong, they dished out the items they bought to the top floor mansion. Once again surveying his new home, he felt that it was already different from just now, and felt that it looked good everywhere. After sitting in their new home for a little while, the family once again went to the entrance of County No. 1 middle school. Without waiting long, the students came out of the school gate one after another. Yi Xiaoyu has now read the 2nd year of high school, and Yi-dong, like the same, is also inherited the fine tradition of the father, has grown to 1.6 meters. Together with her beautiful face, she is also a famous beauty in the first county high school. Walking in the crowd naturally became a beautiful scenery. After seeing his sister, Yi-dong waved his hand at his sister from a distance. After realizing that her brother had returned, Yi Xiaoyu also accelerated her steps. Walking up to Yi-dong, she asked in surprise, Brother, why are you back? Yi-dong replied with a smile, Finished my school classes and came back to do a little errand. Shinli also smiled beside him and said, You two don't want to chat here. Go back and talk about anything. With that, she stopped a cab at the school entrance. Yi Xiaoyu was also very puzzled by his mom's move. The house that their family had rented was just a few minutes away. As for taking a cab, Yi-dong and Yi Xiaoyu's puzzled eyes also did not explain. Gently pushed his little sister. Said, What are you waiting for? Quickly get in the car. Yi Xiaoyu. Oh, Yi Xiaoyu. Oh, answered, confused, and Mom and Dad, they got into the car. In the car, Yi-dong directly with the master reported the name of the Star Garden. Yi Xiaoyu felt even more strange. Star Garden had absolutely nothing to do with their family. Could it be that they went over there to eat? She can only guess so. Anyway, is absolutely not think home has changed. After getting off the bus, she saw that her parents were not walking to the restaurant next to her, but instead, They were walking towards the inside of the neighborhood. Couldn't help but ask, "Mom, where are you going?" Yi-dong didn't want to tease her anymore, and explained with a smile, "Xiaoyu, this will be our new home, and you won't have to live in that kind of raggedy house anymore." Yi Xiaoyu heard this and looked at the three of them with her mouth wide open in shock. Yi-dong's words were so unreal that Yi Xiaoyu even suspected that she was dreaming. Seeing this, Qinli lovingly touched Yi Xiaoyu's little head and laughed. "I didn't tell you just now, just to give you a surprise. The house here, we just bought it this afternoon. This will be our new home from now on." Hearing her mother's certain tone, Yi Xiaoyu realized that she really wasn't dreaming. Wow! After exclaiming in shock, she then jumped around in joy. At Yi Xiaoyu's age, who wouldn't want to live in a better environment? Sometimes seeing classmates posting circles of friends, showing the beautiful environment of their own homes, it would be a lie to say that they are not envious. Chapter 37, 9 Heavenly Soul Restoring Needle. The moment the door to the mansion room was opened, Yi Xiaoyu was once again shocked. Bright eyes were filled with incredulity. This new home was more than 10 times more satisfying than she had imagined. Each bedroom had its own separate bathroom, and there was also an oversized luxury bathtub. This was definitely the most desired condition for a girl of Yi Xiaoyu's age. When Qinli brought her to the top floor sky garden, Yi Xiaoyu could no longer control her joy and stood on the sky garden and screamed loudly. This is also normal, no matter who else it is. When encountering such a fantastic thing, I'm afraid that this is the same kind of mood. The conditions of his own family Yi Xiaoyu must also be very clear. After calming down, this only excitedly asked his mother, "Mom, our family is a super jackpot. How suddenly can afford to buy a house here?" Qinli smiled and replied, "This is all your brother's credit. The grand prize is not hit. Seems to be doing what financial investment earned a lot of money." Listening to her mother's words, Yi Xiaoyu does not understand too much. Anyway, just know that the comfortable environment is the brother to bring her. The inner heart also cannot help but born a wave of worship psychology. The family casually dealt with dinner in the new home. Just now when I came back, I also bought a lot of cooked food downstairs. At the dinner table, Yi-dong thought for a moment and said, "Dad, Mom, I intend to knock down that old house in the countryside and rebuild it. What are your opinions?" When Yi-daemon and Qinli heard this, they both nodded their heads in support. They said that their roots were still in the old home, and it was considered an honorable thing for their son to rebuild the old house when he was capable of doing so. Generally nowadays, when a house is built in the countryside and decorated, it is only $200,000 to $300,000, but Yi-dong, whether now or later, certainly will not worry about money. To build certainly have to build a beautiful villa. After the meal, the family is also happy to discuss the matter of treat. Originally like this to buy a new house to move to a new home should be invited before, but Yi-dong's family to buy a new house to move to a new home is only a few hours. Completely did not have time to notify the crowd. Relatives are not too much. In addition to Qin Li's cousin in the county, Yi-daemon also has a brother in the county. The conditions of the family is much better than the original Yi-dong. Their family has opened a rather large-scale construction company in the county. I heard that the assets have almost reached tens of millions. Rural relatives is so. The gap between rich and poor is too far away. After walk gradually less. Usually, unless there is something big, the two families rarely contact each other. Of course, if there is a big event like moving to a new home and inviting guests, there must still be a notification. This kind of notification thing was definitely given to Yi-daemon and Qinli. Yi-dong said a word to his mom and dad and returned to his bedroom, lying on the bed and flipping through the cell phone messages. When Ru Shuai unexpectedly took the initiative to send a few messages over. "Yi-dong, thank you for helping my brother out yesterday, and thank you for rewarding so many gifts. Yi-dong, why don't you reply to my messages? Are you angry? Yi-dong, can you please return my messages?" Seeing these messages, Yi-dong could not help but smile. Women are like this. No matter how beautiful the goddess is, as long as you are good enough, even if you don't lick her, she will take the initiative to lick you. After thinking for a while, he still returned a message to Wen Rushui. "Schwerer, just saw your message. I'm going home today. I'll come back in a couple days and look for you again." Just after sending the message out, Wen Rushui replied back with a second. "Got it. Good night, Yi-dong." After chatting with Wen Rushui in the message, Yi-dong chatted with Jo Han-yun on the phone for a few more fiery moments before lying down on the bed and having a beautiful sleep. When he got up early the next morning, his little sister Yi Xiaoyu had already gone to school. After casually eating some breakfast, he and his parents went to the biggest shopping mall in Lok County and did a merchandise sweep. After replenishing the items of the mansion, it finally had a real taste of home. Since he had also purchased many ingredients at the mall just now, he made a beautiful meal at home at noon. After eating, Yi-dong came to the top floor garden, lying on a folding chair and squinting for a short while. That kind of day felt not too good. Only then did he take out his cell phone and sent a message to Wen Rushui. "Schwerer, do you have time to open a live broadcast now? I wanna brush my gifts. After Wen Rushue received Yi Dong's message, she did not even know what to reply back. She suddenly had an inexplicable thought. Yi Dong had approached her. Surprisingly, it seemed like he was only doing it to swipe gifts for her. After a long interval, Yi Dong did not receive a reply from Wen Rushue and directly dialed a phone number over. It took several seconds of thought before it was picked up. Yi Dong was a bit dissatisfied and both asked, "Shuer, did you not receive the message just now?" Wen Rushue asked a little melancholy. "Yi Dong, am I not opening the live broadcast? You don't want to care about me." When Yi Dong heard Wen Rushue's words, his heart immediately froze. He was not particularly attached to the tenfold rebate on Wen Rushue right now. For Yi Dong right now, having 30 million and 300 million on him was not much of a difference at all, and it was inexhaustible anyway. Then he opened his mouth and said back, "Look at what you said. If you don't want to be an anchor, you don't have to broadcast, so what's the big deal? How could I possibly ignore you?" Wen Rushue heard this, and remained frozen for several seconds before she quietly opened her mouth. "Yi Dong, I miss you." After saying that, she did not wait for Yi Dong to respond and hung up the phone in one go. Wen Rushue's whispered confession caused Yi Dong to tremble. Ding! Detected that goddess no. One's favoritism towards the host has reached 100 points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the deluxe gift pack. Should I open it? The system information in his mind immediately caused Yi Dong to be blindsided again. He had not done anything. This is 100 points of goodwill. Yi Dong did not think much about why. He was now most interested in knowing what was inside the deluxe gift pack. System, open the deluxe gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising the rebate amount to 10 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 grains of beauty pills. Note, any woman who takes a grain of beauty dan can improve her overall appearance score by 0.1 points. Each person can take up to 2 grains, and the third grain will be invalid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the inheritance of the medical sage's 9 heavenly soul restoring needle. Note, after getting this needle, the host can cure any disease in the world. It can kill people invisibly, and it can also bring back those who are about to die after stepping into the ghost gate. The system had just opened the big gift package. Yi Dong instantly felt that he had reached an extreme level for all his medical skills, and there was no longer any disease in this world that could be difficult for him. At the same time, he also felt that in his mind, there are 9 invisible true chi needles, and he can use his mind to manipulate these 9 true chi needles at will. Yi Dong was instantly confused. The first 2 rewards, he still felt that he could understand them. What the hell was this last 9 heavenly soul restoring needle? Chapter 38, A Brand New Worldview. After thinking for a long time, Yi Dong asked a profound question. System, this world I'm in now, isn't it a bit different from what I imagined? Ding! Host, you are thinking too much. It's not a little different, but it's completely different from what you imagined. System, could it be that there are immortals in this world as well? Ding! Host, you're overthinking it again. This side of the world definitely does not exist immortals or the like, but there are people who have reached the ultimate in martial arts, and the skills they possess are definitely unimaginable to you right now. After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Dong exhaled a long breath. As long as there were no demons and devils, it would be fine. With a thought, a crystal clear pill appeared in his hand, emitting a faint fragrance. Just the appearance alone made one look at it and couldn't help but want to swallow it in one gulp. System, this beauty pill, can I eat it? Ding! This is a beauty elixir for women to take. You can eat it, but the effect is no different from that of ordinary candies. Yi Dong listened to the system's explanation, and his heart spat. Although he is also considered to be sunny and handsome, but it is also the middle of the feeling. If according to the system's score to calculate, it is also out of 8. Who do not want to be handsome again 2 points it. With a thought, the pills in his hand disappeared without a trace and turned into 9 silver needles with silver light. These 9 soul-returning needles could become tangible or intangible according to Yi Dong's intention. Looking at the 9 silver needles that danced with silver light in front of him, Yi Dong immediately had a feeling of transforming into Oriental undefeatable. After taking a deep breath, his eyes were also brighter than before. Today, the system had completely opened a new world door to him again, which he had never touched before. With a divine object like the super system in his body, no matter what world it was, Yi Dong firmly believed that he would be able to stand at the very top. With that, he sent a voice message to Wen Rushue in the tone of a domineering president. Schwerer, now send me your personally bound bank account number. After Wen Rushue received this message, her heart had probably guessed what Yi Dong was going to do. After biting her lips, she still sent her bank number to Yi Dong. After she had just uttered those words of longing, her mind was already 100% on Yi Dong. Not to mention that Yi Dong just asked her to send a bank card number. Even if she was asked to go to Lock County right now, Wen Rushue would probably do as she was told. After Yi Dong received the bank card number, he did not hesitate to directly transfer 10 million to Wenrushue. Ding! 100 million rebate funds have arrived. From this moment onwards, Yi Dong also officially crossed into the ranks of billionaires. The moment when Ruoshue's cell phone received the information that the bank had arrived, she was also blinded in the head. Carefully counted. All 10 million. Yi Dong's message then sent another one over. Schwerer, this is for your pocket money. Spend it how you want. Don't be polite. Nima. 10 million was also called pocket money. When Rushue was once again shocked. The live broadcasts of the past few days were divided into more than $1 million, all of which she still didn't know how to spend. This is good. The gift is not brushed. Directly send 10 million in cash. This is simply richer than the richest man in Western Rainbow City, right? When Rushue was just an ordinary girl, and in her worldview, Yi Dong's figure was becoming more and more mysterious. In the evening, Yi Dong came to Falling Sun Lake alone, intending to run along the lake surroundings. Although the scenery here was good, there were usually not many people, which made it just the right place for running. After running a lap, Yi Dong was planning to go home when he was suddenly greeted by several people. At the head of the group was an old man accompanied by a very beautiful stunning beauty. The rest of the 5 or 6 people looked like bodyguards or something like that. Among them, there was a middle-aged man who surprisingly brought Yi Dong a very dangerous feeling. Yi Dong was also very sensitive in this aspect since he had been directly imbued with power by the system. He did not even doubt his senses at all. The system had also narrated to him that this side of the world was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. The middle-aged man in front of him was definitely an expert among experts. To be able to have such an expert as a bodyguard, the old man and the stunning beauty were definitely not ordinary people either. A few bodyguards saw Yi Dong's measuring gaze and also looked over warily. The old man waved his hand, signaling that the few people were fine. Smiling at Yi Dong, he asked, "Little brother, are you a local of Falling County?" Seeing that the other party's attitude was quite good, Yi Dong also smiled and said back, "Master, I am a local of Falling County, only my family is from the countryside." When the old man heard this, his expression clearly froze for a moment. He also had the intuition that the young man in front of him should not be an ordinary person either, but he did not expect that he was actually from a rural area. Then also face as usual, a little forlornly muttered to himself, "Hey, I haven't been back for decades, except for this Falling Sun Lake. I can no longer find the memories of my childhood." Yi Dong heard the old man's words and probably knew that this old man should be a big shot who had gone out from Locke County. He did not know what the reason was, but he had not returned for decades. The stunningly beautiful girl next to him comforted, "Grandpa, don't think so much, but the doctor has said that you can't have sorrowful emotions. This trip back should be taken as an outing to take a break." As soon as Yi Dong heard the girl's speech, he guessed that the relationship between these two was that of grandparents and grandchildren. Listening to the meaning of the speech, it should be that she is old and her body is not too good, and she wants to return to her childhood hometown to have a look. Yi Dong did not think much about it. Although his current medical skills had reached an extreme in this side of the world, he was not really interested in being a great benefactor. Although this old man seemed to have an uncomplicated identity, his own current identity was definitely more uncomplicated than anyone else, and there was no need to please anyone. With that, after politely nodding to the two, he continued to walk forward. Without taking 2 steps, suddenly the sky struck a loud thunder, and the girl's cries of alarm immediately came from behind. "Ah, Grandpa, are you alright?" Yi Dong looked over with the voice, only to see that the old man was now being supported by 2 attendants. His face had turned red, and beads of bucket-sized sweat had crossed his face. Looking at the situation, Yi Dong knew that the old man was suffering from great pain. One of the attendants, who seemed to be a doctor or something like that, was giving the old man a massage to relax, but it did not seem to have much effect. Yi Dong thought for a moment and felt that it was fate that he had come across him, so he turned around and walked over, stopping within 5 meters. This was also to give the other party a meaning that he did not mean any harm. Lightly speaking, he said, "Master, this pain of yours should be around 30 years old. Every time the weather thunders and rains, it will flare up and become more and more serious. If it is not treated in time, the consequences may be unimaginable." Originally, several people thought that Yi Dong had turned around to come over to watch the fun, but they did not expect to hear the other party's tone as if he was also a healer. The old man who was sweating cold sweat also had a shocked look on his face when he heard this, for the point that thunder and rain would strike on a day, with the unusual movement of the weather just now, many people should have been able to see it, but this year that Yi Dong had uttered was too mysterious. Chapter 39, Treating Toxins. The old man at this time, after a short push and massage, already did not have that feeling of pain into the bone marrow just now. Waving his hand, he said to the physician who was pushing and naveling, "Xiao Ma, stop, it is no longer as painful as it was just now." Immediately afterward, he nodded to Yi Dong and said, "Little brother, are you a student of Chinese medicine?" Sure, Dong said indifferently. Master, what I am studying is no longer important. Meeting here is also fate. I just want to tell you, the problem on your body does not look serious, but if it is not completely eradicated in time, within a year, your life is in danger. Yi Dong's words made the crowd's face change greatly. The girl even said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? My grandfather's health is so good. Where is it as serious as you say? The middle-aged man who looked like a physician also said unhappily, little brother, food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. I am a professional physician. Do I still not know as much as you, a youngster? That old man for Yi Dong's words is also not to believe. This injury has been accompanied by him for decades, although difficult to endure, but also just a minute or two after the good. Whereas Yi Dong said so serious, life will be put into it. Although Yi Dong just said the year of the injury, but who knows if it is not blindly blind. When Yi Dong saw the old man's expression, he knew that the other party did not really believe his words. That young girl in the middle-aged physician's language was not too friendly, and there was already an idea in his heart that he did not want to care. Indifferently, he said, I am just speaking out to remind you. If you don't believe it, forget it. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave the place. The young girl saw Yi Dong wanted to leave but did not do so, and rebuked with a voice, stop, you cursed my grandfather, and you want to casually leave like this. Yi Dong was also a little displeased when he heard this. Turning around, he faintly asked, I kindly reminded, you guys don't believe me even if you don't. Do you still want to do something to me? That old man quickly said with embarrassment, little brother, sorry, this little granddaughter of mine is spoiled. I will apologize to you on her behalf. You can go. The girl sniffed and did not say anything more, but only glared fiercely at Yi Dong. Yi Dong originally did not want to meddle in this matter anymore, but this old man's attitude made him change his mind. Once again, he said, Elder, you may not quite believe what I just said. Then I will give you a little more hint as to whether or not this injury of yours was caused by someone poisoning you in the early years. When the old man heard this, he looked at Yi Dong with a horrified expression. There were absolutely very few people who knew the cause of his condition. Even his family only thought it was something like gout. Unbelievably, he asked, little brother, how did you see the cause of the illness on my body? Old man, you don't care how I saw it. What I just said is absolutely not half false. If you believe me, I can completely remove this root of your illness right now. Hearing Yi Dong's words, the old man was moved, regardless of whether what Yi Dong had just said about his life being in danger was true or not. But this pain, if it could be eradicated, was also definitely the thing that this old man was most looking forward to. He had gone through all kinds of treatments for this problem, and had seen no less than 10 famous doctors with the title of Divine Doctor, but they were all unable to eradicate it. Although this young man looks not very old, but the old man has already decided in his heart. The other party is absolutely extraordinary people. To be able to say the cause and year of one's illness at the same time, even the Forbidden City's several divine doctors would be hard to do it. After figuring all this out, the old man hurriedly and enthusiastically said, little brother, if you can really get rid of the root of my disease, you can open the conditions. As long as it is something I can do, I will definitely do it. The old man's words caused the crowd beside him to move. Yi Dong did not know the identity of the old man, but they were definitely clear. Not to mention in this kind of ordinary small county, even in the entire southwest province, the old man's words carried quite a bit of weight. With such a promise, if Yi Dong could really get rid of the root of the old man's illness, it would be too easy for him to soar into the sky. Of course, they were all half believing in what Yi Dong had said. The girl even advised, Grandpa, should we reconsider? It's not too late for us to find out the identity of the other party. That old man, however, smiled and shook his head. Again, he said enthusiastically to Yi Dong, little brother, what place do you see for treatment? Do you need to prepare anything? Yi Dong glanced at the surroundings. He then said, no need to be so troublesome. Just stay here. The crowd was shocked again at his words. This was too hasty. The girl was just about to get angry when the old man quickly waved his hand and said, then I'll listen to little brother. You take a look at how you're going to treat it. I'll just cooperate. Yi Dong pointed to a stone chair not far away for pedestrians to rest, saying, just that place. Just go over and sit there. The rest of the people saw this and saw that the old man did not object, so they slowly helped him over. Yi Dong also followed over and waited for the old man to sit down. Only then did he smile and said, Master, my name is Yi Dong. It's fate that I can bump into you here. You now return your top up one. I will use silver needles to expel all your toxins. The old man smiled. His heart was also very nervous. This problem had tormented him for decades. If he could really remove the root, it would definitely be a great joy for him. Enthusiastically, he said, Little Yi, then I'm counting on you. Saying this, without letting anyone help, he directly retreated his blouse to that position on his chest. Seeing this, Yi Dong did not say anything more. He also wanted to feel the magic of this 9 heavenly soul restoring needle. Due to the presence of bystanders, Yi Dong did not directly perform the skill of changing objects with his empty hands, but pretended to pull out a bit in his bag, and then 9 silver needles appeared in his hands. Seeing this, the middle-aged physician hurriedly asked, "Have you sterilized these silver needles?" When Yi Dong heard this, he glared at the middle-aged man with a very unhappy expression. Nodding to the old man, he indicated that he was about to start the treatment. The old man also waved his hand at that middle-aged physician, signaling the other party to stop speaking. He also believed that even if Yi Dong could not eradicate the cause of his illness, there was no reason why he would harm himself. Seeing this, Yi Dong directly demonstrated his 9 heavenly soul restoring needle stitches. The crowd did not even see what Yi Dong's technique was. The 9 silver needles had already penetrated into the old man's body, and they were all shocked at once. They also knew the principle of acupuncture in Chinese medicine, which was usually inserted halfway and then mobilized with gestures. As for Yi Dong's needle technique, not to mention that he had never seen it, he had never even heard of it. 9 3-inch long silver needles, surprisingly, all penetrated into the body. Yi Dong simply ignored the horrified looks of the crowd. After the 9 silver needles penetrated into the old man's body, they were transformed into invisible true qi needles, and the toxins were almost eliminated in 3 or 2 strokes. In order not to be so shocking, originally not a minute process, Yi Dong hard treatment for about half an hour, and also made his body look very haggard. At a glance, it was a sign of overexertion. Chapter 40, wanting Yi Dong to be his granddaughter-in-law. The old man's tense look from the beginning slowly relaxed with Yi Dong's treatment. In the end, a look of enjoyment even appeared on his face. When the crowd beside him saw this, they were also greatly relieved, although he did not know if the effect had achieved what Yi Dong had said. But looking at the current situation, the pain that the old man had just experienced on his body should have been eliminated. Seeing that it was almost time, Yi Dong's palm that was roaming around the old man's body pulled outwards, and instantly, the 9 silver needles were sucked out by Yi Dong. Suddenly, the old man's throat squirmed and a small mouthful of black blood was sprayed out. Seeing this, everyone was looking at the old man with a nervous expression. The girl even let out a scream. "Ah, Grandpa, are you alright?" Immediately afterward, her eyes were also looking at Yi Dong with a fiery look. If anything happened to her grandfather, the man in front of her would simply die a million deaths. There were 2 attendants who even stood behind Yi Dong, and their palms also touched the guy in their arms. If anything happened to the old man, they would definitely not hesitate to strike as well. Although Yi Dong appeared to be well-mannered, he was definitely not an ordinary person judging from the divine needle technique he had just demonstrated. After the old man spat out the black blood, he closed his eyes for a few seconds before slowly opening them. Immediately afterward, he made an action that shocked the crowd, only to see him bow deeply to Yi Dong in front of him. "Master Yi, thank you for saving my life. Gu Ziyuan is unable to return the favor. I will be at your disposal for anything in the future." This was much stronger than the promise just now. The girl next to him said in surprise, "Grandpa, could it be that the root of your illness?" Gu Ziyuan knew his own body's problems too well. Although it was only particularly painful on days when it thundered and rained, it was usually very uncomfortable. After Yi Dong's acupuncture treatment just now, the discomfort in his body had completely disappeared, and he could clearly feel a sense of new life and renewal inside his body. He was now convinced of what Yi Dong had just said. If he had not met Yi Dong today, he really might not have survived for more than a year. What surprised Gu Ziyuan even more was that the bottleneck that was blocking his career as a martial artist was also showing obvious signs of loosening. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by another loud thunder. Just as everyone was worried, Gu Ziyuan was staring at the sky with his eyes gleaming, and his aura was slowly becoming stronger. Then, he laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, I never thought that I, Gu Ziyuan, would have the chance to become an innate powerhouse." When the crowd heard this, they were all shocked and delighted. None of them were ordinary people. Of course they knew what Gu Ziyuan meant by innate powerhouse. The middle-aged man who had made Yi Dong feel a dangerous aura was even more surprised when he said, "Congratulations, Gu Lao, for breaking through the realm of the innate." Gu Ziyuan took a deep breath before, once again, he bowed to Yi Dong. For Gu to break through to the innate realm this time, it is all Master Yi's favor. In the future, if I can use Gu's life, I will do whatever I want. Hearing her grandfather say such exaggerated words, Gu Mingyue, who was still pleasantly surprised, also looked at her grandfather with a shocked expression. Although Yi Dong had cured the root of Grandpa's illness, there was no need to use such an exaggerated tone. Then, dissatisfied, she said, "Grandpa, Yi Dong cured your illness, we will repay you tenfold as all. You don't need to bow anymore." Just as Gu Mingyue's words left her mouth, Gu Ziyuan rarely admonished, "Shut up, Mingyue, you can't be rude to Master Yi, and you can't say such nonsense in the future." Immediately, he turned his head to Yidong and said apologetically, Master Yi, this is my granddaughter Gu Mingyue. Please understand if I have offended you. Yidong had actually listened in confusion just now, and did not even know what the other party meant by the realm of the innate. However, from the aura emitted from Gu Ziyuan's body, the sense of oppression brought to Yidong was at least several times stronger than the middle-aged man just now. Doubtfully, he asked, Gu Lao, what is the meaning of the realm of the innate that you have just mentioned? How come I have not heard of it? Gu Ziyuan was also surprised when he heard this. When Yidong had healed the injuries on his body just now, he clearly felt that Yidong's hands were extraordinary. This was coupled with the fact that Yidong had displayed super terrifying medical skills. In his heart, Gu Ziyuan had already silently regarded Yidong as an extraordinary person. Otherwise, with his position, he would not have been able to call a youngster in his 20s a master. Now that he heard that Yidong did not even know what the realm of the innate was, he was of course surprised beyond measure. Immediately afterward, it also occurred to him that Yidong should have empty strength without knowing the name of the realm. Explaining, he said, the vast majority of martial artists in our country are in the Hotian realm, breaking through the Hotian realm to reach the innate realm, and less than 1 in 1,000 martial artists can enter this realm. Of course, if one reaches the innate realm, their strength can at least be doubled tenfold. As for the sovereign realm above the innate realm, that's like a divine dragon in the sky. Gu Ziyuan's eyes were also filled with admiration when he spoke of the sovereign master realm. Then he said to Yidong, Master Yi, looking at your maneuver just now, your hands should also be good. Did your master not talk to you about these realms? Yidong was also a little embarrassed when he heard this. He had also just learned about the other side of this world and had not had time to ask the system about many things. Seeing that Yidong did not really want to talk about the issue of mastery, Gu Ziyuan did not ask much. Instead, he took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Yidong. Master Yi, there is my private number on it. If you have any problems that you can't solve in the future, just call this number and I'll help you solve them. Yidong's heart was also moved when he heard this. The other party was definitely a big shot no matter which way he looked at it. Although there is nothing that he needs the help of the other party now. In the future it is inevitable that he will encounter troublesome things. Perhaps this card can really be used. He then took it and smiled. Gu Lao, you don't have to call me Master Yi. Just call me right my name or Xiao Yi. Gu Ziyuan sniffed and nodded with great relief. He also glanced at his granddaughter, Gu Mingyue, and said, Mingyue, you usually do things in a furtive manner often. This is something you need to learn from little Yi. Then he looked at Yidong and said, Xiao Yi, you and Mingyue seem to be about the same age. Why don't you add a WeChat and exchange more exchanges? After hearing Gu Ziyuan's words, Yidong was obviously stunned. Only then did he take a serious look at Gu Mingyue. Although the other party is not as beautiful as Wenru Xue, but it is definitely a top beauty. This Gu Ziyuan's tone, how there is a kind of wanna give yourself to him as a granddaughter-in-law idea. In fact, Yidong really did not think wrong. Gu Ziyuan really did have this kind of idea. Leaving aside Yidong's looks and temperament, with that horrible medical skill, if he really did become his grandson-in-law, it would definitely be their Gu family who had climbed up the ladder. Chapter 41, a higher power is pointing me out. However, since Gu Ziyuan had said so, Yidong of course had no problem with it. Being able to get acquainted with a beautiful woman like Gu Mingyue might even give him a chance to earn some rebate credits. Gu Mingyue pouted her little mouth as if she was reluctant, probably not daring to refute Gu Ziyuan's opinion. She reluctantly took out her cell phone and tapped on WeChat. To Yidong, he said, are you adding me, or am I adding you? Seeing this, Yidong tapped out the QR code and said faintly, you add me. If it wasn't for Gu Ziyuan's face, he really didn't want to take care of this kind of self-righteous girl. After seeing the two added friends, Gu Ziyuan was also very pleased. Laughing, he said, little friend Yi, once again, thank you for your hand today. What are your requirements you can mention? No matter how much the consultation fee is I am willing to pay. Yidong waved his hand and said, Elder Gu, it is fate that we can meet here. I am not lacking in terms of money, so let's not talk about money matters. Gu Ziyuan heard this and again looked at Yidong a few points higher. Laughing, he said, I know that little friend Yi is not an ordinary person, so let's not talk about the mundane matter of money. Still the same sentence as just now. If there is anything that I can be of use to you, just call that phone number just now. As long as it's within the southwestern province, more or less it's still a bit of a useful thing to do. Yidong nodded his head and smiled. That's fine. Gu Lao, I should also go home, so I won't bother you guys. Gu Ziyuan looked at Yidong's departing back. His heart was also filled with infinite emotions. I didn't expect that this time when I returned to my childhood hometown, there would be such a big surprise. He did not expect that such a small place would produce a true dragon. Based on Yidong's unpredictable medical skills alone, he did not know how many powerful people would want to bow to him. Then he turned his head to Gu Mingyue and said seriously, Mingyue, your first task in the future is to maintain friendship with Xiao Yi. Treat it as the most important thing to do. Hear me clearly. Gu Mingyue was extremely dissatisfied with her grandfather's request. Although their Gu family wasn't the top most powerful family in the entire Dragon Kingdom, it could definitely rank in the top 3 within the Southwest Province. Although Gu Ziyuan had retired from his high position in Yanjing this time, the disciples under him were also spread all over the country in the business and political sectors. Plus this time an accidentally broke through the realm of the innate. In some aspects of the influence, even more than the governor of the province. Even if Yi Dong had just cured his grandfather, was it necessary to make himself lick him backwards? Looking at Gu Mingyue's disgruntled expression, Gu Ziyuan sighed. These juniors of his own, because they were all born with golden keys since they were young and grew up in the flattery of others throughout their lives, they really couldn't see eye to eye on a lot of things. Said seriously, Mingyu, you know that with Xiaoya's medical skills, even if you put it in Yanjing, it would be the object of anyone's fawning. You are good, you have such a good opportunity, but you still don't know how to cherish it. Let me tell you, if you get this done, it's definitely a great feat for the Gu family. Gu Mingyue wasn't too stupid, she just couldn't switch roles for a while. Hearing her grandfather say this, her heart also ran through what had just happened. Knowing that Yi Dong did have the capital to be proud, it wasn't too humiliating for her to really lick backwards. After thinking clearly, he said to Gu Ziyuan seriously, Grandpa, I know. Yi Dong was also sighing in his heart. He had just learned about the other side of this world and did not expect to be exposed to it so soon. It turned out that people really stood higher to see farther. If Yi Dong was just an ordinary person, even if he had met Gu Ziyuan today, the two parties would not have had any interactions. System, what level of martial artist has my current strength reached? Ding. Late Hotian martial artist. What level is the middle-aged man who brought me a sense of danger just now? Ding. Peak Hotian martial artist. Then do I have absolutely no chance of winning in front of him? Ding. Don't be presumptuous. With the 9 heavenly soul restoring needle, the host can completely fight over a large level. Martial artists below the late Hotian stage are all like lambs to the slaughter in front of the host. Hearing this adjective from the system, Yi Dong could not help but smile. Back home, the family had dinner. While chatting in the living room, they realized that their dad had set the new home treat for tomorrow. The banquet has been booked, so they called the more familiar friends and relatives. Since his son is now rich and has bought the best mansion in Lot County, the dining place, Yi Damon, directly chose the only 5-star hotel in Lot County, the Kenan Hotel. Yi Dong is actually indifferent to whether to invite or not to invite, but Yi Damon and Qin Li met such a big happy event. How can Brocade Night? Yi Dong glanced at his sister Yi Xiaoyu next to him, and his mind suddenly moved. He asked, Xiaoyu, are you still satisfied with your appearance? Do you still want to become prettier? To her brother's question, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but roll her eyes for a while. Brother, such a simple question. Do you still need to ask? Who doesn't want to become pretty? Yi Dong also knew that as he became more capable in the future, a lot of things would be difficult to understand. It would be better to simply let them accept a little bit of things that were difficult to understand now instead. Casually, he pulled out 2 beauty pills and smiled. Xiaoyu, do you believe your brother? Yi Xiaoyu looked at the beauty pill in Yi Dong's hand and asked suspiciously, Brother, what is this thing? It smells so good. Yi Damon and Qin Li also looked over with curious faces. Yi Dong explained, this is called beauty pill. It can change the skin and other problems to achieve the effect of becoming beautiful. Qin Li on the side frowned. Yi Dong, why did you buy this kind of thing? Once you hear this name it's a scam. Hurry up and throw it away. Yi Dong laughed. Mom, this is not something you buy. You can't buy this beauty dan even if you want to. This is given to me by a high person. When Yi Damon heard this, he also frowned and said, Yi Dong, where in this world is there any high person? You wouldn't have met a liar. Dad, do you know why I can suddenly earn so much money? Yi Dong's words caused Yi Damon's expression to move. Yi Dong was suddenly able to earn so much money. Although it had been explained, he still felt incredible in his heart. Yi Dong continued, the fact that I can earn so much money is entirely due to this high-ranking person's guidance. What do you think he can lie to me about? When Yi Dong said this, Yi Damon and Qin Li came to a sudden realization. No wonder their son had suddenly become so powerful. After looking at the beauty pill in Yi Dong's hand, he immediately felt that the more he looked at it, the more mysterious it became. Yi Xiaoyu, of course, knew that her brother would never harm her, and grabbed the 2 beauty pills. Laughing, she said, Brother, is it directly swallowed? Seeing this, Yi Dong nodded. Yi Xiaoyu swallowed it in one bite under the watchful eyes of the 3. Chapter 42, The Heavenly Effect of Beauty Pill. After seeing Yi Xiaoyu swallow the beauty face dan, Qin Li and Yi Damon both stared at Yi Xiaoyu with a nervous expression. Yi Dong, on the contrary, looked as normal. He absolutely believed in the system 100%. Xiaoyu, There is nothing uncomfortable in your body, right? After half a minute, Qinli asked worriedly. Yi Xiaoyu was not worried about himself at all. Hearing his mother ask this, which made him feel the state of his body, suddenly all felt that the surface of her body was so slightly heated. Mom, why is my skin a little warm? Qinli sniffed and nervously touched Yi Xiaoyu's skin. Toward Yi Dong, she nervously asked, Yi Dong, is there really nothing wrong? Yi Dong explained, Mom, don't worry about it, this should be the medicinal effect already producing effects. Yi Dong also did not know the exact process of the beauty pill, so he could only explain in this manner. Ah! A scream followed. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoyu's entire body, whether it was her face or body, discharged a lot of yellowish liquid gas from her pores. That scene was a bit frightening in any case. Yi Damon and Qinli were both scared silly. Yi Dong's heart was slightly flustered as well. Although he was unconditionally trusting the system, this scene was really a bit oozy to watch. System, what's going on with my sister? Ding! This is the normal medicinal detoxification. Rinse it to achieve the best effect. Yi Dong was also greatly relieved to hear this. Smiling, he explained to the few people, this is the normal effect of the beauty pill. Just use Xiaoyu to go to the bathroom and rinse it off. Yi Xiaoyu looked at the skin oozing out so much dirt, originally in a panic. Listening to her brother say so, hurriedly got up and went to the bathroom in her bedroom. Qinli saw this, still a little worried asked, Yi Dong, Xiaoyu really nothing happened. Yi Dong laughed, Mom, you can rest assured, I will not harm my sister. Seeing Yi Dong's confident look, Qinli and Yi Damon's hearts were finally quite solid. Waiting for half an hour, just when Qinli couldn't help but want to go and have a look, Yi Xiaoyu's room door opened, only to see Yi Xiaoyu wearing a blue pajamas walked out. Although he had known that the medicinal effect must be incomparably good, Yi Dong's entire person was also stunned. Although the entire person's appearance had not changed much, Yi Xiaoyu's temperament had been completely upgraded by a notch. Together with the snow-white skin of the entire body like a baby, all of them seemed to have changed into a different person. Yi Dong was so amazed. Yi Damon and Qinli are even more incredible looking at their own daughter in front of them. What happened today is really subverted their three views. Although they did not how to solve the other beauty products, but also know that the TD said those heavenly beauty products, catch this beauty Dan 1/10,000th are afraid to catch up. Not only is the effect fast, skin whitening effect is not to say, but what is the meaning of this temperament enhancement? Where is this beauty Dan? Said it is immortal Dan are afraid is not too much. Yi Xiaoyu's heart was also very shocked when she saw the three people's marvelous eyes. She had just taken a look in the mirror in the bedroom and was shocked herself. Originally, beautiful women loved to look in the mirror the most, and Yi Xiaoyu was certainly no exception. What she looked like was most clear. Although she used to be considered a big beauty, at best she was the class flower level in her class. But now compared to the school flower of the first high school, there was no difference. Yi Dong felt that the system was still understated. The effect of these two pills to enhance the effect was definitely not as simple as 0. 2 points as the system said. Yi Damon looked at his daughter's changes and glanced at Qinli next to him. Nervously, he asked, Dongzi, do you still have this beauty pill? Yi Damon's words caused Yi Dong to freeze. Then he replied, Dad, making the elixir has no effect on men. Hearing Yi Dong's words, Yi Damin really wanted to slap him twice. The eyes glanced like Qinli again. When Yi Dong saw this, he immediately slapped his head. He had neglected his mom Qinli. Mom, I still have this kind of elixir here. Do you want to take 2 as well? Qinli heard this and quickly waved her hand. This beauty pill is super expensive in value at first glance. I'm so old. What's the point of spoiling this? Yi Damon was anxious and hurriedly persuaded. Lily, how can I say I'm spoiling what my son gave me? It's fine. Just take 2 capsules. Qinli sniffed and shyly glared at Yi Damon. Feigning anger, she said, Yi Damon, do you think I'm ugly? Yi Damon hurriedly explained. Lily, how can you think like that? Don't you want to change to be beautiful? When Yi Dong saw this, you were quick to pull out 2 beauty pills. Persuadingly, he said, Mom, this stuff is not rare for me at all, so you can fulfill Dad. Seeing Yi Dong say the same, Qinli was of course moved. No matter how old a woman was, there was no woman who did not love beauty. Qinli just felt that the value of this elixir was too expensive to part with. After glaring at Yi Damon again, she took the 2 beauty pills from Yi Dong. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 of them, she swallowed them in one gulp. Immediately after, it was the same situation as Yi Xiaoyu just now, and this time the crowd had nothing to worry about. After waiting for the medicine to kick in, this is when they got up and went to their bedroom bathroom. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoyu hemmed and hawed at Yi Dong. Brother, do you think there are still pills left? Seeing Yi Xiaoyu's giggling appearance, how could Yi Dong not know what she was thinking in her heart? Without good humor, he said, this beauty pill can only be taken by a maximum of 2 pills per person. The third one will be no different from candy. and it may even have side effects. Yi Xiaoyu heard this and was more or less a little disappointed, but then thought that he is not a big star. Now this appearance in the ordinary people, definitely already considered the top. Thinking of this, also did not think much more. Not long after, Qinli is also wearing a pajamas walked out. The family all looked at Qinli dumbfounded. Although the outcome had long been anticipated, Qinli's change still surprised the three of them. The effect of this beauty pill on Qinli was definitely much more exaggerated than the effect on Yi Xiaoyu. Since Qinli had been doing physical labor for a long time, she was originally only in her 40s, but looked like she was in her early 50s, and now it looked like early 30s anyways. Yi Xiaoyu was the first to speak. Wow, Mom, you're at least 20 years younger now. I can even call you my sister. Listening to Yi Xiaoyu's words, Qinli fainted. You girl, who did you learn to talk like that? You're so oily. Yi Dong couldn't help but laugh. Mom, Xiaoyu really wasn't wrong. If you go out with us, I'm afraid others will really mistake you for a brother and sister. Looking at the suddenly younger and prettier Qinli, Yi Damon also swallowed his saliva for a moment. His heart was now turned over with excitement. Chapter 43, encountered the hooligan molestation. When he got up early the next day, looking at the changes in his mom and sister, Yi Dong also sighed inwardly. He had not even gotten the system for more than 10 days, and the family's life had changed drastically. When the family was eating breakfast at the table, Yi Dong considered for a while. Still cautiously, he said, Mom, this is indeed quite a big change for you. If someone asks you the reason later on, you and your sister must not say anything about the beauty pill. Qinli had wanted to show off the matter of the beauty dan when she invited guests for dinner later. Hearing Yi Dong's words, she asked suspiciously, Yi Dong, what's wrong with this elixir? Yi Dong explained, Mom, there is definitely nothing wrong with the elixir. It's just that this kind of elixir is not even sold on the market. It's not very easy to explain. Qinli seemed to understand, nodded. This kind of beauty stuff is not contraband, but the effect is simply the same as the divine elixir. Listening to Yi Dong more or less understand the reasoning. After the family discussed, to 10 o'clock in the morning, which went out to go to the Kenan Hotel. This time, the friends and relatives invited is not too much, but also booked a large private room, set up 4 banquets. Of course, all in accordance with the highest standards of the Kenan Hotel. By 11 a.m., Qin Li's cousin Qin Feng, cousin husband Lei Zhengbo with his daughter Lei Zihan, was also the first to arrive. Into the private room, Yi Dong is not too strange. Just in the sight of Qin Li that split second, the family is shocked, dumbfounded. It took a long time before she came back to her senses. Qin Feng said incredulously, Sister, I'm not dreaming. How did you become so much younger? Qin Li didn't know how to explain, so she could only laugh. Really, I also feel that I changed quite a lot recently. Are you really much younger? Qin Feng sniffed, exaggeratedly said, Sister, not it, so big change you cannot see it. Now the two of us go out to walk around. Others will only say you are a sister. What she said was really not too exaggerated. The two were now standing together. No matter if it was skin or temperament, Qin Li was better. Lei Zihan also saw the Yi Xiaoyu who had become even more beautiful and said in shock, Wow, Sister Xiaoyu, you seem to have gotten prettier too. Qin Feng sniffed, and only then did she turn her gaze back to Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaoyu's change was not as exaggerated as Qin Li's, but looking at that watery skin, even Qin Feng was a bit jealous. Pulling her sister Qin Li's hand, she enthusiastically asked, Sister, you and Xiaoyu's skin has changed so much. What kind of cosmetics did you use? Qin Li suddenly faced Qin Feng's enthusiasm and was a bit uncomfortable. Although the two were cousins, their relationship could only be described as unsavory. Facing Qin Feng's questioning, she couldn't say anything about the beauty pill, and had to blame her mood for her change. Laughing, he said, It's just with ordinary cosmetics, I can have such a big change, probably because of my mood. Hearing Qin Li say this, Qin Feng also came to be interested, busy asking, Sister, what happy events in your family? There is no happy event. It is Yi Dong, this child. In the university entrepreneurship earned a little money, which does not come back. Not only let us put the breakfast store disc out, but also full payment in the Star Garden bought a suite. Borrowing this matter. Qin Li is also quite proud of Yi Dong has made a fortune this matter set out. When Qin Feng and Lei Zhengbo heard this, they both looked at Yi Dong next to them with a shocked face. On the contrary, they did not pay much attention to their cousin's changes. Star Garden's house price, of course they are aware of, is definitely the most expensive in Locke County. There is no one. Unexpectedly, the cousin's family had bought a house there in full payment without saying a word. Now the two families compared. Lei Zhengbo that the identity of the finance section civil servants, but nothing to show off. I was about to ask Yi Dong specifically what business earns so much money. Yi Dong's uncle family also arrived. Originally, this kind of buy a house to invite guests, Their family usually come at most one person, but listen to Yi Damon said to invite guests in the Keenan Hotel. The family is interested. This kind of 5-star hotel, even if their family wants to do something to invite guests, they certainly can't afford to do it here. When they came in and saw that it was still a luxurious private room, they were even more surprised, especially Yi Dong's eldest mother. After seeing the change in Yi Dong's mother, her expression could be said to be exactly the same as Qin Fong. Although the relationship between several families is not often walk around, but all in a small county, usually will occasionally encounter. Suddenly, such a big change was like dreaming. Afterwards, after learning that Yi Dong's family had bought a suite of rooms in Star Garden with full payment, their hearts were even more shocked. The friends and relatives who came one after another behind them were all repeating the same shock plus shock as them. The gaze towards Yi Dong was also filled with all kinds of envy and jealousy. Seeing that the family and friends had almost arrived, it was then arranged for the waiters to start serving the dishes. All kinds of delicacies were also served on the table. Immediately, in the midst of the congratulations, Yi Damon, as the head of the family, raised the wine glass in his hand. With a smile, he said, "Today, I welcome all of you, friends and family, to attend my family's housewarming banquet. Here I toast to all of you." The guests at the several tables, regardless of what was in their hearts, had congratulatory smiles on their faces anyway. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the crowd only ate and chatted. Unintentionally, Yi Damon revealed his family is to buy a large family leaping mansion, which can be the crowd is envious again, even if the best conditions here. Yi Dong Demon's family, although the assets have almost reached 10 million, but for his family to buy such a good house with full payment, unless it was to liquidate the company's assets, it would not have the strength to do so. The fact that Yi Dong's family was well developed could only be accepted in his heart with reluctance. Most of the relatives are like this, not afraid of you being poor, but afraid of you being richer. During this period, many people also came to Yi Dong's table to toast to Yi Dong. This university has not graduated so promising, that after college, that is not properly take off. Yi Dong's capacity for alcohol is not bad, coupled with the fact that today is a happy event for the family. Today is also considered to be more than a couple of cups. Suddenly, Qi Li with Yi Xiaoyu walked in a bit flustered. To the seat is still a bit uneasy. Yi Dong saw the situation, quickly asked, "Mom, you're okay?" Before Qi Li said anything, Yi Xiaoyu panicked and said back, "Brother, just now, Mom and I went to the restroom. There was a little hooligan who wanted to come and molest me. Mom got into a little argument with the other party. He won't come and find us in trouble." Hearing Yi Xiaoyu's words, Yi Dong's face immediately changed. The people he cared most about in this world were his family. Although his mom and sister should not have suffered any losses, no matter who bullied his family, Yi Dong would not let him off easily. Chapter 44 Yi Dong's Sudden Strike. The conversation between Yi Dong and Yi Xiaoyu was also heard by the people at the same table. Yi Dong had not yet spoken, but Yi Dong's cousin Yi Nan was unable to sit still. In the past, the family members to participate in this kind of family feast, no matter where you go, is the protagonist. Today to participate in the housewarming banquet of the younger uncle, but completely have no sense of existence. Listening to cousin Yi Xiaoyu said this matter, just to find their own sense of existence. Standing up to Yi Xiaoyu said, "Xiaoyu, you can rest assured, molesting you that little rascal does not come is still okay. If really dare to chase over, I must let him eat it all." This sentence just finished, the door of the private room was kicked open, only to see 7 or 8 men with unfavorable faces walk in from outside. The crowd that was dining was startled. Only the first one, a very arrogant young man, fatally opened his mouth and asked, "Tiger, just now which stinking scratched you with a claw?" A slab-sided man who was called Tiger, with a sweep of his eyes, looked towards Yi Dong's table. Pointing at Qin Li, he said, "Third brother, it's her." The arrogant young man's gaze at this time, however, did not look at Qin Li, but instead stared at Yi Xiaoyu next to him with glowing eyes. Then he laughed out loud. "Tiger, no wonder you're still getting a claw from a female. So you're distracted." The slab-inch man sniffed and laughed nervously in front of what was called third brother. "Third brother, isn't this in Brother Long's hotel? If it wasn't for the fear of finding trouble for Brother Long, just now I wouldn't be able to let this stinking leave peacefully." The arrogance of a few people as if no one else was there made the crowd that was eating at a loss for words. Yi Nan, who was talking big just now, wilted all of a sudden as well. The young man at the head of the other party, Yi Nan, also knew his big name. He was the biggest gangster in the entire Fallen County, named Huang San, nicknamed Third Brother. What's even more horrible is that Huang San also has a second brother, called Huang Long, known as the first richest man in Lot County, countless industries under his hand. The gray industry in Lot County is controlled by him at least more than 90%. Now dining in this 5-star Keenan hotel, is also the assets of Huang Long, and also vaguely heard that Huang San's big sister-in-law, in the fall of the county police, is also a hand in the people. with such a heavenly background. Huang San is basically a character who walks horizontally in Lok San. Yi Nan, who had just arrogantly said that he would teach the other party a lesson, had long been stunned after seeing that it was Huang San himself. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly stood up, took out the cigarettes in his arms, and walked over to this one who was called Third Brother. A bit of a pandering smile. Third Brother, come and have a cigarette. I'm Yi Nan from South City's Sunward Construction. I had the honor of also toasting a glass of wine to Third Brother in the past. Do you still remember? The other party, however, did not bother to pick up Yi Nan's cigarette, but stared at Yi Nan with an unfavorable expression. In a cold voice, he said, Yi Nan, there is that little bit of impression, so what do you want to say? Hearing this, Yi Nan laughed and said, Third Brother, the one who had a conflict with your brother just now is my little aunt. Can you give me face and forget about this matter today? Hearing this, Huang San laughed coldly. Ha ha, give you face? What the hell do you think you are? Go to the side. Huang San's arrogant words made Yi Nan feel bad. His face was suddenly green and purple. Seeing that Yi Nan actually stood still, Huang San immediately felt that his majesty was being challenged. Without warning, he stomped his foot towards Yi Nan's belly. Frame. Yi Nan instantly fell to the ground with his chair. Huang San's sudden strike caused the crowd in the private room to stir. After Yi Dong's eldest uncle, Dun Yang, scrambled to help Yi Nan up, he glared at Huang San with eyes on fire. Yi Dong's eldest uncle, Yi Dalong, angrily said, how can you just hit people? Hurry up and call the police. Hearing Yi Dalong's words, Huang San's group of big gangsters laughed out loud. A strong man with a left blue dragon and a right white tiger arrogantly said, old thing, in Lot County you still want to call the police to arrest my third brother. You are afraid that you are living in a dream. Yi Nan, who was helped up, also endured the pain and hurriedly stopped his mom from calling the police. Enduring the pain, he said, Mom, don't call the police. It's useless. If you call the police now, we will still be retaliated against later. Seeing Yi Nan saying this, Huang San coldly snorted and said, count on you to be quite sensible. This has nothing to do with you guys today. Hurry up and get out of the way. He also glanced at the shocked crowd around him and pointed at Qinli and Yi Xiaoyu. Arrogantly, he said, those who have nothing to do with these two hurry up and get out. Don't force me to make a move and throw you out. Seeing this, a few other tables of people, after having a person take the lead to go outward, 3 or 2 times, they left bare. Huang San stared at Yi Dong's table of people with a smile on his face again. Laughing coldly, he said, what about you guys? Do you not want to leave? When Qin Feng heard this, she immediately winced and apologetically glanced at her cousin before pulling her husband and daughter, who had already been stunned silly, out of the room. Yi Dalong was also very tormented inside at this time. His own son being beaten was still a small matter, but his own family, if he left here with the crowd now, he might not have the face to see his own brother for the rest of his life. Although the two families usually move less, but any more as really close relatives, fought for a long time, decided to stay here. Huang San saw the few people left on the table, but there is no surprise, no need to guess. Are the other side of the family? Then his eyes swept back to Yi Xiaoyu and smiled lewdly. Wow, I can't imagine that we still have such a watery girl in Lot County. Beautiful girl, want to accompany my brother to drink 2 cups in my brother's private room? While saying that, he wanted to reach out to touch Yi Xiaoyu's face. The hand just stretched out. The wrist was grabbed by Yi Dong's hand. Yi Dong did not strike the first time just now, but also wanted to see the reaction of the crowd, and he had also changed his opinion towards the eldest uncle's family. Seeing that Huang San still wanted to hit his sister's idea, he let out a cold smile and then exerted a force on his hand. Ka-ching! Huang San did not even have time to react, and his outstretched hand was broken by Yi Dong. Miserable pain. Shocking. Unbelievable. Various emotions flashed through Huang San's mind, followed by a miserable scream. Ah! My hand! You bastard! You even broke my hand! Hurry up and help me kill him! The crowd that followed Huang San in reacted. Unbelievably, they looked at Yi Dong. In the Kenan Grand Hotel, someone had dared to take a shot at Huang San. Qinli and the others were also shocked by Yi Dongdu's sudden strike. They were all ordinary people. Where had they seen the scene where their wrists were broken on the spot? Yi Nan was even more stunned. The others didn't know Huang San's background, but he was clear. It's over. It's all over. This is the first thought in his heart. He can even imagine. Waiting for his family will be what storm. Even if the person is fine. All these years in the county to lay down the industry. Must be all finished. Even if he wanted to keep the people completely fine. It was a very extravagant thing. Chapter 45, Killing with Pain. Yi Nan did not have much time to hate Yi Dong for striking so hard now. Although he was filled with fear for the unknown next, a sense of pleasure arose in his heart as he looked at the howling Huang San. Several people's feelings were also in a flash. The crowd of assholes had already rushed towards Yi Dong. Yi Dong let go of Huang San in his hand and took the lead in rushing into the crowd. When his strength was still at the three-man chopper, he had no problem dealing with these assholes, let alone the fact that he was now at least 10 times stronger than the three-man chopper. With a sound, click, ka-chow, since he had already struck, Yi Dong was also unrelenting. Under one blow, the other party either had the sound of hand bones breaking or foot bones breaking. Not more than half a minute, several gangsters were all lying on the ground wailing. Huang San looked at this scene, and also knew that today he had met a tough opponent, but now it was on his second brother's turf, and he was not soft at all. With fierce eyes, he said to Yi Dong, "Bastard, if you have the guts to kill me, or else I will definitely get your whole family killed in the future." Yi Dong's eyes also revealed a hint of ferocity when he heard this. Threatening himself was not a big deal. Daring to threaten his family, at this moment, Yi Dong had already sentenced Huang San to death in his heart. After learning about this brand new world from the system, Yi Dong had already the so-called law. Without much reverence, he then took out his cell phone and dialed the private number that Gu Lao had given him yesterday. The fact that he was able to strike and injure someone so sharply today also had a lot to do with knowing a mysterious figure like Gu Lao to a large extent. The phone just rang twice before it was picked up. Yi Dong did not talk nonsense and directly said, "Gu Lao, I am Yi Dong. There is a gangster who threatened my entire family. I am now getting him killed. Can you help me set things right?" After 2 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, Gu Ziyuan replied affirmatively. "Small matter, no problem. Where are you? I'll send someone right away to make things right." Hearing such an affirmative answer from Gu Ziyuan, Yi Dong was also relieved. He then told the other party about this address he was at now. After hanging up the phone, he also took a deep breath. It seemed that this world was far more complicated than he had imagined. Listening to the other party's tone, a human life for Gu Ziyuan's kind of level of characters may be almost the same as pinching an ant to death. Yi Dong did not avoid anyone by making this call, and Huang San certainly heard it clearly. Yi Dong's eyes emitted a fierce light. Huang San is also aware of the phone just now. Yi Dong is not joking. At once wilted at once, just wanted to soften and beg for mercy. Instantly felt a burst of heaven and earth, and then fell into a deep darkness. This hotel has surveillance everywhere. Yi Dong's current capital cannot do that kind of open and above-board killing. However, if he wanted an ordinary person to die silently, it was simply too easy, and no matter who came to investigate, they would not be able to find out any information. Just now, he used the 9 Heaven Soul Restoration Needle and instantly pierced Huang San's heart. Yi Nan and the others had also heard the phone call made by Yi Dong just now, and had thought that Yi Dong was just scaring Huang San. Who knew that Huang San was so unfazed that he fainted on his own? When they looked at Yi Dong again, everyone looked surprised, shocked and puzzled, especially Yi Damon and Qinli. Their son's tactics just now were just like the special effects in a kung fu movie, giving them another feeling of whether they were dreaming or not. But then thought of the son's mouth said that the high man, 3 or 2 people in the heart of a self-made script. The heart is not as shocking as it was just now. The fight here, from Huang San they came in, is not more than 10 minutes time. When the security personnel were notified, they came in and saw a few assholes lying on the ground screaming, and their hearts were shaken. When they saw Huang San lying motionless on the ground, they were shocked. As the security personnel of the Kenan Hotel, they of course knew the identity of Huang San, who was the younger brother of their hotel's boss. 2 of them immediately conducted a check, and at a glance, their souls were almost scared out of their wits. Hurriedly trembling to make a phone call out, security captain received the notification. Is also the first time this matter notified the hotel boss Huang Long. Huang Long today also happens to be in this hotel. His big sister Huang Yun today, nothing to do, to the hotel on the first floor of the beauty salon to relax. The 2 just stay together. Receiving the call from the hotel security captain, both had a feeling of disbelief. Their own brother was actually beaten up in their own hotel. On the phone, the security captain also just said that Huang San was in the restaurant on the 2nd floor and was beaten up in a conflict with someone else. He didn't know too much about the truth and didn't dare to say anything random. Even so, Huang Long and Huang Yun were furious in their hearts after knowing the news. In Falling County, no matter whether it was the black or white way, it was always their Huang family who bullied others, and it was the first time they were bullied by others. Immediately, the 2 men were also with their men rushed to the accident of the private room. As soon as they came in, they didn't even pay attention to the wailing gangsters, and when they saw Huang San lying motionless on the ground, they all had a bad feeling at once. Huang Yun could be said to love this younger brother to no end. Xiao San, while calling out, he walked into Huang San and came in front of him. Seeing that the other party didn't even look like he was injured, he panicked and probed his finger between his nostrils to test it out. Ah! With a scream, Huang Yun also wailed loudly. Junior, Huang Long, who then rushed over, also tested Huang San's breath. Anger, super angry. Huang Long no longer knew how to describe his current mood. yelling at the security personnel who just came in. Who killed my brother? I want him to pay for his life. Those few security personnel then swept their eyes towards Yi Dong and the others. Without having to speak, the answer was obvious. Yi Dong spoke faintly at this time. This brother of yours took the lead in hurting people. I just gave him a little lesson. Who knows that he was scared to death? Ha, if you ask me, it's just not enough to die. Hearing Yi Dong's insalubrious words, Huang Long was simply furious. Huang Yun was even more unable to hold back. She only wanted to avenge her brother now. I will kill you. While shouting out harsh words under her breath, she pounced on Yi Dong in a frantic manner. Although Huang Yun was a female, and was still a beautiful young woman with quite a good appearance, however, Yi Dong would not spoil her at all, and before Huang Yun could get close, he backhanded her with a vicious slap on her face. Ah! Instantly, a wailing howl came out of Huang Yun's mouth. Along with this wail, Huang Yun was also lifted to the ground by the tremendous force, but the physical pain was far less than the pain in her heart. Thinking that her younger brother was killed by this bastard in front of her, she didn't know where the strength came from and climbed up again. Still wanting to pounce over, she was pulled back by Huang Long, her eyes sweeping the crowd on Yi Dong's side, said fiercely, "Sister, don't make a move. None of them will be able to walk out of this hotel today. I will make sure that they all die." Chapter 46, Mr. Yi is surprisingly a zone master. Huang Long's ferocious words caused Yi Dong's eyes to narrow slightly as he listened. When he was about to let him go down to meet Huang San as well, a few more people hurriedly walked in from outside. It was none other than Gu Mingyue and the others that they had met at the Falling Sun Lake yesterday. Because Gu Ziyuan was cured by Yi Dong yesterday, he was in a good mood and planned to stay in Lot County for a few more days to see if he could get closer to Yi Dong. He understands the importance of Yi Dong's medical skills too well, and befriending this kind of person is to give himself an extra life. He was just thinking about how to enhance the relationship with Yi Dong, then received a call from Yi Dong, of course, without saying a word, and directly told Gu Mingyue to personally go to organize. Gu Mingyue also knows the importance of the matter. The moment she came in, did not pay attention to Huang Long's people, directly came to Yi Dong's side. Gu Mingyue took a glance at the crowd before asking, "Mr. Yi, are you alright?" Seeing this situation, Yi Dong was not in a hurry to make a move. Indifferently, he said, "What can I do? Gu Lao should have made things clear with you. Can you handle it?" Gu Mingyue heard this and said with a serious expression, "No problem, leave the rest to us." Huang Long was also feeling a little bad since Gu Mingyue's group of people came in. This group of people had an extraordinary temperament. They didn't look like ordinary people at a glance, and he was sure that they were definitely not local people from Lot County. At this time, the henchman who had arrived from downstairs after hearing about the incident had also basically arrived. Almost 70 or 80 people. Look at the dress code, is the kind of gangsters, and the hands are still holding iron bars, machetes and so on. Huang Long saw the situation. The heart is also a lot of stability. Walked to the front of Gu Mingyue, pointing at Yi Dong, he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you guys and what is your relationship with him?" Gu Mingyue simply ignored Huang Long and turned her head to look at Yi Dong. Yi Dong said casually, "This is the second brother of the dead punk and the owner of this hotel, but he has just threatened me. He wants to kill my entire family." Although Yi Dong spoke very casually, Gu Mingyue's few people heard the killing intent in it. When Huang Long saw that the several people did not give a damn about him, his heart immediately became furious. In a deep voice, he said, "I advise a few of you to better stay out of this matter today. I don't care who you are. I advise you to better leave here immediately." Gu Mingyue did not know what exactly Yi Dong was planning to do and did not even pay attention to Huang Long. Instead, she turned her head towards Yi Dong and continued, "Mr. Yi, do you want us to help you get rid of this person?" Being able to let others help him out, Yi Dong was of course willing to do so. Nodding his head, he said indifferently, "If you guys can help, that would be the best." Huang Long's lungs were about to explode as he listened to the conversation between the several people on the side. To think that he, Second Master Huang, had set up camp in Lot County for so many years. How had he ever suffered this kind of anger? His own brother had just died in his own hotel, and suddenly a few inexplicable people appeared saying that they wanted to dispose of him. And look at that casual tone, as if they are grasshoppers, a claw on the pinch kind of death. Then pointed to Yi Dong, eyes red like behind the little brothers loudly drank, "Give me to get him dead. Who if you block all to me to get dead?" The group of juniors behind him were quite loyal, and they rushed over after him. Seeing this, Gu Mingyue said to the middle-aged man next to her, "Uncle Li, please step in." This middle-aged man laughed and said, "To deal with this punk, a few of them will be enough." Saying that, he nodded to the several people beside him. Immediately, a few people also took the lead in rushing into the crowd, although there were no weapons in their hands. But these few people were basically martial artist status. Although Huang Long's group of minions were numerous, they were all unorthodox gangsters. How could they stand up to these Hotian martial artists? In less than a few minutes, at least 1/3 of them were lying down. Huanglong's eyes were also narrowed at this time. The scene in front of him, how could he not know that today might be the biggest calamity of his life? However, he did not have much of a fallback. From Yi Dong's words just now, he knew that even if he wanted to beg for peace now, the other party would definitely not let himself go. At this time, 7 or 8 more small gangsters walked in from outside. Seeing the situation inside the private room was also shocked, but seeing the homemade muskets held in each other's hands, their guts were also a few points bigger. Walking to Huanglong's side, one of them, a burly man with a big body, said, "Second brother, the guys are all brought up here." Seeing this, Huanglong also knew that this could never end well today, and the ruthlessness of fighting at the bottom of society since childhood bubbled up from his eyes. Receiving a musket from this strong man, he fired a shot towards the top without any warning. At once, a huge glass chandelier was also smashed to the ground. The people fighting on both sides of the field also stopped in unison after hearing the gunshot. The peak Hotian martial artist next to Gu Mingyue, Li Tai, took a step in front of Gu Mingyue. Both he and Gu Mingyue did not expect that a small county gangster would have a gun in his hand, and not just one. Although he was a peak Hotian martial artist, the deterrence of such a gun was still great for him, not to mention that several other martial artists were far less skilled than him. Huanglong by this time, with a gun in his hand, had already walked up to them. Arrogantly, he said, "Aren't you guys great? Do it again. Let's see if it's your stances that are great, or my snatch that's great." Li Tai also narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Huanglong and said, "Do you know what we are? I advise you to better throw the gun away, or the consequences are definitely something you can't afford." Huanglong laughed out loud when he heard this. "You're all about to kill me, and now you're threatening me with this kind of thing. Do you think I'm stupid? You'd better not move now, or else I'll wipe my gun and hurt you guys and it won't be good." By now, Huanglong didn't dare to take things to the extreme. The person he wanted to kill the most was Yi Dong. As for the Gu Mingyue several people, as long as they did not form a danger to himself, he did not want to risk taking each other out yet. Huang Yun saw at this time that his second brother had gotten the situation of the scene under control. He also stepped forward and pointed at Yi Dong, saying frantically, "Xiaolong, don't talk nonsense with him, hurry up and shoot him first." When Li Tai and Gu Mingyue heard this, their faces were shocked. Yi Dong had just cured Gu Ziyuan's disease yesterday. If he was beaten to death in front of them today, he wouldn't even know how to go back and explain to Master Gu. However, they also knew that the person in front of them had gone crazy, so it was useless to say anything else. Li Tai was just about to take the risk of controlling Huanglong first. Yi Dong laughed. The smile was so natural, it was as if Huanglong was not holding a musket in his hand, but a toy gun. "Since you all want to die, then all of you should die." Just after Yi Dong finished his sentence, Huanglong, Huang Yun, including the several punks who came in behind him with muskets in their hands, their eyes were suddenly mesmerized, and then they all fell to the ground limply. Li Tai and Gu Mingyue looked at Yi Dong with horrified faces. A word telling you to die and you die. This unheard of tactic simply scared them all. A single word determines life and death, killing people invisibly. Li Tai, as a peak Hotian martial artist, could understand this tactic better than Gu Mingyue. What level of talent was required to pull it off? A voice only heard by Gu Mingyue came out softly from his mouth. "Yi Sangsang is actually a grandmaster." Chapter 47, Killing Invisible. The people behind Yi Dong were all looking at Yi Dong with incomparable shock. Yi Demin and his family were a little better. At least they knew that there was a high-ranking person behind Yi Dong. Even the beauty pill kind of divine item could be taken out with their hands, and Yi Dong's performance today was slightly more understandable. However, Yi Dong's eldest uncle's family was simply stunned by Yi Dong's performance. "Tell you to die and you die." Wasn't this an ability that only the King of Hell had? They were all ordinary people originally, and they had never seen that kind of vicious fight just now, let alone this kind of performance that was equivalent to superpower. Since Yi Dong knew that this world was not the one he originally understood, he did not want to have any skills to hide. Today, taking this opportunity, letting mom and dad see their own ability is also good, saving the trouble of explaining it in the future. Then he walked to the desktop and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, today's matter has given you a fright. There is something I will go back and explain to you again," and smiled at Yi Dalong and said, "Uncle, I've remembered your friendship today. You and Auntie and the others go back first as well." Yi Dalong looked at the confident and incomparable nephew in front of him. His mouth slightly opened a few times, but in the end, he did not ask any questions. From the strength Yi Dong had shown today, and the kind attitude he now had, he knew that today's choice to stay was definitely the single most correct thing done in his life would suffice. Smiling and nodding, he left with Yi Nan's mother and mother first. Seeing this, Yi Dong turned to Gu Mingyue again and said, "Miss Gu, thank you for today. Please handle the aftermath." I'll take my parents and them home first. Only after hearing Yi Dong's words did Gu Mingyue slowly come back to her senses. But the shocked expression on her face still looked so obvious, although she did not know as much as Li Tai. But such a means of determining a person's life and death with a single word was unheard of and unseen by Gu Mingyue in her life. In terms of her attitude towards Yi Dong, there was another big change. From the arrogance that she had seen at the very beginning yesterday, she had turned into respect, and now she was even a little bit in awe. Nervously, he returned, "Mr. Yi, you mustn't be polite. We didn't help much either." Then he turned his head to Li Tai and spoke, "Uncle Li, otherwise, please personally send Mr. Ye's family back. I'll take care of the latter over here." When Li Tai heard this, he then turned his gaze towards Yi Dong and said with an obvious look of awe, "Mr. Yi Shang, I will drive you guys back. It's a bit more convenient." Yi Dong did not make any pretense. It was better to have someone as a free driver than to go for a cab ride, and directly nodded his head and agreed. After Yi Dong's family left, Gu Mingyue hurriedly took out her phone and told Gu Ziyuan about what had just happened, especially when it came to Yi Dong's unpredictable means. Her heart was still horrified. On the other end of the phone, Gu Ziyuan's heart had set off wild waves after his inner shock was reconfirmed again and again. He knew that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person after he learned of the super high medical wood in Yi Dong's body yesterday. And today, he was surprised to learn that Yi Dong had the possibility of being a junior grandmaster in terms of his martial arts achievements. This shock was more than 10 times stronger to Gu Ziyuan than the medical skills Yi Dong displayed yesterday. Although the Gu family had never produced a martial arts grandmaster, Gu Ziyuan had heard many rumors of martial arts grandmasters and had even seen them with his own eyes after so many years of rising to power in Yanjing. In his perception, not to mention martial arts masters in their 20s, even those under the age of 40, in the entire Dragon Country, or even the entire world, there were very few. The current number one person in the Dragon Kingdom, the Grand Marshal of the Army, Long Jingtian, was heard to have achieved the name of martial arts grandmaster only after he reached the age of 35. If the outside world knew that there was a 20-year-old young master in a small county in the remote southwest province, Gu Ziyuan could not even imagine what kind of waves would be created. He did not know that Yi Dong's real martial arts realm had not even reached the innate martial artist, but just had a mysterious means. After hanging up the phone, Gu Ziyuan was also unable to sit still, decided to personally come over to deal with this matter. Must make this matter beautiful, give Yi Dong a perfect good impression. When the police arrived at the Kenan Hotel, the entire hotel had been completely taken over by the military. This was the result of Gu Ziyuan using his special connections to transfer troops directly from the nearby military camps. Until now, all the bigwigs in Lok County had only been more or less informed, but the sky of Lok County had completely changed. In an hour, the county government immediately held a press conference. It was announced that the biggest black forces in Lok County, led by Huang's siblings, had been completely cleared in today's special blackout. Huang's siblings because of the resistance, but also all the tragic death. Huang Yun's husband, the county bureau of the hand, then also was double regulation, in the classroom quietly died. Although this matter in the fall of the county throughout the high level caused an uproar, but for many ordinary people, are almost by firecrackers to celebrate. Huang Long had been in Fall County for over a decade, and he didn't know how many harmful things he had done, and the people who had died at his hands were at least in the double digits. In Gu Ziyuan's operation, in addition to the bank's fixed assets to the county government, the rest of the industry all to Yi Dong's name. Yi Dong originally did not intend to ask for these. This point of assets for him with the divine magnificence system, completely worthless. However, once he thought that his family would have to live in the county for a long period of time, a little bit of industry would be fine. So he handed over the legal person of the Kenan Hotel to his father. Today for the eldest uncle Yi Dalan family also has a great change of opinion. In such a dangerous situation, Yi Dalan unexpectedly did not leave his own family, so that Yi Dong is also a little touched. Directly handed over all the construction business under the Yellow Dragon flag to the eldest uncle's family. Let Yi Nan's small and medium-sized construction company jump to become the largest construction company in Lok County. Of course, this is all an afterthought. Until the moment when all the information was handed over to them, they were still confused. Until now, they didn't know what had happened to Yi Dong, and in half a day's time, they had jumped to become the most popular figure in Lok County because of Yi Dong. Towards the evening, Gu Ziyuan came to the Star Garden accompanied by the first and second handlers of Fall County personally. In the shocked eyes of the first and second in command, Gu Ziyuan, the godlike figure in their hearts, treated Yi Dong as if he was a student meeting his teacher. Such a respectful attitude from Gu Ziyuan also let them know that the family in front of them was definitely not as simple as what was in front of them. Consequently, their attitude towards Yi Dong's family was even better than that of Gu Ziyuan. Chapter 48, Hiring a Special Bodyguard. Yi Damon looked at the two middle-aged men with such a humble attitude. If it wasn't for the fact that they had just been introduced as the first and second in command of Lock County, he wondered if these two were not imposters. The thought that the two biggest parents of the county in front of him had to be used to curry favor with themselves. The excitement in Yi Damon's heart reached an unprecedented level of satisfaction. And look at Gu Ziyuan's identity, obviously much higher than these two parents, but the same in front of his son to put on a look of being taught. Yi Damon's heart was both excited and confused. Just how big of an encounter did his son have to achieve this strength today? After sending Gu Ziyuan and the others away, the family looked at Yi Dong with a face full of surprise. Without waiting for them to inquire, Yi Dong directly pulled out the story of the Highlander again. Smiling, he explained, "You guys don't need to guess, it should be what you think. When I was studying at the university in Mountain City, a high person said that I had a special physique, and subsequently took me as a disciple, passing on all my medical and martial arts skills to me." Although it had already occurred to him in his mind that this was the case, the family was inevitably still in a state of exclamation. Yi Xiaoyu took the lead and said with a smile, "Brother, today at the hotel scared me. Luckily you came out of nowhere and eliminated the big bad guy." Qi Li thought for a moment and also said seriously, "Yi Dong, I know that your future path is certainly not to follow the path of ordinary people, but you must also pay attention to safety. Non-essential must not do fighting and killing things." Yi Dong of course knew his mom's good intentions. Nodding his head seriously, he said, "Mom, don't worry, as long as others don't mess with me, I will definitely not take the initiative to cause trouble." Yi Damon said with a bit of difficulty on the side, "You guys should not talk about other things first. Discuss how this hotel is going to be run now. I don't know anything about this at all anyway except for frying food." Yi Xiaoyu sniffed and her eyes lit up. Happily, she said, "Dad, if you don't mention it I've forgotten. You are now the chairman of Kenan Hotel, right?" Yi Damon glared at Yi Xiaoyu in feigned anger. "Do you think this chairman is so good to be, or simply let you be the chairman?" Hearing his dad's words, Yi Xiaoyu could only giggle. Seriously, if it wasn't for Yi Xiaoyu having to study now, with her high school sophomore's cultural level, to be the chairman of this Kenan Hotel, it might be a little stronger than Yi Damon. Yi Dong saw the situation, smiled and said, "Dad, you are just hanging a name there. You will be under the removal of the withdrawal of the people, the replacement of the change, and then re-recruit a batch of is, as long as the salary is high. You are still afraid of recruiting people who cannot manage." Qi Li also laughed at the side, "That is, if you really do not want to be the chairman of the board of directors, in the recruitment of a chairman of the board of directors on the line." Yi Damon sniffed and laughed. He said, "That's no good. It's not easy to get over the addiction of being the chairman of the board of directors once in your life. You have to be the chairman of the board for 2 days before you can say anything else." Looking at the family talking and laughing, it was as if the many things that happened in the afternoon had all been forgotten. Yi Dong also sighed for a while. This was really the charm of power and money. Thinking that he could not stay in the county for a long period of time, Yi Dong thought about the issue of the family's safety. After returning to his room, he directly searched the internet for the Dragon Insurance Group, the largest security company in the Dragon Kingdom right now. After entering the official website, he found that Dragon Security Group's private bodyguards were divided into several categories. Most of the monthly salaries were between 10,000 to 30,000 plus and were accompanied by photos of each person. Yi Dong roughly browsed through and found that there was also a VIP service. He directly consulted with the customer service personnel online. "Are there any requirements for your company's VIP service?" "Hello sir, in order to become our company's VIP, you must register using your own ID card, and also pay an annual membership fee of 1 million yuan. Hearing that he had to become a VIP and pay so much money, Yi Dong was pleasantly surprised instead. Just by paying the annual membership fee, one could hire 10 better elite bodyguards. Needless to say, after becoming a VIP, the bodyguards that could be hired would be at least at the martial artist level. $1 million was now a mere drop in the bucket for Yi Dong. Subsequently, Yi Dong registered a number with his ID number on the Dragon Security official website and directly recharged 1 million to become a VIP. After clicking login again, the interface has become much more exquisite. The nature of the private bodyguards here was really different, and they were all based on annual salary. The lowest level of private bodyguards all cost 1 million, and the highest level was as high as 3 million annual salary. Although they were expensive, they were all described above, and all of them had reached the martial artist level. The highest level bodyguards had even reached the middle Hotian martial artist realm, where a single person could deal with dozens of ordinary people at the same time. Yi Dong shopped around, more or less heart still a little disappointed. He then found the online customer service and asked, "Is this the best of your private bodyguards here? Mr. Yi, are you not satisfied?" "It's not unsatisfied, just want to hire a little more powerful bodyguard." "Do you not have a bodyguard of an 8-realm martial artist here?" Seeing this, the online customer service immediately sent over two helpless smiley faces. Mr. Yi, are you kidding? A martial artist who has reached the innate realm. Even the top most powerful families in the country would have treated them with courtesy by now. How could they possibly work as bodyguards for private individuals? When Yi Dong saw this, he was suddenly inwardly laughing bitterly as well. It seemed that he had overthought things. Even a big shot like Gu Ziyuan was in ecstasy because of his breakthrough to the innate realm. How could a martial artist of this realm come out to work as a bodyguard for a private individual? After a little thought, Yi Dong placed his order and directly chose 20 special private bodyguards with an annual salary of $3 million. With 10 men and 10 women, they could basically protect his family 24 hours a day without interruption. Dragon Insurance Group headquarters in Yanjing, Dragon Kingdom. The entire business department was in an uproar. A mega order of $60 million. This was the first time they had received such a large order in the 10 years this company had been in business. Not to mention 60 million, is to reach 10 million. In their company business department to receive all the single, is also a handful of. After seeing the address, it is even more inconceivable. Not Yanjing Magic City, these top big cities, but an ordinary small county that has never heard of the name of the place. After confirming with Yi Dong on the phone, Longbao Group promised to send all the money over tomorrow. After Yi Dong took care of this matter, he looked at his balance, and surprisingly, there were only a few tens of millions left. Immediately, a bad smile appeared on his face. Wen Rushue had not yet calmed down in her heart since yesterday when Yi Dong directly gave her $10 million on her card. Chapter 49, A Throw of $10,000. Wen Rushue was in the middle of her rambling thoughts when her brother, Wen Zihao, came to the door. Opening his mouth, he asked, Xiao Shui, why haven't you been live streaming for the past 2 days? Didn't Yi Dong come to find you? Wen Rushue was fretting about the 10 million, and when she saw her brother coming, she hesitated for a moment. Only then did she swallow and whisper, Brother, Yi Dong asked me for my bank number yesterday and directly gave me a sum of money. Wen Zihao was stunned at his words, and then only then did he react. Uncertainly, he asked, You said that Yi Dong directly gave you money. Seeing Wen Rushue nodded, Wen Zihao was also a bit incredulous. Chasing a girl with a reward in a live broadcast was a normal thing, but to directly call money to the card, the nature of this was all a bit changed. Immediately, he politely asked, Xiao Shui, Yi Dong did not propose any excessive requirements for you, right? Hearing Wen Zihao's words, Wen Rushue's face instantly turned red. Feigning anger, she said, Brother, where are you thinking? Yi Dong did not raise any request. Wen Zihao did not care about his sister's expression, and was relieved to hear her say this. Then he asked curiously, How much money did Yi Dong give you? Didn't he say why? Wen Rushue mosquito-like voice said, $10 million. What? $10 million? Wen Zihao was instantly shocked by the figure his sister said. In the past few days, Wen Rushue had earned more than $1 million from live broadcasting, and Wen Zihao felt shocked that his own world of money concepts had changed drastically. To know that their family was still considered to be in the middle of the income, it was only a few $100,000 a year, and Wen Rushue in just a few days had created an income that caught up with their family's income for 2 or 3 years. Now even heard Yi Dong directly to his sister 10 million. What kind of concept was this? His mom and dad had worked so hard for so many years and had not saved so much money. A little incredulous, he asked, Xiao Shui, is Yi Dong really having more money than he has room to spend? Do you know exactly what kind of business he does? Wen Zihao couldn't understand anyway. Although his sister was a great beauty, she wasn't so beautiful that she would let people throw away money like that. This 10 million cannot even be used to describe a throw of money. A throw of 10,000 gold is not too much. However, when I think of Yi Dong anyway did not mention what requirements. In fact, even if there is to mention what requirements, Wen Zihao is also quite understandable. Then he said with a bit of difficulty, Xiao Shui, you see you have so much money on you anyway, can't you lend some to your brother? Wen Rushue was not surprised at all by Wen Zihao's words. Even in the past, when the live broadcast only earned a few $1,000s a month, Wen Zihao would occasionally ask her to borrow some money. Of course, the two siblings originally had a good relationship, and even though it was said to be a loan, they had never asked Wen Zihao to return it. After thinking about it, she asked, Brother, how much money do you want? Wen Zihao swallowed and hesitated for a moment, before he said with a bit of difficulty, 100,000 okay. He used to borrow money from his sister here. It was all hundreds and hundreds of borrowing. Suddenly opening 100,000 is really a bit embarrassing. Wen Rushue also did not ask why, nodded and took out his cell phone directly, and was about to transfer $100,000 to Wen Zihao. Suddenly received a bank alert message. Clicked in to take a look. Dear user, your bank card with the tail number 520 received a transfer of $10 million. Wen Rushue was instantly stunned, stupefied. She froze there. since this $10 million transfer was just a message alert. When Zihao didn't realize what had happened, seeing his sister frozen there, he asked suspiciously, "Little Snow, what's wrong with you?" When Rushue heard her brother's question before she came back to her senses and stammered, "Brother, Yi Dong transferred another 10 million to me." When Zihao heard this and was also shocked as he took the cell phone from his sister's hand, and after seeing it clearly, the eyes that looked at his sister again were even a little envious. "If only I were a daughter." At 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Yi Dong, who was eating breakfast on the dining table, received a call from the Dragon Security customer service, saying that the 20 special-grade private bodyguards had already arrived in Lok County. Yi Dong directly reported the address of his star garden and asked them to call him when they arrived. The matter of him hiring a bodyguard yesterday had not been told to his family until now. Just when he wanted to open his mouth, Yi Damon directly asked, "Yi Dong, who was it on the phone just now that is coming to our place?" "Dad, Mom, Xiao Yu, for your safety in the future, I hired private bodyguards from Yanjing on the internet last night, and they have just arrived in Lok County now." Hearing Yi Dong's words, the family was dumbfounded as they looked at Yi Dong. Although there had been Yi Dong's extraordinary performance yesterday, the word private bodyguard still felt so distant from their own family. A few days ago, Yi Damon and Qinli were still running a small restaurant. To put it bluntly, a small cook. This is only a few short days to be equipped with a private bodyguard. Returning to her senses, Qinli took the lead and asked, "Yi Dong, we are all ordinary people. We don't need any private bodyguards." Yi Dong smiled and explained, "Mom, even if you don't mention me, Dad is now the chairman of Kenan Hotel. Where are you still an ordinary person? This private bodyguard can only be considered a standard match." When Yi Damon heard this, he was instantly happy. On the side interface, that is, "From today onwards, Lily, you are the chairman's wife." Yi Damon's serious words made a few people laugh. Not long after, Yi Dong received a call saying that the personnel had arrived at the gate of Star Garden. The family was also very curious as to what the private bodyguard Yi Dong had hired was like. In order to get a glimpse, the whole family came to the gate, looking at the 10 men and 10 women with extraordinary temperament. Other than Yi Dong, the 3 of them were inwardly overwhelmed. These 20 people were all mid-Hotian martial artists and naturally had an invisible sharp aura about them. Even ordinary people like Yi Damon could feel it. Only after greeting each other did Yi Dong solemnly introduce his mom and dad to the crowd. "This is my dad, Mom, and my sister, the ones you will focus on protecting in the future. I don't care how you guys split your shifts. You must give me protection 24/7. If anything happens because of your own mistakes that no one wants to see, no matter what you are, even if you are innate martial artists, I will make you pay an unimaginable price." Some of the martial artist bodyguards were more or less upset in their hearts when they heard Yi Dong's words at first, even though Yi Dong was the employer. However, when they heard Yi Dong talking about not even placing an innate martial artist in their eyes, their hearts were instantly appalled. Chapter 50, When Rushue Takes Beauty Pill. One must know that in the entire huge dragon protection group, there was only one innate martial artist, the chief instructor. Since Yi Dong had uttered the title of innate martial artist, the probability was that he was also a martial artist. Of course, in their hearts, this group of special grade bodyguards did not think of Yi Dong, this youngster, in the aspect of an expert. The main reason was that Yi Dong looked too young, which one of their group of people was not more than 10 years older than Yi Dong, and their martial arts qualifications were also good, but now they were only mid-Hotian martial artists. Yi Dong can now say this kind of words, coupled with such a generous hand, must be behind the power is not bad. In his heart, Yi Dong's contempt for him had been withdrawn. Seeing this, Yi Dong continued, "Of course, your defense work as long as you can do it to my satisfaction. In addition to your company's salary to you, at the end of each year, I will also give you a big red packet. Good performance will not be less than 1 million. The group of special grade bodyguards clammed up just after Yi Dong finished this heavy rewarding sentence. It should be known that although they were labeled with an annual salary of $3 million in Dragon Security Company, what they could get their hands on was just a little over $2 million. These large security groups like Dragon Security Company, where the most important revenue was by taking kickbacks. Otherwise, how could they maintain the operation of such a large group? As the backbone of the Dragon Security Company, if they go out to protect their employer is their duty, or the first time to hear the employer additional commitment to such a large prize. Originally, when they heard Yi Dong's words just now, there was still a little bit of resentment in their hearts, but now the complaints have completely disappeared. At their age, they basically had families, who would not want to earn a little more money so that their families could have a better life. Besides, 20 bodyguards of their level to protect 3 ordinary people. This was considered the easiest job received by the Dragon Security Group in all the years since its establishment. Allocated, they would also have more personal vacations. Yi Dong saw the looks of the crowd and knew that his carrot policy had worked out well. he added. Since you guys don't have any more opinions, now you guys find 5 people who know how to drive and go with me to the mountain city for a while to purchase a few cars for traveling. The rest of you assign protection duties in place. After saying that, he turned his head to speak to his dad. Dad, you first arrange for them to go to the Kenan Hotel. In the future, their usual food, clothing, accommodation and transportation will be placed there, and try to pick a better room. Yi Damon's head was still in the dark. Originally he thought that even if he was equipped with bodyguards, there would only be one for each of them, which had thought that Yi Dong had hired 20 bodyguards at once. It wasn't like he was going to be some kind of Gao Chi-chan. After explaining things clearly, Yi Dong took 5 bodyguards to make a trip to Mountain City. The several bodyguards were also not expecting that Yi Dong did not have a substitute car, but instead chose 2 online cars. After arriving in the Mountain City, he directly chose the largest local automobile showroom, and after considering various aspects, he chose 3 top-of-the-line Land Rovers and 3 cross-country Grand Prix. 5 cars almost spent 10 million, so that these several bodyguards on Yi Dong's financial strength, but also has a more intuitive about understanding. Subsequently, Yi Dong gave his mom a phone call, saying that he would temporarily go back to school and would not go back. After explaining that these several bodyguards drive the car back, Yi Dong then gave Wenru Shui a phone call. Wenru Shui had been preoccupied ever since she received the huge $10 million that Yi Dong had called. She was now most interested in figuring out exactly how Yi Dong viewed her in his heart. Nima, moving around is a $10 million hit. Anyone else would be thinking nonsense. After receiving Yi Dong's call, she also took the first time to ask her teacher for a vacation. After catching the place where the two had agreed to meet Yi Dong in person, she instead didn't know how to open her mouth. Yi Dong had long since learned from the system that when Rushue was favorably disposed towards him, so where else would he be polite? Directly came first with a big hug. Sure enough, the system does not lie. When Rushue did not even resist a little. After releasing the beauty in his arms, Yi Dong mysteriously laughed. Schwerer, have you missed me in the past 2 days? I called you out today because I want to send you a huge surprise. When Ru Shui heard, her blushing face asked doubtfully, surprise? What surprise? Yi Dong laughed. Surprise is definitely something that cannot be said now. You come with me. Saying this, he directly brought Wen Rushue to a 5-star hotel. Seeing Yi Dong actually brought himself to the hotel, Wen Rushue could not help but think shyly inwardly. Could it be that the surprise that Yi Dong said was to bring me here? Although it was already obvious, Wen Rushue did not have a little bit of discomfort in her heart, but instead had a few more points of expectation. After seeing Yi Dong directly open a presidential suite, Wen Rushue's face turned even redder. After coming to the room and seeing such a luxurious environment, Wen Rushue's heart was also filled with happiness. The heart was already fantasizing about the next situation. Yi Dong saw Wen Rushue frozen there, her face blushing, and her eyes already mesmerized. Such a scene of a great beauty of national color made the evil fire in Yi Dong's heart also rise upwards. However, he still wanted to see a more perfect Wen Rushue, and it was with great difficulty that he suppressed the evil fire in his heart. Opening his mouth, he laughed and said, Schwerer, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come sit over here. Wen Rushue heard this and only then shyly came to Yi Dong's side. Looking at this rose-like girl in front of him who could be plucked at any time, Yi Dong fixed his mind. Only then did he say seriously, Schwerer, do you want to become more beautiful? Wen Rushue looked at Yi Dong in doubt after hearing his words. Seeing this, Yi Dong also smiled bitterly. Isn't that question of his own nonsense? This world is afraid that there is no girl who doesn't want to become more beautiful. With that, 2 beauty pills appeared in his hand like magic. Schwerer, trust me, eat it. Wen Rushue looked at the sudden appearance of 2 pills in Yi Dong's hand and was shocked in her heart. Yi Dong, you can still do magic tricks? Yi Dong did not explain. Wen Rushue was destined to become his closest person. There were some abilities that he could let her know, and he did not want to hide them. Then he laughed. Just think of it as magic. Eat it up. Wen Rushue. Only then did she turn her gaze to the 2 pills. These 2 beauty pills, regardless of their appearance or fragrance, were definitely super tempting. Wen Rushue definitely believed that Yi Dong would not harm her either. Although she did not know what this had to do with becoming beautiful, she still swallowed the 2 beauty pills in one bite. Seeing this, Yi Dong hurriedly smiled and said, you now hurry to the bathroom. You will have some rather dirty things coming out of your body later. Don't be afraid. After rinsing it off, you will definitely become even more attractive. Chapter 51, Big Gift Package. Wen Rushue was now choosing to completely believe in Yi Dong's words, but she still found it hard to believe when she heard that rinsing it made it more beautiful. However, she did not say much and got up with a blushing face and went to the bathroom. Not long after, just like Yi Xiaoyu and the others, many yellow dots were secreted on her body where the skin pores were. Fortunately, Yi Dong had prompted her and was not much nervous, and even a little excited. Such a magical scene made her already believe 8 or 9% of what Yi Dong had just said. After carefully rinsing a few times, she was shocked to find that her skin had really become incredibly smooth and white. There was also a mirror inside the bathroom, and looking at the flawless body inside the mirror, she herself was stunned. Yi Dong in the end gave himself what divine pill to eat. Not only did his face become more charming, what shocked Wen Wushue even more was that there were places that had become 2 circles larger. Even if you go to the kimchi country to do the most powerful plastic surgery, it is not as good as 1/10,000th of this effect, right? When she was thinking of putting on her clothes and going outside to give Yi Dong a surprise, she realized that she had forgotten to bring her clothes when she came in just now. In fact, he had not brought any clothes with him, and now the set he had on just now was all dirty. Wen Wushue was now embarrassed, although he already had 100% favorability towards Yi Dong, but to walk out naked like this, thinking about it was humiliating. Yi Dong was outside, and in his mind, he was also fantasizing about how charming Wen Wushue would become after taking the beauty face pill. As time slowly departed, an hour soon passed. Yi Dong was also a bit puzzled. It was reasonable to say that rinsing would not take much time. Coming outside the bathroom door, he knocked on the door, asked, "Schwerer, there is nothing wrong with you in there, right?" Wen Wushue had long since washed up and was at a loss for words inside when she suddenly heard Yi Dong's question, having no choice but to shyly say, "Yi Dong, I forgot to bring my clothes just now." Yi Dong suddenly realized outside the door, and was thinking of making a call to the hotel's customer service to let them prepare a set of female pajamas. Suddenly changed his mind again. What more pajamas? Directly pushed open the bathroom door and went in. Then, inside the bathroom, staged a fish and water love. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the first Super Goddess. The Super Goddess rebate system gift pack is being sent out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising the rebate to $100,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grandmaster's martial arts cultivation. Yi Dong had just conquered a near-perfect extreme goddess, followed by a strange power surging inside his body. This power was unknown how many times greater than the previous 10 people's chop. Yi Dong felt that he could destroy everything in front of him by raising his hands and feet. The influx of power, coupled with the cultivation of the Zongshi, made Yi Dong's aura invisible, creating a fatal allure to women. Wen Wushue, lying on the bed, due to the fact that it was the first time for a woman, was still feeling particularly tired. After seeing the change in Yi Dong's temperament, her eyes were once again mesmerized. Only after an hour did Wen Wushue fall asleep with satisfaction. Yi Dong looked at the extremely talented YouTuber in his arms, and his heart also produced an infinite sense of fulfillment. Suddenly remembering the huge change in the rebate amount, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and directly transferred 100 million to Wen Wushue's private bank card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining rebate funds of $10 billion. Although he had long guessed the result, Yi Dong was still shocked. Nima, 10 billion a day. How is this money going to be spent? Suddenly, Yi Dong had lost interest in money. 100 million and 100 million felt no difference to him right now. They were both unspent anyway. After slowly releasing the YouTuber in his arms, he put on his clothes and came to the balcony alone. Looking outside, the sky was already getting late, and the neon lights of the whole city were already flashing. Pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit up and took a deep breath. Feeling that he had basically reached the top of the world in every aspect, Yi Dong had nothing to aim for. After taking a deep breath, he took out his cell phone and made a call to Jo Han-yoon. After picking up the phone, Jo Han-yoon was in an obviously happy mood. She told Yi Dong that she had returned to her hometown, and that it might take her 2 days to come back. Jo Han-yoon returned to her hometown this time and really enjoyed the charm that money brought. Directly swing, to his brother in the county bought a suite of full payment, and to her father and mother in the same neighborhood is also to buy a set. The family is shocked. In the inquiry, only to know that Jo Han-yoon found a tycoon boyfriend. And this tycoon boyfriend is not the kind of middle-aged pot-bellied in their imagination, but a good-looking college student. This completely subverted their three views. Although Jo Han-yoon was beautiful, she had not reached the point where she was so beautiful that she would make other men throw away their money. Judging from her daughter's outbursts, her boyfriend's generosity is simply unimaginable. Of course, with the status of Jo Han-yoon in the family, instantly ranked at the top, it can be imagined that the ode to joy inside the fan Shangmei, if it is also found a Yi Dong such a boyfriend, the home of those trifles is still considered a matter. Yi Dong will also care what the other family is, what the situation. Directly take the money to smash you dizzy. The two just hung up the phone, does not answer. Jo Han-yoon received. Yi Dong gave her a transfer. Jo Han-yoon shocked counted several times. R1 plus 80. Her hands rubbed her chest. Her little heart almost couldn't take it. 100 million. Yi Dong even gave her 100 million without saying a word. Quickly picked up the phone and dialed over. The phone just connected and said excitedly, "Yi Dong, how did you transfer such a large sum of money to me?" Is not the point wrong? Yi Dong laughed back. You are my woman. That a little money is nothing. You just spend. Do not treat yourself. Hearing that Yi Dong had really transferred $100 million to himself on purpose, Jo Han-yoon was so excited that she did not know what to say. Even the richest man in this world did not treat the women around him this generously. A few days ago, she was still struggling for a few tens of thousands of dollars, but now she was worrying about how to spend so much money. Subsequently, Yi Dong transferred a huge sum of $2 billion to his dad and mom's private cards respectively. Yi Damon's phone call followed. Although the things that had happened in their family in the past 2 days were bizarre enough, this huge sum of money still scared them. Only after Yi Dong repeatedly assured them that the funds were safe did he hang up the phone with mixed emotions. Yi Damon just became the chairman of the board of directors of the Kenan Hotel today. The mood of joy was immediately washed away by this huge sum of money without a trace. This hotel only earns how much money a day? There is no interest at all. Chapter 52, The School Flowers Controversy. The next day, when Yi Dong woke up, he found that Wen Rushue had long since woken up and was staring at himself with a shy face. After seeing Yi Dong open his eyes, he hurriedly closed them again. Yi Dong laughed. Schwerer, why are you still shy now? Hurry up and get up. Wen Rushue heard, then opened her eyes and said shyly, Yi Dong, I don't have any clothes. When Yi Dong heard this, he was instantly happy. Jokingly, he said, it's fine, this room is just the two of us anyway. It doesn't matter if you wear them or not. I won't laugh at you anyway. When Rushue heard Yi Dong's words and smashed Yi Dong's chest gently with one hand. Pouting, she said, you're bad. Hurry up and think of something for me. I have to go to class later. Yi Dong sniffed and did not tease Wen Rushue anymore. After a little consideration, he picked up the phone at the top of his bed and directly made a call to the exclusive attendant. This was also one of the benefits of the presidential suite, where one could order the other party 24 hours a day. Soon, a nice voice came over. Hello, honored VIP, do you have any orders? Yi Dong was not polite, and directly said, hello, please go and buy me a few sets of underwear and jackets for girls to wear now. About 1.6 meters, weighing 100 pounds. Try to buy the best. If my girlfriend is satisfied, there is a heavy reward. Oh. This presidential suite exclusive waitress also froze for a moment when she heard Yi Dong's request. She had been working here for so long, but it was the first time she had heard this kind of request to buy clothes for others. And it was also necessary to buy inner and outer clothes together. If not for the fact that the other party was calling from the presidential suite, she would have thought that someone was amusing her. As for the reward, Yi Dong said, she didn't care too much. The hotel dry waiter this line, and is not a third party. Even if you meet the most luxurious guests, 100 yuan is also considered to be the top of the sky. After hanging up the phone, or came downstairs to the women's luxury store, bought 3 sets of jackets and 2 sets of underwear, spent more than 20,000 yuan, just out of the luxury store. The heart is a little regret. Just why not talk to the supervisor? Nima. If the guests do not recognize, this 20,000 yuan is her private advance, equivalent to her 3 months of salary. She cannot afford to wear such good clothes, but the thought of being able to afford a presidential suite should not be bad for him. This 20,000 yuan. This mood apprehensively came to Yi Dong. This presidential suite gently knocked on the door. Yi Dong opened the door and smiled. Thank you. You first sit in the living room. I first give my girlfriend to try to fit. He then took the bag and went into the bedroom, and waited for about 5 minutes or so. Only then did Yi Dong walk out with satisfaction. Smilingly said to the waitress, your vision is quite good. How much did you spend just now? I'll transfer it to you. The beautiful waitress finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, a total of 21,600 yuan was spent. Saying that, she pulled out her WeChat collection code, fantasizing in her heart that the other party was so satisfied. It was impossible that she only rewarded 100 yuan. Ding! WeChat receipts arrived 200,000 yuan. Suddenly, the voice broadcast of WeChat startled this beautiful waitress. Taking a look at her cell phone, it was really the other party who had transferred 200,000 yuan to her. The waitress looked at Yi Dong incredulously and stammered, Did you send the wrong amount? Yi Dong smiled faintly. The clothes you just bought. My girlfriend is very satisfied. The rest of the money is a tip for you. This beautiful waitress was instantly shocked to the core. Nima, do you want to be so luxurious? This rewarding tip was like 2 years of her salary. This kind of thing is not to say that you have never seen. Even if you have never heard of such an outrageous thing, 10 small wang totaled up is not so luxurious. If it was not for Yi Dong's girlfriend, she suspected that the other party was not a bad idea. Immediately, the heart even evil thought, in front of this is absolutely super god Hoa, want to come to seduce a bit. But before she could take action, a girl as beautiful as a fairy was already standing in front of her. The evil thoughts that she had just had wilted at once. After Wen Rushue's change yesterday, although her face was still the same, her entire temperament had improved by an unknown amount. Before, she was already a super beautiful woman, but now with the addition of her white, translucent skin, and the body that would make any woman jealous, this beautiful waitress immediately felt that she was the existence of an ugly duckling. After thanking Yi Dong 10,000 times, she left the room in a panic. Yi Dong laughed. Schwerer, your current aura is simply too powerful, to the point of scaring this little girl away. When Rushue sniffed and pouted, luckily I came out fast. Can't you see that she all wants to pounce on you? When Yi Dong heard this, he was also slightly embarrassed. It seems that he should not be too generous in the future. When Rushue looked at the time and said gently, Yi Dong, you send me back to school first. Yi Dong of course will not be selfish to let Wen Rushue do not study, come every day to accompany their own ideas and so on. After coming downstairs, he also did not use the hotel's exclusive vehicle and directly took a cab to the university. While in the car, Yi Dong asked, Schwerer, do you want to drive yourself? I'll buy you a sports car to drive. Wen Rushue laughed and replied, I don't even know how to drive. Buy a car for you to be my driver. Yi Dong laughed dryly twice. Although he had a driver's license, he was not interested in driving at all. Although he hadn't tested it yet, he now believed that his speed, if he accelerated at full speed, it was definitely faster than the fastest car in the world. After arriving at the school, Yi Dong also personally sent Wen Rushue to the dance academy, which was the peak time for school. Many students of the dance academy were immediately surprised to find that Wen Rushue had become much prettier overnight, not only in temperament and skin, but her body had also suddenly changed to perfection. Even if she hadn't taken the beauty pill in the past, Wen Rushue's figure was more prominent in the dance academy, and today at a glance, it is even more prominent. It is not too much to say that Wen Rushue's the devil's body. For a while, many people compared Wen Rushue with the school's first and second ranked schoolflowers. At once, they were shocked to find that Wen Rushue, no matter in which aspect, can be said to be the complete victory over them. It didn't take long for the campus school flower forums to be filled with posts from many of the dance academy's people. The first school flower of Southwest University is definitely Wen Rushue. Goddess Wen Rushue, no matter if it's her face value or body, she completely kills the current #1 school flower. Once such a post was sent out, it instantly caused many people to discuss it. The #1 and #2 ranked schoolgirls, and of course many of their fans, were disdainful of this comment. It's not like they hadn't seen Wen Rushue before, although it was true that she was a goddess-level beauty, but to say that her face value and figure killed their goddesses was complete nonsense. Chapter 53 The Arrogant Gao Zicheng. After Wen Zihao heard his sister's rumors, he also came to their class at the first time. Upon seeing the change in Wen Rushue, his heart was shocked and stunned, rushed to call Wen Rushue out, couldn't wait to ask, Rushue, why do I feel that you are different from before? Are you rubbing some kind of beauty product? Wen Zihao always knew that his sister originally had good skin and basically didn't use skin care products, so that's why he asked. Wen Rushue also didn't know how she could explain. That beauty elixir thing was also too divine. Even if it was said, there was definitely not a single person who believed it, only to snort. Brother, have I changed? How come I don't know? Wen Zihao looked at his sister half-heartedly. Could it be that my eyes are blurred? Or has Wen Rushue always looked like this? Yi Dong looked at Wang Jinchuan, who had obviously gained a round of weight in front of him. Laughing, he said, Jinchuan, it's only been a few days since I've seen you. What kind of life are you living? Wang Jinchuan was more or less feeling a little embarrassed. He lives in Yi Dong's big luxurious room. Every day's meal, Zhou Hanyun before she left is arranged properly. All as the previous dream, only have the food. Wang Jinchuan, this kind of ordinary beggar man, before where to enjoy this kind of day. Every meal is a strong build. Finally put his thin body grew a circle. Laughing awkwardly, Dongzi, sister-in-law, is also too enthusiastic. It's good that you're back, or I'll move back to the dormitory today. Yi Dong patted Wang Jinchuan's shoulder and laughed. Jinchuan, you just stay there at ease. I will directly renew your fee until you graduate from university. That hotel stuff, you want to eat what you want to eat. This small amount of money is nothing to me. Hearing Yi Dong's bold words, Wang Jinchuan's heart was shocked and stunned. Nima, even if he had won the 5 million double color ball jackpot, he would not dare to say such bold words. Dongzi, you honestly say in the end, what kind of luck? Is it that you are like the richest man in the West Rainbow City? To what big tycoon inheritance? Wang Jinchuan said with a big brainstorm. When he thought about it, this was the only idea that was most likely. In just a few days, there was no end of money to spend and no end of beautiful girls to pick up. It felt like this best friend of his had reached the peak of his life all of a sudden. Yi Dong sniffed and gave Wang Jinchuan an approving look. Laughing, he said, I can't believe that you guessed it so quickly. How about it? Isn't it a million times envious? Yi Dong did not know how to explain his sudden wealth, so he simply admitted it with alacrity. Wang Jinchuan was speechless when he heard this. Nima, he had just casually said something, and he really came to be the richest man in West Rainbow City. To say that he wasn't envious, it was definitely a case of eyes wide open. Dongzi, how much money did you inherit then? Yidong laughed and said, Jinchuan, although we have a good relationship, but you are also asking too carefully. When Wang Jinchuan heard this, he immediately also felt that his question was too abrupt. Embarrassed, he laughed. It's me who spoke too much. Since you really sent it, then I won't be polite with you. As the two were chatting, Yidong's phone rang. Taking it out and seeing that it was Li Xiaowei calling. After answering it, Yidong directly asked, Li Xiaowei, what's the matter? Yidong Sr., it's not good. Gao Zicheng came to our class and courted Wen Ruxue in front of the whole class, and declared to her face that Wen Ruxue is her woman, and whoever dares to hit Wen Ruxue's idea, he is going to kill whoever it is. Li Xiaowei said anxiously on the phone. Li Xiaowei's words made Yidong instantly furious. Wen Ruxue had only become his woman and someone was so unaware of death. Yidong had also long heard of Gao Zicheng's great name, the entire Southwest University's first rich young man. I heard that his family's assets have almost reached 10 billion. I don't know how many girls I've toyed with at school. After hanging up the phone and saying hello to Wang Jinchuan, he went to the dance academy. A few minutes later, Yidong arrived inside Wen Ruxue's classroom and immediately saw a scene that made him smolder, only to see Wen Zihao being held down on the ground by a male. Next to him stood a male arrogantly saying, Old man looks at your sister. It is your sister's luck. You still dare to block. If not, see you are my great uncle's face. Believe it or not, I will abolish you in front of you. That tone of voice completely did not put any school rules in their eyes. Wen Ruxue was protected by Li Xiaowei and her tears were about to fall. Yidong hurriedly stepped into the classroom, walked over to Wen Ruxue's side and comforted. Schwerer, are you alright? After seeing Yidong, Wen Ruxue knew that Yidong had excellent hands. Quickly, she said, Yidong, quickly save my brother. Yidong had long since seen Wen Zihao in more than one situation, but he was only being held down on the ground without suffering a single injury, which was why he did not rush to make a move, giving Wen Ruxue a reassuring look. Then his icy cold eyes looked towards the arrogant Gao Zicheng just now. Gao Zicheng had been on fire from the moment Yidong came in and spoke to Wen Ruxue. The other party felt as if he did not exist. He had not experienced this feeling for a long time. Seeing Yidong looking at himself icily, he immediately said angrily, Who the hell are you? Who told you to talk to Wen Ruxue? If you look at me with this look again, believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Yidong also felt very strange at such arrogant words from the other party. He could feel that the man in front of him was really able to do what he said, which meant that the other party's identity might be completely above the law. Only after realizing the other side of this real world, Yidong was not too surprised. Slowly walking in front of this man, he coldly asked, Are you really going to dig out my eyes? Is there no law in your heart? Gao Zicheng laughed out loud. Law? That's for you ordinary people. It seems like you should be Wen Ruxue's boyfriend. You'd better pray that you haven't done anything to her, otherwise you're dead. As soon as Gao Zicheng finished saying these arrogant words, Yidong fiercely slapped him. Slap! This slap not only confused Gao Zicheng, it also confused the entire dance class. Gao Zicheng's big name, basically all heard of, said that the first rich young man that is the word of praise, completely is the first campus bully. I heard that before in front of the teacher. The other students' legs are broken. That is, after the compensation of a little money, nothing happened. This kind of ruthless person was even slapped by other students. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Gao Zicheng, who was the one involved, was even more enraged by the slap. You, slap, having just said the word you, he was viciously slapped again by Yidong. At this time, the man who had held Wen Zihao down on the ground reacted to this. After letting go of Wen Zihao, his mouth said, You dare to hit Brother Chang, I'll kill you. As he said that, he rushed over. As fast as he came, he went even faster. Yidong did not treat this kind of vicious dog with politeness and kicked him away. Chapter 54, I can donate too. Gao Zicheng had just been slapped twice by Yidong when he saw his number one follower on campus, Wu Dakue, being easily kicked away by the other party. At that moment, the harsh words that he had just wanted to say were swallowed again. Although Gao Zicheng was arrogant, he was not a cutie pie. He still understands that a good man should not be forced to do anything beforehand. Wu Dakue himself was the boss of the boxing club. How powerful his hands were, he was most aware of it. Such a fierce man, a round did not last, down were put down. Can imagine the other side of the breakup is how fierce. Gao Zicheng, how to know? Yidong did not use force at all. Otherwise Wu Dakue would just be kicked out so simple. I am afraid that the bone slag cannot be seen. Although Yidong knows that this world, and imagined different, but in the campus, but also in front of so many students, but also did not dare to randomly kill. Of course, if the other party really wanted to find death, he also had 100 ways to make the other party die quietly. After Gao Zicheng helped Wu Dakue up, he once again looked fiercely at Yi Dong, and that look was like saying, "You wait for me." Result. Again. Snap. Gao Zicheng was instantly confused. Nima. Strongly holding back the 10,000% anger in his heart, he did not even dare to raise his head as he and Wu Dakue directly left the classroom. When had he ever suffered such a loss? Although he could not defeat the other party in terms of force, Gao Zicheng did not want to just let it go. His high family donated tens of millions of dollars to the school every year, not just donating for fun, just to give Gao Zicheng can have a little privilege in the school. Inside the classroom, when Zihao stood up and looked at Yi Dong with glowing eyes, Yi Dong's hands were much more powerful than he had imagined, but Wu Dakue was on the same level as the leader of their fight team club. Such a fierce man in front of Yi Dong did not last a round, was kicked away, and just now Yi Dong slapped Gao Zicheng's slaps, when Zihao was watching too relieved, then excitedly said, "Brother East, just now that action is too handsome. You are my idol in the future. When to teach me 2 moves? Yi Dong laughed, "Brother Hao, you are too polite. What idol? Ah, we are all family in the future." When Ru Shui came forward at this time, and said a bit nervously, "Yi Dong, Gao Zicheng will definitely not just let it go. You have to be careful." Humph, I was hoping that he wouldn't just let it go. Yi Dong of course knew that someone as arrogant and accustomed as Gao Zicheng would definitely not eat such a dumb loss. But now, how would Yi Dong put the other party in his eyes? If the other party really wanted to rush to his destiny, Yi Dong did not mind giving him a ride. Subsequently, after briefly comforting Wen Rushue for a few more sentences, Yi Dong left the classroom in the shocked eyes of the entire class. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. So Wen Rushue had already found a boyfriend without realizing it. However, when they thought of Yi Dong's fierce strength just now, even the school bully Gao Zicheng dared to slap him. Not many people dared to feel jealous. Even many girls had a lot of envy towards Wen Rushue. Finding a boyfriend like Yi Dong, no matter if he had money or not, he was at least secure. Yi Dong just came out not long ago. He received a call from the Academic Affairs Office. A male voice very serious told him to go there immediately. Yi Dong sneered in his heart. He didn't even have to think about it. It must be Gao Zicheng using his connections to pressure the school administration. He would like to see how the school affairs office treated him differently. Arriving outside the main door of the Academic Affairs Office, he heard someone arguing from a long distance away. His own counselor, Zhang Jiming's voice came over. "Director Liu, a small conflict between classmates. Is it necessary to expel so seriously?" Lu Liren's serious voice also came out. "Little Zhang, I know that Yi Dong is your student, but do you know who he hit this time? Gao Zicheng. You should also know about the Gao family's Gao Shang group. Every year, Gao Zixin, the old president of the Gao Shang group, donates tens of millions of dollars to our school, and has now hung up an honorary deputy director position in the school. Now Gao Zixing has said that the student who hit his son must be expelled, or he won't donate any more money to our school. As you know, our school's funding has always been tight, tens of millions of dollars a year. I can't help it. Even if it goes to the principal, it will definitely be the same result." Although Zhang Jiming also knew that he was incapable of doing anything, he still begged for forgiveness and said, "Director Liu, can you put in a good word with Mr. Gao and just give Yi Dong a big fault? This child's family is in an ordinary situation. If he is really expelled on the occasion of graduation, how can you let his family live?" Yi Dong was also quite touched when he heard Zhang Jiming's words at the door. A small tutor who had just joined the profession, knowing that the Gao family was powerful, could still speak to this extent. Absolutely no words. With that, he didn't even knock on the door and went straight in. Zhang Jiming's mood was also very complicated after seeing Yi Dong. He did not understand why Yi Dong would mess with a school bully like Gao Zicheng. His relationship with Yi Dong was also that of a teacher and a friend, so of course he did not want to see Yi Dong expelled just like that. Yi Dong, however, smiled as if nothing had happened and said to Zhang Jiming, "Brother Zhang, thank you for your kind words. I can handle this small matter. The school will definitely not expel me." Listening to this kind of big talk from Yi Dong, Zhang Jiming had not yet opened his mouth. The director Liu next to him sneered. He, you are Yi Dong, right? Now you are still saying such big words. You are afraid that you still don't know who the person you hit is. Have you heard of the Gao Shang group? The son of the Gao family, Gao Zicheng, is the student you hit? People want to expel you. It's as simple as swatting a mosquito. Yi Dong heard this and looked at Director Liu and laughed sarcastically. Director Liu, could it be that a school as big as ours has to be at the mercy of a Gao Sheng group? If that's the case, I don't want this diploma. What do you know? Are things at the top as simple as you say? Hearing Yi Dong's sarcastic words, Director Liu also said with a bit of weakness. Yi Dong sneered once again. Ha, Isn't it just that the Gao family donated some money to the school? Then isn't it true that if I donate some money to the school, I can also get rid of Gao Zichang? Hearing Yi Dong's big words, Director Lu was happy. Laughing sarcastically, he said, fine, as long as you donate more than the Gao family, I can fire Gao Zichang. Of course Director Lu was 100% not convinced that Yi Dong could donate that much money. Just now, Zhang Jiming had also said that Yi Dong's family were ordinary people, not to mention donating tens of millions of dollars. He was afraid that he would not be able to come up with $10,000. Zhang Jiming heard Yi Dong's big words from the side, and his head was also big for a while. Although a few days ago Yi Dong bought him tens of thousands of dollars of tea, but just thought Yi Dong made a small fortune. How dare Goldman Sachs Group, such a large group, to compete with the financial strength? Chapter 55, I want to donate $5 billion. Hearing Yi Dong's full of big words, even Zhang Jiming became a little angry. Disgruntledly, he said, Yi Dong, don't talk nonsense. Later on, I will go to the principal to ask for leniency and see if I can change your expulsion to a demerit. Yi Dong of course knew that Zhang Jiming was really good to him and would definitely not be bothered with him. Laughing, he said, Brother Zhang, I appreciate your kindness, but I really intend to donate a sum of money to the school today, and make sure to drive out school bullies like Gao Zichang. Hearing Yi Dong's words, Zhang Jiming did not even know what to say. Director Lu on the side sneered, Student Yi Dong, then how much money do you plan to donate? Yi Dong also asked back coldly, Director Lu, how much money do you think I will donate to get Zhang Zichang expelled? Seeing that Yi Dong was still asking such a serious question, Director Lu could not help but feel fire in his heart. His tone was even colder as he said, then make $100 million. You donate right away, and I will fire Gao Zichang right away. Yi Dong did not even care about Director Lu's tone. Laughing, he said, you call up the account number. I'll donate immediately now. Where would Director Lu believe Yi Dong's bull ********? Besides, he was not qualified to get the account number. Instead, he turned his head to look at Zhang Jiming and said in a cold voice, Xiao Zhang, this is the good student you brought out. Full of nonsense and big words. Even without this matter of Gao Zichang, I think this kind of student should be expelled. Zhang Jiming actually, in his heart, also felt that Yi Dong had spoken too much. However, his mouth was still turned towards Yi Dong, and he said to Director Lu, you are wrong to say that. Yi Dong is not influenced by you to say such nonsense. Why can you do whatever you want in the school after donating money? Why can Gao Zichang break his classmates' legs in front of the teacher? But nothing happened. Don't you have any shame in your heart? Zhang Jiming was also in a rage. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He didn't even care about Director Lu's pig liver-colored face. Hearing Zhang Jiming's words, Director Lu's lungs were about to explode. Yi Dong was about to be expelled anyway, so it was reasonable for him to talk back to him. But Zhang Jiming, a small tutor, had the audacity to question why he was there. Director Lu immediately felt that his dignity had been infinitely trampled upon. Fiercely standing up, he loudly admonished, Little Zhang, I think you have a positional problem with your speech. Do you not want to work in the school anymore? You're a tiny tutor. Who gave you the guts to talk to me like this? Only then did Zhang come back to his senses and screamed in his heart. Finished. He only cared about his own quick mouth just now. Now, even if Director Lu didn't have that ability to expel himself, his days in the school would not be easy in the future. Inside the university, the director of the teaching department has a lot of power. To pick on an ordinary teacher, it was simply too easy. Yi Dong was about to look on from the sidelines. A small director of the instruction office, acting as if he was the principal. If it wasn't for Zhang Jiming, he would have slapped Director Lu. At this time, he also knows, in front of the director of the Lu, the donation of things certainly cannot do the main. Directly to Zhang Jiming said, Brother Zhang, do not in this Mediterranean nagging. Go, we go to find the principal to go. When Director Lu heard Yi Dong's words, he was instantly furious. His biggest drawback was that he had no hair on top of his head, and he was not very old himself, so he was most afraid of someone taking his hair to task. Pointing at Yi Dong, trembling, he said, You, regardless of whether or not there is a matter of Gao Zichang, if I don't get you out of the school I won't be surnamed Lu. Yi Dong slapped his hand on his hand, immediately causing Director Lu to wail in pain. Take away your dirty hands, then the two of us will see who gets out of the school first. Yi Dong was also enduring to the limit. In his heart, he had already decided that not only would he get Gao Zichang, the bully, out of the school, but this Director Lu in front of him would also get him out of class. Zhang Jiming did not care about Yi Dong now, and had one thought in his heart. It's over. He is about to get married. This is because of the work of the matter of what happened. That is not simply regret dead. 6 Godless by Yi Dong out of the teaching office, came to the principal's office door before coming back to God. Then to Yi Dong bitter smile, Yi Dong, you do not hold too much hope. I think we are almost finished. Yi Dong is alright to laugh, that may also say, maybe the principal great mercy, the director of Lu that position to you. At this point, hearing Yi Dong still talking nonsense, Zhang Jiming couldn't care less about being angry. He had come here, so let's beat a dead horse. After knocking on the door and entering the principal's office, Yi Dong did not give Zhang Jiming a chance to speak at all. He directly walked to the principal and said, "Principal, I want to make a donation to the school." Zhang Jiming did not expect Yi Dong to come for real, but he could not really say anything at this time. Principal Zhu did not know who Yi Dong was at all and glanced at Zhang Jiming behind him. Doubtfully, he asked, "Little Zhang, who is this?" Zhang Jiming could only reply stiffly, "Principal Zhu, he is Yi Dong." Hearing this, Principal Zhu frowned. Yi Dong, he was too impressed. The matter of expelling Yi Dong was still ordered by him. There is no way. The school funds are too tight. Goldman Sachs Group every year that donation is really too important to the school. Yi Dong is also in the face of many students moved. Really to say that the expulsion, also said the past. I did not expect the other side also ran here to donate to come. Does it still want to wrench with the Goldman Sachs Group? Yi Dong did not give Principal Zhu too many sighs, and directly said, "Principal Zhu, today is really here to donate, and I intend to directly donate 5 billion. Yi Dong's serious words confused both Principal Zhu and Zhang Jiming. Nima, 5 billion, open-mouthed, you think it's plutonium? Even the Goldman Sachs Group could not come up with such a large amount of funds, unless it was to sell off the company's assets. Yi Dong did not care about the other party's confused eyes, directly opened the cell phone account balance, handing it over to Principal Sumi. He said, "If you don't believe what I said, you should always believe this balance." Principal Zhu rubbed his eyes and looked at the long list of balances on Yi Dong's cell phone. His heart was rising in wild waves, counting several times in a row. It was really close to $6 billion. Yi Dong has not yet transferred 100 million to Wen Rushue today. This is yesterday's return amount of 10 billion. Gave mom and dad 4 billion. Zhou Hanyun 100 million. There is still nearly 6 billion left. It was not easy for Principal Zhu to come back to his senses, and he hurriedly got up and helped Yi Dong to the sofa. The wrinkles on his face were laughing out a chrysanthemum. Nima, this was definitely a super rich man. Zhang Jiqian was immediately confused even more by this operation of Yi Dong and Principal Zhu. Did Yi Dong not talk big? Chapter 56 Expelling Gao Ziqian. Principal Zhu then made a cup of tea for Yi Dong personally and glanced at Zhang Jiming who was standing aside in a daze. After hesitating for a moment, he personally made another cup of tea for Zhang Jiming, and smiled affectionately. "Little Zhang, don't stand there. Hurry over and sit." Zhang Jiming was even more curious in his heart when he saw Principal Zhu treating himself so warmly. Walking over to Yi Dong, he asked numbly, "Yi Dong, you really have $5 billion. Seeing this, Principal Zhu did not wait for Yi Dong to answer and gave Zhang Jiming a dissatisfied look. Immediately afterward, he affectionately looked at Yi Dong and smiled amiably. "Mr. Yi Dong, are you really planning to donate 5 billion to the school?" Yi Dong laughed and returned, "Principal Zhu, for such a big matter, do you think I would be joking?" Facing Yi Dong's questioning, Principal Zhu did not dare to get angry at all. Joking? $5 billion. Yi Dong really did donate 5 billion. Not only would the school's future funding be completely resolved, Principal Zhu would also make a great political achievement. Of course, he still has many questions in his mind. Yi Dong, how can there be so much money inside the card? 6 billion cash. I'm afraid that the entire dragon country can readily come up with so much cash. Definitely not more than 100 people. Even for many super tycoons with over $100 billion, I am afraid that they cannot mobilize so much cash at any time. Not to mention that Yi Dong was still a senior student. After considering it for a while, he still asked cautiously, "Student Yi Dong, where did you get this money from?" Facing Principal Zhu's inquiry, Yi Dong did not have any surprises. He also guessed that the other party would definitely inquire about the safety of the funds. Directly, he pulled out his Stock International account, which had all the details of his interests in the past 2 days. Principal Zhu usually also liked to speculate on stocks, and for the information Yi Dong showed him, he also read it easily. The more he did, the more shocked he felt in his heart. What did he see? Yi Dong had actually made $10 billion in the pretty country stock market in just one day. Once again looked at Yi Dong's eyes, has become deep admiration and envy, and not the slightest doubt that Yi Dong is telling lies. Nima, one day to earn 10 billion. In front of his own classmate in the financial market's horror ability, then the stock god buffet more than 100 times more powerful it. Then he said excitedly, "Mr. Yi Dong, on behalf of the entire school, I would like to thank you for your huge donation." Until this time, Zhang Jiming, who was frothing at the side, did not realize that Yi Dong had not been saying any big talk nonsense, and had directly raised the donation of $100 million to $5 billion. He even wanted to open his mouth to advise Yi Dong, With this 5 billion, there is still a fart of a university willing to expel it, but as a school teacher himself, it was never appropriate for him to say such things at this time, so he finally held back. Yi Dong faced Ju principal's thanks, but waved his hand and said, Ju principal, my money is not a windfall. You do not think that I do not have the conditions to donate to the school for nothing. Principal Ju froze for a moment when he heard Yi Dong's words. Only then did it occur to him that Nima just now he had told Director Lu to fire Yi Dong. Then he slapped his forehead and said, Mr. Yi Dong, don't worry. You can read until you graduate from the university at ease, and the matter of you hitting someone today will be treated as if it didn't happen. Yi Dong heard this and laughed. Then his face turned cold and sneered. Principal Zhu, you are afraid that you are talking in your sleepo. You don't think that I donated $5 billion just to get you a useless diploma. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. If you promise me 2 conditions, I can make the donation right away, or else I won't go to the school. When Principal Zhu heard this, cold sweat fell out. If this duck in his mouth flew away, he was afraid that he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. He quickly took a stand and said, Mr. Yi Dong, if you have any conditions, don't say 2. Even if it's 10 or 100, I'll definitely do whatever I can do. Seeing Principal Zhu's attitude is quite good, Yi Dong sat on the stage and casually said, the first condition is to immediately dismiss Gao Ziqiang, the school bully. The second condition is that I don't think Director Lu has the ability to sit in that position. I do think that my mentor, Mr. Zhang, is quite suitable for that position. What do you think, Principal Zhu? For Yi Dong's first condition, Principal Zhu was not too surprised. You are going to screw people. They have that ability. How can they not screw you? However, he was a little surprised at having to move Director Lu down. Then it occurred to him that it must be because Director Lu had just offended Yi Dong so badly that Yi Dong had this idea. These 2 conditions were not difficult for him. He had also long been dissatisfied with Gao Zixing of the Gao Shang group, coming to meddle in their school's affairs. If it wasn't for that tens of millions of donation amount every year, how would he keep a school bully like Gao Ziqiang in the school? As for Director Lu's place, it would be a case of dead pots and pans, not dead friends. Letting the little Zhang in front of him be the director was also quite good. After thinking clearly, he directly and cheerfully replied, Student Yi Dong, both of your conditions are fine, so when will the donation be made? Yi Dong laughed, whenever you get these 2 things done, I will donate immediately. Principal Zhu sniffed and immediately stood up. Laughing, he said, Student Yi Dong, then you wait for my good news. I will immediately go personally to put these 2 things in place. The moment Director Lu received the notification from the personnel department that he had been dismissed, his entire body was about to be paralyzed, and his heart was in a state of utter disbelief. Nima, he was doing a good job, suddenly dismissed, and did not offend anyone. Suddenly, a figure drifted through the mind. It can't be. The moment Gao Ziqiang received the notification that he was fired, his heart was 10,000 disbelief. Who is he? The youngest son of the Goldman Sachs Group. His family donates tens of millions of dollars to the school every year. Who would dare to expel him? He was so angry that he called his father. And when Gao Zixing received the call, he was even more angry than he was. Nima, this is who ate the bear heart and leopard gall, dared to expel their own son. Immediately, he made a call to Principal Zhu to go. Old Zhu, I heard that someone in your school wants to expel his son. Which idiot has such big guts? Principal Zhu almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. Mr. Gao, please don't curse. I'm the one who made the decision. After the school's research, it was decided that your son is simply lawless in school. Not only is he bullying boys and girls, he also doesn't put his teachers in his eyes at all. Is there anything wrong with expelling a student like that? Gao Zixing was dumbfounded at the words. Old Zhu, are you mistaken? My son's character is so good. How could it be what you said? Have you forgotten the money our Gao family donates to your school every year? Principal Zhu sniffed. Ha, coldly laughed. Don't threaten me with donations. Our school is not that bad with your 2 stinking dollars. Chapter 57 Donation Ceremony. After Principal Zhu had just finished speaking, he did not give Gao Zixing a chance to speak and directly hung up the phone. Then he looked at Yi Dong with a smile on his face. The meaning is very obvious. The conditions you said I have done. It's time for you to honor the donation promise. Yi Dong of course will not go back on his word. This 5 billion in the eyes of most people, although it seems to be an unimaginable amount of money, but for Yi Dong, it is just a matter of lifting a finger. Of course, such a large sum of money donation, surely it is impossible to directly transfer to Principal Zhu. It was decided to put the matter on tomorrow, in front of the entire school, and then invite the bigwigs in education within the city for a grand donation ceremony. The next morning, a vehicle from the city's education department drove into the university. Yesterday all the students and teachers were notified that a major donation ceremony would be held at the school today, and all the teachers and students had to be there. Lu Weiwei is worthy of the class flower level girl. Was Li Jigang dumped? Not 2 days and the next class of a rich second generation good. This rich second generation's family conditions and Li Jigang's family is almost the same. The most important thing is, more willing to spend money on Lu Weiwei. Although the other looks a little difficult to eye, but Lu Weiwei do not care. Lights off, eyes closed, anyway, cannot see anything, but her material enjoyment completely came to a new sublimation. At this time, she is with the new rich second generation boyfriend, wandering in the school, seeing so many vehicles with official license plates. She asked in shock, wow, today's donation ceremony is so grand. Could it be that some super rich person is going to donate a few $100 million? Her boyfriend said back, a few $100 million is impossible. Now the economy is so depressed. Who will come up with so much money to donate to the school? Donate more than 100 million is good. Lu Weiwei thought with starry eyes. Oh my god, even if it's 100 million, it's still too scary. The world of the super rich, she really doesn't understand. Could it be that all their money came from the wind? To know, this rich second generation boyfriend next to her, the family's total assets were only a few tens of millions. While sighing in her heart, Lu Weiwei held her boyfriend's hand and slowly walked towards the playground. To the time of the playground, are also in accordance with their respective classes to line up, the usual school spars to see how many people. But now the whole school students and teachers get together. How there are tens of thousands. The scene looks really spectacular. 10 o'clock in the morning. All the school personnel are all here. Zhu principal, this led the education department of the Big Brother, walked on the podium, in the eyes of the entire crowd, opened his mouth and introduced. Today it is a great honor that Mayor Ma from the city as well as the various young directors have personally come to the scene to witness this great donation ceremony. It was only then that the students under the stage were shocked to know that even the mayor had personally come to this donation ceremony today. How much money did this have to be donated to startle this level of existence? Principal Zhu looked around and continued. I feel very honored today, because the protagonist of today's donation is not a big company or a big group, nor is it some super rich person. It's a student trained by our school itself. Hearing this, the crowd on stage was in an uproar. Nima, our school was actually hiding such a fierce person. Needless to think, although this student is not a super rich man, his father is definitely a super rich man. In other words, there's a super rich second generation hiding in the school. All the girls who were a little bit prettier, their eyes were glowing. If this was a little bit related to the occupying super rich second generation, then the rest of their lives could lie flat. Principal Zhu looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd on the stage, and didn't sell the idea anymore. Directly announced loudly, now we have today's protagonist, student Yi Dongyi on stage. Along with Principal Zhu's words, Yi Dong slowly walked onto the stage. Many of those who did not recognize Yi Dong did not feel anything, but the students in Yi Dong's class were all as if they had seen a ghost. Nima, wasn't this the Yi Dong who had licked Lu Weiwei for several years in the past? A few days ago, the class was still rumored that Yi Dong had won a multi-million-dollar super jackpot. But even if it is true that he has won several $1 million, this in today's donation ceremony is so big, it is also completely unrelated. Could it be that Yi Dong's identity is really a mysterious super rich second generation, and that he only hid his identity in the past? No wonder the school flower Wen Rushu some days ago personally came to the class to find Yi Dong. As soon as Yi Dong appeared on the scene, many of the students who knew him automatically brainstormed in their minds. Immediately afterward, all of them looked towards Lu Weiwei. This woman, what kind of existence did she miss out on? As for Lu Weiwei at this moment, her face turned white, and her eyes were filled with infinite unbelievability. There was only one voice inside. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be a dream right now. This is absolutely fake. But the real expressions of the surrounding students, coupled with her own personal feelings, forced Lu Weiwei to admit that this was real, not a dream. The nails of both hands involuntarily pinched deeply into the flesh. That pain made Lu Weiwei even feel a little more comfortable. Geez, what the hell did I miss? The other class flower, Nikoxin, was also filled with remorse in her heart. Had I known that Yi Dong's identity was so horrible, I would have taken him down in the first place even if I was a big king. Wang Jinchuan also looked at Yi Dong with a shocked face. This guy in the end is how much inheritance to make such a big donation ceremony. Li Xiaoqian also looked at Yi Dong with a face full of incredulity, before looking at her best friend Wen Rushu next to her, only to see that the other party did not have a surprised expression on her face at all. Asked, Schwer, you are not surprised? Wen Rushu heard this and shook her head with a faint smile. Just kidding, what was there to be surprised about? Yi Dong had transferred another 100 million to her yesterday, plus the 100 million from the day before yesterday. She had already been numbed by the money, to the point where she had already lost interest in it. When there is so much money that you can't spend it all, isn't that just a number? Even if Yi Dong donated more money today, It would not make any waves in Wenrushue's heart. After seeing Yidong on stage, Principal Zhu hurriedly introduced Mayor Ma and Director Zhang to Yidong. The two hearts can be clear about the amount of today's donations. In front of Yidong completely did not put up official postures, and even deliberately lowered a little posture. Subsequently, there was Mayor Ma himself who spoke. Now the donation ceremony officially begins. In fact, it was quite simple. Yidong directly made a live transfer on his cell phone, and soon, on the giant LCD screen behind the high platform, the figure donated by Yidong was displayed. 5 billion, 00 yuan. Chapter 58 Hidden Ancient Clan. Looking at the long string of zeros on the LCD screen, the crowd all counted several times in a row. After determining that it was $5 billion, the crowd under the stage felt a bit suffocated. At first, they thought that by making such a big show, they would only be donating a few $100 million at the end of the day. Nima. It turned out that their imagination was not ruthless enough. Lu Weiwei looked at this string of terrifying amounts that were enough to make her pay any price. Even her soul could be sold. It felt like she was about to go crazy. At once, she was feeling a wave of chest tightness and nausea. Dizziness. Bang. Fell straight to the ground and fainted. Maybe fainting and not thinking about anything is the best outcome for her. Otherwise, for a gold-digging woman like her, it's possible to drive her crazy on the spot. Lu Weiwei's fainting. In addition to know the inside story of the classmates, other people thought it was the huge amount of money stunned. Principal Zhu was very bland as he ordered the school medical staff to help Lu Weiwei away. This little thing is just a small accident to him. In front of the leaders, today must make this donation ceremony the most perfect. Immediately handed the microphone to Yidong to say a few words. Facing tens of thousands of teachers and students on the stage, Yidong was not at all shy. His mindset had now changed drastically. To put it bluntly, he was now able to treat anyone in the audience with a stance of looking down. After scanning the entire arena, he finally settled on Wenrushue's body. With a faint smile, he said, "Schwerer, I have donated this $5 billion for you today. Are you still satisfied?" Yidong's words immediately caused another outcry from the stage. Wenrushue's fame in the school in the past 2 days could also be described as skyrocketing. Already rated as the #1 school flower by many of her classmates. Looking at the two of them, she was afraid that she had already been paired up with Yidong. However, none of them had any envy or jealousy towards Yidong. Just kidding, if they can also take out 5 billion. Not to mention one Wenrushue this kind of beauty, even if it is 10,100,000, I'm afraid that it is also randomly pinch. Instead, all the girls, the envy and jealousy of Wenrushue, is simply condensed into a substance. There was no need to mention the average-looking ones, those few school flower girls. Looking at Yidong on the stage, their eyes were simply glowing. In their hearts, they already had their own little plans. There was also an old acquaintance of Yidong's among the few, the school beauty Ouyang Lina. Ouyang Lina recognized Yidong from the moment he went on stage. She did not expect Yidong's background to be so powerful, the student who could casually take out $5 billion. In addition to those hidden superfamilies, but also the first who had this kind of vigor. She originally thought that her family was already considered quite rich, and her assets had reached $2 to $3 billion. But compared to Yidong, it was completely child's play. Although their family's assets are $2 to $3 billion, but most of them are fixed assets. The real cash flow that can be taken out, definitely not more than $1 billion. It can be imagined that Yidong casually donated $5 billion, and also donated for a woman. To Ouyang Lina heart caused much shock. The eyes that looked at Yidong were also filled with countless little stars. When Rushue heard Yidong on the stage say this, her heart was also filled with infinite pride. This is his own man. Not only can he take out the beauty pill, that kind of divine elixir, then the bravado. I am afraid that this world can no longer find a man. Put 50 billion is $50 to spend. Wen Rushue's brother, Wen Zihao, was now completely shocked by Yidong's large sum of money. Nima, so much money, why call donations to the school? Take to their own brother-in-law is not good. Yidong's good friend, Wang Jinchuan, was also shocked. He now reacted. Yidong is definitely not what inherited the heritage. Even if it is the inheritance of the world's richest man, it will not be generous to this extent. He couldn't even think of a reason why Yidong had turned out to be so bold now. Mountain City, Longtan Villa area. In the Gao family's large villa, Gao Zixing angrily flung the things on the table. His mouth said angrily, Principal Zhu, this son of A, after eating so much from my old son, he is so insensitive. Gao Zicheng on the side is like a little sheep, in front of his dad, completely a good son, where there is still the school arrogant momentum. Weakly said, Dad, why don't we just forget it? I'll just change schools. I didn't think Yidong was so rich. His identity must be extraordinary. No wonder Principal Zhu didn't give you face this time. Gao Zixing heard this and glared at Gao Zicheng, loudly admonished. Aren't you quite horizontal in school? How come you have become a coward now? Ye dong that sum of money I have checked out, do not know what luck, even in the international financial market, casually to get 10 billion, as long as he doesn't have any big background behind him, messing with me, Gao Zixin. It's not that easy to forget. Gao Zichang was suddenly scared when he thought of Yi Donglai's fierce and incomparable hands. Once again, he wimped out. Dad, Yi Dong's hands are too powerful. I feel that it's even fiercer than your personal bodyguard. It's better to forget about it. Hearing this, Gao Zixing slapped Gao Zichang's face. Snap, loudly and angrily, he said, damn you, are you my son or not? How did you give birth to this wimp? People have on your head and you still have to put up with it. No one has ever messed with my Gao family and walked away. What's the use of being good at fighting? It's time to show you, son of A, the true strength of my Gao family, or else you'll act like a wimp when it comes to something. Gao Zichang's eyes lit up when he heard his dad say this. It seems that his family is not as simple as he thought. The slap that was slapped by his dad just now didn't feel so painful anymore. Surprised, he asked, Dad, is our family some kind of hidden family? Is there anything I don't know? Gao Zixing sniffed and lightly glanced at his son. Only then did he speak with an inscrutable expression. Originally, I wanted to wait for you to inherit the family fortune after you graduated from university before I told you, but now that I want to deal with Yi Dong, it is also necessary to tell you a few things. Your dad, I'm not an ordinary businessman. You know our family's company, so many years, at least earned tens of billions of dollars, but why only a few billion on the books? That's because most of it is paid to the Gao clan, the ancient family of Wulong Mountain. Although I'm just an outsider of the Gao clan, I have a little bit of the Gao clan's bloodline. Adding to the fact that I have surrendered so much money every year, asking them to send 2 experts over to deal with Yi Dong again would not be as simple as stepping on an ant. Gao Zichang was also very puzzled when he heard this. Wulong Mountain was not far from Mountain City and he had been there several times. Where was there any hidden ancient clan? Chapter 59, Entering the Ancient Clan to Find Help. Wulong Mountain, located 30 miles south of Mountain City, a national 3A level scenic area. Although there weren't many people during the weekdays, there were quite a lot of local people from Mountain City who came here to play on weekends and holidays. But none of them could have imagined that in the midst of the Wulong Mountain, which didn't look very big, there was also a small independent space that even hid an isolated and hidden family, the Gao clan. The space inside is almost as big as a small county. It was during the ancient martial period thousands of years ago, just like the other ancient martial clans. In order to escape the chaos of the end times, the great powers of the Gao clan expended a huge amount of energy to independently open up the space. It looks similar to a space, but in fact it is equivalent to a formation or something like that. So far the population of the clan inside had reached tens of thousands by now. Due to the place inside is large enough, these people in the inside is also completely able to do self-sufficiency. Until recent times, due to the age of too long, the small space of the formation appeared small breakage, inside the Gao clan only to see the light of day. Thousands of years had passed, and the outside world was completely different from what they had imagined. In the beginning, it was discovered that in this world, although it was extremely prosperous, the individual physique of the vast majority of the general population was simply ridiculously poor. The largest clan in Mountain City even only had a few innate martial artists sitting around. It was an extreme contrast to the scene in their clan where there were innate martial artists all over the place and as many masters as dogs. The entire clan's ambition was also extremely inflated for a moment. Thinking about becoming the current master of the Dragon Kingdom, a few elder-level Grand Masters teamed up to make a trip to the Dragon Capital, but ended up not returning. Only then did they realize that the current world was not as simple as they had imagined. The second master in the clan after the Patriarch, Grand Priestess Gao Taichung personally went on a trip to Longjing. I don't know how to talk to the Dragon Capital side, but finally brought back a few great master elders who only had half a life. Returning to the clan, it was not known what was discussed with the Patriarch. From then on, although the Gao clan occasionally had people go out, they were basically all below the level of a patriarch. In order for the clan to live a lavish life, they chose an outsider son who was a bit smarter and didn't have much of a martial arts foundation to go out into the world and do business. Gao Zixing was their Gao clan, a toolman specially trained to make money. On this day, Gao Zixing brought his son, Gao Ziqiang, to the hanging sky cliff of Wulong Mountain. Gao Ziqiang looked at the 10,000 feet cliff in front of him and his legs and feet were shivering. Nervously, he asked, Dad, the hidden ancient clan you mentioned wouldn't be under the cliff, right? Gao Zixing sniffed and glared fiercely at his son. Whispering angrily, he said, You son of a, didn't I tell you not to talk too much before you came here? When someone from the clan comes out, if you dare to talk nonsense and offend someone, I won't be able to save you. Gao Ziqiang heard his father say so seriously, and immediately also did not dare to say much, but in his heart, he was half believing in Gao Zixing's words. There was not even a single bird on this cliffside. Where did it look like a place where some hermit family stayed? If it wasn't for the fact that it was his dad who said this, he definitely suspected that the other party had lost his mind. When he was thinking about it, suddenly, the space on the edge of the cliff even started a ripple. It slowly transformed into a mountain path, and a middle-aged man walked out from it. As a modern, highly educated person, Gao Zichang was shocked and excited by the scene in front of him. He knew that what was happening in front of him was definitely not some 3D projection. It seemed that this world was much more wonderful than he had imagined. Coming out as a middle-aged man, he was dressed like a modern man. Seeing Gao Zisheng's father and son, he said with a frown, "Gao Zisheng, who is this kid? Didn't I tell you never to bring outsiders here?" Gao Zisheng hurriedly smiled and said, "Big brother Gao Jianfeng, you mustn't misunderstand, this is K9's son Gao Zicheng, who is also considered a descendant of the Gao clan. He has also reached the age of recognizing his ancestor now. I want to bring him back to the clan to see if he can still practice ancient martial arts." The middle-aged man whose seat was called Gao Jianfeng finally loosened his frown a bit when he heard this. "Move slowly." But still, he replied without good humor, "Remember next time, no matter who you're bringing here, you have to greet me in advance. Besides, aren't you clear about what qualifications you have? The son you gave birth to can't be any better. I don't think we should waste any more time. Let your son go back." Gao Zisheng's lungs were about to burst with anger when he heard this. He was at least the spokesperson of the Gao clan in the world, but he was actually reprimanded by the other party like this. And Gao Jianfeng's qualifications within the clan weren't too high, or else he wouldn't be here guarding the passageway. But right now, he really didn't dare to turn his back on the other party, or else he wouldn't be able to enter himself. Not to mention his son. He could only forcefully hold back his grievances and smile with him. "Big brother Jianfeng, you are right in teaching me a lesson. I just want my canine son to try it out so that he can die." While saying this, he gave Gao Zicheng a look. Seeing this, Gao Zicheng also understood his father's meaning in seconds. Taking a step forward, he smiled and said, "Uncle Gao, this is the first time we've met. This is a small gift, no honor." While saying this, he slipped a card into the other party's hand. Gao Jianfeng was only an early innate level martial artist, and usually when he didn't have to guard the passageway, he could go outside to have a bit of panache. Of course he knew what this card meant. Immediately afterward, a warm smile was instantly plastered on his icy cold face. "Aya, virtuous nephew is too polite. Hurry up and go in with your father. Maybe you're lucky and really have the qualifications of a martial artist." This speed of Gao Jianfeng's face change made both Gao Zicheng's father and son sweat for a while. Nima, it seems that no matter where one goes, the power of money cannot be underestimated. Afterward, Gao Zicheng followed his father into this passageway. It didn't take long for the eyes to open up, looking at the scenery inside like a paradise. Gao Zicheng was also in a daze. Although there were no skyscrapers and traffic here, but it is full of birdsong and flowers, and the courtyard is full of pavilions. It was almost like a fairyland in a movie. Walking all the way here, Gao Zicheng's eyes were dazzled. Inside, other than the different buildings, it was completely like a small town. Gao Jianfeng had already notified the people inside, and soon someone took Gao Zicheng and his father and son, and received them in a lobby. The one who received the two was an outer hall elder within the clan named Gao Tianbao, who possessed the cultivation of a peak zongshi. After briefly understanding the other party's intention, he first checked Gao Zicheng's martial arts qualifications, and immediately shook his head with regret. Seeing this, Gao Zicheng's father and son were also extremely disappointed. Gao Zicheng had wanted to personally go and waste Yidong after practicing his martial arts. This outcome was also expected by Gao Zisheng, and although disappointed, he was still able to accept it. With that, this was the only way to tell the matter of his family being bullied. When Gao Tianbao heard this, he was instantly enraged. Chapter 60 Gu Family's Visit. An hour later, Gao Zisheng's father and son walked out from the passageway, followed by three young people around 20 years old. They were two men and one woman. The two men were called Gao Chanshan and Gao Chanhe, and the girl was called Gao Yulian. Because of practicing ancient martial arts since childhood, the girls inside were generally much prettier than outside. When Gao Zicheng first saw Gao Yulian, he was simply astonished. The other party's appearance was not even below Wen Ruxue, who had taken the beauty pill. Of course, Gao Yulian's looks were among the top in the entire Gao clan, and being from the lineage of the Gao clan's family head, her status was still considered relatively high within the entire clan. This time, when she heard that she wanted to go out to practice, she begged her grandfather, saying that she also wanted to go out to see the world of flowers outside. She grew up so big, or 10 years ago went out once, for the outside world has been longing for a long time. Her Grandmaster Elder's grandfather also felt that with his little granddaughter's late innate stage martial artist skill, in this southwestern province lot, should also not appear what danger, also nodded to agree. After exiting the passageway, Gao Yulian inquired while walking, "Uncle Shang, Is the person you want us to deal with this time just a college student? Although she had only gone out once, she knew the outside world well, knowing that inside ordinary universities, even Hotian martial artists were very rare. Unexpectedly, this time, in order to deal with one called Yi Dong, it had caused Gao Zixing to personally come within the family to invite someone. Gao Zixing sniffed and said with a cautious look, Miss Yulian, the one called Yi Dong is not an ordinary university student. He should also be a martial artist, or else we wouldn't have invited you guys out. Gao Chang'e sniffed and said disdainfully, Uncle Gao, you've been outside for a long time. I'm afraid you've forgotten what kind of existence our family is. Ha! An ordinary martial artist is nothing more than that. I can crush him with my hands. Listening to this junior beside him sneering at himself, Gao Zixing didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction. These few people all belonged to the inner disciples of the family. Their status was much higher than that of ordinary clansmen. Not to mention the bottom of the barrel personnel in the outer sect like Gao Zixing. If it wasn't for the fact that just now, Gao Zicheng had stuffed one of them with a card, I'm afraid that the word uncle would never be used for Gao Zixing. Although Gao Yulian and the others were young, Gao Zixing had just been informed within the clan that the three juniors in front of him had all reached the innate realm. If this were to be placed in the outside world, to reach the innate realm at the age of around 20 years old, they would definitely be called 1 in a million martial arts wizards. In the entire Dragon Kingdom's bright side, I'm afraid that only the current Dragon Kingdom's Grand Marshal, Long Jingtian, would have this achievement at this age. When Gao Zixing thought of this, he became even more respectful to the few people in front of him. Lowering his eyebrows, he returned, Duke Chang'e, you are so right. It is too much to ask you all to deal with a tiny Yi Dong. For Yi Dong to die in the hands of a dragon and phoenix amongst men like you, it would be considered a great honor for him. Gao Chang'e snorted coldly when he heard this, said, Uncle Shang, it is not up to you to decide whether or not this person Yi Dong should die. The inner sect elders have already given us an explanation that we must not kill indiscriminately until we have no choice. Of course, if Yi Dong does not know how to behave, I do not mind giving him a ride. Gao Zicheng listened from the sidelines, and his eyes were also fluttering. He had already made up his mind in his mind that he must make Yi Dong do it without any sense of honor. At a certain mysterious base in the Southwest Province, the Dragon Team's Southwest Domain Team leader, Mo Lan, was reviewing the information. Suddenly, a team member knocked on the door and walked in. Sister Lan, news has come from the Wulong mountainside. The hidden family Gao family is suspected to have a Grandmaster-level expert out of the world. When Mo Lan heard this, a pretty, delicate and beautiful face looked at this team member. Frowning, she said, Is the news reliable? Sister Lan, this is the news that came back from Heaven's Eye. It should be 100% reliable. You tell our personnel on the mountain city side to keep a closer eye on it. If a Zhongsher level expert comes out, just don't cause any trouble and forget about it. Neuron considered for a moment and gave an explanation to this team member in front of him. Following that, he muttered to himself, These hidden world families are getting more and more restless now. Humph, you guys better not go too far either. The Gao clan. Inside a certain luxurious room within the clan, several clansmen were gathered around and were talking. Elder Tian Yang, didn't Grand Priestess Gao Taichong repeatedly explain that our clan master level experts should never go out of the valley? You sent Gao Fu to tail Miss Yulian and the others out this time. Could there be something going on? He, do you guys think that without the Grand Priest's approval, I would dare to casually let sect masters out? Inner sect elder Gao Tianyan returned with cold eyes. That pact with Longjing 30 years ago has left all of our Gao clan's experts above the level of patriarch trapped in this Tai place for nearly 30 years. Now our clan leader has already touched the step of the legendary realm. Sending Gao Fu out is just casting a stone and asking for directions, to see if there is any official reaction. Humph. Our Gao clan was also a powerful clan during the ancient martial arts period thousands of years ago. How could we stay stuck in this Tai place? Several other clansmen's eyes lit up when they heard this. They were all experts of the Gao clan at the clan master level or above, and the vast majority of them had never been out of the valley before. Occasionally hearing their juniors come back and talk about the flowery world outside, they had dreamed of going out to see it. Now that they suddenly heard that the clan had this idea of going out again, their hearts were also on fire. Within the university campus where Yidong was located, a group of very mysterious and honorable guests came today. In the past 2 days Yidong had donated $5 billion on the school campus, and the entire Dragon Kingdom had spread the word. The Gu family, as the local big family of Mountain City, must have gotten the news as well. Gu Ziyuan's heart was also very shocked after hearing the news. 5 billion. Even if it was their Gu family, they would not be able to come up with this much cash in a moment, but it was donated by Yidong just by saying so. Early this morning, he brought his granddaughter Gu Mingyue and his sons together to the school to visit Yidong. Inside the private room dedicated to the reception of VIPs, Principal Zhu looked at the Gu family's entire family of bigwigs had come out, but only to visit Yidong. In his heart, he was a little more skeptical about Yi Dong's identity. It was only afterward that Principal Zhu thought with hindsight that the matter of Yi Dong's donation was definitely not that simple. Can an ordinary person casually in the international financial market easily earn so much money? The answer is definitely negative. Today, when I saw the Gu family's big gesture, I knew that I was not wrong. Yi Dong is definitely not an ordinary person. Chapter 61, Is there still a king's law? When Yi Dong received the notification from Principal Zhu and rushed to the VIP room, Gu Ziyuan, who was drinking tea, stood up with a whoosh when he saw this. Quickly walking to Yi Dong's side, he respectfully said, Master Yi, I didn't disturb you by taking the liberty of visiting today. That low-browed and submissive posture simply overturned Principal Zhu's three views. One must know that although Gu Ziyuan was now abdicating, his reputation was still there. Even if a hand of Mountain City came, and Gu Ziyuan would only be on equal footing. Not to mention that the Gu family was not a small family, but the current #1 family in Mountain City. And to have Gu Ziyuan gesture like this, then Yi Dong's background would not be heavenly. Thinking of this, Principal Zhu's cold sweat also involuntarily flowed down. Nima, such a big Buddha. A few days ago, for the sake of Gao Ziqiang, he wanted to fire the other party. Really, if he did that, then the result. Of course, no one even paid attention to Principal Zhu's demeanor. Facing such a warm attitude from Gu Ziyuan, Yi Dong hurriedly responded, Gu Lao, you must not be so polite with me. I'm just a student. What's there to disturb or not? Although Yi Dong said this, Gu Ziyuan did not dare to treat Yi Dong as an ordinary student. He hurriedly called his sons behind him over and introduced them. Master Yi, let me introduce to you. These are my 3 sons. The oldest, Gu Hongba, the current head of our Gu family. The second, Gu Hongchuan, serves in the Nanchuan provincial government. The oldest 3, Gu Honglin, also Gu Mingyue's father, running a little business of his own. You few hurry up and greet Master Gu. Gu Ziyuan finished his introduction. He hurriedly gave a reminder to his several sons. Gu Hongba, the head of the Gu family, was the first to make a statement. Master Yi, I've long heard of your great name from my father. You're truly a talented man, a dragon and phoenix among men. Gu Honchuan and Gu Honglin both followed with warm greetings, looking at Yi Dong, who was even younger than his own son in front of him. If it was not for the fact that he had heard Gu Ziyuan and Gu Mingyue speak so truthfully, the Gu family's several brothers were unwilling to believe anything. That what was in front of them was actually a Zong master expert. Of course, they were still reluctant to believe it now, mainly because Yi Dong was too young. But from Gu Mingyue's description, Yi Dong was at least a peak and 8-level martial artist, if not a Zong sure expert. At the age of 20 or so, to be able to reach such a terrifying level, Yi Dong was indeed qualified to give them such an attitude. One must know that before Gu Ziyuan had not reached the innate realm, the entire Gu family had only one innate martial artist, Gu Hongba, who had also been at the early innate realm, and even then, it had become the #1 family in Mountain City. It could be imagined that even if Yi Dong was only at the peak of the innate realm, he was definitely a figure that their entire Gu family had to look up to. At the back, Gu Mingyue saw a few elders greet Yi Dong and saluted happily. Master Yi, we meet again. Yi Dong smiled at his words and said, Ms. Gu, it hasn't been long since we parted ways from Lot County. Master Yi, can you not call me Miss Gu? Just call me Mingyue. Faced with Gu Mingyue's attitude towards himself, how could Yi Dong not understand that the other party seemed to have an idea about himself? Of course, Gu Mingyue was originally a top-notch beauty. Talking about looks and Wen Ruxue who did not eat the beauty pill were basically on the same level. Even when they met at the very beginning, their attitude towards Yi Dong was not too friendly, but it was understandable. His own super goddess system, wasn't it specializing in accepting this kind of goddess, regardless of whether it was the Gu family's idea or Gu Mingyue's idea? Yi Dong had no reason to reject it. Thereupon, he laughed and said to Gu Mingyue, then I will call you Mingyue in the future. Then you should not call me any Master Yi. That would be too much of a stranger. Just call me by my name or Big Brother Yi can be. Yi Dong's words caused the Gu family to be delighted. Although their Gu family still had quite a lot of weight in the southwest province, but out of this remote place, it was completely inadequate when compared to the other place's powerful families and aristocrats. If through Gu Mingyue's relationship, he had climbed into a true kinship with Yi Dong, the Gu family might even be able to get out of this remote place in the southwest province, and become a true noble family in the Dragon Kingdom. Gu Mingyue herself had also heard Yi Dong's strings. In her heart, she was also delighted. Since ancient times, it was always the case that beautiful women loved heroes, and for someone like Yi Dong to reach such an achievement at such an age was definitely the Prince Charming in the hearts of all beautiful women. With a slightly shy face, she happily said, Big Brother Yi, then I will have to come to you often to play. Although Yi Dong had long since passed through the irrigation of a top beauty like Wen Ruxue, but when it really came to comparison, a famous girl like Gu Mingyue, who had been cultivated by a large family, was clearly even more than Wen Ruxue in terms of temperament. There was also a fluctuation within. Then he blurted out, "Even if you don't come to find me, I'm definitely going to find you." When Gu Mingyue heard this, her face became even more delicate, but Gu Ziyuan and the Gu family brothers were even more surprised in their hearts. This situation caused a wave of envy in the heart of the nearby Principal Zhu. Nima. Yi Dong's lustful fortune was also too prosperous. The one school flower in the school. Principal Zhu didn't even need to think about it. He knew that it must have been picked by Yi Dong. In front of her, the Gu family's eldest young lady, whose appearance was not inferior to Wen's school flower, even rushed to let Yi Dong come and pick her. A few of the Gu family's bigwigs even still had an expression of taking advantage of the situation. At that moment, Principal Zhu was not only deeply envious, but his heart was also more heated. He could not even think of what horrifying level Yi Dong's background would have to reach in order to make the Gu family's crowd make such a move. While he was thinking wildly, suddenly, the door of the VIP room was pushed open all of a sudden. Principal Zhu immediately frowned and looked over, only to see Yi Dong's mentor, Zhang Jiming, who should now be referred to as Director Zhang of the Instruction Department, only to see him walk in flustered. And seeing Yi Dong also inside, he immediately froze for a moment as well. Then he panicked and said, "Yi Dong, why are you here? Hurry up and hide." Gao Zichang with his helpers broke into the campus to look for your trouble, and is now heading this way. Before Yi Dong could say anything, Principal Zhu sniffed. Unhappily, he said, "Where are the security personnel from the security section? Are they for food? How can they let people just barge in?" Zhang Jiming anxiously returned, "Principal Zhu, the security personnel were supposed to stop them, and then a clash ensued, and they were all injured by them." When President Zhu heard this, he was, at once, furious. A university town, unexpectedly letting unrelated people fight their way in front of the Gu family's bigwigs. President Zhu felt too humiliated. Then he said angrily, in broad daylight, "To commit murder on campus, is there any law of the land?" Chapter 62, The Dragon and the Griffin. Yi Dong also did not expect Gao Zichang to be so arrogant and dare to come to the campus to find himself in trouble. Since the other party wanted to die, he did not mind giving the other party a ride. The Gu family's crowd was still frozen for a moment after hearing this. Being in the same mountain city, they certainly understood the Gao family of the Gao Sheng group. It was just an ordinary large company, and they didn't expect the other party to be heartless enough to try to find trouble with Master Yi. This was not a lantern in the toilet, looking for death. Not to mention the fact that there were already 2 and 8 level experts in their group, and Yi Dong was a suspected Grandmaster level super expert. In the entire Southwest province, they could not think of anyone else who could threaten Yi Dong. When Zhang Jiming saw that Yi Dong still looked unperturbed, his heart became even more anxious. He had just seen how arrogant the other party was at the school entrance, completely not even caring that this was in public and the 10 or so security personnel on his side. Either they were knocked over by the other party, or they were scared away. Anxiously, he said, "Yi Dong, you should hurry and go out from the back door of the school now. Wait for the wind to blow over this matter." Gu Hongbo was looking on from the side and said disdainfully, "This teacher, you don't need to persuade anymore. I would like to see, in this part of Mountain City, what other person would dare to mess with our Gu family's honored guest." "Gu family? You guys are from the Gu family?" Zhang Jiming sniffed and asked back with hard to believe. "Director Zhang, this is Gu Hongbo, the head of the Gu family in Mountain City. These are all bigwigs of the Gu family. That bastard Gao Zichang even dared to come to the school to commit an act of aggression. Today their Gao family is finished." At this time, Principal Zhu finally reacted and introduced himself to Zhang Jiming. The bigwigs of the Gu family, the #1 family in Mountain City, were all here, and had even honored Yi Dong as their guest, so what else could be difficult to solve? Zhang Jiming sniffed, and for a moment, he was also in a bit of a trance. When had Yi Dong climbed into a relationship with such a big shot again? But then he put his heart down. Although he was just an ordinary teacher, but it was also very clear that in front of the Gu family in Mountain City, Gao Zichang's family's Gao Sheng group was not even enough to look at all. Outside, after Gao Zichang's group of people entered the campus, his #1 follower in the school, Wu Dakue, immediately rejoined Gao Zichang. "Brother Chang, you're finally here. I've missed you these past 2 days." Gao Zichang laughed and scolded. "You kid, don't come with me on this. Are you sure you saw Yi Dong heading to the VIP room just now?" Wu Dakue said with conviction. "Brother Chang, I can't lie to anyone but you. You instructed me to get hold of Yi Dong's movements in the past 2 days. I did it very seriously." Upon hearing this, Gao Zichang said with satisfaction, "You have done a good job in this matter. After I dispose of Yi Dong, you should not attend this trashy university. From now on, you will follow my brother Chang to eat and drink spicy food." Seeing that the two were still milling around, Gao Chanshan at the back could be a little impatient. It was not easy for them to go out of the mountain once. They still wanted to finish things earlier and go to enjoy the flowery world again. With that, he angrily said, Gao Zicheng, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and find Yidong for me. Before Gao Zicheng could respond anything, Wu Dakue was instantly a bit confused. A little kid also dared to be mean to his brother Chang. Immediately, he said, you little brat, how are you talking to brother Chang? Do you want to find death? It was so hard to find an opportunity to slap Gao Zicheng's ass. How could Wu Dakue miss it? Snap! Who knew that just after saying that, he was slapped hard by Gao Zicheng in front of him. Wu Dakue, do you want to find death? How can you talk to your mountain master? Gao Zicheng was also shocked by Wu Dakue's words and broke out into a cold sweat. He had seen with his own eyes that back in Wulong Mountain, Gao Changshan had broken a large hard boulder with a single punch in order to show off his force. If this made this master behind him angry, Gao Zicheng didn't think that his head was harder than a hard rock. Wu Dakue was instantly blindsided by Gao's slap as well. Master Shan, looking at this young man who was clearly younger than himself, how did he become a master? But even though he looks naive, he's not stupid, and knows that the young man in front of him is definitely a more terrifying figure than Gao Zicheng. He didn't even dare to let out a single fart with his head down. Gao Changshan didn't bother with Wu Dakue. He was still thinking about finishing things quickly and enjoying himself. Gao Zicheng is also aware of the direction of the VIP room. Sniffing also led the way forward, just to walk to the VIP room this garden, just to see a group of people came on the face. The leader is not Yidong. It can be said that the enemy meets each other. Gao Zicheng was worried that Yidong would hide when he heard the wind, but he didn't expect the other party to be even more arrogant than he had imagined. Surprisingly, he had rushed over in a big way, and was both shocked and angry in his heart. Yidong, you are quite bold. Knowing that I came to look for you, you still dare to take the initiative to come to the door. After approaching, he heard Gao Zicheng's unbridled words. Before Yidong could open his mouth, Principal Zhu angrily said, Gao Zicheng, you have been expelled from the school. Who gave you such boldness to dare to just barge into the school? Gao Zicheng glanced at Principal Zhu and was immediately furious as well. Other than Yidong, the one he hated the most was this old thing. Principal Zhu, after receiving so many favors from his dad, he even fired him at will. Then he angrily scolded, you old bastard, there's nothing for you today, better get the hell out of my way. Being scolded by others for being old and undead in his own territory, Principal Zhu was instantly dumbfounded by the anger. With trembling fingers, he pointed at Gao Zicheng. Angrily, he said, you bastard. Gao Changshan in the back was also a little impatient, and he now knew who Yidong was. He walked out and sized up Yidong. Then he laughed and said, you are Yidong. It is really quite a pity to hear Gao Zicheng say that you are still a martial artist. However, since you have messed with our Gao family, you can only blame it on your bad luck. I will now give you an option to save your life. Immediately kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Gao Zicheng, then disable your own martial arts, and then take out $5 billion, and the matter between you and our Gao family will be considered as cleared. Although Gao Changshan spoke in a smiling tone, the words that came out made Yidong laugh in anger. Ignoring Gao Changshan, he instead turned his head to Gu Ziyuan and asked, Elder Gu, this person wants my life. There is nothing wrong with me killing him back in public, right? Hearing this, Gu Ziyuan hurriedly smiled and said, Master Yi, there is no problem at all, but this kind of small character, how can I trouble Master Yi to personally take action? Use my canine son to serve. Listening to Yidong and Gu Ziyuan discussing as if no one else was around, he also wanted to kill himself. Gao Changshan was instantly happy. He was not angry at all. In his mind, no matter whether it was Yidong or Gu Ziyuan, they were all ants, while he himself was the divine dragon in the sky. How could a dragon be angry with an ant? Chapter 63, 1,000 pounds. Although when leaving the mountain, the elders had explained not to kill as a last resort, but the words weren't that dead. If they were really that ungrateful, killing a few people wouldn't be called a killing spree. Gu Ziyuan then nodded to his eldest son, Gu Hongba. Seeing this, the latter also walked out from the crowd. The mood was quite relaxed, although the other party spoke out about the identity of the martial artist. But in Gu Hongba's opinion, this should be a martial artist fighter that the Gao family had spent a lot of money to hire somewhere. Age is only about 20 years old. Cultivation can be hired to wear. This is not to send the door to give himself the opportunity to browbeat Yidong. Kid, speaking out of turn at such a young age, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Gao Changshan looked at Gu Hongba with disdain. Laughing coldly, he said, Today, I had wanted to waste Yidong alone and forget about it, but I didn't realize that there were so many people eager to find death. In his heart, he was already thinking about whether or not to punch the other party out later. Suddenly, he heard Gao Zixing shouting behind him, Young Master Changshan, be careful, this is Gu Hongba, the head of the Gu family in Mountain City. the #1 expert in Mountain City nowadays, and I heard that his cultivation has reached the innate realm as well. Gao Zixing had long recognized the group of Gu family people behind him, but he was not worried at all. In front of the hidden ancient clan's Gao family, the Gu family was nothing more than bigger ants. It was only because he was worried about the small loss Gu Changshan had suffered by belittling the other party that he spoke out to remind them. When the two people in the field heard this, they both froze for a moment, and neither of them were in a hurry to make a move anymore. Gao Changshan didn't expect that just after coming out, he would run into an innate level expert. Then he laughed bloodthirstily. I, Gao Changshan, have never killed an innate realm martial artist in my life, so it seems that I have to have a good time today too. Gu Hongbao was also shocked in his heart. He didn't expect this young man across from him to be called young master by Gao Zixing. Knowing that he was an innate martial artist, he still looked like he didn't care, but now that the sword was on the string, it also had to be sent. Gu Hongbao still wasn't quite willing to believe that the other party was so young and was even higher than his own cultivation. Where in this world were there so many supreme geniuses like He Dong? Immediately, a set of Gu family's self-created thunderbolt fists smashed towards Gao Changshan. Gao Changshan grunted coldly and didn't back down as they fought fist to fist. Touch! As soon as their fists and feet made contact, Gu Hongbao was sent flying by a punch. Puff! When he landed, a mouthful of blood was spat out. Obviously, he had suffered a minor injury. For the initial encounter between the two, the crowd on the sidelines were shocked except for Yi Dong. Gao Changshan laughed out loud. Is this your Mountain City's #1 expert? Simply weak. At this moment, Gao Changshan was infinitely arrogant in his heart, thinking that the martial artists in the outside world were also too weak. What bull ******** Mountain City's #1 expert was no different from a bigger grasshopper. It was very hard to understand why his own family was so powerful and why he was stuck in that remote little place. As for Gao Changshan's rant, all of the people in the Gu family were both shocked and angry. Gu Ziyuan was just about to go and help his son up when Gao Changshan took a step across the room and blocked the way. He coldly laughed. Old man, I've just said that I, Gao Changshan, will take this life of his. If you dare to take another step forward, believe it or not, I'll punch you out as well. Gu Ziyuan was shocked and angry in his heart when he heard this, but he didn't dare to move forward any further, and said in a low voice, this is a legalized society. If you dare to kill someone on campus, no matter who you are, the officials won't let you go. Ha, old things, weren't you guys just now discussing how to kill me, and now you're talking to me about the rule of law? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The rule of law in your world is nothing but a fart to us strong people. Facing the threat of Gu Ziyuan's rule of law, Gao Changsheng was arrogant. Gao Zichang saw that the so-called one expert of what is called Mountain City was simply unbeatable in front of his family's strongest. His heart was also ecstatic. Turning to Gao Changshan, he said in a pandering manner, Big brother Changshan, you are really great. You can walk horizontally in the southwestern province with this body strength. Then he arrogantly said to Yi Dong, your helper is now lying down. Now let's see if you are still arrogant. At this time, Gao Yulian walked up and said with a frown, Changshan, hurry up and settle things. I still want to go and see the outside world earlier. Gao Changshan smiled and replied, Sister Yulian, give me a few minutes. I'll fix it right away. Between his words, he did not even put Yi Dong and the others in his eyes at all. With that, sharp eyes looked towards Gu Hongbao who was lying on the ground. When the Gu family and the others saw this, they were all startled. Gu Mingyue panicked and hurriedly begged Yi Dong for help. Big brother Yi, please, quickly save my eldest uncle. Yi Dong had just stood on the sidelines and did not rush to make a move, apparently just wanting to see what the so-called innate realm experts were like when they fought. The result was obviously a little disappointing. Just now it was not even possible to talk about a fight. Gu Hongbao completely fell with a single blow. Of course, Yi Dong was not panicked. Gao Changshan wanted to kill a person in front of him. There was simply not a single ray of hope. Gao Changshan regarded Yi Dong as an ant, and how could Gao Changshan not be the same in Yi Dong's eyes? At this time, when he heard Gu Mingyue's plea for help, he laughed. After giving Gu Mingyue a reassuring look, he then said to Gao Changshan's several people, I don't care what kind of people you are, Gao Zichang. I'm also giving you all a chance now. All kneel down for me and then disable your own martial arts. I'll also consider giving you a chance to live. Gao Changshan, who was about to take a shot at Yi Hongbao, was frozen. It was as if he had heard a heavenly joke. Immediately, he laughed at Gao Yulian and Gao Changhe. Sister Yulian, brother Changhe, did you hear that? This guy can't be suffering from insanity. Otherwise how could he speak such crazy words? Gao Yulian also frowned and grunted coldly. Don't talk nonsense with him, since he wants to die. Let's fulfill him. Although Gao Yulian had a beautiful face, other than treating her own Gao family, the lives of outsiders were also worthless in her eyes. Yi Dong had just seen the goddess-level Gao Yulian and had been considering whether to let the other party off the hook. Now after hearing Gao Yulian say this, His heart had already made a decision, regardless of who it was. As long as it was someone who wanted his Yidong's life, Yidong would treat the other party as dead. At this moment, Gu Mingyue let out a cry of alarm, only to see that Gao Changshan was sporting a bloodthirsty expression as he slammed his fist into Gu Hongba on the ground. Gu Hongba, who was already injured, would definitely die if he was smashed by Gao Changshan. Watching the fist getting closer and closer to his head, Gu Hongba had already closed his eyes in despair for a while. Whoosh! In the nick of time, Yi Dong struck. Chapter 64, Gao Family Patriarch. The crowd present did not even see what Yi Dong was doing before Yi Dong instantly arrived in front of Gao Changshan. One hand gently held Gao Changshan's fist as it smashed into Gu Hongba. Immediately, it was gently twisted. Gao Changshan immediately let out a miserable scream. His right hand was twisted like a twist. The shocking change in the scene was just a split second, and before the crowd could regain their senses, Gao Changshan's hand was wasted by Yi Dong. Changshan, Gao Yulian and Gao Changhua were the first to react. Their hearts were shocked and angry. I will kill you, bastard. Both of them lunged towards Yi Dong at the same time. Their cultivation level was even higher than Gao Changshan's. Before they arrived, the wind of their fists were already whistling and exploding. Yi Dong snorted coldly. The moment he made his move, he had no intention of letting go of anyone from the Gao family at the scene, letting go of the hand that had grabbed Gao Changshan. He also wanted to try out how fierce the force of his punch was now that he was at the cultivation level of a grandmaster. With that, he met the duo head-on. Bam! Bam! Gao Yulian and Gao Changhua were instantly smashed out by more than 10 meters by the force of Yi Dong's punch. By the time they landed, they were already unconscious. Gao Zixing tremblingly walked towards the two, probed their nostrils, and was instantly shocked. Immediately, he looked at Yi Dong in shock and anger, and hissed, Yi Dong, you dared to kill our Miss Yulian. You are ruthless. Gao Changshan, who had already lost his right hand, was so enraged after hearing these words that he immediately fainted and died. Listening to Gao Zixing going crazy there, Yi Dong frowned. At that moment, Gao Zixing also fell to the ground limply. For a small character like Gao Zixing, Yi Dong did not even bother to make a move. Even if he did not utilize the divine needle, Yi Dong's grandmaster's internal energy could easily kill the opponent. From the abolition of Gao Changshan to the death of Gao Zixing, it was just less than a minute. As for Gao Ziqiang, in this short minute, it was as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. His entire body was trembling unceasingly. He could not have imagined that Yi Dong's skill had already reached a point that he could not imagine. Looking at the people on his Gao family's side who had died and fainted, there was still one beside him, Wu Dakue, who made him unable to find any sense of security. An extreme fear immediately enveloped him. Although his dad died in front of him, Gao Ziqiang didn't want to die yet. Bam! With that, he fell to his knees on the ground, and behind him, Wu Dakue, who had long been stunned, followed suit. The two men kowtowed non-stop on the ground. While kowtowing, Gao Ziqiang said in a pain-loss of voice, Yi Dong, no, Master Yi, I don't want to die. Please don't ever kill me. Seeing that Yi Dong did not say anything, Gao Ziqiang wanted to continue begging for mercy when he did so. At that instant, he felt his body go cold all over, and an extremely cold aura pulled him towards the endless darkness. Immediately afterward, Gao Ziqiang and Wu Dakue also followed in the footsteps of Gao Zixing. It was only at this moment that the Gu family members had their hearts in their mouths as they helped Gu Hongba up. Gu Ziyuan had only heard Gu Mingyue describe Yi Dong's stance some time ago, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Just now, no matter if it was the blast against the Gao family's innate experts, or that mysterious and unpredictable means of putting people to death, he was 100% sure of Yi Dong's identity as a grandmaster. In addition to the original respect in his heart for Yi Dong, there was also an additional fear, Principal Zhu, not to mention Yi Dong's creepy means, so that now he and Yi Dong and the courage to look at and speak are no longer. Looking at the several people who were lying on the ground with their lives and deaths unknown, he stood there trembling and shivering. Seeing this, Gu Ziyuan also knew that Principal Zhu was just an ordinary person. Then he said, Principal Zhu, the matter here, leave it to us to deal with it. You can leave, but don't disclose what happened today with others. This is a highly confidential. Understand? Hearing this, Principal Zhu panicked and nodded his head. He also knew that he had seen things that he shouldn't have seen today. And I'm afraid that there was still a big discrepancy between this world and what he had imagined. After guaranteeing to Gu Ziyuan again and again that he wouldn't say anything, he left the place trembling. After seeing Principal Zhu leave, Gu Ziyuan just wanted to explain to his son to deal with this matter. Just then, he saw a silhouette darting in the distance, and in the blink of an eye, that person came into sight. This kind of speed left everyone in the Gu family stunned. Gu Ziyuan even uttered two words in a trembling whisper, Grandmaster. And it was still the kind of zone master that came from a bad place. Gao Fu had originally followed Gao Yulian and the others to the school, but he didn't enter the campus. thinking that with such an ordinary school, how could there not be any accidents? After waiting outside the campus for half an hour's time, suddenly, his chest inexplicably panicked. The heart did not come to worry about Gao Yulian's several people, and prudently, decided that it was better to enter the school to take a look. Gao Fu, this kind of master-level expert's eyesight is how powerful. Separated from a long distance to see lying on the ground life and death of the Gao family members unknown. In his heart, he was shocked and anxious, and his speed at the zone master level was instantaneous. Trembling hands first checked Gao Yulian's nostrils. Immediately after that, a roar erupted. This shocking roar instantly spread throughout the entire university, startling all the students who were attending classes. Gao Fu was simply enraged to a critical point at this moment. He didn't expect that a simple trip to the mountain city would cause within the family 3 of the proud sons of heaven to lose their lives at the same time. He could hardly imagine what kind of punishment he would receive when he returned within the Gao clan. Raising his head, his scarlet eyes stared at Yi Dong and the others. Word by word, he said sternly, "It was you who killed them. I want all of you to die. I want your entire school to pay for their lives." Gao Fu had lost his mind now, and only wanted to kill all the people in front of him to vent his anger. The Gu family members were all looking at Yi Dong in panic when faced with this situation. Obviously, the kind of aura that the other party had just displayed was by no means something that could be attained by an innate expert, indicating that the other party was at least a Zhongshe level expert. Although he did not understand how a small place like Mountain City could have a Zhongshe level expert, it was useless to say anything now. Trying to threaten the other party with the Gu family's position was simply impossible, and now they could only rely on Yi Dong. If Yi Dong was not a match for the other party, they might all die here today. Yi Dong also did not expect the Gao family to have a Grandmaster level expert. It seemed that this remote southwest province was not that simple. Of course, in the face of this level of expert, Yi Dong was not panicked at all. Just now, he had already asked the system in his mind that the middle-aged man in front of him was only a mid-Zhongshe martial artist, and was not the slightest threat to himself at all. He had the shadowless divine needle and was fully capable of killing his enemies across large realms. Chapter 65 Dragon Group. Gao Fu's anger had caused him to lose all sense of reason. He felt that letting the few people in front of him die easily was too cheap for them. In a stern voice, he said, "Not only are you going to die, all of your relatives behind you, all of the people who have even the slightest relationship with you, all of them are going to die." Too much nonsense. Finished? Yi Dong calmly asked. Yi Dong's puzzling words caused the Gu family's crowd and Gao Fu to be stunned. Gao Fu was even more enraged in his heart when he heard it and just wanted to make a move. Just then, he heard Yi Dong say another sentence. "Now that you've finished, you can go die as well." Immediately afterward, a scene that horrified the Gu family's crowd appeared. The unattainable Grandmaster level expert in their minds collapsed limply towards the ground after Yi Dong had finished speaking those words. "Yi, Master Yi, was it you who made the move?" Gu Ziyuan asked warily from the side. Yi Dong laughed and replied back, "Do you guys think that other than me, there is someone else who would have made a move?" After hearing Yi Dong's affirmative answer, hiss, the Gu family's crowd all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Yi Dong could actually determine the life and death of a Grandmaster level expert with a single word. Wasn't that a means that only immortals had? Their insights were limited after all. Just like ordinary people, who did not know that there were martial arts experts. Even people like Gu Ziyuan would only think that the most powerful martial artists in the world were the masters at the Grandmaster level. It wouldn't even occur to them that an army marshal like Long Jingtian was only the #1 expert on the surface. Inside the Dragon Group, the official mysterious organization of the Dragon Kingdom, people who were more powerful than Long Jingtian abounded. Of course, before today, Yi Dong thought that his cultivation level of a Grandmaster was something that could stand at the top of this world. But judging from the situation at hand, there were definitely more unexpected surprises in this world. That feeling of being at the top was instantly gone. A brand new sense of challenge made Yi Dong even more excited. Money had absolutely no temptation for him anymore. He was more interested in martial arts cultivation and reigning over the world. Suddenly, Yi Dong furrowed his brows and turned in a direction towards the flower bed, and said in a cold voice, "Are you going to roll out on your own, or will you let me send you along to meet the Gao family's crowd?" Yi Dong made another puzzling remark, causing the Gu family's crowd to be startled again. Immediately afterward, they all looked in that direction, only to see a middle-aged man slowly walk out from behind the flower bed. While walking, he smiled and explained, "Don't misunderstand, I'm an official state security officer." After approaching, he took a glance at Gao Fu, who was lying on the ground in life and death. At once, his body involuntarily shivered. He was the Dragon Group's Southwest Province team leader Muron's right-hand man, Huang Jun. Today, he received a mission from his boss Muron. From the moment Gao Fu entered Mountain City, he had been trailing behind, and since both of them had similar cultivation levels, Gao Fu had not realized it. Originally, He was thinking that as long as the other party left the mountain city in a peaceful manner, he would turn a blind eye. Who knew that in just a blink of an eye, Gao Fu had broken into the campus. When Huang Jun followed him in, he saw Gao Fu lying on the ground dead or alive. While his heart was shocked, he was also in doubt about the identity of Yi Dong and the others. Their dragon group team was stationed in the southwest province for a long period of time, and their biggest purpose was to monitor the movements of several ancient martial arts families. A level like the Gu family was not even placed in their eyes, so they had not recognized Gu Ziyuan and the others until now. However, judging from Yi Dong's statement just now, coupled with observing the expressions of several people on the other side now, Gao Fu's current situation was definitely directly related to Yi Dong. Although he was somewhat shocked by the other party's methods, but as a Dragon Group security officer, he also believed that the other party would not dare to do anything to him when he had already made his identity known. Then he adjusted his mind and pointed at Gao Fu and asked, "Did you kill him?" Yi Dong in the body of Huang Jun did not feel hostility and killing intent, but also knew that the other party should not be lying about his identity. Lightly nodding his head, he said, "They wanted to kill me first. I killed them all in self-defense. There shouldn't be any problem." Receiving an affirmative answer, Huang Jun also sucked in a breath of cool air. In other words, the young man in front of him also had the ability to kill himself. Although he wasn't a big shot in the Dragon Group, if he were to be put in the outside world, his hands could only be described as super terrifying. But the young man in front of him, almost half as young as himself, even if he was put into the entire Dragon Group, he was definitely among the elites. Even his boss, I'm afraid that Mo Lan is still a little inferior. Thinking of this, his eyes could not help but light up. Elite Dragon Team personnel like them were also qualified to recommend genius personnel to the top. Obviously, Yi Dong definitely belonged to the genius of geniuses. If he recommended to the top, he would definitely have a share of special merit. Then he enthusiastically said, "Of course there is no problem. They would have left their territory without authorization, and also trespassed into the school. They simply deserved to die. Not only do you not have any crime, I can also ask for credit for you." Yi Dong saw that the other party had a good attitude. He also smiled. "Merit is exempt. I can't use it for a student." When Huang Jun heard this, he did not realize that Yi Dong was still a student, and his heart just became even happier. Smiling, he opened his mouth and said, "You are the most powerful martial arts genius I have ever seen. Is there any idea of joining our Dragon Group? I guarantee that you will be able to get better resources, and it is not impossible for you to become the guardian god of our Dragon Kingdom one day in the future." Dragon Group? Guardian God. Yi Dong's heart was also stirred when he suddenly heard these two fresh words, but from the fact that he was now joining this organization, he definitely did not have such thoughts. Just kidding. What resources were comparable to his own golden finger system? Then he shook his head and said apologetically, "Sorry, I have no thoughts of joining any organization for the time being." Huang Jun did not expect Yi Dong to reject it so dryly. Hurriedly, he persuaded again, "You definitely do not know what kind of existence our Dragon Group is. Tell you this, as long as you join our Dragon Group, no matter what mistakes you make, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, except for the handful of people at the very top of the Dragon Capital Pyramid, absolutely no one would dare to take you." Seeing that Huang Jun had made the Dragon Group sound so powerful, Yi Dong also guessed that this organization must be an extraordinary existence. However, he still apologetically said, "I am sorry. I really do not have any thoughts of joining any official organization for the time being. You don't need to persuade me anymore." Seeing Yi Dong speaking so firmly, Huang Jun was also very disappointed, watching how big a piece of credit this was and not being able to get it. Undeterred, he asked for Yi Dong's name and other information to see if it could be useful in the future. For these, Yi Dong said his identity, family situation, and also introduced the Gu family members. In Huang Jun's eyes, other than Yi Dong, the others could not even enter his eyes, and only nodded symbolically. Chapter 66 Reward for Killing the Enemy. Due to the fact that a Zhongshu level expert had died here, the Gu family was no longer qualified to aftermath this matter. The matter here would be taken over solely by Huang Jun and his department. It didn't take long for a dozen or so of Huang Jun's men to arrive at the scene. Surprisingly, all of them were clear innate martial artists. Yi Dong guessed in his heart that it seemed that the minimum threshold for joining this mysterious department of the Dragon Group should be an innate level martial artist. After greeting Huang Jun, Yi Dong left the place with the Gu family members. After arriving outside the school gates, Gu Ziyuan and the others still had a shocked expression. What had happened today had simply overturned their three views. Previously unattainable Zhongshu level experts, two of them had appeared at once in this remote place and one of them had even died. The conjecture about Yi Dong's identity was already beyond the scope of their ideas. Of course, although they were shocked in their hearts, they could not wait for Yi Dong to be as strong as possible. At least now, the relationship between the Gu family and Yi Dong was quite cordial, and from what Yi Dong had shown just now, There was more or less a little bit of meaning towards Gu Mingyue. Gu Ziyuan calmed down a bit and took the lead to say, Master Yi, thanks to you today, or else our Gu family would be completely finished. Yi Dong smiled and waved his hand and said, Gu Lao, the other party was originally aiming at me. You guys are just suffering from an unearned disaster. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for your righteous help today. Master Yi, you're too polite. If there's nothing else, we'll go back first. Of course, the Gu family members knew that Yi Dong was speaking politely. In today's situation, all that their Gu family had done was completely counted as nothing more than a favor. Gu Mingyue looked at Yi Dong adoringly, her eyes filled with countless little stars. She had already been completely convinced by the abilities displayed by Yi Dong. Seeing this, Yi Dong's mind could not help but be moved. Smiling, he said to Gu Ziyuan, Gu Lao, I would like to take Mingyue to have some fun. You guys don't have any opinions, right? The Gu family's crowd had no opinion. Their hearts were eager to do so. Gu Mingyue's dad, Gu Honglin, replied in Gu Ziyuan's place, Master Yi, although this daughter of mine doesn't have martial arts qualifications, she's definitely very good in all other aspects. You young people can exchange more. If it's too late, there's no need to send her back. Gu Honglin's tone was close to directly saying, you guys hurry up and finalize your relationship. I still want to hear you call your father-in-law. When Gu Mingyue heard her dad's words, her fair face was suddenly also red with shame. Seeing this, Yi Dong was also delighted in his heart. The tone in which he spoke to Gu Honglin was several points better. Subsequently, Yi Dong first brought Gu Mingyue to play in the Mountain City Commerce Street for the afternoon. When it was almost dark, he inadvertently asked, Mingyue, do you want me to send you home now, or stay with me? Gu Mingyue heard this and shyly whispered, it's all up to big brother Yi. Hearing this, Yi Dong did not understand Gu Mingyue's feelings. He directly took her hand and went to a nearby luxury hotel and opened a presidential suite. Half an hour later, in the bathroom, Gu Mingyue let out a cry of surprise. Yi Dong in the living room heard Gu Mingyue's cry of surprise and also smiled knowingly. There were still a few beauty pills on hand anyway, and Gu Mingyue was also about to become her own woman, so Yi Dong certainly would not be stingy. Before the good thing, definitely want to make the other party the most perfect. The greater the reward from the system will definitely be. With that, also got up and pushed open the bathroom door. 2 hours. Yi Dong contentedly wrapped his arms around the beautiful woman in his arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host, conquering another goddess. The big gift package is being sent. Yi Dong was then energized. As opposed to the pleasure he found in both women, he was more looking forward to the benefits that the system would bring him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of the Realm. Note, in the future, no matter what realm of martial artists, the host can casually see through each other's cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the shadowless and traceless martial arts stance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the kill bonus skill. Note, every time the host kills a martial artist, he will receive a pill that corresponds to his realm, and the host will be able to raise his cultivation level by killing the enemy and obtaining the pills. Ding! The cultivation elixirs of the 3 innate martial artists and 1 grandmaster that the host killed today have been sent. Yi Dong immediately felt 4 more pills inside the system. 3 white pills and 1 blue pill. Of course, the color of the white elixir was also different. Yi Dong also probably also knew that the higher the color degree, the higher the cultivation of the martial artist himself. The same was true for martial artists at the innate level. There were also divisions into the early, middle, late and peak stages. System, can I give this elixir to an ordinary person who has no martial arts roots? Ding! Yes, any ordinary person can acquire the corresponding martial arts realm after taking it. Yi Dong was also overjoyed in his heart after understanding this. Immediately afterward, he pinched Gu Mingyue in his arms. Gu Mingyue could be said to be the first to take the credit for obtaining such a good ability for himself this time. Mysteriously, he laughed. Mingyue, do you want to become the kind of expert that's even more powerful than your great uncle, grandpa? Gu Mingyue had just turned from a girl to a woman, and her heart was still reminiscing about the taste she had just experienced. Suddenly hearing this question from Yi Dong, her body froze for a moment. Brother Dong, you are joking, right? I don't have any martial arts foundation at all. How could I possibly become an expert like grandpa? Hearing this, Yi Dong did not have any nonsense and directly moved his heart at will, and a white pill was added to his hand. This kind of scene caused Gu Mingyue to freeze for a moment again. Then she said happily, wow, Brother Dong, how did you change it? Yi Dong, however, did not explain this, but smiled as he handed the elixir in his hand to Gu Mingyue. Swallow this pill. Gu Mingyue was instantly attracted by this elixir as well. She had just seen the heaven-defying effects of the beauty elixir. Trembling, she said, Brother Dong, I won't become an expert like grandpa after eating this elixir. Yi Dong stroked Gu Mingyue's beautiful face and nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Gu Mingyue definitely trusted Yi Dong 100%, and without hesitating, casually took it in her mouth. The elixir had just been placed in her mouth, and it instantly melted in her mouth. Gu Mingyue immediately felt a powerful force that was moisturizing every cell in her body. In an instant, Gu Mingyue had transformed from an ordinary person with no martial arts foundation into a mid-innate martial artist. Gu Mingyue herself was the one who could feel the change in her body the most. Shocked, she looked at Yi Dong. Surprised, she said, "Brother Dong, did I become an innate martial artist this way?" He, what's an innate? Wait for a while and let you experience what it's like to be a grandmaster." Gu Mingyue was stunned again at his words. Then she became even more excited. Yi Dong was now completely all godlike in Gu Mingyue's eyes, and no matter what she said, she would believe it. "Brother Dong, I still want it." Chapter 67. Have you eaten the immortal pill? The martial arts realms in this world are divided: Hotian, innate, grandmaster, transcendent, heavenly god, true god. Except for the true god Long realm, each realm is divided into the early, middle, late, and peak stages. On that day, the headquarters of the Dragon Group's mysterious base in the southwest province. "Huang Jun, are you sure you didn't tell half a lie in what you just said?" Mo Lan asked as she looked at Huang Jun with an incredulous expression. Just now, Huang Jun had already told Mo Lan all about what happened today. At the age of 20 or so, one could kill a Zongshire level expert. Perhaps there were such geniuses in the entire Dragon Group, but they were definitely a rare existence, and every one of them has a great background behind them. Either the master was a guardian god level heavenly god general, or the family behind them had a heavenly god level guardian god. Yi Dong's information, however, showed that he was born into a plain and ordinary rural family. For someone with such an ordinary background, not to mention having the ability to kill a patriarch, even if one wanted to become an ordinary Hotian martial artist, it was a thing that was basically impossible. One must know that even if one wanted to become a Hotian realm martial artist, not only did he or she have to have the qualifications to practice martial arts, but also had to have the appropriate resources. One of the two was indispensable. Even Gu Mingyue's Gu family, apart from Gu Ziyuan and Gu Honglin, in Gu Mingyue's generation, there was only one cousin who had the qualifications to practice martial arts, and even now, he was only at the Hotian realm. If what Huang Jun said was true, then Yi Dong was definitely a martial arts prodigy that would be hard to come by in 1,000 years. Although Huang Jun had not seen Yi Dong personally strike, he was very confident in his feelings. Gao Fu's death was definitely Yi Dong's doing. Affirmatively, he returned. "Sister Lan, I have followed you for so long, when have I ever told a lie? I even feel that Yi Dong is a little more powerful than I thought." When Mo Lan heard this, her delicate face, her expression was also moved. Then she asked, "Such a powerful talent, you didn't have any recruits?" Huang Jun smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Lan, how is it possible to not have recruited? But that kid is not into oil and salt, and said that he refused to join our dragon team." When Mo Lan heard this, her brows also furrowed for a moment, but then they stretched. Then she said, "Huang Jun, you don't need to care about this Yi Dong person. I will personally follow up." At that time, if there is really any credit because of Yi Dong, it will definitely be you. When Huang Jun heard this, his heart was also very excited. Wasn't he just waiting for these words from Mo Lan? Although Mo Lan was only a team leader of the Dragon Group in the Southwest Province, she was a very special existence in the entire Dragon Group. Not only was her martial arts qualifications exceptionally high, what was even more prominent was her looks, and it wasn't too much of a stretch to call her the Dragon Group's #1 beauty. Back then, because of certain special matters, no compromise was made, which led to her being sent to this remote southwestern region as a team leader. Huang Jun believed that with Mo Lan's looks and means, pulling Yi Dong into the Dragon Group would definitely be an easy task. When the time came, with Mo Lan's habits, she would definitely give herself a share of such a great credit. Wulong Mountain, the gathering place of the Gao clan. Yao Yulian's 4 people had already been out of the mountain for more than 10 hours, and hadn't returned until now, which had caused some people to be concerned. In the past, when the clansmen of the Gao clan went out, they would not go out for more than 8 hours at most, and now that this was the case, someone had already reported the matter to the Hall of Elders. Gao Yulian's grandfather, Gao Tianyang, was also a bit flustered when he found out. Although he had several pro-grandsons and pro-granddaughters, the one with the best qualifications was only Gao Yulian. He was also precious to Gao Yulian, or else he wouldn't have sent Gao Fu to tail him this time. Elder Tianyang, it can't be because we have a patriarch out this time and he's being held back by the officials. Some other elders opened their mouths to inquire. Gao Tianyang thought the same thing in his heart. He had never thought that several of Gao Yulian's people had already fallen. 30 years ago, a few great masters from the Gao family joined forces to go up to the dragon capital, and Gao Tianyang was one of them. At that time, The official power of the Dragon Kingdom did not know how many times stronger than them, and did not go easy on them to kill them. Although they later learned that the Dragon Country officials did so solely because they were concerned about other hidden families that were even more powerful than their Gao family. But nowadays the situation was even more complicated than then. The hidden ancient martial arts families from 1,000 years ago were becoming more and more present. Gao Tianyang also believed that nowadays, the official Dragon Country would be even less likely to do anything overly drastic. But even so, it was still a troublesome matter. With that, he said to the Elder Tianzhao, if Tianfu and the others are really detained by the officials, what can we do? We can ask Gao Zixing to go through the secular connections and find out what's going on first. When Gao Tianyang heard this, he suddenly slapped himself on the head. Suddenly hearing that his granddaughter Gao Yulian hadn't returned, he was all confused by the rush. Gao Yulian and the others hadn't gone out this time. It wasn't caused by helping Gao Zixing out, although this place has been alone with the outside world, but the cell phone computer and so on, can still be used, and the signal is still good. Find Gao Zixing's phone dialed out, but the phone is busy sound. Gao Tianyang do not give up and call several times. As usual, still cannot get through. At this moment, Gao Tianyang is really anxious. Gao Zixing company to find the phone and then call the past. This time is connected, but the other side of the news is to let Gao Tianyang shocked. Gao Zixing and Gao Zichang's body has been sent back to the Hai family by the police. The specific reasons have not been said until now. After Gao Tianyang hung up the phone, his heart was also anxious. Immediately, he sent a few innate level clansmen out. He wanted to know in the first instance, what happened to Gao Yulian and the others? As for the clan master level experts, he didn't dare to send any more out before the situation was clarified. The next day, inside the presidential suite of the hotel, Yi Dong and Gu Mingyue did another morning exercise early in the morning. Although Gu Mingyue was a woman for the first time, but now with her innate level body, she was able to carry Yi Dong's raging storm. When Gu Mingyue returned to the Gu family, her entire current appearance stunned the Gu family. Although it was still the same, but in less than a day, the entire person's temperament, skin, and even body shape had changed drastically. Mingyue, was that an immortal elixir you ate last night? One of Gu Mingyue's aunts couldn't help but ask in shock. When Gu Mingyue heard this, she just smiled and didn't explain anything. Seeing this, Gu Ziyuan hurriedly sent away all the irrelevant people, leaving behind the three Gu brothers. After closing the door behind them, Gu Ziyuan also couldn't help but ask himself, Mingyue, how did you change so much? Chapter 68, Can I Fly? Facing her grandfather's inquiry, Gu Mingyue did not hide it. Thinking that there were even more shocking things for Grandpa to tell later, she couldn't help but feel smug in her heart. Grandpa, Dad, eldest uncle, second uncle. The main reason I can have this change right now is because Yi Dong gave me an elixir called Beauty Pill. That efficacy is simply amazing. Between half an hour, I myself have noticed a great change. Several people were in awe as they heard this. However, once they thought of Yi Dong's terrifying performance yesterday, having this kind of elixir on his body was not too outrageous. And since Gu Mingyue had not returned all night yesterday, her heart had already guessed that there might be a reason for that. Gu Mingyue saw that her grandfather's expression was not too shocked by such a miraculous elixir, and her heart also felt very bored. Then, thinking of her current cultivation level, she asked excitedly, Grandpa, who is the most powerful person in our Gu family right now? This puzzling question from Gu Mingyue caused several people from Gu Ziyuan to be stunned. Then there's no need to ask. Isn't it your eldest uncle? Although your grandpa and I have also reached the innate realm, but if we compare, it's definitely not as good as your eldest uncle. Although Gu Ziyuan didn't understand why he would ask that, he still answered seriously. Gu Mingyue listened and smiled mysteriously. Turning to Gu Hongba, she smiled and said, Eldest uncle, I'm sorry, but now the number one expert of our Gu family might have to be replaced. Faced with such confusing words from Gu Mingyue, not only Gu Hongba, but several others were also puzzled. Gu Mingyue was no longer hiding anything, and the aura of a mid-advanced martial artist emanated from the inside out. Generally, martial artists who had reached the innate stage were able to emit the innate chi in their bodies, and from the strength of their chi, they could probably tell what stage they had reached. Obviously, the innate aura that Gu Mingyue emitted was much stronger than Gu Hongba and Gu Ziyuan. Gu Ziyuan and a few brothers of the Gu family had long been shocked dumbfounded as they looked at the aura emanating from Gu Mingyue's body. It took them half a day to come back to their senses. Gu Mingyue's dad, Gu Honglin, was the first to take Gu Mingyue's hand and asked in shock, Mingyue, how did you reach the innate realm? A person with no martial arts foundation suddenly crossed over the realm of a Hotian martial artist and reached the innate realm. This kind of thing that defied the three views of this world. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. It was even more shocking to them than yesterday when Yi Dong decided the life and death of a patriarch with a single word. Gu Mingyue looked at this expression on her elders' faces. Her heart was always greatly satisfied. Dad. It's amazing, isn't it? I myself was also shocked for a long time. And it was also after Yidong gave me a pill to swallow that I inexplicably reached the mid-martial arts innate realm. Gu Mingyue's reply left several people at a loss of what to say. It was the elixir again. The miraculous performance on Yidong's body made the minds of the Gu family. Apart from shock, it was still shock. Besides marveling, it was still marveling. Gu Ziyuan was even thinking of asking Gu Mingyue if Yidong still had this kind of elixir in his body. However, after hesitating for a long time, he still did not say the words out. Without a doubt, if this kind of elixir were to be placed on the market, I am afraid that the entire Gu family would not be qualified to obtain it even if they poured their best efforts into it. It was only because Gu Mingyue had a face of stunning beauty that she was rewarded with this super magical elixir by Yidong. They did not think that with this old face of theirs, they had any qualifications to make Yidong take out such a magical elixir. Yidong now had 3 more cultivation pills in his hand, and there was also a Grandmaster level 1. But he did not think of taking it himself, but immediately returned to his old home in Fall County. 2 hours later, inside his Fall County mansion, Yi Damon, Xinli, and Yi Xiaoyu were sitting on the sofa, looking at the 3 pills that Yidong had taken out. Their hearts were excited and shocked. Just now, Yidong had already introduced the effects of these pills. After experiencing the last hotel incident, Yi Damon and Xinli also roughly understood the world of martial artists. In their hearts, they had also never thought that they would one day be able to enter that kind of world. Xinli and Yi Xiaoyu had both taken the beauty pill, and both believed 100% unconditionally in the miraculous effects Yidong had described. Dad, you are the head of the family, so you take this blue elixir, while Mom and Xiaoyu will take the white one. Although he knew that Yidong would not lie to them, Yi Damon could not help but ask, Yidong, is it true that after taking his elixir, I will be almost as good as those bodyguards you hired? Yidong laughed. Dad, you are overthinking. After you take this elixir, that kind of bodyguard level expert, 100, 1000, combined, would not be your opponent. Hiss. Yi Damon was sucking in a mouthful of cold air when he heard this. Yidong was their son. Of course there was no way he could lie to them about something like this. Yidong, such a good thing. It's better for you to keep and take it yourself. We have bodyguards anyway. Hearing Yidong talking so exaggeratedly, Yi Damon instead could not afford to take it himself. Xinli also followed after hearing this. Your father is right. We are all ordinary people. What do we need to be so powerful for? Your sister Xiaoyu can instead take a capsule. It's more useful for girls to defend themselves. Yidong laughed. Dad, Mom, you guys forgot that I have a high-level person behind me. This stuff is not like candy, but at least I won't be short of it. After you and Xiaoyu consume the elixir and have the power to protect yourselves, at least you can put my mind at ease. Seeing Yidong say so, Yi Damon and Xinli looked at each other and did not refuse anymore. They also more or less knew that Yidong was not an ordinary person now, and would inevitably have enemies and such. Although they could not help their son with anything, they really could not drag him down. With that, all 3 of them took the 3 cultivation pills in turn. It didn't take long for everyone to feel that their bodies were undergoing a radical change. Yi Xiaoyu said excitedly, Brother, I feel like I'm filled with power all over myself. Am I able to fly? Yidong sniffed and rolled his eyes a little. You think beautifully. Oh, your brother, I am much more powerful than you. Up to now I can't even fly. That's just an illusion of you suddenly getting a surge of power. Indeed, ordinary people who suddenly got such strong power would have that illusion of breaking the sky with one punch. Especially Yi Damon, from an honest farmer, all of a sudden turned into a master-level kind of expert. The illusion of power in his heart was even more infinitely magnified. Xinli is also incomparably shocked, although she knows that her son will not tell a lie. But an ordinary woman, a sudden surge in power, or feel a little uncomfortable. Yidong saw this and laughed. Dad, Mom, this kind of force you have to get used to slowly. Now that you also have the ability to defend yourselves, I feel much more at ease. Chapter 69. Muran arrives in person. On that day, the gathering place of the Gao clan on Wulong Mountain. What? Gao Yulian, Gao Changshan, and Gao Changha have all been mortally wounded, and Gao Fu, who went out with them, was also killed. The death of Gao Yulian's several people was now known by the entire clan, and according to the information found, the murderer was not an official organization, but an enemy that Gao Zixing had messed with outside, an ordinary college student. Yi Dong, after Gao Tianyang knew the news at the first time, his entire body was going crazy. His most beloved granddaughter was inexplicably killed like this. Who else would not go crazy? Without even informing High Priest Gao Taichong, he took the experts of his own lineage and privately went out to seek revenge on Yi Dong. Now, Gao Taishu, the patriarch of the Gao clan, is in seclusion, and all the big and small things within the clan are handed over to Gao Taichong to deal with. After learning of this matter, In addition to the anger in his heart at the death of several talented youngsters within the clan, there was not too much condemnation of Gao Tianyang's private trip to the mountain. In Gao Taichung's mind, as long as the other party was not an official organization, this kind of hatred was definitely to be avenged on the spot. Yi Dong was staying at home in Lot County and had no idea that he had already messed with an ancient family. He was eating dinner with the family when suddenly, the doorbell rang. Li opened the door of her room to take a look and was immediately surprised by a beautiful figure at the door. She swore that she had never seen such a beautiful woman in her life, whether it was in real life, or on TV, or on videos on the internet. After her daughter Yi Xiaoyu had taken the beauty pill, she was considered a great beauty, but compared to this girl standing in the doorway, it's a lot less beautiful. After slowly coming back to her senses, this opened her mouth and asked, "Miss, may I ask who are you looking for?" Moran knew that Yi Dong was in danger the moment Gao Tianyang left the mountain. In the first instance, through all her connections, she found out Yi Dong's current location and came to her door at the first opportunity. If Yi Dong is really as powerful as Huang Jun described, he is definitely an important bargaining chip for his return to Longjing. Moran absolutely did not allow any accidents to happen to Yi Dong. Through the information, he knew that the lady in front of him was Yi Dong's mother. Very politely said back, "Auntie, Yi Dong is living here, right? I'm looking for him for something." Li's heart was suddenly excited when she heard this. Once again, she sized up Moran. Such a beautiful fairy. Looking for her son, it couldn't be for her daughter-in-law. "Yi Dong is inside. Hurry up and come in." While greeting, he shouted to Yi Dong, "Yi Dong, there is a girl looking for you." Yi Dong put down his dishes when he heard the commotion and went to the living room to take a look, and was immediately frozen for a moment as well. 4-1. Molin's appearance was indeed the first person Yi Dong had ever seen. Even when Ru Xue and Gu Mingyue, who had taken the beauty pill, were slightly inferior. What shocked Yi Dong the most was that the woman in front of him was actually a superb expert. Ever since Yi Dong obtained the Eye of the Realm, anyone's name, cultivation level, and age were completely exposed in front of him. Name, Mo Lan. Age, 29. Cultivation, late Grandmaster Realm. Although Mo Lan's real age was already 29, it was probably due to his kung fu technique that he looked even younger than Yi Dong. Yi Dong also sensed that the other party did not have any hostile intent. Otherwise, with his current cultivation at the pre-Great Master Realm, even if he was able to cross a large realm to kill the enemy using the Nine Heavens Shadowless Needle, he would definitely not be a match for the other party. Yi Dong originally thought that he had basically protected himself in this world. How could he have imagined that a beautiful woman would randomly appear and have the feeling of making himself feel dangerous? Molin had also seen Yi Dong's cultivation at the pre-Patriarch realm at a glance, and she had already investigated Yi Dong's information. Less than 23 years old, ordinary people, reaching this realm at this age, and still being able to kill enemies across realms. None of them showed Yi Dong's martial arts qualifications. Definitely a 1 in a million absolute genius. Molin was also looking at Yi Dong with glowing eyes, as if he was looking at an absolute treasure. Yi Dong was also stared at by this absolute beauty in front of him and became a little embarrassed. With a dry cough, he asked, "May I ask who you are?" Li, who was on the side, heard Yi Dong ask this question and also knew that she had overthought it just now. Mulan glanced at Yi Dong's family and then said, "Yi Dong, it is not convenient to talk here. Can we find a place where no one is around?" Yi Dong gave Muemo a strange look. If he did not know that the other party's cultivation was heavenly, a big beautiful woman telling you to go to a place where no one was, would definitely float in his mind. With that, he nodded and took Mulan to the rooftop on the topmost floor. Arriving on the rooftop, Molin did not talk nonsense and directly opened the door and said, "Yi Dong, I am the team leader of the Dragon Group in the Southwest Province. Molin, and that Huang Jun you met yesterday is my subordinate." Yi Dong was also a bit shocked to hear this. The Dragon Group was even more powerful than he had imagined. Such a remote place in the Southwest Ro Province had an expert like Mo Lan sitting in it. It could be imagined that in other prosperous places, or even Longjing, the core of the Dragon Kingdom, what kind of scene would it be? Mo Lan continued, "The few people you killed yesterday were clansmen of the Gao clan, a hidden family in Wulong Mountain, and it has already been found out that the murderer is you, and a little earlier today, there was already a Grand Master expert leading a dozen or so masters out of the mountain. You should imagine that it must be directed at you. Even if they can't find you at the school, they will definitely swoop down on your old home at the first opportunity." Yi Dong was also very shocked inwardly as he listened to Muran's account. He was still wondering to how a rich man like Gao Zixing could be related to a Zhongshu level expert. It turned out to be some kind of hidden family origin, so that made sense. What followed was the sense of urgency of the approaching danger. It shouldn't be much of a problem for himself to retreat in one piece, but his family was still over here. Even if Yi Daemon had already reached the cultivation level of the Middle Sect Master Realm, but facing this kind of hidden family, there was absolutely no ability to defend himself. Thinking of this, he looked at Mo Lan and said seriously, Team Leader Mo, I'm sure that you, the dragon team, won't sit back and do nothing about this kind of thing, right? Mo Lan smiled heartily. Yi Dong, to tell you the truth, hidden families like the Gao family, in our entire dragon country, there are many more, and there are even quite a few more powerful than them. Officially, in order to take care of their sentiments, as long as they haven't done anything treasonous, they basically don't all meddle in other matters. Of course, if you join the dragon group now and become a member of the dragon group, not only you, but all your family members will also be sheltered by the dragon group. Our dragon group will definitely not let you and your family suffer a single bit of harm. Sure enough, Yi Dong guessed that the other party must have come to recruit him again from the moment Miran introduced his identity. Chapter 70, the system sends another mission. However, Yi Dong now had no other way to solve the immediate crisis of his family other than after agreeing to Miran's request. There was also the power of the dragon group, which gave Yi Dong a hint of yearning. It was also impossible for himself to stay in this remote place in the southwest province for a long period of time. With all these reasons added together, Yi Dong had already made a decision in his heart. Of course, before joining, it was definitely necessary to ask a few questions and make a few small conditions. Team Leader Mo, can I ask what realm the most powerful person of the Gao clan has reached now? Mo Lan hesitated for a moment, but still answered, according to our investigation, the most powerful patriarch of their Gao clan, Gao Taishu, was already at the peak transcendent realm even 10 years ago. Then he has been in a death retreat. It is very likely that this time when he comes out of the retreat, he will be able to break through the transcendent mortal realm and reach the half-step heavenly god realm. Regarding these martial arts realms that Molan had mentioned, Yi Dong had already understood them very clearly at the system. Of course, he knew what the concept of half-step heavenly god realm was, and even if he had broken through a large realm and still had the 9 heavenly divine needle in his hand, he would only be killed in seconds. The heart became even more eager to become stronger. With that, he asked the most wanted question. Team Leader Mo, if I join your dragon team, can you help me wipe out this Gao clan completely? Mo Lan smiled bitterly at his words. Yi Dong, I can clearly tell you that even if your qualifications were 10 times better, it is impossible for the officials to grant you this request. You have to know that for the dragon team, eliminating the Gao clan is not too difficult, but it will make the other hidden clans more apprehensive, and when they join together, even our dragon group will have a headache. Of course, you must not doubt the power of the dragon team. Even if all the hidden families join together, they are not as powerful as our dragon team, but our biggest enemy isn't inside. It's the hidden organizations of other countries, similar to the dragon group and the like. That's why the officials are generally taking a pacifying approach towards the hidden families now, unless they have really gone too far. After hearing Moran's words, Yi Dong was slightly disappointed, but inwardly, he became even more desirous of the dragon group. This mysterious organization was much more powerful than he had imagined. Then he asked, what if I join the dragon group and the Gao clan's people still refuse to give up their revenge? Muran spread a smile as he listened. I believe that the Gao clan's people will not be that stupid. Of course, if they really refuse to give up their revenge, we would have an excuse to completely exterminate the Gao clan. Yi Dong's heart was also relieved when he heard this. Regardless of whether the clansmen of the Gao clan would give up their revenge or not, his own family should be able to remain unharmed. Then he firmly said, Team Leader Mo, do I have to go through any formalities to agree to your request? When Mo Lan heard this, her heart became even happier. Laughing, she said, after taking care of this matter, I have to personally bring you up to the dragon capital, and only after the face-to-face interrogation by the dragon group judges will you be an official dragon group member. However, Yi Dong, your kind of family history is clean. Basically 100% can pass. That is to say, you can also be said to be a member of the dragon team now. In the future, don't call me any more Team Leader Mo, call me Sister Lan. Yi Dong certainly would not be polite. Mo Lan's world unrivaled appearance was definitely the best candidate for his super goddess system. It was hard to imagine what heavenly rewards the system would have if it conquered a woman of this level. Ding! A new mission for the host has been detected. If you take down the super goddess Molan within 3 months, there will be a super gift package. Target goddess, Molan. Age, 29. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Face value, 9 points. Seeing this face value score, Yi Dong once again sized up Molan. He could feel that Mirana had definitely dressed up and uglified her stunning face a lot on purpose. However, no matter how much it was dressed up, how could Mo Lana's super perfect figure not be concealed? After taking a couple of glances, Yi Dong could not help but gulp. Fortunately, this little action, Mirana did not notice. Thinking that time is still long, there are plenty of opportunities in the future. After taking a deep breath, then he asked, Sister Lan, then how do we now Deal with the Gao clan's quest for revenge against me? Neuron sniffed and pulled out a compact cell phone, quickly dialing a number. By Moo. What are the movements of the Gao clan's people? A man on the opposite side of the phone replied back. Sister Lun, they didn't find Yi Dong at the university. They have already departed for Lok County, and according to the Sky Eye, they will arrive in almost half an hour. By Moo. Send me their route. After saying this, he hung up the phone. Neuron laughed. Yi Dong, let's go. Let's go meet the Gao clan for a while. On a grassy field that was still 20 kilometers away from the county town of Lok County, Yi Dong and Mo Lan stood on a small hill, surrounded by 6 other dragon group members, 5 men and 1 woman. All of them were at the peak Zhongshe realm. Due to their martial arts practice, they all looked to be around 40 years old. However, Yi Dong knew that the 6 people in front of him were all over 50 years old. Even if this was the case, when placed outside, if one person was taken out at random, they could be comparable to today's military Grand Marshal Long Jingtian. Soon, in Yi Dong's vision, a group of 10 or so people approached this site at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, the other party had also discovered the situation over here and their speed was slowed down a lot. After the two sides met, Gao Tianyang also recognized Yi Dong at a glance. He was looking for revenge, so he must have gotten a clear picture of his enemy's appearance first. Immediately, his eyes flared up as he said angrily, Yi Dong, you still dare to wait for me here. It seems that you know our itinerary quite well. Although Gao Tianyang was furious, he was not stupid. Yi Dong dared to blatantly wait for them here. To say that he did not have a backhand, who would believe it? He then looked at the several people from Mo Lan and asked in a deep voice, who are you people? Are you trying to intervene in this matter today? Neuron sniffed and laughed coldly. I am the head of the dragon group in the southwest province. Mo Lan, your name is Gao Tianyang, right? Back then, you were among the group of great masters from the Gao clan who went up to the dragon capital. Did your patriarch not tell you that those above the level of patriarch of your Gao clan are not allowed to go out of the mountain gate? Today you bring so many master-level masters. Fanfare out. Is it really want to provoke the majesty of our dragon group? Or is it that you, the Gao clan, don't have our dragon group, or even the dragon kingdom, in your sights? Mo Lan's words caused Gao Tianyang's group of people, all of them, to be shocked. They were all experts at the Zhongshe level or above, and knew more or less a little bit of hidden information about what happened when the Gao clan went up to the dragon capital back then. Especially Gao Tianyang. His face was extremely ugly. How could he not have expected that Yi Dong would be involved with the dragon group? Chapter 71 Group Kill. Gao Tianyang, as the inner sect elder of the Gao clan. In the Gao clan, apart from the clan chief and the high priest, he was considered to be the person with the highest status. Of course, he also knew that even if the entire Gao clan was added together, it wouldn't be enough to stuff the teeth of this mysterious department of the dragon team. But if his granddaughter Gao Yulian's revenge is not reported, he is afraid that he will be suffocated to death. Then forced to hold back his anger and asked, even if you are the people of the dragon group, you cannot just interfere in the affairs of our hermit family, right? We just come out to avenge a personal vendetta, and does not count as a violation of the agreement of that year? Right, then I am sorry. Now that Yi Dong has been specially recruited by me to the dragon group, he is now a member of the dragon group. All his friends and family are subject to the shelter of our dragon group. Mo Lan then retorted lightly. Gao Tianyang froze for a moment when he heard Mo Lan's words. Then he laughed coldly. I was almost fooled by you. Don't think that I don't know that in order to become an official member of your dragon group, one must personally go to Longjing to receive a personal application from your dragon group's inquisitor. That means Yi Dong is not yet a member of your dragon group. I advise you not to mind your own business. I, Gao Tianyang, will take his life today. Gao Tianyang's murderous words caused Mo Lan to be a little caught off guard as well. She didn't expect the other party to know so clearly about the recruitment assessment of the dragon group's internal personnel as well. In fact, this was quite normal. Over the years, not only did the official dragon country have a deep understanding of these hidden families, but these hidden families were no different. They were like a pack of hungry wolves circling around a fierce tiger, all looking for an opportunity to see if they could take a bite. But today, no matter what, Mo Lan would not give up on Yi Dong, the super genius. Word by word, she said, Gao Tianyang, let me tell you, I am here today. Yi Dong, our dragon group is guaranteed. Gao Tianyang did not expect Mo Lan to be so strong. For an ordinary martial artist, he dared to tear down his face so hard. If it was anything else, he might still compromise. But today, the enemy who killed Gao Yulian was right in front of him, and Gao Tianyang was also determined to be ruthless. He would not rest until he killed his enemy handily. Then he said in a ruthless voice to the clan's crowd, wait, no matter who tries to stop us from taking revenge, shoot on sight. The group of master-level experts behind Gao Tianyang were all from Gao Tianyang's lineage. For Gao Yulian's death, Although they were not as sad as Gao Tianyang, they were all furious. After hearing Gao Tianyang's order, all of them roared, "Kill without pardon," used to show their Gao family's attitude. Inside, Emolan's heart did not change because of the aura of the Gao family's crowd, but her 6 subordinate human gods were a bit flustered. Although they were all at the peak Zhongshu stage, there were 7 or 8 peak Zhongshu stages among the many experts of the Gao family. No matter how you looked at it, their side was at a disadvantage. Molan was also riding a tiger right now. Her power was just about the same as Gao Tianyang. She also didn't expect her opponent to be so crazy in order to take revenge. Now that Gao Tianyang was determined to take revenge, he could only try to protect Yi Dong. Seeing that the big battle was about to start, Yi Dong said, "Sister Lan, you just need to hold Gao Tianyang back, and leave all these other Zhongshu experts to me." He also said to the other 6 Dragon Team members, "You don't need to do anything, just help me and Sister Lan from the sidelines." These 6 members of the Dragon Group were also aware of Yi Dong's overstepping his level to kill the enemy. Yi Dong was able to kill Gao Fu, who was in the middle stage of the Zhongshu cultivation, at the early stage of the Zhongshu cultivation, and all of them felt shocked. One must know that when one reaches the level of an expert such as the Sovereign Master, to be able to kill an enemy at a higher level is considered a supreme genius. But what did Yi Dong say now? He was actually going to use his early Zhongshu cultivation to fight a dozen late Zhongshu and peak Zhongshu experts with one man. Each and every one of them looked at Yi Dong in shock, all of them feeling as if their ears had misheard. Even the most formidable geniuses of their dragon group would never be able to do such a thing. Immediately, they looked towards Emolan, who was also incredibly shocked by Yi Dong's words just now. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Dong's eyes were clearer now, he would have thought that the other party had lost his mind. Uncertainly asked, "Yi Dong, now is not the time to joke. Are you sure that what you said is serious?" Yi Dong sniffed and shrugged his shoulders. Laughing, he said, "Sister Lan, how could I joke with my life? You only need to involve that old man Gao Tianyang. When I clean up this group of small shrimps, I will come back to help you." Seeing that Yi Dong did not look like he was joking, only then did Emolan take a deep breath and instructed a few of her men. "You guys just listen to Yi Dong and assist from the sidelines." He was also eager to see if Yi Dong was really as powerful as he said. Yi Dong and the others did not lower their voices in their conversation, and Gao Tianyang and the others were able to hear them clearly. Then he laughed and strolled around. What arrogance! Even if it was the ancient world's great sect's greatest heavenly pride from 1,000 years ago, no one would dare to say such big words. "I'd like to see if you're good with your mouth or your hands. Kill him for me, and kill anyone who tries to stop me." After saying these words, Gao Tianyang took the lead and rushed over. Molan could only unconditionally trust Yi Dong now. If Yi Dong was really talking big, even with the addition of his own 6 men, it was still very much a bailout for Yi Dong. With that, she took the lead and rushed towards Gao Tianyang, and the two figures were suddenly entangled together. Crackling, both of them were experts at the late Grandmaster realm, and the air around them exploded as they fought. Yi Dong did not hesitate and directly rushed towards the opposing crowd alone. His 9 Heavens Shadowless Needle was the most suitable for fighting many with few. Before anyone arrived, the 9 invisible needle shadows had already taken the lead in killing the opposing crowd. Of course, the other person is higher than him at least 2 realms, by virtue of eyesight, is also able to see these 9 invisible needle. But although they could see them clearly, they were very difficult to dodge, especially those several late-stage martial artists. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 of them had already fallen. All of them were struck by a needle in the center of their veins, killing them instantly. As for Yi Dong, he was exercising the shadowless traceless martial arts stance that the system had just rewarded him with, and he was not even fighting with them in close quarters. From time to time, he would come up with a shadowless needle, although he could not hit every shot. But under this high level of tension, every now and then, one of the Gao family members would be felled, killing them instantly. In just a few minutes, a dozen or so Gao family's clan master level experts were left with 5 of the strongest ones left. They were now also shocked and scared, although Yi Dong's invisible needles were knocked down by many of them. However, with each strike, it would consume a lot of their power, while Yi Dong still looked like he was at ease up to now. Every now and then, he would casually throw a needle around, as if his shadowless needles were endless. This scene of chasing and not being able to catch up, and only being able to be passively beaten, made each and every one of their hearts tense up to the tightest at all times. Chapter 72, Killing a Grandmaster. Yi Dong was also having a blast in his heart right now. For every high-priced patriarch he killed, the system would reward him with an elixir of equal cultivation. There were now a dozen pure blue elixirs placed inside the system. It was only a matter of time before the remaining 5 transformed into elixirs in Yi Dong's eyes. The fighting scene over here had long stunned the 6 dragon group members beside them. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that there would be such a powerful genius in this world. Although Molan and Gao Tianyang had been fighting, their minds were also focused on this side. Both of them had long been shocked to the point of indescribability by Yi Dong's formidable fighting prowess. While Moran was shocked, her heart was also pleasantly surprised. How could she not have imagined that Yi Dong had actually managed to do it? And although Gao Tianyang was also shocked, he was shocked with fear. This Gao Zisheng. In the end, what kind of terrifying enemy had he messed with the Gao family? On Yi Dong's side, there were still 5 remaining experts of the Gao family at the peak Zhongshe realm who were struggling to hold on. They were also secretly crying out in their hearts. Yi Dong's shadowless true chi needle seemed to be endless, although they could also rely on their internal energy to strike a few shadowless needles similar to Yi Dong's. However, not only was the power several notches worse, but the number was also limited. One of the Gao family members could not take it anymore and yelled, "Yi Dong, what kind of a good man are you spinning around, if you have the ability to fight us hard?" Just as the words were finished, he received a shot of Yi Dong's shadowless needle in his chest where his heart was. After screaming in shock, he immediately fell down and died. The remaining 4 were even more scared out of their wits. If there was a little hope, they would have fought on. But now, in this situation, staying here again would be an absolute death sentence. Immediately, one of them took the lead to turn around and run. The other 3 saw this and also ran in all directions without hesitation. However, their power had been almost exhausted, and their stance was not as fast as Yi Dong. Running away like this was even more conducive for Yi Dong to finish them off faster. In less than a minute, the 4 people who escaped were all killed. Originally, if they did not run, they could still hold out for a few more minutes as a united force, but in the end, they could not escape death. Seeing this, Gao Tianyang no longer had much heart to kill Yi Dong anymore. To put it bluntly, Yi Dong's strong fighting strength was no longer much worse than his. If he didn't run away, I was afraid that he would have to account for himself here as well. As if Molan had also seen his thoughts, she did not give him a chance to break away from the battle circle at all. As for Yi Dong, he had already arrived behind Gao Tianyang after resolving the Gao family's many sect masters. Brush brush brush. The shadowless needles struck towards Gao Tianyang non-stop as if they didn't need any money. However, when they touched Gao Tianyang's protective true chi, they would automatically fall down. Although it couldn't do much damage, as long as it took a hit, it would more or less do a little damage to Gao Tianyang. Plus on the front, there was a Muron who was almost as powerful as him. It didn't take long before Gao Tianyang's body was already covered in bruises. Immediately, Gao Tianyang gritted his teeth and used his entire body's techniques to make a 2-defeat move, trying to force Mo Lan to retreat. How could Mo Lan do as he wished? The dignity of a dragon team member made her not take half a step back. Touch. The 2 of them also fought hard, and hard fought a vicious move. Yi Dong also seized the opportunity. 9 needles were fired. Gao Tianyang's body protection true chi, in that just now should be hard sparring, has been depleted almost. Where to resist the 9 needles? Instantly screamed. Fell dead. Although Molan had suffered a minor injury in the fight just now, he was not seriously hurt. Slowly, she approached Yi Dong and looked at him with an expression of shock and surprise. The other 6 Dragon Group members who were assisting in the battle also leaned closer, their expressions full of shock. Yi Dong had not only killed more than a dozen of the other party's Grandmaster-level experts, but he had also crossed as much as one large realm to kill one of the other party's late Grandmaster experts. This kind of battle power could no longer be described as terrifying. Not a single person would believe this kind of thing if they did not see it with their own eyes. It was even more heavenly than a fantasy. Yi Dong did not care at all about the shocked expressions of the other few team members. Glancing at Mo Lan, he asked with concern, "Sister Lan, are you alright?" This was an object that he would have to conquer in the future. And inwardly, he unconsciously treated Mo Lan as his own woman. As Mo Lan looked at Yi Dong's concerned expression, her heart was immediately warmed. Looking at Yi Dong with a complicated expression, he did not expect that the person they were trying to protect today would in turn protect them all. Immediately casting aside these complicated feelings, laughing sent, "I don't matter. I just suffered a small injury. On the contrary, it is you, Yi Dong. Your battle prowess is simply beyond my imagination. The geniuses of our entire dragon group, compared to you, all seem too weak." Mo Lan's words were not exaggerated for a single point. She herself was among the better qualified geniuses among the members of the dragon group. If not for certain special reasons, she would have already broken through to the Grandmaster realm. However, comparing herself to Yi Dong, she was completely inadequate. Yi Dong did not feel anything. He had a golden finger like the super goddess system. If he still could not manage to crush the geniuses of this era, then he could simply find a piece of tofu and crash to death. Then he laughed. "Sister Lan, you are also quite powerful. Just now, even if I didn't help, Gao Tianyang was definitely not your opponent." Neuron sniffed and drew an arc along the corners of her mouth. Laughing, she said, "Yi Dong, I didn't expect that not only are you superb in combat, but your ass-kissing skills are quite good as well." Ha ha ha. she and Gao Tianyang were only half a catty. Really, if Yidong did not help. In the end, it was sure that no one could help anyone. Yidong smiled brightly and said, Sister Lan, I am telling the truth. This Gao Tianyang, this old thing, does not know how to be compassionate at all. If it were any other male, I'm afraid that before he could make a move with you, in front of Sister Lan's your overwhelming beauty, half of his aura would have already fallen off. Mo Lan sniffed in feigned anger. Slick talker. Yidong, I didn't expect you to be quite good at coaxing women at such a young age. Sister Lan, I'm not too young, besides I'm telling the truth. How is it a greasy tongue? Mo Lan sniffed and snorted. An exquisite smile appeared on her face. Alright, then I thank you for the compliment. The 6 members of the dragon team beside them were in awe as they watched the two of them flirting like they were having a conversation here. They had basically never seen any smiles on Muron's face in the years they had been under her hand, not to mention speaking such words with a man. But then they thought, Yidong was no ordinary man. With this qualification of his, there was a high probability of him becoming a heavenly god-level guardian god in the future. It wasn't too strange for Molan to be able to talk to Yidong in this tone. Chapter 73, Breakthrough to Half-Step Grandmaster. In her heart, Molan was actually very curious about the technique that Yidong had just used. However, she still held back and did not ask. Everyone had their own secrets. If she really asked, it would also make everyone embarrassed. Sister Lan, I killed so many clansmen of the Gao clan. Now this hatred has basically been unresolved. Do you have any suggestions? Yidong glanced at the many Gao clan members lying on the ground and asked Mo Lan. When Mo Lan heard this, she also glanced at the Gao clan members on the ground. In a cold voice, he said, the Gao clan first violated the agreement with our dragon team. Not only did the experts of the Patriarch level and Grand Patriarch level come out of the mountain, it also dared to impact our dragon group personnel. It is simply unforgivable. Yidong, don't worry. I will immediately contact the Dragon Capital headquarters side. The specifics will depend on the senior management's choice, but the probability is that the Gao clan will cease to exist. Hearing Mo Lan's words, Yidong's heart was also overjoyed. If he were to go over to Longjing now, there was nothing he was more worried about than the safety of his family. As long as the Gao clan was completely eradicated, and he became a member of the dragon team, his family's safety would be greatly guaranteed. Molan also acted decisively. After saying that, she directly took out her cell phone and dialed a hidden number. After communicating with the Dragon Capital headquarters for 10 minutes, she hung up the phone. Looking at Yidong, she smiled and said, Yidong, the headquarters has decided to send experts over in the morning, and our side is going to assist. Do you want to go and meet them? Sister Lan, I haven't officially joined the dragon team. Can I participate in the operation? You are now at least half a member of the dragon team. Of course you can participate. Mo Lan explains seriously. Yidong of course wanted to see the demise of the Gao clan with his own eyes so that he could feel relieved. Then he hesitated for a moment and said seriously, Sister Lan, after the fight just now, I feel that my cultivation can no longer be suppressed, so please protect me from the formation. I may have to break through my cultivation. When Mo Lan heard this, she first froze for a moment. I did not expect Yidong to choose to break through now, but then thought of Yidong's terrifying battle power just now, and felt that even a breakthrough was quite normal. Laughing, he said, just break through here, and leave the rest to me. Yidong was just looking for an excuse to make a breakthrough. He now had one more red elixir in his system inside his cultivation elixir. There was no need to think. It must be the one that Yidong had killed Gao Tianyang with. However, Yidong did not think of taking this one on the spot even now, or else suddenly breaking through from his cultivation at the early stage of the Patriarchal Master to the late stage of the Great Patriarchal Master would be too exaggerated. With that, Yidong pretended to sit cross-legged on the ground, and a peak patriarch cultivation pill had automatically appeared in his mouth. He also did not let the elixir take effect all at once, but slowly controlled it to let his cultivation rise a little bit. Boom! With a riot in his body, Yidong also broke through to his mid-zone sure cultivation in one go. Muron and the other 6 dragon team members were also shocked in their hearts. They did not expect that Yidong had broken through his cultivation so easily. Just as they were about to voice out their congratulations, there was another riot within Yidong's body. Boom! Boom! Yidong unexpectedly broke through from his mid-zone sure cultivation again to late zone sure at once under their eyes. The few people around them, including Mo Lan, who saw this scene, all looked as if they had seen a ghost. The color of their astonishment had not yet had time to disappear. Yidong's body was filled with another succession of booms. Boom! Boom! An aura of the peak zone sure realm emanated from Yidong's body. But before that was over, for more peak zone sure realm cultivation dawn appeared in Yidong's mouth out of thin air. Boom 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 boom. Yidong's cultivation had instantly broken through from the peak zone sure realm to a half-step grandmaster again. Muron and the others had long been numbed by the shock. This was more than 10 times more shocking to them than just now when Yi Dong had crossed a great realm to kill his enemy. This unheard of and unseen breakthrough was also something that had caused their three views on this martial arts world to suffer a strong shock. It must be known that apart from super geniuses like Mo Lan, which of the several other Dragon Group members did not take several years to break through a small realm? Even if it was a super genius like Mo Lan, when breaking through the Zhongshe minor realm, it was said to take several months or even a year. Yi Dong was fine, breaking through from his cultivation at the early stage of the Sovereign Master to a half-step Grand Sovereign Master in less than 10 minutes. Yi Dong was feeling the strong power within his body at this time, and was also hesitant to take the Red Grand Master cultivation pill on the spot. After considering it for a moment and glancing at the super shocked expressions of the few people around him, he still gave up on this idea. He then stood up and smiled brightly. Sister Lan, sorry, the base is too thick. I didn't have control over the fact that I broke through 2 more layers. A few other Dragon Team members in the surroundings, looking at Yi Dong's beaten expression, if they didn't think they couldn't beat him, they really wanted to go over and kick him twice. Mo Lan did not even know what to say. All the shocking amazement she had experienced in her entire life was not even a millionth of what she experienced today. Yi Dong was able to decapitate a Grandmaster like Gao Tianyang after even at the early stage cultivation level of a Grandmaster. Although he had picked up the slack, but there was no denying Yi Dong's strong combat power. Nima. Now that he had suddenly reached the half-step Grand Master cultivation level, it was hard to imagine how terrifying Yi Dong's combat power was now. With her intuition, Molan was absolutely unable to last more than a few moves in front of Yi Dong. In other words, the man in front of him, who was less than 23 years old, was already a more powerful man than himself. Suddenly, there were more inexplicable feelings in Mo Lan's heart. Since ancient times, it has always been the case that beautiful women love heroes, especially for a girl like Molan who had practiced martial arts since she was a child. Her admiration for a strong man would have been stronger than others. In the face of Yi Dong's snide remarks, she did not get a little bit angry, but softly replied back, Yi Dong, you are too powerful. Now I am not even your opponent. Right. Yi Dong's heart trembled a little as he heard this. Laughing, he said, Sister Lan, girls actually don't need to be that powerful. In the future, I will be the one to protect you. Yi Dong's words caused Mo Lan's exquisite face to blush slightly. Although there was nothing wrong with this sentence, it was only right for a subordinate to protect his superior. But from Yi Dong's mouth, you also had an additional inexplicable flavor. The words of the two men caused the hearts of the 6 Dragon Group members next to them to tremble. After glancing at each other, there was a little more nervous hesitation in their eyes. As Mo Lan's direct subordinates, they all roughly knew a little bit about what happened to Mo Lan in Dragon King a few years ago. Mo Lan's family also belonged to a powerful family in Longjing. But even with this kind of background, he was relegated to a remote place like the Southwest Province. It could be imagined how terrifying the forces that Mo Lan had offended were. Chapter 74, Gao Family Destroyed. Even Yi Dong's qualifications were astonished in the hearts of these 6 members of the Dragon Team. In the future, there was also a high probability of becoming a Dragon Kingdom guardian godlike existence. But the current Yi Dong was still too weak compared to Mo Lan's enemy, so weak that it could even be ignored. Now looking at the expression on Mo Lan's face, if he really developed any feelings with Yi Dong, and it reached the ears of those who were interested, it was hard to imagine what kind of wild storm of blows the two would receive. That night, Yi Dong made a call to his home, explaining that he was returning directly to Mountain City. Early the next morning, Yi Dong met the Dragon Group experts who had rushed over from the Longjing headquarters. Good fellow, a divine master at the early stage of the heavenly god realm, Bai Zhanfeng, was leading the way, plus 15 transcendent realm supermasters. There were also dozens of grandmaster and patriarch level experts, and judging by their ages, they were all in their 20s and 30s, indicating that this group of people had all come to train. Every single one of them had an untamed look in their eyes. Apart from these martial artists, there were also 2 formation masters who specialized in breaking formation gates, also belonging to the Dragon Group's special talents. Although the number of people rushing over from the headquarters was small, Yi Dong had seen the situation of the Gao clan from what he had inquired about yesterday. Although there were tens of thousands of their clan members, their top combatants were only Clan Chief Gao Taishu and High Priest Gao Taichong. It was still a question mark whether Gao Taishu had reached the half-step heavenly deity by now. While High Priestess Gao Taichong was only at the late stage of the transcendent mortal realm, most of the other inner sect elders were late and peak Grand Master martial artists, totaling about 20 in number. As for the martial artists whose cultivation had reached the level of Grandmaster, the data analyzed by the headquarters should be 400 to 500. Most of the rest were innate and Hotian martial artists. In terms of top combat power, the Dragon Group was completely all but crushing the other side. Of course, this time, the Dragon Group also wanted to destroy the entire Gao clan in a devastating manner to give a warning to the other hidden clans. Although today's Dragon Kingdom was suffering from internal and external problems, the Dragon Group, This mysterious department was not something that anyone could pin down. This time, when they went to exterminate the Gao clan, apart from the elites who came from Longjing, Neuron had mobilized all the Dragon Group members in the Southwest Province. There were 50 or so Zhongsher level martial artists alone, and with the innate martial artists at the bottom, it had reached thousands. Vastly following the Dragon Group elites, they rushed to Wulong Mountain. Of course, in the eyes of the Dragon Group elites, this group of people were all just soy sauce. In their eyes, only Mo Lan alone was somewhat qualified to be their equal. As for Yi Dong's matter yesterday, it had been strictly kept secret by Mo Lan. The main reason was that this kind of thing was too shocking, and before getting the affirmation of the highest level of the Dragon Group, it would be more favorable to Yi Dong if he did not speak out. The Gao clan settlement. Last night, Gao Tianyang's group of people did not come back, which had already caused the clan to shake dramatically. Gao Taichong had even personally invited out Patriarch Gao Taishu, who had been in seclusion for a long time. Gao Taishu, after understanding the causes and consequences of the incident, the uneasiness in his heart was also uncontrollable. In a remote place like Mountain City, not to mention a Grand Master level expert like Gao Tianyang, even if it was a few innate martial artists, they would be able to manage to walk sideways. Not to mention that Gao Tianyang had more than a dozen Grandmaster martial artists by his side. Such a strong force had gone out for a whole day and had yet to return, and the uneasiness within the clan grew stronger and stronger. Immediately, Gao Taichong summoned the many elders. He was discussing this matter with the many elders within the clan in the conference hall. Suddenly, an alarm bell was heard from within the clan. The many elders who were in the middle of the meeting were startled. This alarm bell had never sounded since the establishment of this Gao clan camp. Along with the ringing of the alarm bell, the sounds of killing came out. Where could Gao Taishu and the others sit still? They then rushed out. Rushing head-on was Dragon Group Heavenly God General Bai Zhanfeng. Behind him were more than a dozen super experts of the Transcendent Realm, and without saying a word, they attacked Gao Taishu and the others. Gao Taishu and Gao Taichong took a look at this kind of situation. Where did they not understand that this was the official decision to exterminate their entire clan? In their hearts, although they were very confused as to why they were doing this, weren't they afraid of the other hidden world family's concerns? But now a look at the other side simply do not want to talk nonsense with them. Can only be hard on it. Obviously, the battle power was completely unequal. Even the most powerful patriarch of the Gao family, Gao Taishu, was still a little bit short of reaching a half-step heavenly god. Not to mention the other inner sect elders, only Gao Taichong was able to hold out for 2 strikes. The rest were all basically killed by a single strike. With the disparity in realms, unless one was an exceptionally powerful super genius, it was basically difficult to kill an enemy across the border. Not to mention killing an enemy across a large realm like Yidong. It did not take long for the top combatants of the Gao clan, including clan chief Gao Taishu, to be killed. Till his death, he did not even understand what was going on. The battle outside was even more tragic. A complete scene of hell on earth. Standing on the periphery of Yidong, looking at the tragic scene in front of him, there was no mercy in his heart. These ancient martial arts families, without the constraints of the official Dragon Kingdom, treated ordinary people as if they were ants. In their eyes, there would be no difference between the lives of ordinary people and ants on the ground. This time, when I followed the Gao clan to besiege them, I thought that I would have the opportunity to kill a few experts and save a few more cultivation pills for myself. How could I have imagined that I would be told when I broke open the entrance to the mountain? All the members of the Dragon Group of the Southwest Province could only stand guard at the periphery to prevent the other side from escaping. The ones who really participated in the fight were all the geniuses of the powerful families who had come down from Longjing to practice. Otherwise, with Yidong's current half-step Grand Master realm, relying on his ultra-high stance, even if one-on-one against a super expert at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm, using the continuous Nine Heavens Shadowless Needle, he would still be able to grind the other party to death. Of course, other than Mo Lan and the 6 Dragon Group members from yesterday, who knew about this super terrifying battle power of Yidong. In the eyes of the others, especially in the eyes of this group of martial arts prides down in Longjing, Yidong was just a slightly more powerful ordinary half-step grandmaster. Within their group, there were a few people who were not even a few years older than Yidong, but had also reached the early Grand Master realm. In this situation, of course, they would not treat Yidong differently. An hour later, when all the members of the Dragon Team exited Wulong Mountain, the Gao clan, the only hermit family near Mountain City, had become history. They never dreamed that the source that caused the Gao clan to be destroyed was caused by Gao Zicheng's fancy for a beautiful woman, one Ru Xue. If Patriarch Gao Taishu were to learn of this, he would definitely be so infuriated that he would lynch Gao Zicheng 3 times without relieving his hatred. Chapter 75, Cutting Competition. On the same day, the official Dragon Group wrote a notice about the causes and consequences of this matter and sent it to every current hidden world family. The dragon group's forceful style had caused the concerns of the other hidden world families. However, it had to be said that this overbearing style was what made them all settle down a lot. At the celebration banquet held at the dragon group's mysterious base in the southwest province, Neuron, as the person in charge of this side, was also honored to sit at a table with Bai Zhanfeng. During the seat, Bai Zhanfeng hesitated and asked, "Lan girl, do you really not intend to compromise with the Ouyang family?" Mo Lan was also clear about what Bai Zhanfeng was talking about when he said compromise. Shaking her head very firmly, she returned, "Grandpa Bai, I'd rather stay in the Southwest Formation province for the rest of my life, but I definitely won't compromise with the Ouyang family." Seeing how resolute Molan had spoken, Bai Zhanfeng could only shake his head helplessly. Sighing, he said, "It's really a pity that you have such a good martial arts qualification. If you had been at the Dragon Group headquarters, I'm afraid you would have already broken through to the Transcendent Realm." Both their Bai family and the Mo family where Mo Lan was from had similar family backgrounds, and their relationship was also considered relatively close. But compared to the Ouyang family, it was a far cry. There were some words that could only be said up to a point, and if Mo Lan agreed to compromise, they, the Bai family, could also coordinate from the sidelines. Obviously, Mo Lan's firm determination was something Bai Zhanfeng had not expected. Then he inquired, "By the way, girl Lan, I heard that you're going to recommend a super genius to the headquarters this time. I'm curious as to what kind of qualification is worthy of your personal recommendation." When Mo Lan heard this, she thought in her heart, with Yi Dong's qualifications, not to mention herself, even the chief leader of the dragon group was afraid that he would have to marvel 3 times. Then she laughed and said, "Grandpa Bai, this person is called Yi Dong. He comes from an ordinary family and is only a senior student now, but in terms of his qualifications in martial arts, I can only say that I am also far inferior to him." When Bai Zhanfeng heard this, he immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Bai Zhanfeng was definitely well aware of how good Mo Lan's martial Dao qualifications were. It was no exaggeration to say that Bai Zhanfeng's own martial Dao qualifications were not necessarily stronger than Mo Lan's. He had only taken advantage of an age advantage to have the current martial realm. Mo Lan had also spoken a little about Yi Dong's qualifications because of the relationship between the Bai and Mo families. Of course, a scene like the one last night where he killed his enemy across a large realm was something that Mo Lan would definitely not say. Even if it was said, no one would believe it at all. It was just too shocking. Even so, Bai Zhanfeng revealed a look of great interest. "Lan girl, call Yi Dong in and I'll take a look. I'd like to see if it's really as powerful as you say." Neuron sniffed, nodded her head and got up before coming to the other room wine table to call Yi Dong in. "Yi Dong, let me introduce you. This is Divine General Bai Zhanfeng. Grandpa Bai, this is Yi Dong." After Molan introduced the two of them separately, Bai Zhanfeng took a serious look at Yi Dong. The appearance was quite tall and sunny. He then asked, "Yi Dong, I heard that you have reached the half-step grandmaster at the age of less than 23. Do you have any powerful masters?" It was not strange for Bai Zhanfeng to ask this. In fact, Neuron was also more curious about this question. Yi Dong was not too restrained towards the half-step heavenly god general in front of him. To put it bluntly, if he took all the cultivation pills inside the system, he might be able to break through to the peak grandmaster realm. At that time, even if it was the heavenly god general in front of him, he would have room to maneuver with the other party, and even the possibility of killing them. Right now, relying on his ultra-high stance, he was already able to kill his enemies across more than one great realm. Of course, looking at Neuron's complexion, this Bai Zhanfeng obviously also befriended Neuron, and he still gave the respect he deserved. Smiling, he fabricated a lie and replied back, "White Divine General, I do have a master, only that he hasn't contacted me for a long time now, and I don't know where he has gone." This reply from Yi Dong was not much of a surprise to Bai Zhanfeng. The total population of the Dragon Kingdom was in the hundreds of billions, and there were always some super experts scattered in the folklore. Obviously, Yi Dong's master belonged to this category. Then he asked, "I heard Lan girl say that your martial arts qualification is extraordinary. Can you cross the level to kill enemies now?" Yi Dong froze for a moment when he heard this. Doubtful eyes looked at Mo Lan for a moment. It seemed that the other party had not told the other party about last night's incident. However, he still nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Bai Zhanfeng was also pleasantly surprised in his heart. For Yi Dong to reach this realm at this age and still be able to kill his enemies across levels, he was indeed in the range of a super genius. With that, he smiled and praised Yi Dong a few times. The commotion on this side was also seen by the group of geniuses and prides that came down from Longjing. In their hearts, they were all very unconvinced at once, not realizing that a native patriarch on this side of the southwest Ro province had received compliments from the White Divine General. It wasn't like they hadn't seen it before. The super geniuses that were specially recommended up from ordinary places were nothing more than that. One of them, A young man with a not-so-small family background who was also a half-step grandmaster, got up and walked this way. After coming close, he pointed at Yi Dong and asked with a smile, "God General Bai, Sister Muran, this must be the super talent that Sister Muran is going to recommend over to the Longjing headquarters." Then he provocatively sized up Yi Dong and said, "Indeed quite impressive, so young to have reached the same realm as me. I just don't know how good my hands are. Why don't we have a sparring session?" This young man was called Lu Yu, from the Lu family in Kyoto. The strength of the family was even 1 point stronger than the Bai family and the Mo family. Bai Zhanfeng also came to be interested. As the saying goes, hearing more is not as good as seeing. The many geniuses and prides not far away saw this and followed suit. "Lu Yu, aren't you bullying others, even if they are in the same realm? But you, a heavenly pride from a great family, have the nerve to say that you're sparring? I feel that using pointers is more like it." "That's right, brother Lu. Why don't you give this position of yours to my little brother to come? My peak sec level segment shouldn't be considered bullying him." Ha ha ha. Facing the flirting of a few people, the crowd laughed out loud, and Lu Yu looked provocatively at Yi Dong and laughed contemptuously. "Do you want another Zongshire level to spar with you?" Although Yi Dong was now super strong, he still couldn't stand this kind of provocation. In his heart, he had long been in a rage, and then looked at Mo Lan, ice coldly. He said, "Sister Lan, it shouldn't be anything to suffer a small injury while sparring." Mo Lan's heart was also a little angry. No matter how to say that the Southwest province was also her own territory, these guys completely didn't put themselves in their eyes either. Glancing at Bai Zhanfeng, he saw that the other party did not object. Then he said back to Yi Dong, "A small injury from a cut is definitely unavoidable. You just need to not injure someone badly." Chapter 76, Collecting a Little Brother. Yi Dong and Mo Lan's conversation did not lower their voices, not to mention Lu Yu. Even the others heard it clearly. Lu Yu immediately had his lungs exploding with anger. Yi Dong's tone was completely not putting him in his eyes, just when he wanted to say something harsh. Next to him, also a middle-aged man from the transcendent mortal early realm of the Lu family, Lu Patrol took the lead and spoke. "Muran, listening to your tone you are thinking that Lu Yu is not Yi Dong's opponent, right?" Although this middle-aged man spoke in a fairly polite tone, anyone could hear the dissatisfaction in it. As if she didn't hear the tone, Molan faintly replied, "That's what I think." Humph. After Lu Patrol snorted coldly, he coldly said, "Mo Lan, since you are so sure about Yi Dong, why don't we place a small bet before they spar? Suit yourself." Although the other party was a super expert at the early stage of the transcendent realm, Mo Lan did not hold back too much. Seeing this, Bai Zhanfeng didn't stop him either. Apparently sparring between martial artists with a little lottery is also a very common thing in the Dragon Group. Lu Patrol sniffed and didn't say any more nonsense, and said in a cold voice, "Then let's take out 5 divine jades for a small bet." Note, divine jade, a special energy stone obtained from the mysterious battlefield. Ordinary martial artists can enhance their cultivation by absorbing the energy inside. One can be exchanged for up to 100 million funds. Although 5 divine jades was not a too large amount for everyone present, it was definitely not something that could be described as a small bet. A martial artist like Lu Patrol, who was in the early stage of the transcendent realm, would get less than 20 divine jades per year in the Dragon Team's salary in addition to the super high cash. Mo Lan was even more so. Her annual salary at the late Grand Master realm was only 10 divine jades. This small bet was almost half a year of her salary. Seeing that a small duel had added such a big prize, the interest of the crowd on the sidelines became even more intense. Seeing this, Lu Yu, who had long been enraged, couldn't help but laugh maniacally. "Ha ha, Yi Dong, you still want to hurt me. If I can't take you down within 10 moves, I will recognize you as my big brother." Yi Dong smiled at his words. "You want to be my little brother? I still have to see if you have that qualification." With that, he hooked his hand at Lu Yu. Arrogant. Lu Yu simply had his lungs exploding with anger, and without saying a word he swung his fist and charged towards Yi Dong. He wanted to use the simplest and most brutal way to directly smash Yi Dong down. Yi Dong smiled. He, who had long been able to cross a large realm to kill his enemies, could not raise his interest at all when facing this kind of opponent in the same realm. Of course, he certainly would not compete with his opponent in any fisticuffs and directly moved his heart at will. Brush! Before Lu Yu swung his fist and rushed to Yi Dong, he immediately felt a pain in his legs and involuntarily knelt down. Nima! This scene instantly confused the group of proud sons of heaven in Longjing. With their limited realm, none of them had even seen the 2 shadowless needles emitted from Yi Dong's body. Right now, even experts at the late Grandmaster realm like Mo Lan could only barely make out the shadowless needle's shadows. The only ones who could truly see clearly how Yi Dong sent out his moves were the transcendent realm experts present in Bai Zhanfeng. Lu Yu, what the hell are you up to? Why did you suddenly kneel down? You can't be really scared by Yi Dong. There was also a sharp-eyed Heaven's Pride who saw Lu Yu with a pained look on his face. brother Lu wouldn't be suddenly having an attack of some disease. Seeing this, Lu Patrol's face was extraordinarily green as he walked to Lu Yu's side and slowly helped him up. Looking at Yi Dong, he said angrily, "Yi Dong, it's just a small sparring match. You're hitting too hard. He. This is also called ruthless. If it was an enemy, he would have already lost his life." Yi Dong's words immediately rendered Lu Patrol speechless with dislike. Lu Patrol also knew that Yi Dong's words were not exaggerated. Just now, if Yi Dong's two shadowless needles had stabbed towards Lu Yu's heart vein, the result could be imagined. The two men's words caused the group of Longjing's heavenly pride to be in an uproar. Only now did they realize that Lu Yu's kneeling just now was not some kind of disease attack. Rather, it was Yi Dong's aftermath. And they didn't even see what moves the other party used. It could be imagined how far apart the real strength of the two men was. Lu Yu was not one of the best in terms of qualifications amongst this group of them, but he was still considered one of the best. Lu Yu is this kind of result. They go up certainly not good. Shocked, there is no one stupid enough to be the head of the head again. Molan had already guessed the result, and was not a bit surprised. However, it was the first time that Bai Zhanfeng had seen Yi Dong strike, and he had also seen the strength of the two shadowless needles just now. Even if it was a late-stage grandmaster who received a blow, he was afraid that it would be enough to drink a pot. While his heart was shocked, he was also pleasantly surprised. The martial arts qualifications displayed by Yi Dong were even 3 times stronger than what Mo Lan had said. Even if it was put into the Longjing headquarters, I am afraid that only the best qualified ones could be comparable to Yi Dong. How could Bai Zhanfeng know that the skills that Yi Dong had just displayed were only the tip of the iceberg? But even so, it was enough to surprise him for a pot. Good. He said 3 good words in a row, before smiling at Mo Lan. Lan girl, this Yi Dong is indeed a marvelous martial arts genius. The credit for you to do the introduction is not small. Maybe you really don't need to compromise the Ouyang family to be able to rebel against the Dragon King. Bai Zhanfeng did not exaggerate. Although the Ouyang family's power in Longjing was the top of the sky, he was not the only one who was dominant. There were 3 other families alongside the Ouyang family, jointly ruling Dragon King. To recommend a super genius like Yi Dong to the Dragon team, this credit could not be suppressed even by their Ouyang family. At this time, Lu Yu, who had already slowed down, said to Yi Dong with a gloomy expression, "Willing to gamble, big brother Yi. In the future, you will be my big brother Lu Yu." He also knew that just now Yi Dong was being merciful. Even when Yi Dong sent out a forceful strike to his thigh, he also avoided the meridians, or else Lu Yu would definitely not be able to stand up right now. Yi Dong saw the situation, also did not expect the other side of this kind of unruly pride of heaven, but also really willing to give up the face to call their own big brother. He couldn't help but change his opinion of Lu Yu a little bit. Originally, in his heart, he definitely didn't want to accept any little brother, but seeing that Lu Yu was also quite right with his temperament, he changed his mind. Laughing, he said, "Lu Yu, if you call me big brother, you aren't going to suffer any losses, so don't put on a bitter face, or else I won't want this little brother of yours." When Lu Yu heard this, although he was bitter in his heart, he still managed to hold back a little smile. Big brother, Yi Dong saw the situation, but also did not bother again. He also knew that the other party also because just said that kind of words, do not believe it. In the bottom of his heart, I am afraid that he does not want to recognize himself as a big brother. Chapter 77, Breakthrough to Grand Master. Lu Patrol saw that his nephew was calling Yi Dong big brother. In this situation, he did not want to pull any punches with Yi Dong. Moreover, with Yi Dong's current qualifications, it was very likely that he would be able to attack a heavenly god-level demon in the future. It wasn't a bad thing for Lu Yu to befriend Yi Dong. After thinking clearly, he was very quick to give the 5 divine jades to Molan on the spot. A small storm passed, and Yi Dong's great name was considered to have taken root in the hearts of this group of heaven's pride. The next day, Bai Zhanfeng and the others were returning to Longjing. Before leaving, he asked Mo Lan, "Lan girl, do you and Yi Dong want to go back with us now?" Mo Lan smiled and replied, "Grandpa Bai, Yi Dong still has a bit of personal business over here to deal with, so we'll return to Dragon King in a few days." Seeing this, Bai Zhanfeng did not try to persuade him anymore. Yi Dong also did not know when he would return after going to the Longjing headquarters this time. He definitely had to arrange his family's affairs and his several women's affairs before saying anything. First of all found Zhou Hanyun. In fact, not much time has not met. The two first made out a little. Yi Dong then directly and clearly said, "Sister Rhyme, I'm sorry, I may have a lot of women in my life. I will not consider marriage for the time being. If you can accept it, I will treat you well in the future. Of course, if you can't accept it, we can also break up properly. I will also give you a compensation fee of $5 billion. Although Yi Dong did not have too deep feelings for Zhou Hanyun, after all, she was also the first woman conquered by the super goddess system. No matter how the other party chose, he would give the other party a perfect explanation. Jo Han-yoon also froze for a long time when she heard this. Although she was also clear that the probability of her marrying Yi Dong was slim to none, she did not expect Yi Dong to speak so bluntly. Although the $5 billion was very tempting, Jo Han-yoon still chose to be a harem group of Yi Dong. For Jo Han-yoon to make this choice, Yi Dong was not too surprised. With that, he pulled out a beauty pill and a patriarch cultivation pill. If Jo Han-yoon had chosen 5 billion, Yi Dong would not have taken out these two pills. It did not take long for Jo Han-yoon to realize that not only had she changed her beauty, but she was also filled with an infinite amount of power within herself amidst a loud shocking sound. It was only after Yi Dong's explanation that she realized that she was already a super martial arts expert. Immediately, Jo Han-yoon, whose intense excitement was hard to dispel, pushed Yi Dong to, in one go. Yi Dong then found the two girls, Won Rushua and Gu Mingyue respectively. It was also straightforward to say what he meant. Of course, both gave each other the right to choose. There is no doubt that Won Rushua and Gu Mingyue, although both a little sad, still chose to join Yi Dong's harem group. Yi Dong also similarly gave the two of them a patriarch cultivation dan respectively. Undoubtedly, Won Rushua and Gu Mingyue were both surprised and delighted in their hearts after obtaining this power that was equivalent to a superpower. After seeing that several women had compromised, the three were gathered together and the few were considered to be officially acquainted. Subsequently, Yi Dong took the three super beauties and returned to his hometown in Lot County. When Yi Damon and Chin Li saw the three girls behind Yi Dong, their hearts were also very surprised. Gu Mingyue and them did have a one-sided relationship, but after taking the beauty pill, there was still a great change. Looking at Mom and Dad's surprised eyes, Yi Dong laughed. Dad, Mom, they are all my girlfriends, which is also equivalent to being your daughters-in-law. Afterwards, to Won Rushue, Gu Mingyue, Jo Han-yoon several people laughed. This is my dad and mom. You can call uncle and aunt, or call mom and dad like me. A few people sniffed, and Jo Han-yoon was the first to shout, hello dad and mom. Seeing that Jo Han-yoon had opened her mouth like this, Gu Mingyue and Won Rushue were unwilling to lag behind. Both shyly opened their mouths after the double. Dad, Mom, Chin Li and Yi Damon looked at the three fairy-like daughters-in-law in front of them, and their hearts did not return to their senses for a long time. In the past, they used to look forward to Yi Dong bringing a girlfriend back, and sat down well, bringing 3 in 1. Yi Xiaoyu home from school, be a three beautiful sister-in-law to be is quite happy, secretly also gave big brother a thumbs up. During this time, Yi Dong was also talking about going to Longjing. Yi Damon and Chin Li although a little reluctant, but also know that Yi Dong is not ordinary people, the future of the road by his own choice. Yi Dong directly gave the Red Grandmaster cultivation dan inside the system to his dad, and Yi Damon's cultivation was also directly raised to the late Grandmaster stage. As for Chin Li and Yi Xiaoyu, after taking the Intermediate Master cultivation dan, they had also directly reached the peak stage of the Grandmaster. In this remote part of the Southwest province, the family's combat power was considered top-notch, and self-protection was absolutely no problem. Yi Dong also took all of the remaining Zhongsher cultivation dan for himself, and with a roar in his body, Yi Dong's cultivation also directly reached the early Grandmaster realm. Subsequently, Yi Dong stayed at home for 3 days before returning to Mountain City. Arriving at Mountain City University, Yi Dong found his mentor, Zhang Jiming, again. Originally, he had promised to attend his wedding, so he could only miss his appointment in advance. Of course, as the mentor who was the best to him during the university and whom he respected the most, Yi Dong still prepared a thick and heavy gift. After arriving at Zhang Jiming's room, due to the advance notice, both Zhang Jiming and his girlfriend He Xiaoxi had already waited here. Now Yi Dong had long since changed from the old Wuxia Ameng again. In the entire school, after the last donation, the influence has long been non-first person. After meeting and chatting casually, Yi Dong said apologetically, Brother Zhang, I may have to go to Longjing immediately. I may not be able to attend your wedding. I am really sorry. Zhang Jiming also froze for a moment when he heard this. He was still fantasizing how scenic it would be if he asked Yi Dong to be the best man at his wedding. Suddenly hearing Yi Dong say that he would not be attending, the disappointment was unmistakable. Especially his girlfriend. The color of disappointment on her face was even more intense. Seeing this, Yi Dong laughed and said, Brother Zhang, although I can't participate in your wedding, my accompanying gift will definitely not be less. Saying this, he handed over a bank card that he had prepared long ago. When Zhang Jiming and He Xiaoxi saw this, their bodies froze again. It was the first time they had seen and heard that the accompanying gift money was actually accompanied by a bank card. How much money did this have to be accompanied by before a bank card would be used? Zhang Jiming was just about to open his mouth to refuse, when He Xiaoxi hurriedly and enthusiastically said, Yi Dong, thank you, then we won't be polite. At this moment, whether Yi Dong came to the wedding or not was no longer much important in He Xiaoxi's heart. Seeing this, Zhang Jiming opened his mouth and did not say anything else to refuse. Anyway, he also knew that Yi Dong was definitely not a poor master of money right now. Yi Dong also did not specify how much money was in it and left after recongratulating a few words. Chapter 78 Neurons Past. After seeing Yi Dong leave, the two of them looked at each other before He Xiaoxi asked excitedly, Jiming, how many gifts do you think Yi Dong actually accompanied? That he needed to use a bank card. Zhang Jiming was also a little excited at this time. He too did not expect that Yi Dong would actually use a bank card to accompany his gift. Without even having to think about it, it was definitely a large amount of gift money. But as for how much money it was, he had no idea in his heart. Stretching out a finger, he roughly guessed, 1 million. He Xiaoxi was even more excited to hear this. Surprised, she said, wow, if we really have $1 million, let's go order a new house. Seeing He Xiaoxi's excitement, Zhang Jiming hesitantly said, I'm just guessing, don't get too excited. He Xiaoxi, however, said, you and Yi Dong are so close, and he even donated 5 billion to the school. I still think it's more than 1 million. Zhang Jiming sniffed and glanced at He Xiaoxi. Seriously, he said, no matter how good the relationship is, Yi Dong is just a student of mine. How much people donate has nothing to do with this gift. My current position as director is also because of him. No matter how much money is in this card, you don't want to be dissatisfied. He Xiaoxi heard this and also felt that she had spoken too much. Then she said, alright, Ji Ming, I'm just saying it off the top of my head. I don't mean anything else. Let's not guess. Let's go directly to the locker machine at the school entrance and check it out. Seriously, Zhang Jiming was also very curious about how much money was inside this card. With his understanding of Yi Dong's character, he actually guessed that there was more than $1 million in there. But still, he was afraid of saying too much and letting He Xiaoxi down. So he said a pertinent figure. The two quickly came to the bank machine at the entrance of the school. After entering the simple password Yi Dong told him, immediately, the long string of 6 characters displayed on the screen of the teller machine shook the two to the core. They carefully counted it several times. Wow, we're rich, He Xiaoxi said with extreme excitement as she trembled all over. Zhang Jiming also looked at the huge sum of money incredulously and froze there. Yi Dong had actually given him a gift of 66,666,666,666 yuan. No wonder he had to use a bank card. If he had used cash, he would have had to use a truck to pull it. For a long time, Zhang Jiming trembling hand before dialing Yi Dong's phone. Soon the phone was connected. Yi Dong's cheerful laughter came from the phone. Brother Zhang, how long have you been separated? You miss me so soon. Zhang Jiming said numbly, Yi Dong, why did you give me so much money? What will I take to return this favor to you in the future? Yi Dong on the other end of the phone laughed. Brother Zhang, I have always remembered in my heart how good you have been to me in these years of college. Now this few $100 million is nothing to me, so just take it without worry. After you have this money, you can continue to be your director if you want to, and if you are not comfortable doing it, you can directly go traveling around the world with your sister-in-law. Hearing Yi Dong flirting like this, Zhang Jiming had an urge to cry. He was originally a kind person, and during his time as a mentor he was not the only one who was kind to Yi Dong, but he did not expect the blossoms to have good results. Then said a few words of great gratitude from the bottom of his heart, which hung up the phone, suddenly realizing that He Xiaoxi's eyes were different when she saw herself, becoming even more gentle and lovely. Money was now a complete string of numbers to Yi Dong. He had asked for a bank card number from Gu Mingyue as well, and every day, he either transferred 100 million at Wen Rushue's place, or 100 million to Gu Mingyue. His own funds were increasing by tens of billions every day, and he had long since lost interest in money. After leaving Zhang Jiming's place, he called to inform Wang Jinchuan. For this Wang Jinchuan, who had been in the same dormitory for a few years and later became a good buddy. The feelings were not as good as Zhang Jiming's, but Yi Dong also wanted to pull him along. After meeting, there is no unnecessary nonsense. Directly plugged a long prepared card to him. Straight talk inside 100 million. As long as Wang Jinchuan is not extremely squandering waste, comfortably through life, is certainly no problem. Wang Jinchuan was also startled by Yi Dong's words. 100 million. He hadn't even graduated from college yet, and he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He did not suspect Yi Dong to be telling lies. Joking. 5 billion were donated. Would take 100 million to flirt with him. Immediately, Wang Jinchuan was moved to tears. Brother East, nothing more to say. You are my real father. Yi Dong was both angry and amused at hearing this. However, he could still understand Wang Jinchuan's feelings. Suddenly receiving an unimaginably large sum of money, it was only human nature. After finishing all the trivial matters on the mountain city side, this was the only time he rushed to Muron's place alone. Dragon Group Southwest Province Mysterious Base. When Mo Lan saw Yi Dong again, he was again filled with shock. Yi Dong, you have broken through to the Grand Master realm. Sister Lan, you don't have to exaggerate too much, otherwise I will be embarrassed to break through in the future. Facing Mo Lan's shocked look, Yi Dong teased with a smile on his face. Mo Lan did not care about Yi Dong's words at all, and the shock within her heart was long-lasting. This was less than 10 days from the last time Yi Dong made a terrifying breakthrough. Thinking about her breakthrough to this realm back then, with her super high qualifications, it had taken her almost a year. However, immediately thinking of Yi Dong's last even more terrifying breakthrough scene, her heart was relieved. Looking at Yi Dong, a godlike man, Mo Lan was becoming more and more infatuated the more she looked at him. Sister Lan, you're looking at me like this, you're not looking at me, are you? Seeing that Mo Lan was still looking at herself with a shocked expression, Yi Dong lightly flirted again. After he had broken through to Grand Master now, he spoke to Mo Lan much more casually. Mo Lan came back to her senses before she realized with hindsight that she had been flirted with by Yi Dong. Immediately afterward, her fair face instantly turned red through and through. The shy expression caused Yi Dong to be dumbfounded as well. Although Mo Lan's face was plain at the moment, it could be said that there was no makeup at all. However, the stunningly beautiful face was several points more beautiful than when Rushue and Gu Mingyue. As Yi Dong looked on, his heart unexpectedly fluttered. Mo Lan also felt the change in Yi Dong's heart. A little sweetness first rose in her heart, but then it dimmed. The shy face suddenly became more than serious. Yi Dong, after arriving in Longjing, you must not say such words just now. Don't even have the slightest thought, or no one can protect you. Hearing Mo Lan's words, Yi Dong frowned. Seriously, he asked. Sister Lan, why? You don't have a boyfriend. The man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried. Why can't I have thoughts? Mo Lan sighed at her words. Sometimes, it is not a good thing for a woman to be too pretty. Chapter 79, Divine Gift Package. After Mo Lan's story, Yi Dong realized that Mo Lan was originally from the Mo family, a large local family in Longjing. Although the Mo family was not as strong as the four supreme families that ruled Longjing, it was also a behemoth-like existence in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Inside the family, there were as many as 2 heavenly god generals who had reached the guardian god level, and the Mo family's oldest ancestor had even reached the peak heavenly god general level. Mo Lan, due to their own qualifications, amazing, from childhood to adulthood. In the family are belonged to the pearl in the palm of the hand, the proud daughter of the sky, that kind of existence. After growing up, the appearance is known as the first beauty of Longjing. The entire Longjing don't know how many heavenly pride adore her. The most crazy is one of the 4 supreme family, Ouyang family's second young master Ouyang Yuanba. Ouyang Yuanba's martial arts qualification is not much worse than Mo Lan. Both are less than 15 years old by the Dragon Group early enrollment. This kind of absolute pride, coupled with the family status, is more prominent than the Mo family, to say how also worthy of the Mo Lan. But Ouyang Yuanba, this second-generation ancestor, has been very horny since he was a child, and doesn't know how many beautiful women in the capital city he has toyed with, and still the kind of tired of playing directly kicked off the kind. Such a man, how can Mo Lan look at him? Although the Ouyang family had come to the door to propose several times, they were all politely rejected by the Mo family. But Ouyang Yuanba has never given up his fantasies about Mo Lan. Externally, he even let out a rumor that whoever dares to hit Mo Lan's idea is an enemy of him. Ouyang Yuanba. This is obviously Ouyang Yuanba himself cannot get. Others also do not want to get. This kind of wild talk simply drove the Mo family crazy. If it wasn't for Ouyang Yuanba's background, he would have been slapped to death by the Mo family's old ancestor. There was no other way. The Mo family's old ancestor had to find the other 3 supreme families, and under joint negotiation, the Ouyang family also had to compromise, before Ouyang Yuanba retracted that statement. Originally, everyone thought that this matter should be settled, but Ouyang Yuanba's heart of thievery is not dead. In a Tianjiao party, secretly even wanted to force on Mo Lan bad. In a fit of rage, Mo Lan kicked one of Ouyang Yuanba's bird eggs. Now the matter had become a big deal. Although Mo Lan was the treasure of the Mo family, Ouyang Yuanba was also very much favored by the Ouyang family's old ancestor in the Ouyang family, or else he wouldn't have grown up so domineering. Although it was Ouyang Yuanba who misbehaved first, Mo Lan didn't suffer any harm, and one of Ouyang Yuanba's eggs was gone. The many gods of the Ouyang family personally went to the Mo family to demand an explanation. It was also explicitly stated that if the Mo family did not give a satisfactory explanation, the old ancestor of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Feng, would personally visit. When the people of the Mo family heard this, they were also terrified. The Ouyang family's old ancestor, Ouyang Feng, was an existence that had reached the true god realm, not to mention in the Dragon Kingdom, even in the entire world. He belonged to the top handful of characters. His power alone could even exterminate the entire Mo family. Of course, with the intervention of several other supreme families, Ouyang Feng would not be able to do such things that would make people and gods angry. but exterminating 2 of the Mo family's heavenly god realm supermasters to lash out. The other several supreme families thought that they wouldn't intervene much. After all, they were all supreme families, and for the sake of the dignity and interests of the supreme families, they might even be happy to see this situation. The old ancestor of the Mo family had no choice but to pay a considerable price in exchange for the 2 conditional choices given by the Ouyang family. One was that Mo Lan would now marry Ouyang Yuanba immediately. The second was that Mo Lan would be relegated out of Longjing and sent to a remote place, and if there was no particularly great merit, she would not be allowed to return to Longjing for the rest of her life. Both of these conditions could be said to be difficult for Mo Lan to accept. Marrying Ouyang Yuanba didn't even need to be thought about. It was directly denied. The stubborn Mo Lan eventually chose to leave Kyoto. In response to this, all the people in the Mo family were heartbroken. Originally, with Mo Lan's qualifications, reaching the guardian god level of heavenly god general in the future was basically a nail in the coffin. But sent to a remote place, 1 has little resources, 2 has little merit. If there is not any major turning point, this life will have no hope of heavenly deity general. After that, Molan stayed in the southwest province for several years. Unexpectedly, in such a remote place as the southwest province, there was such a supreme heavenly pride as Yi Dong. This kind of personal introduction credit could not be suppressed even by the Ouyang family. Otherwise, in the future, who would still introduce any talent for the Dragon Kingdom Dragon Group? Yi Dong also felt a little more compassion in his heart after listening to Mo Lan's account. To that so-called Ouyang family and Ouyang Yuanba, there was a great deal more hostility invisibly. Looking at Mo Lan, he said seriously, "Sister Lan, I like you, who cares? I don't care if the Ouyang family is some supreme family. If they dare to mess with you again, I will exterminate his entire family." Molan did not expect Yi Dong to be able to say such words after knowing his enemy's background, and was touched in her heart. Of course, for words like exterminating the Ouyang family, she took Yi Dong as a word of intent. Then she softly said, "Yi Dong, thank you, I like you too, but after arriving in Kyoto, you must not be foolish. The Ouyang family is more than 10,000 times more powerful than you can imagine." Hearing that Mo Lan was also filled with love for himself, Yi Dong's heart was overjoyed. Seriously, he said, "Sister Lan, do you believe me?" Neuron sniffed and looked at Yi Dong's pair of clear eyes and nodded involuntarily. "Sister Lan, we will stand at the top of this world one day, and at that time, you will realize that the so-called Ouyang family is nothing more than a pile of dust under our feet." Yi Dong's confident and incomparable expression caused Mo Lan to look dumbfounded for a moment. At this moment, Yi Dong was the god in Mo Lan's heart. At this moment, she even truly believed in Yi Dong's words, and was not as fearful of the Ouyang family, regardless of what happened in the future. Molan had a strong will in her heart at this moment to completely hand herself over to Yi Dong. With that, in a shy tone that only she and Yi Dong could hear, she said, "Yi Dong, I want to become your woman right now." Hearing the goddess's confession, where else could Yi Dong endure? A flower bloom can be folded and must be folded. Do not wait until there is no flower to fold the branch. The 2 of them were finally honest with each other after a while of flirting. Yi Dong also finally saw what the legendary devil body plus angel's face was like. 2 hours later, ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering a super perfect extreme goddess. Divine gift packs are being distributed. With the super special thing lying in his arms and such a wonderful voice coming from the system, it made Yi Dong all flutter. This time, the gift packs even had names with the words divine grade, causing Yi Dong to look forward to it even more. Chapter 80, First Visit to Longjing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising the cashback god's magnificent gold to 10 times that amount, reaching $1 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 kills of invincibility. Note, the host can face any level of enemy in this world, and can achieve a one-hit kill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the golden body of immunity from death 3 times. Note, unlimited worlds. The host can be resurrected 3 times no matter what level of blow he receives. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Fist Technique Bludgeoning Fist Grand Completion Realm. Note, this boxing method is specially designed for the host, as long as the enemy is not higher than the host by more than 1 major realm. Under the full use of the bludgeoning fist, you can blow up the opponent with 1 punch. Listening to the divine rewards coming from the system one after another, Yi Dong had long been overjoyed inwardly. Although the first cashback divine magnificent gold boost was now a bit of a chicken rib for Yi Dong would not mind anything. As for the other 3 rewards, they were all definitely what Yi Dong was dreaming of right now. After he had listened to Muron's account, he had originally been a little worried about this trip to Longjing. With the kill invincible and deathless gold, even a supreme family like the Ouyang family would be nothing more than a paper tiger in Yi Dong's eyes. And the bludgeoning fist technique was definitely a more powerful existence than the 9 heavenly divine needle. Glancing at Molan in his arms, thinking that the other party had brought such a great benefit to him, his heart was again excited. When Molan saw Yi Dong making another move, she did not stop the other party. She was also almost 30 years old before she became a real woman, and obviously enjoyed that flavor as well. Only after the passion had passed did Molan quietly lie in Yi Dong's arms. Yi Dong, you must promise me, after arriving at Longjing, don't start a conflict with the Ouyang family for the time being, and don't let anyone know about our relationship. I don't want you to suffer a little bit of harm. Yi Dong sniffed and his fingers gently caressed Molan's face, although he now had the strength to not be afraid of the Ouyang family, but in order to put Molan at ease. Still, he softly said, Sister Lan, don't worry, I know the importance of things. In the following 2 days, the two of them also stayed tired in the mysterious base. It was not until the third day that Yi Dong and Molan embarked on their journey to Longjing. Half a day later, Yi Dong finally set foot in Longjing, the center of this entire dragon prefecture. Not knowing whether it was for Yi Dong or Molan, Bai Zhanfeng personally came to the airport to pick up the trip. As soon as they met, Bai Zhanfeng laughed and said, Lan girl, you guys are really delayed. It has been 10 days before you came to the capital. You don't know that those few judges, after learning about Yi Dong's qualifications, if not for me stopping them, they were so anxious that they almost went to the southwest province to meet the people themselves. Molan smiled back in general. Grandpa Bai, Yi Dong was mainly delayed dealing with his family matters, making you wait for a long time. Yi Dong also politely nodded his head in greeting. God General Bai, how are you? Bai Zhanfeng glanced at Yi Dong and also did not put up a bit of a fight. Laughing, he said, let's go. I will first take you to the Dragon Group headquarters. With that, he brought Yi Dong and Molan into a special sedan with a military license plate. Yi Dong looked at the tall buildings outside the window. It was indeed many times more prosperous than Mountain City. Not long after, the car drove out of the city and headed towards the Mangmu Mountain, the back of Longjing. In this regard, Yi Dong was not too surprised. He also knew that a mysterious organization like the Dragon Group could not be set up in the city, except for a very small number of people. Most of the ordinary people probably did not even know about the existence of this organization. After coming to the foot of Mengmu Mountain and passing through the layers of barriers, he finally came to the top of Mengmu Mountain. The car also did not make any stops and drove directly into a formation-like passageway. After about half a minute, Yi Dong's field of vision suddenly widened all of a sudden. Looking at the giant city in front of him, Yi Dong was also fiercely shocked inwardly. Although it did not have the kind of towering buildings of the Longjing that he had just seen, it had an additional flavor of mysterious ancient vicissitudes. Neuron next to him laughed. Yi Dong, it's amazing, isn't it? This is the inner city of the dragon capital and the real core of the entire dragon kingdom, the residence of all the true magnates and aristocrats, and the dragon team headquarters is also located inside. Listening to Molan's introduction, Yi Dong was also sighing inwardly. If he himself did not have a system, he would probably be like the vast majority of ordinary people, and would not even think about it. In the back of Longjing's mountains, there was actually an inner city with a different world. After casually scanning the streets, he didn't find a single ordinary person. At the very least, they were all Hotian-level martial artists. It seemed that even if there were ordinary people inside the inner city, it was definitely a very small number. After entering the inner city, the car also traveled for almost an hour before stopping in front of a huge building that looked like a dragon's nest. After getting out of the car, Yi Dong had long since calmed down inwardly. Even if it was more magical, it could not compare to his own system. So what was there to marvel at? Entering the dragon's nest building, he was greeted by a super huge square. Inside, people of all shapes and sizes, all sorts of grandmasters, great grandmasters and even transcendent realm martial artists could be seen everywhere. As soon as they entered, Yi Dong's trio also attracted the eyes of many people. Of course, there were basically none that looked towards Yi Dong. All gazes were towards Molan. Isn't that Molan of the Mo family? Why has she returned to Longjing? Could it be that she has compromised with Ouyang Yuanba? Such a beautiful goddess has such a day. Isn't it quite normal for her to have such thoughts? Not to mention a place as remote as the Southwest Formation province. I wouldn't want to stay for even one more day in the outer city of Longjing. Indeed, this inner city of ours is equipped with a spiritual chi formation, cultivating inside. I don't know how many times stronger it is than outside. Molan had only been dispatched to the Southwest province for a few years, and was a heavenly figure within the Dragon Group. By now, there were still many people who recognized her, even if they didn't recognize her. Molan's unique appearance everywhere she went, and with a little bit of inquiring, they all knew about Molan and Ouyang Baishan's previous affairs. The matter of Molan recommending Yi Dong to the Dragon Group. Apart from the group of Dragon Group Heavenly Pride that went to the mountain city that day to exterminate the Gao clan, only a few of the few inquisitors knew about it. The size of the families behind it basically belonged to a level like the Mo family and the Bai family, and there was also a tendency to hold on to the group. and they definitely would not tell such damaging things to the detriment of others, which meant that up until now, the people of the Ouyang family did not know that Emolan had returned to Longjing. Crossing over the square, the few people had just arrived at a corner. Suddenly a man and a woman walked head-on. One of them was none other than Lu Yu. When he saw Yi Dong, he also froze for a moment. Then without saying a word, he turned around and walked away. Yi Dong saw this, shouted, "Lu Yu, how can you see Big Brother and not say hello?" Lu Yu, who was turning around, also cried out in his heart for bad luck. Then he turned around and squeezed out a hard smile. "Big Brother, when did you come to Longjing, and you didn't inform me about it?" Yi Dong was also amused to hear this. He also knew that the other party was just a polite remark, and the two of them did not leave any contact information at all.